Airclaw stood and started running away. "Don't run, little gnat. It will only make things worse once I find you." Airclaw didn't dare stop. This monster was more terrifying than anything else he had ever seen. He needed to get as far away as possible and hope that the Yeti didn't come after him. Something told him that he wouldn't be able to remain undetected if they ever met again. No, Airclaw had to find a way out of this forest, or meet his true death. Chapter 28. Airclaw. Clash of the Titans. Airclaw ran through the deep familiar forest. He was afraid, and his emotion reflected on the ethereal realm. The world changed, and he was back in his home in the Twilight Woods, or at least a place that resembled it. The ethereal realm changed on a whim, or was influenced by spirits. The fact that this had happened only confirmed his theory that he was something akin to a spirit now, though he did not have the time to experiment and try to control the effect. He was being hunted, and the only reason he hadn't been caught yet was because of this effect that he was having on the environment. He was running through his home, the forest that he knew intimately. The Yeti was persistent, terrifying, and, based on his insults, fully intent on catching him. Airclaw had feared that the Yeti would be able to catch him easily. He seemed so much more powerful than him, but something about him was strange. He wasn't able to influence the ethereal realm the same way that Airclaw could. He was at its mercy, and yet he was able to somehow brute force his way through it. It seemed that either shades were unable to influence the ethereal realm, or at least only this shade couldn't. He hadn't seen any type of power use from the Yeti either. He only used the devices that were cluttering his being. Other shades had access to the powers they had in life, so Airclaw assumed that whatever the Yeti was doing with the items and flashing symbols was his power, though he had never seen anything like it. On his own, the Yeti was fast, and while he couldn't quite see through Airclaw's stealth, he could track him somehow. The item that he had crafted seemed to work based on proximity, as a few times the Yeti had managed to get close enough to be exactly where Airclaw was, and other times he seemed to only know the general area. There was no chance of Airclaw staying and fighting, even though he had considered it. Any such ideas disappeared once he'd seen the Yeti fight. A couple of days ago, Airclaw had encountered a powerful spirit and had drawn the Yeti to it, hoping that it would stop or at least slow down the Yeti. It didn't go according to plan. The Yeti demolished the spirit in a few seconds, as Airclaw had observed from a distance, his eyes allowing him to see from a place of safety. The Yeti dismantled and rearranged components, creating a contraption that looked like an empty tube that fired something that made space itself twist and groan. Airclaw didn't stay to see what happened after that attack hit the spirit. He immediately ran, and the Yeti had remained on his tail. Nothing that he did seemed to be able to shake him, though Airclaw had figured out how the Yeti was tracking him, not that it was doing him any good now. At first, the Yeti had been tracking the void essence that leaked through when Airclaw used his stealth. Once that occurred to Airclaw, he stopped using stealth and just ran. He nearly lost the Yeti then, but he must have figured out what Airclaw had done and got back on his trail. Airclaw assumed that he was tracking him through other types of essence that Airclaw possessed and that he couldn't so easily remove, like that of the hunt. That stunt with the spirit had made the Yeti angry. He had used something that sent a wave of fire ahead of him straight at Airclaw. The only reason Airclaw survived was because he realized that he was about to die, because he felt fear in what he believed to be his last moments, and so he'd thought of home. Then the world had changed, and he was in the Twilight Woods. For a moment he had thought that perhaps he had died, and somehow managed to reach the afterlife. But he knew that his immortality didn't work that way. Then he considered that all that he had lived the last few years was a dream, that he was still just a wolf leading a pack. One look at his body shattered that fantasy and made him realize what had happened. The ethereal realm had changed. It had either twisted itself into another shape or transported him to an area that was the mirror of the twilight forest in the ethereal realm. He wasn't certain which one was true. He didn't know enough about the ethereal realm to make a guess. In the end, it didn't matter. The ethereal realm was a place filled with mysteries, and he wasn't going to divine its secrets no matter how much he tried. For a day he believed that he had escaped the Yeti, as there was no sign of his pursuer. And then everything changed. The ground shook, and the trees groaned as the Yeti arrived in the forest in a pillar of space-rending light. Airclaw had resigned himself to running again. He had already looked in the face of his death and had faced his fear. He was afraid still, but his fear wasn't as strong as it had been. His hope had been restored, and so he ran. Hoping that the ethereal realm would grant him another reprieve, or perhaps even a real way out. He stayed one step ahead because he knew the forest, but whatever had changed the world around him had also made the twilight woods strange. It almost felt like the wood was what he needed it to be, what he remembered instead of what it really had been. Trees were in wrong spots, places where they would help him and hinder his hunter. Airclaw didn't complain. It kept him alive. But this was a run that he was never going to win. As he ran through a small grove, the ground shook and he missed his step. He tumbled and rolled as something behind him crackled in a way that made his ears hurt. I finally managed it. Airclaw raised his head and saw the Yeti standing across from him at the entrance to the grove. He held a black and green cube in his hand, sections of it twisting and clicking into place. This is much harder without contracts, you know, the Yeti said as he took a step forward. It's such a shame that they decided to do away with embodiments of aspects. The aspects are so thin now, aimless. They don't have that substance that they used to before. It makes it harder for me to create things that can influence them, you know, without having a contract with an aspect to base the blueprints on. Airclaw didn't know what the Yeti was talking about, and he didn't particularly care. But if he was going to talk instead of attacking, that bought him time. He looked around, looking for any way out. The Yeti seemed lost in his own thoughts. He looked down at the cube in his hand, and he pulled out several other item parts from his belt, or rather they floated up. With a gesture, symbols flashed, and the items broke apart. The Yeti grimaced and shook his head. Even these items are all so weak. Everything is limited. Restrictions put on everything that I touch. It is all such a pain. Airclaw saw his way out, between two trees, a big stone that would give him some cover once he reached it. He prepared to jump, to run again, when the Yeti spoke. Don't. Airclaw froze. The Yeti was still looking at his items, gesturing in the air above him as they floated and rearranged themselves. He turned his head in Airclaw's direction, his multi-ringed eyes boring into him. I'll make it far more painful if you try to run again. It was already embarrassing enough that it took this long to catch you. He sighed and turned back to what he was doing. Sadly, I am handicapped in this realm. I have none of my equipment, and this realm has only the thinnest of connections to other aspects. not to mention how much these new rules and restrictions are making everything far more frustrating than it should be. And they've made the ethereal realm far too malleable. Every little thing can change it." The frustration in the Yeti's voice was palpable, as was his disgust. Airclaw didn't understand what he was talking about, but he could understand enough to know that he was right to be afraid. "Now," the Yeti spoke, "let us end this. That little touch of the void will be useful for one of my projects." As the Yeti took a step forward, Airclaw realized that there was no way out. He was about to die, and there was nothing that he could do about it. And yet he wanted to live. He moved, all of his power as the emissary of Twilight focused on that single goal. He activated his abilities, his stats surged as his stealth activated, and he launched himself away. He didn't take more than 3 steps before his entire body froze, and he came to a stop. "Really?" the Yeti asked, one of the items floating around him glowing with bright yellow light. Airclaw couldn't even respond. Something was holding his entire body frozen. "I guess I shouldn't have expected anything else. It is in the nature of the weak to run, even when there is no point." Those words pierced through Airclaw's fear. The Yeti had called him weak, but he knew nothing about him. Airclaw had pulled himself up from being a simple monster bound by the framework to something more. He made choices that had taken him away from who he used to be and forged him into who he was now. He had grown stronger, and he would have grown stronger still if he hadn't stumbled upon the Yeti. It wasn't fair, and it was also the reality of this world. But Airclaw had escaped once by forcing the ethereal realm to change, and he wasn't about to give up. As the Yeti walked closer, Airclaw focused himself and thought only on one thing: safety. He didn't need his home, he didn't need freedom, he needed some place where he would be safe, some place where the Yeti would not be able to do what he wanted to do to him. The Yeti stopped and frowned. "What are you?" His words faded as Airclaw felt something pulling on him. Before, when the ethereal realm had changed around him, he felt as if he was pushing on it. Now it felt like the opposite, as if the ethereal realm was pulling on him instead. The world around him blurred, and he felt himself stretching, and then everything snapped together. The grove was gone, as was the Yeti. Instead, he was lying on the cold stone. He raised his head and realized that he was on the edge of a cliff. One glance over told him that he was somewhere high above the ground, so far into the sky that for a moment he didn't even comprehend it. The mountainside stretched beneath him, and then in the distance were floating islands with forests made up out of colors that Airclaw had never seen before growing on top of them. He couldn't see the ground, but only a rainbow-colored waving carpet that to him looked like it was actually just thick clouds. Light broke in the air, shattering into dozens of different colors that hit each island at a different angle, and so much more. The sights that he was seeing were impossible. He pushed up away from the cliff, stood up, and then turned around. The moment he turned, he froze again. His spirits fell. For a moment he thought that he had managed to get away. Now it seemed like he had just traded the Yeti for something else. A being stood in front of him, with green scales and a towering presence. It rose high above him, its foot almost taller than Airclaw standing up. Airclaw had never seen this type of monster before, but he knew what it was. A dragon. Something about it didn't quite feel right. It didn't feel like a monster, nor did it feel like a spirit. It didn't have the eyes of a shade, which meant that it wasn't one of those either. Airclaw could usually tell what the beings he encountered were. His senses were sharp enough that he could tell the difference. Whatever this being was, though, it was not something that he had ever encountered before, but it did feel familiar. Airclaw reached through his screens and removed the filters that he usually always kept on in order to prevent something distracting him at a wrong moment. Then he looked above the being's head, hoping to see something, and he did. The Explorer's Soul. Information unknown. It had a name like a monster's, but it wasn't one. Airclaw was certain about that. It was a soul? At least its name said so. The dragon leaned down, and its slitted eyes narrowed on him. "What do we have here? A visitor? Here?" it asked, and then its nostrils flared as it took in a deep breath. "Ah, a hunter's soul, and you are familiar. Do we know each other, Hunter?" Before Airclaw could answer, the ground shook, and the same sound that he heard before echoed around them. Airclaw turned just in time to see the Yeti come through a crack in the space. He floated in the air away from the cliff, wings made out of metal on his back, with symbols glowing covering them. "What did I say about running, little pest?" the Yeti said, then raised a hand and pointed a rod with a glowing horn tied to its tip at him. Airclaw felt the power of the weapon and despaired once more. But then, before the weapon could fire, a great weight filled the air and it shattered in the Yeti's hand. The shade looked at it and frowned, and then he raised his eyes and looked at the dragon behind Airclaw as if only just noticing him. The Yeti was clearly insane. No sane person could have missed the massive being standing behind Airclaw. "That was inconvenient," the Yeti said. "What are you?" the dragon asked. "Those things on your body, they scream. You took things that didn't belong to you, bound them to your will." "Of course I did. All things are mine to play with," the Yeti said, and several items floated from places on his body, turning in the direction of the dragon. "We'll have none of that," the dragon spoke, and then Airclaw felt the weight again, only this time he recognized it as raw willpower. It was the power of a skill. It felt as if an entire mountain was focused on the Yeti, and even Airclaw, who wasn't the focus, could barely stand from the power of it. A sphere flashed around the Yeti, glowing and pulsing with power. The Yeti's eyes widened, and he raised his hands, gesturing and drawing symbols in the air. He didn't get to finish whatever it was that he was trying to do before the sphere cracked and the Yeti was smashed out of the sky and sent tumbling down the side of the mountain. The dragon leaned down again and looked Airclaw in the eyes. "That thing is dangerous and powerful, far too powerful. I was able to take it by surprise. Otherwise, tell me, little hunter, who are you? And what is that thing that seeks you? Why have you come to my mountain?" Airclaw opened his mouth to respond, but found that he didn't even know how to begin. He didn't even know who or what this being was, or if he could trust it, or if it was about to kill him. It had given him a reprieve from the Yeti, and the ethereal realm had brought him here, perhaps for a reason. Finally, he decided he should start at the beginning. Chapter 29. Ryun. Essences and Void. The night sky was clear, and the moonlight reflected off the calm ocean around them. The fleet was moving silently across the water, vigilantly on the lookout for any monster attacks. They were about halfway into their trip, and had been attacked 7 times by monsters calling the ocean their home. Only one of those attacks had been truly dangerous. A young kraken had attacked the fleet and destroyed 2 ships before they managed to injure it enough that it turned away and disappeared into the depths. It had attacked in the night, careful not to put itself in the way of the flagship's weapons. It was smart, far more so than Ryun had expected for a monster that had the appearance of an eldritch horror. It had obviously done this before, attacked ships on the ocean, and it was smart enough to know when it had encountered more than it could handle. Ryun knew that traveling on the water, or at least seas and oceans, was dangerous in the infinite realm. He had overheard gossip about people who were sailors. Most called them insane, and Ryun did agree in a way. The monsters that he had seen were the size of the ships that carried them, sometimes larger. You had to be a certain kind of person to love sailing in an environment where a monster could simply open its jaws and swallow you whole, ship and crew. The ocean was a vast and beautiful place, but it was also terrifying, something that its calmness at the moment didn't truly reflect. The trip, aside from the occasional attack, was peaceful. Most people kept to themselves, though. Ryun had spoken with Urdania and Celia a few times, though the things between them were still somewhat awkward. They had left things on getting to know each other, but Ryun didn't know how to approach them. Should he speak with one, then the other, both at the same time? He was simply not good at things like this, and never had been, which was why he hoped that one of them would make the first move. As for the rest, he and Zack avoided each other. He had been introduced to the other members. Neha, who was Zack's partner, didn't speak much. Then there was Meleatus, the strange Ravzer, and Vryle Klar, who Ryun had spent the most time with. Their leader, Eratimus, he hadn't seen yet. They say that a classer has no need to understand the aspect that is flavoring their class. Ryun glanced back at Vryle, who was standing at his side. Out of everyone on the ship, the Void classer was the one that Ryun had spent the most time with on the ship, simply because he liked the man. At first he had thought that it was because both of them utilized the Void, and so they naturally had things to talk about. It took him a few days to really understand why they gravitated to each other. Vryle was the same as Ryun, a loner, someone who followed his own set of rules separate from everyone else. Ryun turned his full attention to the man as he continued to speak. "They are wrong, you know," Vryle said. "Understanding one's source of power is just as important for a classer as it is for a cultivator or a skill master. The way that understanding is used is different, of course, but it is what separates the average from the great. But it doesn't really impact a class in the same way it does cultivation," Ryun commented. Their talks had become nearly a daily thing. They would meet up after nightfall and talk about a variety of topics. Ryun found that Vryle had an interesting take on things. His opinions differed than those of most others, and Ryun was drawn to that because he was the same. He did have some more scholarly interests, which Ryun had rarely entertained. He mostly focused inward, on his personal growth and enlightenment, on his understanding of himself and the power that he held. Vryle was more interested in the true nature of everything around them and how it impacted their power. Does it not? A classer who simply uses his perks and abilities without understanding the underlying nature of his power might miss valuable applications of it. Fire can do more than just burn. It is a transformation of one kind of essence into another. Those essences that can catch on fire. There are secrets there that can be used to gain more power. Ryun grunted. He didn't know much about that, though it was interesting learning about it. Still, there is only so much time in the world. Devoting oneself to knowledge and mastery of power might mean that you don't reach an understanding of either. Vryle waved his hand. That is what immortality means for us, he said firmly. Some immortals are content to slow down, to minimize the risks to their life. That is true. They are content to gather riches and live lavishly, to indulge in life without seeking to grow their power. On one hand, there's nothing truly wrong with that, not in the core, until a few years ago, at least. Safety allows for that, which is why people fight in the first place, most of them, to carve out an area of safety around themselves and those they care about. But there are others, those who gain immortality and go into seclusion, studying on their own, increasing their power, advancing. You don't hear about them because they don't involve themselves in politics. You will not find their names on any high-ranker list that assigns arbitrary numbers. They are out there, living in solitude, or dying in the pursuit of greater power. You think there are many like that out there? Ryun asked. Of course. I've met a few over the years, and I've seen one die in the pursuit of more power. Sometimes I wonder how many powerful and old have died somewhere beyond the borders of our frontiers. How many have explored beyond the domes? Ryun glanced back at the ocean. To him, there was no night, but only the color of the essence of the ocean and the moonlight bouncing off its surface, the essence of air and wind mixing in front of his eyes. He could see the secrets behind the tapestry of reality. With his eyes, he could see the weave, and he had failed in really trying to use that information in a way to gain greater understanding of the nature of the infinite realm. If there are so many powerful people, then why do you think none of them are helping with the dome monsters in the core, or with this mission? Ryun asked. Vryle shook his head, his face tendrils twitching as he laughed. For most, I would say that they don't care. They are not part of whatever it is that the rest of us are. The more powerful you become, the more you advance, the more your power's influence shapes you. It is a constant battle for most. Those who are on this mission are those who are trusted, those who we know have no ulterior motives. You would be surprised how many of the powerful learn to hide their madness. Ryun wondered about that. It was clear to him that the people on this mission were not who he would have thought would be the most powerful, and yet they were being tasked with essentially saving the world. There had to have been people who are more powerful, older, who are better than us. It wasn't that Ryun doubted his power. He knew what he could achieve, but he understood that the perceptions of others might be different. There was obviously more to all of this than what Ryun understood, what they had told him. Obviously, sending people who had old history with the third iteration would be an issue, but perhaps he was simply overthinking things. Perhaps the people who had been gathered were the best choices. Power is not always so easily discerned. Advancement is not the only way of knowing how powerful someone is. An evolved realm cultivator could lose to one who is an immortal. A weaker person with a perk more suitable for the task will be more important than someone who is just more powerful. There are more ways to gain power than just the most apparent three, Vryle said. For example, our leader, Eratimus, is a perfect example of this. Ryun became more attentive. He didn't know much about the person who was supposed to be leading their mission, other than the fact that he was on the ship as cargo. It took him a few days to learn that he was actually an undead necromancer, and that he was on the high-ranker list. Eratimus's power doesn't come from his advancement. It comes from the mastery of his craft. He is a necromancer who has spent centuries building up his power through inscribing every single undead he had ever raised. He improves his undead, turns them into works of art. In fact, his last known advancement was put at the immortal realm. No one has seen his real body in nearly 500 years. He reached his level of power by relying on vessels, on undead bodies that he commands remotely. He might have perks and powers that allow him to raise a lot of undead at a moment's notice, but the point is that he didn't use that power. All the undead in his armies are those he had personally raised through formations and his knowledge of that art. He traded and bartered, made deals and contracts that had given him the bodies of the dead to turn into his servants. He is someone who doesn't rely on his advancement for real power. "I guess I understand what you mean," Ryun said. In this, he saw how much he was lacking. He was brute force. His power came through his might, through overwhelming his opponents. He had an understanding of himself and his path, but his understanding was internalized. It was instinct. He pushed himself, always. He didn't have a line over which he wouldn't cross in the pursuit of his power. He was willing to suffer pain, destroy his body, to risk his life and his soul in that pursuit. He believed that those reasons were why he had advanced so far so quickly, because he didn't ever stop. But there were more things that he could do to expand his power. "And how do you grow your power? You wouldn't be here if you weren't powerful," Ryun asked. "Understanding and knowledge," Vryle said. "My class is void-related, so I need to understand the essence of the void in order to be able to master my influence. But understanding and knowledge also provide me with more power." "What do you mean?" Ryun asked. Vryle tilted his head at Ryun. "We've danced around this topic for a while, haven't we? We speak and we share, but we don't give out secrets." Ryun chuckled. "It seems that everyone else does the same. I don't care particularly about revealing secrets. I have few of them as it is. I value honesty and openness. Others fear revealing secrets and making their enemies stronger. I don't care. What works for me is mine and mine alone. If someone might gain something from that, then good for them. I am a little different, though I understand that the rest of the people in the infinite realm seek to gain advantages over others in all situations." Vryle sighed, then pulled a pyramid-shaped object from his pocket and pressed the top. Something sprang into existence around them, muffling his senses, a privacy screen, and a powerful one. Ryun raised an eyebrow at the Cthulhu. The two of them had touched upon the topic of their power, of the void, but never delved deep into it. A part of it was that Ryun didn't quite know how to broach the subject like that, but he was curious. New insights might help him gain more understanding, and while he didn't fear revealing things, doing so without getting something in return would be pointless. "Let us talk about the void," Vryle said. Ryun kept quiet, waiting for the man to start. He seemed to gather his thoughts for a few seconds, and then he started to speak. "In my opinion, in order to speak about the core of an aspect, of power, of class, of a cultivation path or a skill, one first needs to speak about the nature of the universe, the infinite realm itself." Ryun blinked. He hadn't expected him to go in that direction. "How so?" "Well, everything around us is essence," Vryle said. "We are essence. Everything that happens is essence. But what does that mean in truth? Is it just a set of rules, a guide for actions, reactions, and laws? Classes utilize different types of essence to produce effects based on the essence that their class is flavored by. What about a class that doesn't have an essence flavor? Swordsman, for example, Ryun interrupted. Vryle waved his hand excitedly. You think a simple swordsman class doesn't have essence? Obviously, Vryle thought differently, so Ryun just waved for him to continue. What is a sword? A weapon crafted out of different types of essence. But if you think about it, just taking the basic essences that a sword is made up from and putting them together doesn't make a sword. To make a sword, you need to put that essence into the correct sequence, and that then produces more essence. The rules I spoke about before come into play now. Put different types of essence together in the correct way, and you will produce something else. Sometimes you will simply transform one type of essence into another. Take fire essence, for example. If you burn wood, you will transform its essence to ash. The air around it will rise in temperature, destroying cold essence if the fire was of great enough quality or quantity. Laws, rules, actions, and reactions. Put different types of metal and mineral essences together, and you get a basic sword. If there were no rules, that sword would only be made out of metal and mineral essences, but it is not. A sword has more than those two essences. Essence of sharpness comes into being at the edge, of piercing at the tip, and more. This means that the combination of all those essences in that shape gives birth to something new, something that we can call sword essence. Everything around us is a combination of essences. Vryle waved his hand through the air in front of him. Inside his privacy screen, the air was still, trapped and moving with the ship. This is just air essence, but if you force it to move, then it changes. Ryun watched as Vryle moved the air. Unknown to him, Ryun could actually see the change. The air essence was joined with more tiny particles, something else that was pulling the air with it, trying to change it. Give air enough push, and it will become wind, Vryle told him. A sword is the same. It is essence. When a class focuses on the sword, it focuses on the application of sword essence. I don't know what sword essence would be classed as. Perhaps a concept, a warrior who uses the sword. Though I guess everything can be thought of much the same. It is all just words and classifications for the things that exist in the world. I've been taught that there are 3 general categories of essence: elemental, concept, and law, Ryun said slowly. Vryle grimaced. That is what the leading experts say, though their knowledge is lacking. Or rather, they are stubborn, at least in my opinion. The seekers of knowledge were the ones who primarily tried to learn more, but their classifications are simplified. They try to force things into neat boxes, and they do not share their true findings and theories. They, like so many others in the infinite realm, are more concerned with hoarding power. They only do it through knowledge. I should know. I used to be one of them. Oh? Knowledge was, and still is, my primary driving force. So those classifications aren't true? Ryun asked. They are, but there is so much more. The core belief is that there are 3 primary laws, but I say there are more. Beyond that, there is, I guess you can call it, the supreme law, something that governs everything and can bend and break all rules. The framework, Ryun said. Vrile's tendrils swayed as he nodded. Yes, I am not surprised that you understand, as you are a ranker. The framework is a real, tangible thing to you. You lived in a world without it, and you have seen the evidence of it firsthand. People who were born in the infinite realm, like me, are different. For us, it is just a natural part of life. We grow up knowing that it is there. We interact with it. We live through it. It takes a significant mental leap for the natives of the infinite realm to see it as something outside of everything. I understand. Ryun nodded. He had seen the way that the people in the infinite realm lived their lives. Ryun had embraced the framework, but he remembered what the world was like before. Yes, Vryle said with a nod of his own. Essences are far more diverse than people believe. They come into being and disappear all the time. There are essences that cross classifications, that are a combination of elements, concepts, or law, or even all three. That brings us back to the void. What do you think it is? Ryun leaned on the railing with his back and looked up at the sky. The void has always felt to me like a concept, nothingness, something that was empty of everything, and yet it itself has substance. It is a contradiction, in a way. Yes, Vryle smiled. A contradiction. You understand. It isn't something that is supposed to be able to exist in this world in the way that the rules are set up. Essence, at its core, has substance, whereas the void is nothing. Therefore, if it was something, then it couldn't exist. So how does it exist, then? I believe that you are at least partially right. The void is mostly a concept, though it has some attributes of the law and elemental essences. In truth, it is a manifestation of something that doesn't and can't ever exist inside the framework, which is true nothingness. People say that there are few void users in the world because gaining a void class has high requirements. Gaining a void aspect for cultivators is difficult, and obtaining a void-flavored skill is nearly impossible. But there is a real reason why there are few void users in the world, you know. Understanding? Ryun guessed. Yes. You are young, but you have a great understanding of your aspect, as is clear from your matches in the tournament. The perks that a person who understands their power gains are cut tiers above those who do not. Over the centuries, there have been many void users, but few have ever reached the heights that the two of us have. In fact, from the records, I know of only one other, a ranker crafter that established the way for crafters to gain a void class related to crafting. Most people follow that path, with few deviations, and rarely do they rise high because they lack the true understanding of the essence that they are using. I think I see what you mean, Ryun said slowly. Classers who manage to gain a void class but lack understanding would not be able to meet the requirements for related higher-tier classes, and so they would gain only weaker ones. A cultivator without an understanding of the void would be average. Average, exactly, Vryle said. They live and they die without reaching immortality, or they reach it but are average, nothing special. Over time, the consciousness of everyone in the world adopts the truth that void-related powers are weak or are only useful in certain areas, and so people stop using it. Ryun narrowed his eyes. You said that there was only one other void user who had reached as high as we have. The one who did was a ranker. Do you see it? Why that was? Vryle leaned forward, his eyes eager. What race were they? Ryun asked. Vryle's tendrils shook as he chuckled. Cthulhu. The only other race that had reached space, that had explored and probably had the technological and scientific advancement to entertain the ideas and theories about the void. It had many different definitions. On Earth, it had been a synonym for the vacuum, for the space that contains no matter, for the emptiness in between galaxies. But through entertainment, through stories, it was more. Ryun's understanding of it was influenced by the stories he consumed and the science he learned. They had the knowledge of what it was, or what the theories are, at least, Ryun told him. Exactly. Vryle nodded. It doesn't really matter what it is in the confines of the framework. Your personal understanding is what matters. Essence can embody different things. It changes as your understanding of it changes. It is malleable. Ryun had always felt that, known it. His understanding of himself and his own power, his path. He had changed things. His path of the final end was not what it was when he was on Earth. He had changed it through his understanding, through fitting the pieces of different parts of his power. But you were born in the infinite realm, Ryun said. Vryle shouldn't have had any idea about the void. Vryle extended his hand and pulled something out of his storage. Ryun glanced down and saw a book, an old book at that. It wasn't made by a power, but actually written down with ink or something similar, because his power and his eyes could distinguish between the surface and what was written. He focused on it and read the title. Basics of Space Travel and the Mathematics of Celestial Mechanics. Ryun read the words out loud, surprised at what he found. He raised his head and looked back at Vryle. Where did you get that? Where did it even come from? When I was young, and still with the seekers of knowledge, I was an assistant to a researcher studying old-world sciences. Many rankers who arrived in the infinite world were the more survival-oriented people, the strongest, the most brutal, the luckiest. But among them were a few who were scientists, or those who simply had knowledge of the sciences before the framework arrived. Most of them had adapted, believing that the new rules and the world meant that the past didn't matter. A fraction of them recorded what they knew. He pulled the book back into his storage. I don't know if that makes sense, Ryun said slowly. What do you mean? The world did change. The rules here are different. The laws of nature are different. There was no essence in the old worlds before the framework arrived. Ah, you see the issue. That was the core of what I helped research, the belief that the universe was somehow different before the framework. Ryun blinked. But it was. Was it? Or was there just an aspect of it that was hidden? Yes, the laws of nature in the infinite realm are slightly different. Essence is perhaps a simplified version of what existed in the old worlds, but look at air. Does it not act in the same way that air on the old worlds did? Does fire essence not burn? I've always thought of it like It pretends like it is the old world, but it isn't. In a way, that is true. Yet the theories, no, the ideas behind everything remain the same. That is what I believed, what I based my research on, that the idea of everything in the infinite realm was brought in from the old worlds, the old universe. Gravity on the old worlds was complicated, but it boiled down to pulling objects towards something with greater mass. In the infinite realm, the idea is the same. We are all being pulled down, or pushed down, rather. The higher we go, or the more mass we have, the stronger the effect. Fire burns and transforms other forms of essence into something else, as it did on the old worlds. Do you see what I mean? The underlying ideas are the same, while the ways that they are executed is different. But that only means that the knowledge and ideas of the old worlds can still be applied. Sometimes they will not fit, but the framework lets us shape our understanding and make it the truth. That Ryun had always relied on his knowledge from Earth, at least as far as void was concerned. He hadn't learned what it meant for the people in the infinite realm. He just only realized that they might not even have the same ideas as he did. "What do you think that void is?" Ryun asked, a deeper question forming inside his head. "To me, void is the essence that seeks to nullify other influences and actions. It is unforgiving, empty. My class is void-related, which means that the way that I am influenced by it is tied to the essence. I operate under a strict set of rules that help me manage my class's influence. I do not forgive, because void is unforgiving." Ryun understood then. There was something wrong with all of this. It seemed like power in the infinite realm changed depending on who wielded it. That essence changed depending on how one believed that it should be. Most believed in what they were taught, what the collective decided, and so they never discovered more. Their advancement was average because they never added anything of themselves to it. I believe that the void is nothingness, something that seeks to destroy everything that exists, that it is oblivion and an end, something that was there before everything and will remain after everything else is gone. Verbalizing it like that made Ryun see just how much his understanding of the void had influenced everything else about him. It had changed his cultivation path. It had given him his ideal. He was being influenced by his power, by his path, but it was he who had made it in the first place. He had built up the path of the final end, step by step, first with the destruction he had unleashed on Earth, and then with his acceptance of the aspect of true death, his aspect. Everything was about the ideas, belief. He was the one who had changed himself. He realized that that was what skills were, in a way, forcing the world around you to bow and change to your will and understanding. He had known it before, but now he really understood. If he believed it enough, could he make fire turn cold? Probably, yes, but for other focuses it meant similar things. It wasn't about willpower, it was about knowledge and ideas. Essences at their core had rules, but with ideas and knowledge you could nudge them. There were rules that the framework enforced that already broke the core rules of essences. His void could turn into a crystallized form, and yet it shouldn't be able to. It was what Vryle was talking about, that there was one law beneath them all, the framework, which worked on something that none of them truly understood. There had to be a point, a reason to why the framework was there. It was a way of gaining power, of improving, but it also ruled every part of the world. Vryle spoke, interrupting his thoughts. As I said, what we know influences us. If your knowledge is limited, it doesn't mean that you are wrong. I see how you could think that the void is like that. My understanding grew from words written by someone who had traveled the stars. I've read his words, his stories about what he had encountered and lived through, and to him the void was unforgiving. The way that he explained it had always stuck with me, colored my understanding and my class's influence. Of course, it was all about different perspectives, or at least Ryun thought so. How do you fight that influence, though? Vryle turned his eyes on Ryun. It is not about fighting the influence. It is about understanding and adjusting to it, about making it a part of who you are. It is so with me, at least, as the influence of a class comes from within. I do not know how it is for a cultivator. I haven't delved that deeply into the influence of a path, but I don't see why it should be too different. Ryun wondered about that. His path was something that he walked. It wasn't inside of him in the same way. In his mind, he imagined it as steps that he climbed, a literal path. If a class came from within, changing the person, then the path would be the steps and the environment, influence from the outside, forcing him on a path. I see that there is so much more for me to learn, Ryun sighed. Vryle chuckled. There always is, my friend. As I said, there are far more ways of gaining power than just the three that everyone can see. Mastery of an art, knowledge, even bonds with an awakened object, like Drakel. Ryun tilted his head. What do you mean? She is high enough in level, but her tiers of power are not what makes her great. Her perks and abilities are unimpressive, above average for sure, but there are stronger. What she excels at, though, is her bond with her awakened object. In that she is without peer, Vryle said, and then tapped the railing of the ship. This is her awakened object, a weapon without equal in the world. With it, she can level entire territories in a single night, topple factions, and fight back the most powerful of monsters. Ryun frowned. The ship is her awakened object? But this, the ship that they were on, was the largest ship he had ever seen. It was a battleship, dreadnought, really, of massive proportions. It wasn't this big when she got it, of course. Awakened objects change and grow through their bonds, and this one is one of the strongest in the world. Ryun nodded. He had always gotten a strange sense from the ship. The way that it looked to his eyes and felt to his senses was not something that he had encountered before. Now, at least, he knew why. I suppose you're right. I've been focused on one avenue of power, not really opening my eyes to everything else that exists. This world, it is filled with so much, and sometimes I feel like I am still catching up. And there is still so much more that we haven't even discovered, Vryle said, then chuckled. That's what I love about it. Thank you for the talk. It was enlightening, Ryun told him. Of course. Your ideas on the void will help me, I have no doubt. And I hope that you will indulge me a few questions about your old world. Ryun sighed, then nodded. He could already see that the night was going to be long, but he wasn't really bothered. There were secrets to be uncovered if one looked closely enough, and now Ryun finally felt like he could at least see them peeking out of the sand. Chapter 30. Zack. The Sword. His mind was focused, his will trembling from the exhaustion. There were many different ideas and ways to meditate, but the one that Zack had always been more adept at was visual meditation, imagining a task or goal in his mind, seeing himself doing something, training inside of his head. There was not enough room on the ship for any real training, nor was there any true privacy. So Zack was forced to train inside his small room, by planning things inside his mind. For months, this had been his daily routine. Sit and meditate. He could feel the skill inside of him, his will brought into existence, bending the laws of nature. The training inside his mind was sharper, clearer, more real. It drained him, but he felt the wall in front of him now. And he pushed. The skill quest required him to simply meditate a set number of times, but Zack didn't want a direct upgrade of his skill. He wanted more, to train without risk of injury, to do things that he couldn't in reality. He was fighting a group of bandits inside of his mind, but it was murky, with their movements and even his own not being clear. It was him imagining something instead of what he wanted it to be. His willpower trembled, and he felt the skill evolve. It felt as if a bubble of pressure burst inside of his head, and he felt as if he had lost most of his strength. For a few seconds the feeling remained, and then it retreated, and he opened his eyes. Neha sat across from him, looking at him. "You did it?" "Yes," Zack said as he pulled up the notification. "Congratulations, your skill has evolved. Greater meditation evolved to phantom training." "It's exactly what I wanted," Zack said. By now he understood how skills worked. One shaped them by need and will. They could evolve in moments of great stress, where their evolution would be guided by the need at the moment. A powerful evasion skill might become spatial if there was no way to escape an attack and the will to do so was powerful enough. Or if one could evade but just lacked a tiny bit of speed, it could evolve into something that made one faster. Both he and Neha had done so much research into skills, and they had been evolving their skills slowly. They kept on their quests and were always devising a route forward, making sure that their evolutions were useful and right for them. "Do you feel like you can use it?" Neha asked, obviously referring to how tired he was. The skill evolution had taken a toll, but he wasn't quite done. He closed his eyes, focused on his phantom training skill, and activated it. A sensation came over him, similar to what happened when he moved between realms. He remained where he was, the same room on the ship heading for the Empire of the third iteration, but Neha wasn't there anymore. The room was empty, and everything around him had a kind of ethereal sense to it. It was as if he was looking into the realm of ghosts. Everything was slightly wrong. He stood up and looked around, then looked down at his hand and tried to change it. His hand transformed into a blade as easily as it did in the real world, and he raised it and cut around in front of him, getting a feel for it. This all felt a lot more real than it had before when he was just visualizing things inside of his mind. He could still tell that he was inside of his head, imagining everything. It was just more tangible now. He tried to think up an opponent, a bandit, and a shape manifested in front of him. The human bandit was now much clearer, and Zack could recognize him immediately as one of the bandits that he had fought in the past. It was actually a strange sensation. He was almost convinced that he was remembering more about the bandit now than he had before. He thought about the bandit attacking him, and he did, his movements exactly as Zack imagined them to be. That was an issue. If that was all that this was going to be, it would only serve to be an elaborate dance thought up by Zack, not a real challenge. So Zack focused his will, and slowly, as he fought against the bandit, he stopped trying to think about how the bandit should move. Over time, the dance turned into a real fight. Zack no longer knew what the bandit was going to do, but had to react to the unexpected. He fought, blocking and striking out, not pushing the bandit that wasn't nearly as powerful as Zack, but just testing the skill. Then his will ran out and the skill ended. The entire world inside his head disappeared, and it was as it had been before, just his imagination without the clarity that the skill provided. Zack opened his eyes and saw Neha sitting up close, her nose nearly touching his. Something in her eyes worried him, and he raised an eyebrow. "What happened?" he asked. "You were in a trance. I couldn't wake you up," she answered. Zack grimaced. He had expected something like this. "A drawback. I get to train inside my head, but I end up being vulnerable in the real world. It's worth it, though." "It worked how you hoped it would?" Neha asked. "It did," Zack nodded. "And there's still room for the skill to evolve. I can guide it in a direction to alleviate or remove that downside." "With enough will, everything is possible," Neha affirmed. Zack smiled. It was one truth about the skills that drew him to them: the ability to make reality what one wanted, to change and influence simply through the power of will. "Will you do it now?" Neha asked after a moment. At that, Zack grimaced. His plan had always been to try and evolve one more skill to Tier 6, making one more perfect skill. His studies into skills and the instructions of the Citadel's skill master indicated that it was possible without creating an imbalance between his focuses. He knew that his secondary and tertiary focus couldn't be more than half of his main one, which is where they were now. His main focus was his class, at 6 tiers. His cultivation had 2, and his skills 1. Gaining one more perfect skill would put him over that, but if he had understood everything correctly, he wouldn't be feeling the effects of imbalance if he did things right. He hadn't felt them before either, and he knew that was due to the part of himself that he had anchored. Anchoring a core of his being made his will, his mind, his personality stronger, harder to influence by imbalance. If he managed to make one more anchor like the one before, he should be able to do it without creating issues for himself. But that in itself was a big task. Finding what it was that was core to his being required a lot of insight into himself and what it was that made him who he was. He had spent a lot of time meditating, thinking, but he was still not quite certain that he had found what he was looking for. "I want to," Zack said. "Getting more power, especially considering where we are going and what we are doing. Well, I'm not certain that if I did it now, I would get it right." Neha nodded. "That's important. You can't make a mistake, not now. What do you think is the issue?" "I don't know. I've tried to think of what I consider my driving force. My previous anchor was about those I loved, which is a big part of who I am. Protecting them, being there for those who mean the most to me. But I also want to get stronger. I want to live freely. What would it mean for me, for the future, if I sealed a part of me that wants to fight, that wants to get stronger? Where would that lead me? What if I reach some great height and then I just continue to go forward, trying to get more and more?" "I understand," Neha said, and Zack realized that she truly did understand. She had experience with the way that skill anchors could be twisted. I want to help you," she continued. "But I am not like you. I am older, with different views. I am not human. The experiences I had on my old world are not like what you had to go through. We are in many ways connected by our trauma and the things we suffered through, but the basis of who we are, those are not the same. I grew up a hunter in a world where things were, in many ways, simpler. You came from a world that was different, and the way you were raised was different. The way that you think, even now, is rooted in who you were before. I know that you have changed, that you have embraced the infinite realm, but the core of who you are is still rooted in Earth. You need to figure out how that part of your past fits into who you are and who you want to be." "That isn't an easy thing to do," Zack sighed, "especially alone." "Of course not. But you have others who understand, who know Earth." Zack leaned back in shock. "You want me to talk with Ryun about this?" Neha cut the air in front of her with her hand, stopping him. "No, never. It wouldn't do any good, either. That man, he isn't like you. He isn't even really human. You can see it in the way that he walks, that he talks, how he deals with things. I've spent a long time studying every race. I know their mannerisms, the ways that they think. He does not think like a human does. He has embraced the framework and abandoned everything that he once was. It makes him just him. I've seen others like him before, those who are strong or mad. They become something else, something more than they used to be. In time, we will be like that too." Zack didn't know what to say to that. He had decided that the less he thought about Ryun, the better. They hadn't interacted after their talk. Instead, they had kept away from each other, both keeping to their side of the ship. "So, what did you mean, then?" Neha reached over and tapped his forehead. "Inside there, you have the minds of those who were the greatest of your kind. You used them to get ahead, to get stronger, to advance. Why not ask for advice from those who might know what it means to be human, and who had, with you, lived through the change?" Zack blinked, almost feeling embarrassed that he hadn't thought about that before. He had barely had the time to train with his improved perk. The last sovereign of Terra allowed him to bring the spirits of Earth into being fully now. Neha was right. He should have thought of that. "Thank you, Neha," he said slowly, taking her hand and squeezing it once. "I think I will do that. But first, I think I need some rest." The way that Zack communicated with the spirits was not quite clear. He couldn't straight up talk with them, not without pulling a spirit out, but there were so many of them inside there that not even Zack had an exact number. He had been able to pull spirits out that could help him with specific things before. It was almost like he thought about what he needed, or perhaps it was just his state of being, and the spirits could almost sense what he wanted, then sent out people that fit what Zack needed them for. He was sitting in his room again. It had been a day since he had evolved his skill, and he finally felt rested enough. He focused on his perk and reached out, calling for a spirit of a swordsman to help him. He could feel the spirits in his mind, sifting through, looking for the right spirit for what Zack needed. He wasn't clear in what he wanted, so he wondered who was going to come out. He needed someone to help him put things in perspective, someone who could help him understand who he was. Then he felt one spirit step forward. Something flew out of Zack, a blue and white mist that formed the spirit in front of him. It was more real now, than it had been before when he had first pulled the spirit out. The perk upgrade made it so. The shape that formed was male, and quickly it solidified into a man wearing colorful clothes with a feathered hat on his head. The clothes placed him somewhere in the 16th or the 17th century, at least by what Zack remembered of history. He had a rapier at his one hip and a satchel on his other. The man's most distinguishing feature was his nose, being long and hooked enough that it made his face look hawkish. As the spirit fully formed, Zack felt something leave him, and with a quick check he saw that 3 of his perks had been blocked, the 3 that he had chosen for his spirits. Since there was only one spirit now out, he could use all 3 of the perks that he had designated for them to use. "Ah," the spirit said, "this does feel strange." Zack understood. The first 3 spirits that he had summoned when he was experimenting with the perk had all felt the same. They were more real, closer to how they were in life, only stronger. The spirit raised his eyes and met Zack's. "Greetings, host." "Host? Are you not the host of us wayward souls? If that is what we even are. It is funny that in life I believed in the afterlife, and yet I had only dreamed of things like this. It is a gift to be able to experience this." He waved his hands around, gesturing at everything. "Regardless, I am Cyrano de Bergerac, at your service." The spirit, Cyrano, bowed. "I am Zachariah Gardner." He bowed in turn. The spirit smiled. Of course, he already knew that. There was always a familiarity between Zack and the spirits. It was hard for there not to be anything, considering they were inside his head in every fight, advising, watching, learning, pushing him further and further. He was as strong as he was because of them, because he had their talent and knowledge to draw on. He respected them all. "You know why I summoned you?" Zack asked. The spirit nodded. "We can feel you more intimately now than before. We learn from you. We know these powers, and we know your heart. It is difficult to explain. I do not have the words for it, personally, and I do not think that there are even words that can explain. Ironic, really." "Why?" "Because words were one of my strengths," Cyrano answered. "I was many things in my life, which was short but eventful. I was a novelist, a playwright, and duelist of some renown, and I even had a nickname, the Devil of Bravery." "Ha!" The spirit shook his head, then took one of the chairs in the room. Zack walked over and took the other. "You wish to speak?" Cyrano said after a few moments. Zack tried to think about how to even start. I guess there are things I would like help with. I need to find something that is the core of my being, but something that is not easily corrupted, something that can be a guide in a long life. I hope that you can help me find what that is." Cyrano nodded, his fingers tapping on the table. "I know why I was pulled out for this, though I doubt you do. I am not someone who can help you find what you are looking for. I doubt any of us could. Or rather, I doubt any of us would. We spirits inside of you are many things, but we are with you because of our skill with the sword. There is one thing that all of us have in common, and that is knowledge of oneself. To be a great duelist, one needs to understand himself and his own limits. There is not one among us who will help you find what you are looking for, because we understand that this is something that you need to do by yourself. But we can help you do that." Zack tilted his head. "Is that so different? Helping me to do it by myself is still helping me, isn't it?" Cyrano smiled. "There is a difference that you will know only after you have done it, and it is not a simple thing to know yourself." Zack sighed. "I know it might simply be that I am rushing. There is no time for me to contemplate, to think and find myself, yet I need power, as much of it as I can get." Cyrano looked thoughtful. "There is power in knowing who you are and understanding it. So let me tell you about my life, as short as it may have been, and the things I have learned. Perhaps that will help you find what you are looking for." Zack nodded and met the man's eyes. "I was born in a time that was great and horrible all at once. I loved many things, and I indulged in them. I learned and became a great duelist, though I believe that I was greatest near the end of my life, when I finally accepted myself. You see, there were things about myself that I had to hide, that, when they came to light, caused me to run in fear for my life, simply because of who I was. I wrote stories about escape, fiction about worlds and travels that only I could see in my mind. Romance." Cyrano closed his eyes, looking wistful. "I loved the romance and wondered about what might come in time after I was gone. It gladdens me to see that many of the things I imagined are true, if not exactly how I believed them to be." He paused then, and his eyes focused on Zack. "Forgive me, I rambled on. It is strange to be here, you know. I am me, but also not, if that makes any sense. Myself, as I was when alive, would not have taken to all of this so calmly, and yet my heart barely flutters now. It is strange and glorious at the same time." Zack let the spirit talk. He knew that some of them had these kinds of reactions from his previous conversations with them. "As I was saying," Cyrano started, "there is one thing that I think will help you beyond all else, and that is acceptance." "Acceptance?" Zack asked, confused. "Yes," Cyrano said. "Accepting who you are. I already do. I need help trying to figure out why I am, what part of me makes me who I am, so that I may seal it and ensure that I remain like this forever." Cyrano shook his head. "I am a spirit of a man that dwells inside of you, Zachariah," he said slowly, almost kindly. "You call on us to fight, call on us to think and to plan and to learn. We know you, Zachariah, as well as we know ourselves. And trust me when I say this, there are many of us, and all of us know ourselves perfectly. We understand you, and we in some ways are you, at least to some small extent." "What do you mean?" Zack asked. "There are things that you aren't admitting, Zack, about what drives you. You say that it is a fear of failure, that it is for the sake of loved ones. It is, but there is more. There is one more part that you try to ignore, and you think of it as if it is wrong, as if it makes you more like him. It does not. It is love and greatness." Cyrano leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "It is why you have us, you know. Why you gained this power, and all of us, because deep down inside, you have the same thing that we do. All you have to do is accept it." Zack turned his eyes away, looking at the wall. Cyrano spoke again. "At the core of it, we are all romantics. We are all in love. Your first anchor is about love, too, isn't it?" "It is," Zack said slowly. He knew what Cyrano was talking about. "Why do you think that it is wrong, then?" Cyrano asked. "Because he loved it, too? Because he indulged in slaughter, death, and suffering? That is not because of fighting, of the sword itself, Zachariah." Zack closed his eyes and thought about it for almost a full minute. The spirit remained silent, waiting for him. "It is older than that. When we were young, we joined a dojo. We learned kendo together, we sparred together, and it was clear from the start that I was better. Our instructors said so, and I fell in love with it, with the sword. I trained, and Ryun stayed with me, struggling, but somehow still managing it. He didn't have a talent for the sword, not really. Zack shook his head. Then our dojo was deciding who to send to the tournament, and we had to fight other kids in our class. I went up against him. Zack paused, then turned his eyes back to Cyrano. I was better than him in every way. I was taller, had longer reach. I was stronger and just better with the sword. I knew the techniques by heart. I was one of the best students in the class. And then, "You lost?" Cyrano asked. "No, I didn't." Zack shook his head. "I took the first point, easily. It was the second that went to him. Ryun had no technique, no skill. It was a wild attack. I don't even know what it was. But he hit me, got that point. I won the next bout, of course, but I always remembered that one. He shouldn't have been able to do that. It made me feel like all the time and practice I put into learning was pointless. What use was it that I was better when I got hit anyway? I lost my drive for it then, started missing practice, then stopped going altogether. Ryun did the same. I started to think that I wasn't really good at it, that lacking in talent and drive was the reason why I stopped going. Now I am older. I know more. I have practiced with the sword, a blade. I know I was wrong. That one moment made me scared. It impacted me more than I have ever realized back then. And then everything else happened. So you tried not to think about it? You saw him fight and seemed to love it, so you tried not to be like him. I understand that, Zachariah. But love for the sword, for the art of fighting itself, is not wrong. It is often something that makes a person. All of us who dwell inside of you are defined by it. It is at the core of who we are. We are, many of us, killers. But when you look at who we were in life, you will see how different than him we are. Zack thought back on it, remembering other spirits. Salvatore Fabrice, a fencer and teacher. Sasaki Kojiro, master of his craft and also a teacher. Miyamoto Musashi, a swordsman and philosopher. All of them were more than just followers of the sword. They were great in other ways. He looked at Cyrano and remembered what he said about his life. He was a writer, a novelist. None of them had been mad and obsessed with killing. His talks with them had always been like this, sitting across from someone, almost philosophical in nature. They were violent people, but they didn't use their violence at every turn in life, and in death they were still teachers. "I see," Zack said, and he really did. "Look inside, Zachariah, and you will find the core of who you are and who you want to be. To reach the peak of the sword requires more than simple violence and death. It is for those who are more than killers. None of us inside of you are simple." Zack nodded, and Cyrano smiled. "Well then, I guess you don't need me for the rest?" Zack inclined his head, bowing to him, and then pulled the spirit back. As Cyrano dissipated and flowed back, Zack whispered, "Thank you." Alone, Zack took a seat on the ground, settling into a meditative pose. There were things for him to think about. Chapter 31. Zack. Skill Evolution. Zack and Neha sat in their room, both reading from scrolls unfurled in their laps. A lot of the essence that Zack had gained over the last 3 years they had spent on equipment, on consumable items, and on instruction manuals. Those were hard to come by, at least any that were useful for them. Oh, there were plenty that preached one thing or another that might be useful for someone without any other options, but true secrets were not so easy to obtain. They had visited the Citadel after the tournament, and had transcribed some of the guides there, more as references than anything else. More importantly, Zack had managed to obtain a few key pieces of information and writings on skills from Ferret, the Citadel's skill master. There was not much that one could do to instruct skill users, not as far as the correct way to evolve skills went. There were things that could help, but ultimately it was all up to the person's will. But there were a few things that were of use, ways to get the most out of one's skills, to get things that could be more useful. Ferret had given them instructions on the process of creating skills flavored with essences, though in what way that manifested was up to the skill users themselves. Zack was a classer. His perks and powers had been flavored by many different essences, but his current class evolution focused on 3: soul, wind, and time. He felt like he had managed to infuse some of his soul into the phantom training, or perhaps ethereal. He was still unclear just what exactly the connection between soul essence and ethereal essence was. Clearly there was a connection. After death, souls went to the ethereal realm. Today he was focusing on something else. He was set on improving a skill to Tier 6, and then pushing it to Tier 7. Skills were different in that way. There was no need for essence, and even sometimes no need for time. All it took was willpower. From Ferret he had learned a lot, primarily that, for skills, preparation was what mattered the most. He and Neha had spent years preparing before she had started to improve her skills. She had joined 2 Tier 7 skills, creating a Tier 8 one. The two of them knew how to do it, what it required. Zack might be able to take that step too, but they had agreed that he should wait. Taxing one's will that much in a short period of time would not be smart. They had a plan. They had mapped up what they wanted from their skills and how to get there. Zack was following one of the 3 instruction manuals that Ferret had procured for them, one which instructed how to create a very specific type of Tier 8 skill. Zack planned on going for that one, and if Zack was going to get it, he first needed another Tier 7 skill. After a few more minutes of rechecking the scrolls and making sure that they had everything ready, Zack stood up and moved to the center of the room where they had cleared a space. "You ready?" Neha asked. Zack nodded. He had been ready to improve this skill for a long time. He changed his hand to his time blade and focused on his rending strikes. He activated the skill along with Soul Reaver's Rewind. His will billowed out, and at the same moment as his skill activated and time pushed him back. It made things weird. It was as if he was using his skill twice in a row, though not really. Using his time blade often messed with his perception, but he didn't even try to acknowledge that now. He only focused on his skill. It had been a 10 of 10 for a while, and he understood it perfectly. He pushed his mind and focused on 2 things. Firstly, on the skill and visualization of what he wanted to happen, and secondly, on the part of himself that he wanted to seal. He needed something fundamental, something that made him who he was. There were many things that could fit that bill, and he had thought about many things. But in the end, his conversation with the spirit of Cyrano de Bergerac had pointed him in the right direction. There was one thing that he had always loved, a thing that was tied to more than one part of his life, his love for the sword. Just because he had suppressed it, because he had tried to ignore it, it didn't mean that it wasn't there, that it didn't push him forward. To be a swordsman meant always seeking to improve oneself. It meant looking for mastery, for self-realization. His teacher on Earth had taught them that their skills should only ever be used for defense, for protecting others. And that was what Zack had always tried to do. He had hidden his love for fighting with a sword behind layers and layers of other desires. They were no less true for hiding what he didn't want to admit, but they were not a core driving force. It was hard to admit it, even now, perhaps especially now. He had lived in this world where he had seen people who loved to fight and saw them using their skills for violence and death. He didn't want to be like them, and so he had pushed that love down. Now he let himself feel it, remembering the joy he felt when he practiced back on Earth. Lessons from that short time being taught kendo had stuck deep, more deeply than he had thought. Protecting others and fighting against violence, those were the core tenets of what he was taught. As he felt his skill evolving, that was what he sealed inside of it, the love for the sword, but also all the lessons and tenets that came with it. Improvement, protection, peace, and self-knowledge were what made the great sword masters. It was more than just a part of him. It was a lesson imparted by the spirits inside of him, and was something that he wanted to embody. Seconds passed as he felt a part of himself sealing inside of his skill. He whispered words inside of his mind, directed to himself but also the spirits, as a promise to both. I will never stop trying to be better. It was all that anyone could do. The skill trembled, the perfect form taking shape, and he pushed further, shattering what was about to form. He pushed deeper, activating another of his Time Blade's powers. Time froze around him, and he let his willpower go wild, pushing all of it into his skill without any restraint. He didn't like to skip evolutions. Ferret had warned him about that. It wasn't wrong, precisely, and there were advantages and downsides to both ways. Willpower ruled everything, whether he went through each evolution or skipped it. A skipped evolution would be faster, perhaps even more guided, while the one evolved regularly would be more solid. Zack pushed with all of his might, focusing on his Time Blade and the skill itself. He could feel the smaller parts of himself become drawn into the skill, things relating to what he had sealed before. He didn't care. He had already made sure that he wouldn't seal anything that he didn't want. The skill trembled, and then Zack felt something give. His skill evolved again, reaching Tier 7. The skill settled, and Zack slumped, then sighed. He glanced at his notifications, and then dismissed them. His perfect skill had become Perfect Rending Strikes, My Strikes, Rend Time. He had managed to do what he had been planning for all these years. For the last 3 years he had tried this skill with his Time Blade as much as possible, hoping that he would be able to flavor it with time. That skill had been one of his strongest attacks, and now it was even more so. He hoped that when he joined his 2 Tier 7 skills, he would get what he had been hoping for. Ferret's advice and the guide indicated that he was on the right path, but one could never truly know with skills. Will was a strange thing, and sometimes it could force skills into directions that no one expected. Feeling drained and knowing that he needed to rest, he pulled out the notifications and then dismissed most of them, focusing on his new skill perk. Time Strikes, skill perk. Your My Strikes Rend Time influences your attacks. Any anticipation and precognition powers of equal or lower tier that could detect and anticipate your attacks will not work against you. Gain plus 10% to dexterity and intelligence. It was another passive perk. He didn't know why he kept getting those. Ferret had mentioned that it depended on the state of the person and their will, but hadn't given any clear answer. Zack assumed that there wasn't really a good answer to his questions. Still, it was a powerful perk that would undoubtedly help him in battles to come. He glanced at Neha and smiled at her. "I did it," he said, then stumbled as he took a step in her direction. Neha caught him as he felt his sight slowly darken, his eyes closing. "Rest," Neha whispered, and Zack let himself fall asleep in her arms. Chapter 32. Ryun. Decisions. The moon turned into the sun as Ryun kept his eyes to the sky. The essences of light changed slightly as the transformation of the moon into the sun took place. The base of it was still what Ryun identified as light essence, but its color tint differed. One was moonlight, the other sunlight. He wondered what the difference was, since there obviously had to be at least one. The intensity of the light was also, surprisingly, the same, but the difference between the light at night and during the day was probably responsible for how it illuminated everything. It didn't matter to Ryun at all now. With his eyes he would never again know darkness. All was revealed to his eyes. He had adapted to his vision enough that the myriad of colors passing through one another and meshing together didn't bother him, though it was still hard to see sometimes when a lot of things were happening at the same time. He occasionally wondered how he was seeing in the first place. Light did bounce off everything around him and hit his eyes, but he saw even in the dark. He didn't see in the traditional sense. It was more like his eyes were a kind of sensor that detected all essence in front of him. It was ultimately unimportant, at least for now. In the future, perhaps he would dedicate time to trying to understand his eyesight fully. For now, he had other goals to pursue. He plopped a small crystal filled with void essence in his mouth and swallowed it, filling his sustenance core as he pondered on what to do. He had cycled in the void as much as he could, and he had some void crystals that he had purchased over the years, enough perhaps to advance to the next realm. He had gone after all the void essence crystals that he could find over the years, stockpiling them so that he could cycle or just to use them as sustenance in emergencies. He could advance, but he would lose out on the full benefits of his core cycling. His core size was substantial now. He had enough chi that he could stay in a fight much longer than he could have 3 years ago. Skipping one single stage shouldn't impact him that much. He still had entire realms ahead of him to cycle and get more benefits. It would be harder in the future, though, as he would need more essence. It was, as it always was, a matter of benefits. Going into this fight while in the evolved realm would give him a lot more power, but staying his hand would increase his future gains. Ryun was still weighing his options. On the one hand, he did want to be as strong as possible. On the other, he had to survive to become strong. In a perfect world, perhaps he would have been able to find a deep hole and spend 100 years just cycling, contemplating his power, training it, mastering it. In reality, all it would take was one mistake, and he could die. His time in the infinite realm had him meeting a lot of different people, and most of them didn't have the luxury of waiting and trying to do things right. Some didn't have the knowledge. Others didn't have the time or resources. They tried to grab as much power as they could in order to survive, to have a better life. On Earth, education or practical knowledge usually meant a better life. In the infinite realm, it was all about power. Ryun had advanced and grabbed power on his own. He didn't follow in the paths of those before him. He had been alone from the start. On Earth, he'd had no one who could teach him what to do, and in the infinite realm, he had no one who he would truly allow himself to follow, not even Tali, whose advice he did value. He wouldn't follow her instructions and the way she grew to power, not because he didn't think that the way she did things didn't work, but because he was carving his own path. He needed to make a decision now, before they arrived to their destination. They were going into a place that was foreign to most of them, though that didn't bother Ryun. What he was worried about was Naira and the people who had taken her. He intended to get her back, and the more power he had, the more leverage he had. So many factors to consider, and he was still not close to making a decision. Still, he had some time yet. They weren't going to arrive for a few weeks more. Ryun shook his head and pushed those thoughts away and turned to other matters. Most of his time on the ship he spent talking with Vryle, discussing mostly the void and the nature of the infinite realm. When he wasn't engaging with him, he tried to focus on his own personal understanding of the void and improving his skills, or rather his mental fortitude skill. It, aside from his sword art, was the only one of his skills that wasn't yet Tier 5, which meant that it was the only one he could improve. He might not be willing to follow Tali's exact path, but her warnings about imbalance were valid. Trying to improve a mental defense skill without an opposing will or mental attacks was hard. He hadn't managed to improve the skill far because of it. Still, he didn't stop trying. As he was focusing on his skill, his sense caught Celia and Dardania moving across the deck of the ship. They found a place near a railing at the bow of the ship, then stopped to look over at the ocean and talk. Ryun tried not to listen in, but it was difficult. Thankfully, the topics of their conversation weren't anything too private or important. They were just discussing the future of their mission. He had caught a few of their conversations in the past where they had spoken about him. Most of the time they used a privacy formation while in their quarters, but sometimes they either forgot or thought that they were safe. The relationship between the three of them hadn't progressed at all since their arrival to his sect. It was obvious that all three of them had other things to worry about, and Ryun was more than happy to push everything to a time when they didn't have such worries. But the months spent on the ship alone had made him feel longing. Unlike most other people on the ship, Zachariah and his partner, Neha, didn't use privacy screens. From context, Ryun had learned that the ship's rooms were supposed to give some privacy, in that they prevented the sound from escaping, but that didn't shield from Ryun's sense. He heard every word that they spoke to each other. He knew what they said about him. It didn't bother him. Most of it was true. What had struck him was something else. The familiarity, the bond between the two of them. Zach had someone in whom he had complete trust, and who trusted him in return. They loved one another, were partners in all things. It reminded Ryun of the past, of what he wanted in life. Seeing him with someone like that hurt more than any words that Zach might say to him. It was what pushed his thoughts back to Celia and Dardania. In truth, Ryun knew why he was stalling, why he hadn't done anything. He was unsure if anything could come from what they wanted. He had barely been able to deal with one woman in his life, and they were so much different than what Melody had been. Celia wasn't even human. She was a Demacy, a sect leader, a ruler. She was powerful, and she carried herself with a dignity, with pride. She was confident in herself and what she could achieve. Dardania was human, but descended from another iteration. That didn't really bother Ryun, but she was, well, a lot. When he had met her before, she was loud, boastful, feisty in a way. She lived her life and didn't care what others thought about it. It was what had drawn him to her in the first place, since she was in some ways similar to him. He wasn't loud, at least not initially, but he too didn't care much of what others thought. But since they had boarded this ship, he hadn't seen much of their personalities. They were keeping themselves separate. There were many reasons why they could be doing that, but Ryun was pretty sure that it was the result of what had happened to their sect. They had lost, suffered a defeat, and that had marked them. Ryun knew something about that and how it felt. Finally, he sighed and stood up, then made his way over to them. "Ryun, Celia said, with a raised eyebrow as he came over. In her posture he could tell that she was surprised that he had approached them, and the accompanying emotions coming through their bond just confirmed his suspicions. Erdania glanced at him with a tilted head, her hands crossed over her chest. Riun leaned against the railing next to them with his back, his face turned to the other side of the ship and raised up so that he was looking at the sky. He thought for a few seconds, trying to figure out what he should say. He went through many scenarios, trying to figure out the best way to approach things. In the end, he just shook his head and spoke the truth. I am not good at this. Both of them blinked in surprise, exchanged looks, and then turned back to him. What do you mean? Celia said. Approaching people and talking with them, Riun said. It's not that I'm unsure how to or what to say. It isn't that. It's that I usually don't need anything from anyone, and if I do, I just say what it is directly. But with the two of you, it's different. There is an expectation of something happening. Riun paused, letting them interject if they wanted. Both of them remained quiet, so he continued. We've agreed to get to know one another, but you've not tried to talk with me in that manner at all. Why is that? Riun asked. The two of them exchanged looks, and then Celia brought out a privacy screen and activated it. After we approached you, when you told us that, we've had a talk, Erdania said. You were right. We should have given things more time. That is what we were trying to do. Give you time and space to think about everything. Riun turned his head to glance at them, as he realized that he had kept his eyes on the sky. He didn't need to look at someone to see them, but he knew that most would consider things like that rude, or at least abnormal. They were both looking at him, their expressions guarded. That was not good, in his opinion, not if they wanted to build something between them. Riun thought about the situation, knowing that for anything real to happen, they needed to know one another, and that meant more than what they knew now. Through the bond with Celia, he could feel her emotions. She respected him, liked him even, and there were other, darker emotions that she was trying to control. Riun could tell that she was trying to reassure herself, so he let his part of the bond loose. He knew how to shield himself better than she did, but there wasn't really anything to hide from her. He showed her everything. He saw her eyes widen slightly when he did that. He knew that she would feel his respect for both of them, and the fact that both of them were attractive to him, if in different ways. He knew Erdania in a different way than he knew Celia, after all. With Erdania, their getting to know each other had been physical. They hadn't talked much, and Riun even now didn't know much about her. She was physically attractive, though Riun didn't particularly care for that. Physical beauty didn't mean much to him even before he had lost his regular sight. But he did admire her for her freedom, doing what she wanted when she wanted. Celia he knew better. They had talked, discussed advancement, and even fought side by side. He respected her power and liked their conversations. But there was nothing more than that between the three of them. They had no intimacy. Ah, Celia said slowly. I think I understand. Understand what? Erdania said slowly, looking between the two of them, sensing that something had happened. It was obvious that she was uncomfortable with the bond, which wasn't surprising. The bond was always going to be something that they would need to deal with. Riun explained. Our bond. I showed her how I feel. It was my sentiments about you both. I've told you before that I like you, but a greater bond requires more. So I guess we should start on that now. There are things that you should know about me before we proceed. Things like what? Celia asked. About Earth. about my life before the framework arrived, and everything that happened after," Ryun said. After a pause, he took a deep breath and began talking, telling them his life story. Chapter 33. Erdania. The Immortality Principle. Erdania and Celia sat in their room, neither of them speaking. Ryun had told them everything about his life on Earth, starting with his childhood and then all the way up to the time when the framework arrived. Erdania had heard stories about the old worlds before, but only once directly from someone who was actually a ranker. The Zhenxuan sect head had spoken about the Demaci's old world once, about what life had been like before the arrival of the framework. He told them stories and what they had believed in. It was all so strange and hard to accept. Erdania couldn't even imagine a world without the framework. The few short years that she had lived before gaining access were a black hole to her, and she remembered nothing but flashes. Ryun's story was far different from her own. The world that he had grown up in was filled with things that Erdania couldn't even imagine. It was an alien world and an alien society. His story was about a child who didn't know what to do with his life before the framework, and one who embraced what came after, who took the harder path and thrived. And then came the rest. Ryun didn't hold anything back, at least not according to Celia. Erdania chose to believe that, after centuries together, there were no lies between them. It was hard to even imagine. Even with all the death that happened in the infinite realm, somehow imagining an entire world dying remained difficult. She couldn't even grasp at something like that, an entire culture, a society, being wholly destroyed. There were remnants of the old worlds everywhere in the infinite realm, through art, architecture, ideas, and even knowledge that still applied. There were stories and people who had lived there, who remembered. From the 7th iteration, there were only 2. She understood now the tension between Ryun and the Warden. It was to be expected. "So," Erdania started, the two of them hadn't yet discussed anything regarding what Ryun had told them. "What are we thinking?" Celia didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at the wall in front of them, obviously thinking. Then she sighed and shook her head. "The Immortality Principle." Erdania nodded. It was where her thoughts had gone, too. Both of them were old, at least compared to him. They had been raised in the infinite realm, surrounded by immortals. A child in the infinite realm was educated on many topics, depending on what their future was to be. In most cases, they would follow their parents into their chosen profession. Their education would focus on the framework, on its use, and, yes, the combat. But, depending on what was expected of the child, their education could vary wildly. Much had been expected from Erdania and Celia. Well, more Celia than Erdania. Still, both of them had been taught the same. Sometime after the war with the 3rd iteration, when peace came, when people had a chance to move away from focusing only on combat and power, new ideas had arisen. One of them was the Immortality Principle. It was a way of thinking, something that most of the big immortals and their descendants had, over time, come to accept. When one lived such a long life, there was so much time for them to do things that could cause problems, cause wars. It became apparent to everyone that a new way of thinking had to be adopted. The principle focuses on how one dealt with immortals, or rather their pasts. The Grey Horde was one of the biggest examples. She had warred with almost every big faction in her life. She had wiped out many, too. In the old worlds there would never be peace between her and the others. But the infinite realm was different. They had to accept harsh and unpleasant truths. In order for them to be able to have functioning relationships, They all had to agree to deal with one another in a different way. And so one only ever took into account the present, the relationship that one had at the moment, the way that one acted in that moment. Erdania and Celia had been taught how to deal with immortals, how to accept their pasts and look beyond it. Ryun's past was his past, but Celia's words told Erdania that they thought that they should deal with him in the same way that they would deal with another immortal. Ryun was an immortal, yes, but he wasn't nearly as old as others. True, he was a ranker, who had experienced something that Celia and Erdania had little context for. Still, it was hard to imagine that. To her, Ryun had always seemed calm and collected, arrogant, without a doubt, but not as violent as what he had described. People grew, they changed, but Erdania had lived a life where those changes happened over many decades, even centuries. Ryun's life, at least measured in years, had been short. For someone like her, it was hard to believe that he had changed much at all. Still, he had told them everything, including things that perhaps he should have kept to himself, for now at least. But one could also admire that honesty, the directness. And if they were going to treat him the same way as they would any other immortal, as Celia suggested, then they had to make decisions based on their relationship with him in the present, not his past. They hadn't seen him do anything like what he described, and Erdania had never gotten a sense that Ryun was like that now. She thought back to the tournament and his matches. He fought with a brutality to him that she might have attributed to something else. He had control, restraint, but there was still something wild beneath. She had sensed some of that when she first met him. It was what had attracted her to him. He was her type. She couldn't really lie to herself about that. She shook her head. Celia and Erdania had rules about people they tried to bring into their relationship. Each had things that they needed from them. Ryun fit all of the criteria that they had in the past, and all of the new ones. They needed someone Erdania was attracted to, with whom she could see herself having a connection. Celia needed someone who could hold conversations with her, who could understand the things she had to go through as a leader. The new condition was that they were strong enough to survive being near them, and Ryun was. Him telling them about his past had been unexpected. When he had said that he wanted to get to know them better, they had expected something a lot slower. This was... "What do you think of it?" Erdania asked, not sure how to proceed. "I remember hearing stories about what other rankers did after arriving here, how they had to be in order to survive. It was never something that I gave much thought. This, his past, doesn't matter if we are being honest, but that's just me. The question is, what are you thinking?" Erdania glanced away. She knew why Celia asked, because of Erdania's childhood. She had seen and experienced the brutality of others firsthand. Ryun was... It was hard to equate them. She didn't get the same feeling from Ryun that she had gotten before from others, from those who committed such acts and enjoyed them. Violence was a truth in the infinite realm. There was no ignoring that. Death and carnage were their instruments. But there was a difference between those who engaged in it just for the sake of it, and those who did so because it was necessary. She knew that there were other factions out there that enjoyed killing on a massive scale, but they were from the sects. Built on values of family and worth, they didn't fight wars in the same way. Before Erdania could answer, Celia continued. "I am not yet proficient with this perk, the bond, but I can feel things from him. I didn't feel much remorse. I don't think he's the kind of a person to regret much of his past. He lives in the present and looks to the future, or at least that is what I got from our conversations before. He is direct, and I don't think he tells lies. Actually, I am certain he doesn't, since I think I would sense it if he did, and he had told me so before." Erdania looked back at Celia. "Perhaps that's for the best. Without all of the usual dancing around and trying to interpret what someone means, all of this should go more smoothly." Both of them remembered their past attempts at this. They knew how easily misunderstandings and resentment could emerge, could poison everything. "The only question is, how do we proceed from here?" Celia said. "We do what we planned before, just more quickly. Spend time together, talk, get to know one another as he said we should. He was right about that. If we survive long enough for something to happen between us." Their initial idea had been perhaps a bit too slow. They were used to acting and living on a different time scale, but Ryun still operated on a time frame of a mortal. Perhaps they were the ones who were wrong, who were too relaxed. They had stopped advancing and improving, and why? Just because they had the time to afford to. The events of the last few years had taught them that they should have never stopped, that they should have continued to push forward without hesitation. Now they were without a home, going on a mission that might end in their deaths. The time that they had thought that they'd had was slowly running out. They needed to stop thinking as immortals and perhaps adopt a different mindset. Time was limited. They had decided to try to bring Ryun into their relationship for many factors, their perk and bond being a big part of that. Erdania wasn't quite sure what that perk meant. Celia herself was still learning about it. More importantly, however, the dynamic of their relationship had become somewhat difficult. A good relationship required work, required growth and honesty. It had survived for a long time, and it would survive for longer still, but what they wanted was to be happier, to recapture the feelings that they had long ago, when they had the only third that had ever made sense for them. Erdania did feel like Ryun could be that. "We will get through this, love." Erdania took Celia's hand and squeezed it gently. "We've survived a lot worse, and perhaps we should stop worrying like the old rankers who hide in their castles and fear taking a step outside. Perhaps we should just go for it and see where things take us." Celia chuckled and turned her hand so that her palm rested against Erdania's. "I guess that is the only thing we can do. There are things that I want to talk with him about. He has insights into advancement that I've never heard of before, and he seems to like talking about that. Perhaps starting there would be a good way for us to get to know one another, all three of us?" Erdania nodded. They had both been stuck in the evolved realm. Well, they hadn't thought they were stuck. It had been a great achievement for them to even reach it at their age. But when one saw Ryun and how he advanced, one couldn't help but feel lacking in some regard. "Yes, I think that is a great idea," Erdania agreed. They only had a few more weeks of the trip before they reached hostile territories. It would be best for them to make use of the time they had left in the best possible manner. Chapter 34. Rayla. Survival and Decisions. The wall was on fire. Twisted forms of burned or still burning monsters filled the ground under the walls, on them and behind them. The wall had been breached. A monster general had crashed through it, creating an opening for the horde. It was moving back just outside of the wall, letting other smaller monsters pass through. It looked as if it was retreating, limping, injured. Generals had rarely been seen, and Rayla wondered why this one was here. Recognizing them was easy. Their eyes looked more intelligent, and they were all unique. No other monster resembled them. Their power and size varied greatly depending on what their purpose was. Some were massive, towering above everything, while some were small, the size of ordinary people. This one was taller than the wall, big and slow, but it had cracked and then destroyed the array-improved wall with only a few attacks. It didn't seem that much more powerful than some of the other big monsters that had attacked the wall, but it had taken one of House Orn's strongest soldiers in the attack, the commander of their forces at this fort. Even if it had paid a price for that, though, despite how tough it clearly was. Still, the wall's defenders hadn't managed to take it down before it attacked the wall. They hadn't expected it to be able to get through in the first place. None of the other monsters, or even generals, had managed to do the same, which meant that this general probably had some special power that allowed it to do that. Rayla suspected that this entire thing was a test. They had seen new types of monsters appearing, and even new types of generals. From her mother, Rayla had heard that some in the command suspected that the enemy could breed different types of monsters. She didn't know if that included the generals, but they seemed to be able to replace their losses quickly. So this general could just be one that had never shown itself before. She saw its shape getting smaller and smaller behind the wall as it retreated, and she cursed to herself. On one hand, she knew that they probably would have been screwed if it attacked, and on the other, if they could have taken it down. She had seen one of the generals die before to her brother. Rayla stood next to her brother, Emrys, outside of the fort on the wall, with 1,000 soldiers at her side and back, holding back the tide. There were no high rankers present. Her brother Eric was responsible for a big swath of wall in the area, and another fort had been pushed hard, forcing him to go to their aid. Her mother and Father Olim were helping other parts of the wall, too. Everyone was tired. Rayla herself had barely had the time to rest in between fights. The wall was constantly under siege in the last month, the enemy only throwing more and more forces at them. She glanced behind her, where a team of geomancers was waiting for a chance to close the hole in the wall, but they couldn't risk them with the monsters coming through. The only way was for them to clear them first. There was confusion in the ranks. The highest-ranked officer had died on the wall fighting the general, leaving them without orders. Most looked to Rayla and Emrys, not because they were the most powerful, but because they were Orns. The soldiers around them were their family's personal guard, and this part of the wall was their responsibility. Her other siblings that could fight were all spread over their part of the wall. Their family didn't let others do what they were responsible for, not alone. A wave of monsters reached them, and Rayla released her Dawnfire Raging Strike as her brother raised his staff. A wave of golden fire exploded forward from her spear, and bolts of fire hit the monsters. The first ranks of the monsters were staggered, some burned to death. Moments after their attacks, the rest of the formation around her fired. Fire, ice, blasts of colorful essence, everything was thrown at the monsters in front of them. The monsters were dying, but it didn't matter. There was always another behind them to take the place of the fallen. The ground was filled with dead soldiers and monsters, forcing the horde to climb over them to reach those who still lived. They kept firing, but the monsters didn't stop. Soon the horde smashed into their line, and Rayla stepped forward, her great spear moving in an arc as she used perfect flaming crescent to kill 2 of the monsters. Emrys stood behind her, casting cones of fire around her while she kept him safe. She danced among the monsters, her body shrouded in golden fire as she activated Fire of Dawn and then Dawnfire Immolation, increasing its damage by 100%. The monsters around her shied away from the fire that surrounded her. Just approaching her harmed them. She used her Dawnfire Mirage and sent a copy of herself forward that consumed a monster, turning it into ash. She dashed to the side and rolled under the attack of another monster that tried to decapitate her. Raising her spear mid-roll, she cut along its side, opening a wound that oozed black. She got to her feet just as the monster jumped at her with its claws coming down quickly, and she used Goddess of Speed. Her dexterity increased, and she stabbed twice in quick succession in between the monster's attacks, once in the torso and once in the head. The four-legged monster fell to the ground, dead. She glanced around, seeing people fighting all around her. Her brother stood a bit behind her, sending fire at the monsters with his staff. A small circle of fire surrounded him and kept him safe from most monsters. The majority of the horde were four-legged monsters the size of big wolves, with elongated jaws and a black, ooze-like substance covering their entire bodies, and their insides, too. They weren't particularly strong, but there was a lot of them, and in order to kill them, one needed to do a lot of damage. The only reason she was able to dispatch them quickly was because they were vulnerable to fire. Two smaller monsters jumped at her, nearly taking her off guard. She swiped with her spear, smashing one of them off course. They were barely the size of her arm, but had wickedly long and sharp claws, which she felt as one of the monsters grabbed hold of her shoulder and sunk one into the side of her neck through the gap in her armor. The monster died a moment after it attacked her, the fire around Rayla immolating it. She grabbed hold of it and pulled the corpse away, throwing it to the side as she immediately activated rapid recovery. The wound in her neck, just over her collarbone, sealed slowly, but the pain persisted. She grimaced as she moved, avoiding more attacks. All around her, soldiers were dying, their bodies falling to the ground, and then monsters reached up into the air above, ripping their souls apart. She could see them, faintly, as her Shepherd for the Souls attunement allowed. It was almost as if she saw them through the edge of her vision, just barely perceivable, but they were there. She used Dawn Rush to reach one of the monsters that had attacked a soul, and she stabbed her spear through its head. Then she activated Soul Sanctuary. A zone of light appeared on the ground around her, calming the soul and healing it. Other souls were caught in her perk. She couldn't do much more to help them, but she could at least provide something. She couldn't even tell how long they had been fighting, but the monsters were everywhere, and so many of the soldiers were dead. A big, six-legged monster jumped through her zone and swiped at her. Rayla raised her spear and blocked, catching its top pair of limbs on it, but the monster's second pair lashed out at her unprotected stomach. She felt the powerful strike against her armor, heard the grinding of claws against metal, and the sizzling noise of the monster's flesh being burned away even as it tried to puncture through. She groaned and activated Inner Strength. Ignoring the pain, she pushed the monster back a step. She then raised her head to the sky and activated Beacon of Dawn. The light of dawn came down from the sky, and she sighed as her attunements activated. Her stats increased, and her fire became stronger. She threw the monster off and then stabbed with her spear, killing it. She danced to the side as she saw her brother raised his staff and threw a rolling wave of fire over the ground. It caught a dozen monsters, and Rayla moved back next to him. Emrys was throwing waves upon waves of fire at the monsters, keeping them at bay. A loud screech pierced her ears, and the secondary component of the attack hit her mind. She recognized the mental attack and raised her eyes, immediately finding the Screecher monster. It stood among the other monsters, protected. The soldiers around her weren't brought down by the attack, but it slowed them down, causing more to die as they were momentarily stunned. Her mind sphere protected her, and she hefted her spear. Then, through effort of will, she hurled it with flaming spear throw. A lance of fire crossed the distance and threw the other monsters to hit the screecher. It punched through its chest, the golden fire spreading over all of its body. Rayla pulled another spear out of her storage and got ready. They were still holding the line, but more and more monsters were coming in. She saw fighting on the part of the wall that was still whole. Monsters running into the darkness, going around them. The fort behind the wall was lit up, powers flashing everywhere as they fought the monsters from the other side. They lacked people who could deal enough damage in a large enough area quickly enough to clear the opening and allow the geomancers to get close enough to fill the wall. Powerful people were needed, now more than ever, and with each one of them that they lost, they were weakened. Their enemy was bleeding them dry. Rayla glanced to the side, to where the fort stood. She should have sent word, but everything had happened too fast. The fort commander had probably sent a call for aid, but that didn't mean that aid would be coming any time soon. Their teleporters were hard to use. The enemy had done something that interfered with them, and there was no guarantee that there would be anyone free to come and help them. Then, before she could go any further down that line of thought, a glowing star fell from the sky near the wall, on the inside, right in the center of the monsters. Rayla turned her eyes forward and saw a tall woman made out of fire with wings on her back, holding a fiery shield and spear. She recognized the woman immediately as her sister. Rayla didn't know if Naira's guards had let her go or if she herself had escaped and came, but a part of her was furious. Their orders were to not let her fight unless it was safe, and she was fearful of seeing her sister surrounded by monsters. "Naira, get back before you're overwhelmed. What are you doing?" she sent through their bond, hoping that her sister was willing to listen. She was surrounded by monsters, and there was no one around her to support her. "What am I doing?" Naira sent back to her, her tone almost dismissive. "What you can't." Before Rayla could ask what she meant, several things happened. She noticed, at the edge of her perception, something surging toward Naira. It took Rayla a moment to recognize the feeling and see what was happening. Something was flowing out of all the dead on the battlefield around Naira and filling into her. It was Naira's Death Empowerment perk, which increased her stats for every dead body around her, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of the dead. Then Rayla felt more. Lady of Battle, Dawn Spirit Cry. Those were her two active perks that boosted those around her, but Rayla could feel more. Naira's attunement increased Rayla's stats, too. Then Naira raised her spear and slammed it against the ground. A wave of golden fire exploded around her, stunning the monsters. She dashed forward, leaving a trail of fire in her wake. Rayla and Emrys pushed forward, killing the monsters in front of them more quickly. The soldiers around them followed suit. But while they fought, Rayla couldn't keep her eyes off of her sister in the distance. A blaze of fire ignited around Naira's already burning form as she swiped her spear, leaving a white line in an arc where the tip of it passed, killing 3 monsters. Mist rose from her fiery form in the shape of bright red and orange petals. Then, as the monsters tried to jump her, a blast of mist exploded forth from her form, scorching every monster around her. Rayla saw them twisting in agony on the ground as their ichor-like bodies were melted by the heat. Suddenly, a big monster, almost twice the size of Naira's avatar form, attacked her. Its dozens of tentacles lashed out at her, but she just pointed her spear, and the petals orbiting her surged forward, each hitting one tentacle and detonating, blowing the tentacles off. She raised her shield hand, and a blast of orange mist surged forward in a cone, enveloping the rest of the monster. Then Naira exploded, or at least that was what it felt like. A massive sphere of orange-tinted mist exploded out of her, enveloping the monsters around her so fast that Rayla couldn't even see what even happened to them. The mist stretched far, dozens of meters in all directions, and then it moved. Rayla watched her sister unleash destruction on the monsters. As the mist moved, melted bodies of monsters were left behind. She saw a few escaping out of the mist, hacking and stumbling in agony as their bodies melted around them. It was an image out of a horror story. Rayla snapped out of it and pushed forward, Emrys and the rest of the survivors following behind them. She had seen her sister fighting before, but never like this. They kept her surrounded by guards, protectors. They let her be on the wall when they thought that there wasn't much danger. Rayla had only seen her use her cultivation like this when she was demonstrating what she could do. She realized now why that was. Naira couldn't use these attacks when surrounded by others on the wall. Her family wanted Naira to survive, to live and take as many perks as she could. Her choice of class had allowed her to do that, and the family was nothing if not practical. In a decade or half a century, Naira could be incredibly powerful with the right perks at her command. Now, Rayla saw her unleashed. The way she plowed through the monsters was familiar to her. She had seen that before. It was how Ryun Nacht had fought. She knew that Naira had taken his main path as her secondary. The mist reached the wall and closed the gap, burning all the monsters that tried to enter. Rayla and the rest cut through the monsters left behind, and Emrys sent orders for the geomancers to come in behind them and get closer. Then the mist started moving away, dissipating. A thick cloud remained, then moved back. Slowly it reformed into a naked Naira, one wisp of it carrying something that Naira grabbed out of the air as her hand formed, then put it on her finger. She equipped her gear straight from the storage and pulled her weapons out. Then she jumped back. The opening in the wall was cleared, and Emrys instructed the geomancers to close it. The earth shook and stone rolled as they filled the hole in the wall. Rayla led the half of the soldiers up on the ramparts to clear it of monsters that had climbed on top, while the other half hunted those still behind it. Many of the monsters had probably run away behind their lines to wait and strike at the people they were protecting, which meant that they would need to send out hunting parties after them. But for now, they had other concerns. Rayla and Naira stood on top of the wall after it was cleared of monsters, just looking at each other. No one said anything, but it became apparent, in this moment, just how much the two of them had changed. Naira didn't follow the guidance of their family, of their teachers and instructors, of their parents. She had a class, but also a cultivation path. Rayla saw a group of people running down the wall in the distance, and recognized them as the guards assigned to Naira. Immediately she saw their state. "What did you do to them?" Rayla asked, nodding her head in their direction. Naira glanced at them, then shrugged. "They refused to let me go." She didn't say anything else. So far, Rayla had believed that the guards were able to hold her. They should be able to. They were all strong, but it seemed like none of them really knew Naira that well. "Thank you, Naira," Rayla said. Her sister glanced in her direction, then nodded. "This enemy is terrible. No matter what I think or want, that much is true." Rayla didn't respond. There wasn't much that she could say anyway. Rayla sat inside one of the training rooms inside the fort. It was a small fort, so the training room was much the same. Only her brother Emrys was present. They had finally been able to get through the interference and get in touch with their mother through a Farlink orb, and the news that they received was not good. "We're on our own?" Rayla asked once more. Emrys looked down and waved a hand in defeat. She shook her head. "We can't hold the wall, not when it is weakened. We barely survived last night," Rayla said. They were lucky that the monsters didn't attack again. She doubted that they could have fought them off a second time. Mother said that other parts of the wall were attacked at the same time. Not all of them had fared as well as we have. She said that she has faith that we can handle ourselves, Emrys said. She said that she was proud that we'd proven ourselves worthy of the family name. Rayla grimaced. The two of them were in charge of their forces in all but name, and according to Emrys, they were to remain in charge. She was proud that her mother had confidence in them, but she didn't know if she really understood what they were facing, or things were so bad everywhere else that they had nothing and no one to send to them. She didn't know which option was worse. Emrys, Rayla started. We can't do what she wants us to do. I don't think we have a choice, Rayla. The wall is crumbling everywhere. Did you see how tired Eric was the last time they arrived? Everyone else is probably spread just as thin. Rayla closed her eyes. She knew. She had seen it over the years of this war. The monsters didn't overwhelm them, they slowly ground them to dust. The monster horde and their generals were an unstoppable force that kept coming no matter what they did. They couldn't win, but Rayla couldn't stop. Her family was tasked with protecting this part of the wall, and she couldn't fail in her duty. But they lacked power. Rayla raised her head and looked at her brother. We should level up. Emrys looked at her without answering. They both understood why they hadn't done that so far. Their parents and their instructors had worked hard to guide them, to allow them to gain powerful powers as they leveled. What they were doing was attempting to make them gain better perks sooner than they would have been able to get them on their own, perks and powers that their parents had gotten a lot later in life. For the most part, they had succeeded. It was all in preparation for their immortal classes. They wanted them to get a class of better quality than what their parents had gotten, and in that they had succeeded. Rayla had two choices for her immortal class, one tied to fighting a war against the dome monsters for 3 years, and the other, it was a good class, but it was an unknown. That wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was something that her family was actually hoping for. Her early powers and classes were closely tied to what the idea behind her mother's build was. That meant that she was unlikely to get something that put her too far away from that build path. But she had been instructed to wait for more choices. She knew the requirements for her mother's immortal class, though she hadn't fulfilled them yet, and she was worried that she never would. She met her brother's eyes. "I know," she said, answering his unspoken question. There was a reason why they hadn't been on the wall. They weren't placed in direct danger often, not when there weren't others who would command or aid them. Now, though, their mother wanted them to defend this part of the wall. They would be in much greater danger. "I don't disagree, but," Emrys cautioned, "everyone will be furious with us." "We have good choices," Rayla told him. "We have one choice each." Rayla grimaced. "We have two." Emrys tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. "Specialization in opponents is a quick and sudden death." Rayla sighed as she recognized the quote. It was something that Eric liked to say about classes that specialized in types of opponents. Both of them had a dome-related class option, which would increase all the damage they deal to the dome monsters, making them stronger against them and giving them more essence as a reward when fighting them. But Eric's words were true. They would be strong against the dome monsters, and could die to anything else. Eric had given them examples, even, of people who were very powerful but died because they encountered something that they didn't expect or couldn't effectively fight. Their family focused on fire, but it also built warriors that could fight against any opponent. "You are right," Rayla told her brother. "One choice, then. Still better than dying." With immortality, at least they might be able to survive for longer. Emrys sighed and then took a seat on the bench next to her. "I guess if we're in charge, there's no one around to tell us not to do this." Rayla chuckled and shook her head, then met her brother's eyes. "Ready?" He nodded, and then turned away, his eyes looking at something in front of him. Rayla did the same and brought up her level-up screen. She had 2 classes available. The first was the Dome Huntress of Dawn Flames, a mythic rarity class, the same as her current class. None of its bonuses regarded anything other than making her stronger against dome monsters. The second choice was a relic class, a Valkyrie class, the same type of class as her mother's, if perhaps not a complete match. Dawn Phoenix-Feathered Valkyrie. Of dawn and fiery rebirth, you stand in life to safeguard death. The Dawn Phoenix-Feathered Valkyrie is a warrior focusing on the use of dawn fire to improve oneself and survive, while also safeguarding and nurturing souls in life and giving them protection in death. A Dawn Phoenix-Feathered Valkyrie excels at fire-based combat and soul protection. A Valkyrie can cross over from one realm to the other, though the Dawn Phoenix-Feathered Valkyrie focuses on the souls of the living more than those of the dead. Dawn-marked. All fire-based powers are 20% more effective. Once per day, for every hour of dawn, you gain an instance of Dawn Mark, which passively increases the damage of all your abilities by 10%. You can spend one or all Dawn Marks that you have to increase your next power's effectiveness by 20% per mark. Marks disappear after the sun turns into the moon. Gain plus 20% to strength and vitality. Gain one of the following. Dawn Protection, support ability. Increases all resistances to yourself and those around you during the dawn. Dawn Call, offensive ability. Summon the bright light of dawn to burn and blind your foes. Might and Fitness. Gain plus 20% to base strength and vitality. Rayla made her choice. There wasn't much else that she could do. It went against everything that she had been taught, but she remembered her sister killing monsters, holding such great power, and all of it she had gained by following her own path. Rayla understood what her family wanted, why they insisted on what they did. They wanted them to be the best, or at least the best versions of themselves that they could be. But real life didn't allow for that. As the dome monsters had taught her, she didn't have the luxury to follow her instructors and what they wanted anymore. None of them were near to ask for advice, as even they were needed elsewhere. She wasn't going to take any of the abilities. Her mother's advice was to wait for her last 3 evolutions in order to get the strongest ones, and Rayla did agree with that. The situation was dire, and she had made a call. She leveled and then glanced at the choice for her first perk, her immortality. Valkyrie's Rebirth in Dawnfire. You are tied to the dawn, and you no longer age. Upon death, your body will collapse into ash. If you are under the light of dawn, the ash will catch fire, and you will be reborn from the ashes. If you die at a time other than the dawn, the ash will remain inert unless there is enough fire-related essence around it. If there is enough of it, the fire will be consumed and you reborn. If the ashes are not exposed to enough fire essence or dawn light within 7 days, your soul will move on to the ethereal realm. As a Valkyrie, you will retain all of your powers after death, but you will be unable to return to the real realm by standard means. Valkyrie of the Dead. You are tied to death and souls, and you no longer age. Upon death, your soul will reach the ethereal realm, and your body will be recreated there with all of its power. You will not be able to enter the real realm unless you are in the proximity of a recently departed soul. You will be able to escort souls to the afterlife and enter and leave it as you please, but you will never return fully to the real realm. If your soul is sufficiently damaged, you will be pulled into the afterlife to recover. Flaming birth. You are tied to fire, and you no longer age. Once you die, your soul will be transported to the closest fire-related plane, where you will be transformed into a fire-formed spirit. Some of your powers will change, and you will retain all of your memories. As a spirit, you will be tied to the domain of fire, and will be very hard to kill so long as your fire domain remains. Rhea looked at her choices, discarding the last one immediately. She didn't want to become a spirit. She really wished that her instructors were here, or at least her mother or older siblings, someone who could give her advice. She had to make a choice between two types of immortality, each similar in some ways, but very different in others. One of them would allow her to be reborn in the real realm, while the other allowed her to enter and leave the afterlife. She knew that some Valkyries had that ability, whether as part of their immortality or a power that they had gained sometime in life. There was a reason why there weren't many visible Valkyries in the world besides her mother. Most were in the ethereal realm or the afterlife, helping souls or doing whatever it was that people did in the afterlife. It was still a mystery. The Valkyries that could return didn't speak about what was there, so no one knew. Her mother couldn't do so either, as her Valkyrie class was more focused on living souls. In the end, she wanted to remain in this realm, and she needed to follow in the same path as her mother. She picked the first perk, and then sighed in relief. She had done it now. There was no coming back. She glanced at Emrys and saw that he looked like he too was finished. "How do you feel?" Emrys asked. "Not very different, if I'm being honest," Rayla answered. "And now what?" "Now," Rayla stood up, "we go and talk with Naira." Emrys tilted his head, but Rayla was already moving. If she was being honest, she was surprised that her sister hadn't already advanced to her immortal class. She knew that she had the same one as Rayla did, the Dome one, at least, and she suspected that she had more. Their mother had firmly asked Naira not to do anything until their instructors could research her choices. Naira had taken her class in a different direction than what they had intended, one that wasn't that well known. Now Rayla knew that the only way for the three of them to survive was if they had as much power as they could get, and if they fought together. Rayla needed to level more. She had the essence, but she needed something else first. She had let her sister sulk in a room alone for long enough. Chapter 35. Naira. Valkyrie's Immortality. Naira sat in her room, her cell. It was small, but well furnished. She held her great spear in her arm, the awakened weapon Erishi Risav. It was a golden spear that had once belonged to Ierv, before it had passed to Ryun, who had given it to her. She remembered that day when she had gotten it. She couldn't believe that he was doing it, just giving her an awakened weapon. They were so valuable and sought after in the Empire that even her family didn't have many. Before she had left her sister, before she had decided to abandon the Empire, she could have only dreamed about having an awakened weapon. Her family might have considered granting her one, but they never gave it to those who were below the immortal realm. She would have had to prove herself worthy of one. Yet she had been simply granted it, all because she was trusted by someone, because that person valued her as a sect leader. It was a strange feeling, to know that someone else looked at her with worth. No one had come for her in 3 years, and while sometimes she wavered slightly, she never truly had any doubt that they would come for her eventually. She didn't quite know how to explain why, not even to herself. She just knew it. It was in the way that Ryun and Onrush had acted in the past, the way that they interacted with other sect members, the way that they lived their lives. What Eric had done, the way that he had taken her, it was something that they wouldn't be able to forget. "We could try and slip through our captor's fingers ourselves," Erishi Rasov said in her mind. Naira grimaced. Her spear loved getting through the guards of its opponents. It was in its nature to slip through and strike at the heart. Naira knew that she could do it. She had proven that last night. She was strong enough that she could overpower her guards if she took them by surprise. Of course, they would be more on guard now, but she could probably do it again regardless. The strongest people were needed to defend the wall, and so they couldn't waste people keeping her prisoner. No, they weren't what was keeping Naira here. It was her sense of duty, not toward the Empire or her family, but everything else. Helping keep the line here at the wall also helped her other family, her sect. And, as much as she hated to admit it, her instructors had given her a lot of power. The souls that formed the contracts with her in death had given her many powerful passive perks and a few active ones. Her instructors insisted that she should focus on passive power increase, saying that it was the best way forward, and Naira had no choice but to agree. The souls that she escorted were loyal to her family. Even in death, they followed orders. "No, Rasov, not yet," Naira said. She was a prisoner, yes, but she was getting stronger. A knock on her door made her turn her head and then stand. She walked over and opened the door to see her sister and brother standing there, Rayla and Emrys. "What do you want?" Naira asked, immediately on guard. "Naira," Rayla started, "can we come in?" After a long few seconds, Naira took a step back, letting them in. She didn't know what they wanted, but she was certain that they did want something. Her family rarely visited without a goal in mind. After they entered, Naira took a seat on her bed and looked at them. "So? What do you want?" she repeated. Rayla glanced at Emrys, and then took a deep breath. "We've talked with Mother," Rayla started. There is no one coming to help us any time soon. They don't have anyone to spare right now." Naira understood immediately what that meant. The wall had been breached, and while they had filled the hole, that chunk of the wall was not the same. It didn't have the defenses that the rest of it had. They had probably already put some arrays on it, but in the end those couldn't measure up to the layers and layers of defenses put into the rest of the wall. This part of the wall is a weakness," Naira said, wondering what her mother was thinking. "We don't have enough people to even defend it properly." "I know," Rayla said slowly. That told Naira that things were a lot worse than she had thought. If there was no help coming, then perhaps there wasn't anyone to send. The war had to be going bad for them to leave the fort and the wall in Rayla's and Emrys's hands. Naira knew that they had been the ones to take command during the battle last night. She didn't know how much faith she would place in them to defend the wall. If Naira hadn't decided to help, there wouldn't be anything left to defend. "Is it that bad?" Naira asked, just wanting confirmation. A part of her wondered if perhaps now was the best time to run away. If they couldn't send more people here, then they certainly wouldn't be able to send anyone after her. But she remained here because she could do something, because she had a responsibility. That responsibility was not to her family. They had treated her as if she was their property, as if her emotions and thoughts were inconsequential in the long run. Nevertheless, the Empire was the first line of defense against the dome monsters, and so here was where she could do the most to stop them and also grow stronger. "It appears so," Emrys answered her. "So why are you here, talking with me?" "Naira, Rayla paused, then steeled herself and spoke. I need your help." Naira blinked, but before she could answer, Rayla continued. "We can't defend the wall alone. Even with you, we might not be able to, but we need to at least try. If these monsters get through in any significant number—" Naira understood. Half of the Empire was in ruins, and millions were dead. The only thing that was keeping the rest of the Empire safe was the wall. And if the monsters got through, if the Empire fell, then the frontier was next. Her sect, her people. Naira had made her choice and given her loyalty. If staying here and working with her family was going to keep her home safe, then it wasn't much of a decision. "Very well," Naira said. "I assume that means I will no longer be under guard?" Rayla exchanged a look with Emrys, and Naira rolled her eyes. "I could have escaped last night, sister, if I truly wanted to," she told her. Rayla met her eyes and then nodded. "Well then," Naira said, "I guess we will fight side by side once again." Rayla took a deep breath and then spoke again. "There is one more thing. We are alone, and Emrys and I were the ones placed in charge. I know that we have little hope of holding back an attack of the same magnitude as the one that the monsters fielded last night, not as we are now, and because of that, both Emrys and I have evolved our classes." Naira blinked, then smiled. "You disobeyed? Or did Mother tell you that you could?" Rayla grimaced. "No one gave us permission, but there is little else that we can do in order to improve our odds. I know that you have at least one evolution available. With no one else here, I give you permission to evolve your class." Naira shook her head and chuckled to herself. Reaching the immortal realm had been something that was far in the future before she had joined the sect, something that she would work toward, perhaps even work decades for. Her family had always had the expectation that both she and Rayla would reach it, as they had been put on that path since they were born. But to her, it was always something that she would get far in the future. If she was honest with herself, she had never doubted that she would reach this point. Her family had been making immortals for a long time. When she had decided to leave her family, she had decided to give up on that, on everything that they had to offer to her in the future. A part of her had understood that that might mean that she would never be able to reach immortality, that she would eventually grow old and die. And yet there were two choices in her screens, two choices that she had earned by walking her own path, not by following guides given to her by others. One was tied to the monsters that she fought on the wall, a class tailored to fighting dome monsters, a mythic class, the same rarity as her current one, but that mattered little when it offered immortality. Many would have jumped at the opportunity, and she believed that many would. There had to be a lot of people that would be offered such classes from this war. Naira, however, had never entertained the idea seriously. She had considered it for a few moments when she had gotten it almost a year ago, but ultimately she would never have chosen it. She might have made a decision to live her life on her own terms, but the education her family had given her still remained. Specialization was good, but not when it concerned opponents. Getting a class that made you powerful only against wolves might be good if you were being hunted by a pack, but it wouldn't suit you later when you encountered something else. The second class evolution choice she had gained a few months ago, after she had escorted another soul to the afterlife. It was a direct evolution of her current class, and it was what she wanted to take. She had to have finished some requirements for it, but she wasn't quite sure what those were. The instructors had asked her to write down everything that she had done in the hope that they could figure it out. She didn't need to wait and see other options. Her class was unique and powerful. It was something that she herself had earned, and she wanted to continue going down that road. The only reason why she hadn't taken the class so far was because of her family, or rather, her mother. Naira had spoken with her a few times only. The first few times, she had been filled with anger and resentment. But in the end, the person she was angry at the most was Eric, her brother who didn't listen, who made decisions for her and killed her people. And her mother she was her mother. Naira could see that her mother thought that she was doing what was best for her by keeping her here. She had told Naira that she hadn't agreed with Eric's decision, but in the end it was done, and her mother didn't want to let her go, not with the war with the dome monsters going on. Her mother wanted her to grow strong, but in the end she had been placed in the care of House-Orn retainers, instructors, and her older sister Vanessa. Her mother had a responsibility to the Empire, and she just couldn't deal with everything. Naira understood and accepted that. She had seen the dome monsters and knew that they needed people like her mother to help protect them all. But the others were not her mother, and they did not seem to feel the same way. Oh, Naira hadn't been harmed in any real sense. They limited her freedom and they threatened. Her sister Vanessa had threatened punishment if Naira didn't do what they wanted her to do. Once, Naira would have enjoyed getting at least some satisfaction from disobeying. But the life in the sect and walking down her cultivation path had taught her patience. She would gain nothing by being defiant. She hadn't taken the class because she'd had no need of it. They weren't pushing her into dangerous situations. Now, her sister was here, asking her to do it, after she had escaped her guards and went to the battle. Naira knew that without her, they probably would have lost, and she also knew that they couldn't hold the wall for long, not without someone on the level of Eric or Vanessa. Naira, Rayla, and Emrys weren't there yet, but they were all that they had. She couldn't help but think about Ryun and Onrush. She wondered what they would do. Ryun wouldn't doubt himself. He would do what he wanted to do, no matter what. Onrush would make a decision that would help her protect those that she cared about. "Thank you for your permission," Naira said with a grin. Rayla picked up on Naira's mockery. She had made it obvious, but it didn't change anything. If Naira was going to stay, she might as well take the next step. She pulled up her choice of class and read it over again. Soul of Gunner, a Valkyrie of battle and death, a terror to her foes and caring presence for the dead. You are a warrior and a guide. The Soul of Gunner is a class focused on both battle and protecting the souls on their journeys to the afterlife. It is at its most powerful on the battlefield. It shines in war and is kin to the souls of warriors. You increase your allies' power in life and shield them in death. Dawn Battle Soul. Your presence in the ethereal realm draws warrior souls to you. The effect of your presence on warrior souls is increased by 500% and lowered on all other souls by 50%. You gain plus 20% to your stats while protecting recently deceased souls. Your Dawn-flavored attacks have their soul damage increased by 100%. Gain plus 20% to strength and intelligence. Gain one of the following: Battle Rally, Support Ability. Increase the stats, resistances, and morale of yourself and those around you. Strike of Battles, Offensive Ability. Execute a strike that deals increased damage for every enemy that you have killed prior to using it. Might and Intellect. Gain plus 20% to base strength and intelligence. It was a class that would continue her on the same path, and she had no reason not to pick it. She accepted the class and leveled. The choice of her immortality perk immediately came up. Valkyrie's role. You are tied to the passage of souls, and you no longer age. Upon your death, your body will evaporate. Your body will be recreated in the ethereal realm as an amalgamation of essence of death. You will be tasked with ferrying souls through the ethereal realm to the afterlife. Once you have ferried a sufficient number of souls, you will be able to recreate your body in the real realm. If you are killed in your death form, you will die a true death. Valkyrie of Battle and Death. You are tied to battle and death, and you no longer age. Upon your death, your body will evaporate. Your body will be recreated in the ethereal realm as an amalgamation of the essences of battle and death. You will retain all of your power and will be able to enter and leave the warrior afterlife as you please. You will only be able to enter the real realm for a limited amount of time based on how many souls you have helped reach the afterlife. If your new body is destroyed, you will die a true death. Flaming Birth. You are tied to fire, and you no longer age. Once you die, your soul will be transported to the closest fire-related plane, where you will be transformed into a fire-formed spirit. Some of your powers will change, and you will retain all of your memories. As a spirit, you will be tied to the domain of fire, and will be very hard to kill so long as your fire domain remains. Two of her choices were similar, with a few big differences. The last choice she dismissed immediately. It probably came from her fire and heat-based powers. The other two were a lot more interesting. One was obviously a more basic Valkyrie-type immortality, while the other was more flavored by her class. The choice, ultimately, wasn't hard to make. She had her path, and she would follow it to the end. She picked Valkyrie of Battle and Death. Entering the afterlife and then leaving was far too attractive of an ability. She had seen the golden light that the souls entered, the doors to the afterlife. She had always wondered what was through there. Now she might get the chance to see. She'd have to die first, but still. Then she raised her head to meet her sibling's eyes. "You did it?" Rayla asked. "Yes. I thought that I would feel different," Naira said. She had the new perk, but she didn't feel immortal. "Me too." Rayla smiled, and for a moment they were back in time, in a period where they were inseparable. But that quickly passed. "Naira, do you have essence? If not, I can take some from the coffers. We were hoping that we could level as much as we can in this evolution." Naira tilted her head. She did, in fact, have essence. 3 years of fighting had made her a large sum, but she had been saving up for a long time anyway. "Did you level already?" "Not yet. I was hoping that we could talk about it a bit. We don't have any instructors here to help us make the decision," Rayla said slowly. "You picked your immortality, though?" Naira said. That was what she had gathered from their conversation before. "Yes, but that won't really impact our ability to fight," Rayla said. Naira waved her hand. It didn't really matter to her anyway. She leaned back and nodded. "We can help each other." Naira wasn't an expert at all. She followed Ryun's rules for picking perks, meaning she asked 2 questions. Is this going to fit well into my kit? And how will this help me smash my enemies to pieces, or help my other perks smash my enemies more effectively? Simple. She gestured for Rayla and Emrys to take seats, and then asked them to show her their screens. Then the 3 of them began talking about their perks and making choices. It was almost as if they were in some other reality, one where they were one big happy family. This here was what she had left the Empire for, to advance on her own terms, to make her own choices. Talking with others and getting advice was fine, but there were no instructions here, no guides and reading manuals and ancient scrolls. Slowly, the three of them leveled and picked their perks, all the way until all three of them had reached level 419, the last level before their next evolution. Naira, of course, couldn't level more as she hadn't met the requirements for her next class evolution. By her siblings' reactions, neither had they. Naira took a deep breath, then released it slowly. "We should talk a bit about how we are going to defend the wall." She did not look forward to this discussion. Naira Character Sheet Chapter. Titles. Third Heritage. Was born to the rankers of the third iteration. Plus 5% to all stats, 500 greater essence. Great feat. Kill a Tier 1 monster with at least 10 times your total stats without help from someone with essence before obtaining a class, cultivation path, or skill. Choose a legendary class, cultivation path, or skill, and gain a unique perk. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. One against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win, plus 10 to all stats, 10,000 essence. Class Evolution 6. Evolve your class for the 6th time, plus 60 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence, all evolutions total. Lord. Achieve the Lord realm, plus 5 to all stats, 100 greater essence. Monster Hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types, plus 50 to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Soul Guide. Guide more than 10 souls to the afterlife, plus 100 to all stats, 500,000 greater essence. Monarch. Reach the Monarch realm, plus 10 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Perks. Twin Link, unique perk. Your mind is linked with that of your twin, allowing you to speak to each other regardless of the distance between you. Fortified Core, path perk. Your core is fortified, increasing your core capacity by 25%. Gain plus 20% to chi speed and plus 10% to wisdom. Valkyrie's Descent, class perk. Once per combat, jump high into the air and then descend toward a targeted area and stab your weapon into the ground, releasing a shockwave around you. Strength of effect depends on strength stat. Heat Resistance, class perk. Your body is resistant to heat. Gain plus 20% passive heat resistance, as well as an additional 1% heat resistance for every 15 points of endurance. Currently 47.8%. Goddess of Speed, class perk. Once per combat, double your dexterity for 2 strikes. 1,000 Cuts, class perk. Every injury you inflict that draws blood heals 20% slower and bleeds for 10% more. Rapid Recovery, class perk. Once per combat, heal a non-lethal injury. Speed of recovery equals twice your vitality. Valkyrie's Avatar of Fire, class perk. Once per day, transform into an Avatar of Fire, doubling your size and doubling your total stats. Every kill you make while in this form grants you double essence. Valkyrie's Swiftness, class perk. Once per combat, double your speed for 30 seconds. Ferry the Soul, class perk. Create a contract with a recently departed soul, carry it to the ethereal realm, and provide protection until it reaches the afterlife. Fulfillment of the contract will permanently grant you a boon in the form of one of the soul's perks. The perk gained depends on the soul, as the soul will lose the perk it offers. Valkyrie's Shout, class perk. Once per combat, release a powerful shout that stuns nearby enemies. The effectiveness of the stun depends on your opponent's resistances. Valkyrie's Stamina, Class perk. Once per day, fully recover your stamina. Valkyrie's Might. Class perk. Once per combat, double your strength for 30 seconds. Dawnfire Wings. Class perk. Wings made out of dawnfire grow out of your back, allowing you flight. The wings last for a maximum of 3 hours and will stay on cooldown for the same amount of time that they have been used. Dawnfire Blink. Class perk. Once per combat, teleport to any place in a 20-meter radius around you. Upon arrival at your destination, release a blast of dawnfire that hits everything in a 3-meter radius. Valkyrie's Call. Class perk. While in the ethereal realm, summon any recently departed soul to your location. The soul is not required to answer. Vaporizing Cuts. Class perk. Every attack that draws blood sends a blast of heat into the wound, vaporizing a tiny portion of your opponent's blood. Scorching Mist 6. Chi. Aspect perk. When using techniques, your inner temperature rises, increasing your heat resistance by 25%. When Scorching Mist Chi courses through your body, your heat-based attacks deal 20% more damage. Gain plus 20% to Wisdom and Vitality. Body of the Greater Wolf. Path perk. Your body utilizes your endurance more efficiently. Your stamina is counted as if your endurance was 2.5 times its base. All stamina-draining costs are reduced by half. Gain plus 10% to endurance. Blazing Conduits. Path perk. Your chi conduits are developed for great bursts of chi and are able to handle a greater volume of chi moving through it at the same time. You are able to unleash techniques without the need for a breathing form and are able to use up to 2 techniques at the same time. Gain plus 10% to Wisdom. Greater Steel Mind. Path perk. In combat, your mind is additionally focused. Reading your opponent's movements comes easier to you. Mental attacks are 15% less effective against you. Effect depends on your intelligence stat. Gain plus 10% to intelligence. Dawn Spirit Cry. Class perk. Once per combat, release a cry that will increase soul protection of everyone around you by 50% for 15 seconds. Great Lunge. Class perk. Once per combat, lunge forward and reset the cooldown of one of the abilities of your choice. Valkyrie's Mantle. Class perk. Passively gain plus 20% essence from every kill you make, even when Avatar of Fire isn't active. The bonus is added to that of Avatar of Fire when it is activated. Dawn Stun. Class perk. Once per combat, send a blast of dawn flame all around you that will damage and stun anyone caught in it for 1 second. Time varies depending on target's resiliences. Battle Trance. Class perk. Once per combat, enter a battle trance for 2 minutes. You gain increased awareness of the battle around you. While in this trance, you gain plus 20% to all stats, and your cooldowns are additionally reduced by 20%. Death Sense. Class perk. You are able to sense the nearly departed in a radius around you. You may gain insights about the causes of the departed's deaths. Radius depends on Wisdom stat. Death Empowerment. Class perk. You gain increased stats depending on the amount of death around you. Gain plus 1% to all stats per recently deceased body in a radius around you. Radius depends on Wisdom stat. Lady of Battle. Class perk. Once per week, you can inspire every ally around you, increasing their strength, dexterity, endurance, and vitality by 10% for 1 hour. True Body. Lotus-born Cloud. Path perk. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of one untouched by impurity, of pure heart and mind. As such, your body is forged in that image. Your cultivation is no longer affected by the impurity of essence you use, and always grants the most benefit. Your movements induce dreamy forgetfulness in those who gaze upon you. The power of the effect depends on their mental resistances. Physical changes. Your body retains all the abilities granted by Lotus-born. Lotus-born Cloud is your truest self. Your body is soaked in scorching mist chi, and you may assume the state of scorching mist. While active, your body becomes a cloud of the scorching mist, giving off the essence of the scorching mist, increasing the effects of your scorching mist chi-based techniques by 20% in your immediate surroundings. While in the scorching mist cloud state, you gain a plus 80% increased resistance to physical attacks, but you also become 40% more vulnerable to special attacks. You are immune to mental attacks, and anyone caught in your cloud will suffer a moderate mental attack that induces forgetfulness. While the full scorching mist cloud is active, you have none of your physical senses. Running out of chi while in cloud form will result in death. Entering into your cloud form when surrounded by essences related to mist will allow you to use them to heal yourself. Gain plus 10% to wisdom and vitality. Quick Steps, bonus perk. You gain plus 10% bonus speed when in combat. Shield Focus, bonus perk. You gain plus 15% to endurance while holding a shield. Minor Strength, bonus perk. You gain plus 5% to strength when in combat. Minor Endurance, bonus perk. You gain plus 5% to endurance when in combat. Grace of the Commander, bonus perk. Once per day, you may use Grace of the Commander to bolster the morale of everyone around you and increase their stats by 5%. Greater Endurance, bonus perk. You gain plus 15% to endurance when in combat. Greater Defense, bonus perk. You gain plus 15% to physical resistance while in combat. Soldier's Gambit, bonus perk. When you are critically injured, gain Gambit. For 10 seconds, your stats increase by 25%. Brawler's Strike, bonus perk. Once per combat, make a strike dealing damage equal to 2 times your strength. Minor Reflexes, bonus perk. Your reflexes are enhanced by 20%. Speed of response equal to 1.2 times your dexterity. Riposte, bonus perk. Once per combat, gain the ability to execute a lightning-fast attack after being damaged. Speed of returning strike equals double dexterity stat. Moderate Strength, bonus perk. You gain plus 10% to strength when in combat. Aspect Manifestation, Scorching Mist Aura, path perk. Manifest your chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing heat damage equal to 0.35 times, 0.1 times, your wisdom per second. Anything marked by the scorching mist chi takes an additional 1/4 of total damage dealt over the next 2 seconds. Valkyrie of Battle and Death, class perk. You are tied to battle and death, and you no longer age. Upon your death, your body will evaporate. Your body will be recreated in the ethereal realm as an amalgamation of essences of battle and death. You will retain all of your power and will be able to enter and leave the warrior afterlife as you please. You will only be able to enter the real realm for 10 years per 100 souls escorted to the afterlife. If your new body is destroyed, you will die a true death. Death Maelstrom, class perk. Once per week, you may gather the death on a battlefield and release a powerful storm of death essence at your target. Any additional deaths will feed the storm and make it grow. The maelstrom will end when it no longer has any death essence to feed on. Grand Call Warrior Souls, class perk. Once per month, you may release a grand call to battle. Souls of any nearby warriors will hear the call in the ethereal realm, and, if they so choose, they can answer it. If they answer the call, they will cross over into the real realm and fight for you as ghosts that are only vulnerable to ethereal damage. The souls will have the stats they had in life, but no access to their other powers. Battle Knowledge, class perk. While in combat, you gain knowledge of the flow of battle around you, letting you anticipate your opponent's attacks 0.1 seconds in advance. Class: Soul of Gunner, Relic. Level: 419. Combat Ability: Dawnfire Mirage, movement ability, shimmering burst, support ability, dawnfire immolation, additional ability, dawn dash, additional ability, ethereal cross. Evolution attunement bonus, shepherd for the souls. You are able to see souls. All ethereal-based powers are 20% more effective. All special attacks deal 1.5% of total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Dawn fire. All fire-based powers now create dawn fire, an intense fire that is extremely hard to put out and burns more intensely during the day. All fire-based powers are 20% more effective. All special attacks deal 1% of total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Dawn spirit. All Dawnfire abilities gain 50% more effectiveness in the ethereal realm. Your soul regenerates 2 times as quickly as it otherwise would. Gain plus 10% to strength and intelligence. Gunner. Your stats are increased by 20% in battle. Any person you consider an ally gains 10% to their stats while fighting with you. Your base ability cooldowns are reduced by 20%. Souls of warriors think of you as kindred. Gain plus 15% to strength and dexterity. Dawn Battle Soul. Your presence in the ethereal realm draws warrior souls to you. The effect of your presence on warrior souls is increased by 500% and lowered on all other souls by 50%. You gain plus 20% to your stats while protecting recently deceased souls. Your dawn-flavored attacks have their soul damage increased by 100%. Gain plus 20% to strength and intelligence. Cultivation. Path of the Lotus Dance, Epic. Stage, Early Monarch. Aspect, Scorching Mist, 6. Base Technique, Mesmerizing Mirage. Branch Technique, Mist Burst. Fruit Technique, Curtain of Mist Petals. Cultivation. Path of the Final End, Mythic. Stage, Mid-Lord. Base Technique, Mantle of the Rising Mists. Branch Technique, Scorching Blast. Fruit Technique, Mist of the Scorching End. Passive Skills. Combat Mastery, evolved to Spear and Buckler Mastery, evolved to Enhanced Spear and Buckler Mastery. Heat Sense, evolved to Greater Heat Sense, evolved to Thermoception, evolved to Enhanced Thermoception. Pain Tolerance, evolved to Greater Pain Tolerance, evolved to Toughness, evolved to Enhanced Toughness. Active Skills. Block, evolved to Greater Block, evolved to Shield Wall. Swipe, evolved to Enhanced Swipe, evolved to Arc Swipe. Throw, evolved to Greater Throw, evolved to Hurl. Strength, 2833. Dexterity, 1565. Vitality, 780. Endurance, 717. Intelligence, 1370. Wisdom, 996. Rayla Character Sheet Chapter. Titles. Third Heritage. Was born to the rankers of the third iteration. Plus 5% to all stats. 500 greater essence. Great feat. Kill a Tier 1 monster with at least 10 times your total stats without help from someone with essence before obtaining a class, cultivation path, or skill. Choose a legendary class, cultivation path, or skill, and gain a unique perk. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 essence. Class Evolution 6. Evolve your class for the 5th time. Plus 60 to all stats. 5,000 greater essence. Freezing Burrow. First to clear the Freezing Burrow dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. True Understanding 3. Evolve a skill to Tier 6. Evolved 2 skills to Tier 6. Plus 20 to all stats. 20,000 greater essence per evolved skill. Spirit Hallow. First to clear the Spirit Hallow dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Apprentice Liege Woman, Orn Household. Complete 10 contributions for your faction of a difficulty equal or greater than your tier of power. Plus 5 to all stats. 1,000 greater essence. Howling Gorge. First to clear the Howling Gorge dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Journeywoman Liege Woman, Orn Household. Complete 25 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty. Plus 25 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Elite Liege Woman, Orn Household. Complete 100 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty. Plus 50 to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. Beyond Understanding 1. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill. Plus 250 to all stats. 100,000 greater essence per focused skill. Skill Lord. Evolve 3 skills to Tier 6. For every 3 skills evolved to Tier 6, gain plus 2% to all stats. Perks. Twin Link. Unique perk. Your mind is linked with that of your twin, allowing you to speak to one another regardless of the distance. Valkyrie's Descent. Class perk. Once per combat, jump high into the air and then descend toward a targeted area and stab your weapon into the ground, releasing a shockwave around you. Strength of effect depends on strength stat. Fire Resistance. Class perk. Your body is resistant to fire. Gain plus 20% passive fire resistance, as well as an additional plus 1% heat resistance for every 15 points of endurance, currently 25.8%. Goddess of Speed, Class perk. Once per combat, double your dexterity for 2 strikes. 1,000 Cuts, Class perk. Every injury you inflict that draws blood heals 20% slower and bleeds for 10% more. Rapid Recovery, Class perk. Once per combat, heal a non-lethal injury. Speed of recovery equals twice your vitality. True Classer, Class perk. All cooldowns for your abilities are halved. Classer's Hand, Class perk. Effectiveness of all class abilities is increased by 25%. Embodying the Spear, Class perk. Increases the leveling speed of any skill that can be used with a spear by 400%. Valkyrie's Shout, Class perk. Once per combat, release a powerful shout that stuns nearby enemies. The effectiveness of the stun depends on your opponent's resistances. Spear Trance, Class perk. Once per combat, enter a spear trance for 1 minute, during which time all of your spear-based powers become 15% more effective. Valkyrie's Might, Class perk. Once per combat, double your strength for 30 seconds. Dawn Spear, Class perk. Increases the leveling speed of any skill that can be used with a spear by 200%. Any Dawnfire powers used with a spear are 20% more effective. Dawnfire Raging Strike, Class perk. 3 times per combat, execute an attack that sends a raging torrent of Dawnfire forward. Dawnfire Regeneration, Class perk. Once per day, consume any Dawnfire still burning around you and heal yourself by the amount of damage that the fire did before it was consumed. Critical Attack, Class perk. Your attacks against injured opponents deal 20% more damage. Dawn Spirit Regeneration, Class perk. Increases the leveling speed of any skill that can be used to heal the soul by 200%. All Dawn Spirit powers are 20% more effective. Dawn Spirit Reflection, Class perk. Once per combat, you may release a cone-shaped attack that will deal damage equal to the amount of damage that you have suffered that combat as soul damage. Dawn Spirit Rending, class perk. Once per combat, unleash a powerful soul-rending attack that interrupts power use for 1 second. Dawn Spirit Aegis, class perk. Once per week, you may create a defensive force around your soul that will protect you from soul damage. The amount of damage that the Aegis can take before breaking depends on your intelligence stat. Dawn and Fire Dance, skill perk. Your My Dance, Fire and Dawn seeps into your movements. Once per week, you may activate Fire and Dawn Dance, unleashing intense light and fire that moves in step with your movements. Gain plus 10% to dexterity. Soul Sanctuary, class perk. Release a powerful blast of light that creates a sanctuary around you, healing and calming the souls inside. Dawn Beam, class perk. Twice per combat, unleash a concentrated beam of light from the tip of your weapon, inflicting 2 times your intelligence as scorching damage. Beacon of Dawn, class perk. Summon the Light of Dawn. This light lasts for 10 minutes and counts as the light of day. Fire of Dawn, class perk. Once per day, imbue one of your abilities with Fire of Dawn, increasing any fire-related damage it deals by 100%. Valkyrie's Rebirth in Dawnfire, class perk. You are tied to the dawn, and you no longer age. Upon death, your body will collapse into ash. If you are under the light of dawn, the ash will catch fire, and you will be reborn from the ashes. If you die at a time other than the dawn, the ash will remain inert unless there is enough fire-related essence around it. If there is enough of it, the fire will be consumed and you reborn. If the ashes are not exposed to enough fire essence or dawn light within 7 days, your soul will move on to the ethereal realm. As a Valkyrie, you will retain all of your powers after death, but you will be unable to return to the real realm by standard means. Dawn's Judgment, class perk. Spend 1 mark to summon a large pillar of dawn fire that will deal 4 times your strength plus 4 times your intelligence as dawn fire damage in a large area. Dawning Breath, class perk. Spend 3 marks to create a powerful blast of dawn fire from your hand, dealing 8 times your intelligence plus 4 times your strength in a cone in front of you. Wings of a Phoenix, class perk. Summon wings of dawn fire on your back. You can detonate the wings in order to send a blast of dawn fire all around you, dealing damage equivalent to 8 times your intelligence. Drains 5% stamina every 2 seconds while active. Class: Dawn Phoenix Feathered Valkyrie, Relic. Level: 419. Combat ability: Dawn Mirage. Movement ability: Dawn Rush. Support ability: Dawnfire Immolation. Evolution Attunement Bonus: Shepherd for the Souls. You are able to see souls. All ethereal-based powers are 20% more effective. All special attacks deal 1.5% of total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Dawnfire. All fire-based powers now create Dawnfire, an intense fire that is extremely hard to put out and burns more intensely during the day. All fire-based powers are 20% more effective. All special attacks deal 1% of total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Dawn Spirit. All Dawnfire abilities gain 50% more effectiveness in the ethereal realm. Your soul regenerates 2 times as quickly as it otherwise would. Gain plus 10% to strength and intelligence. Dawn. Your stats are increased by 20% from the moment the moon turns into the sun until midday. Relevant abilities and perks change. Your abilities are 20% more effective. Gain 15% to dexterity and intelligence. Dawn Marked. All fire-based powers are 20% more effective. Once per day, for every hour of dawn, you gain an instance of Dawn Mark, which passively increases the damage of all your abilities by 10%. You can spend one or all Dawn Marks that you have to increase your next power's effectiveness by 20% per mark. Marks disappear after the sun turns into the moon. Gain plus 20% to strength and vitality. Passive skills. Perfect fire dance of dawning light. My dance, fire and dawn. Night eyes, evolved to greater night eyes, evolved to night vision, evolved to greater night vision. Power sense, evolved to greater power sense, evolved to appraisal, evolved to enhanced appraisal, evolved to relative capability sense. Introspection, evolved to enhanced introspection, evolved to contemplation, evolved to enhanced contemplation, evolved to soul search. Mind resistance, evolved to greater mind resistance, evolved to mind wall, evolved to greater mind wall, evolved to mind sphere. Active skills. Stab, evolved to greater stab, evolved to piercing stab, evolved to greater piercing stab, evolved to penetrating stab. Perfect flaming crescent. Throw, evolved to greater throw, evolved to spear throw, evolved to greater spear throw, evolved to flaming spear throw. Perfect inner strength. Trance, evolved to enhanced trance, evolved to regenerative trance, evolved to enhanced regenerative trance, evolved to soul regenerative trance. Strength, 1743. Dexterity, 2491. Vitality, 1028. Endurance, 916. Intelligence, 1301. Wisdom, 934. Chapter 36. Naira. Fire on the Wall. The attack came in the afternoon as the sun slowly dimmed, preparing to turn into the moon. Wave after wave of four-legged creatures were throwing themselves at the wall. Naira stood on top of a wall tower, watching over everything. These types of monsters were the most numerous of the enemy's forces. From this distance they appeared like black wolves, or perhaps big cats. They were neither, though they had features of both, and were as fast and as strong as a monster somewhere around the 6th tier of power. They didn't have any especially special powers, aside from the fact that their entire bodies seemed to be made out of some kind of ichor which regenerated extremely quickly. If they didn't die from a wound, it wouldn't matter in a few seconds. Stabbing the head, cutting it off, or just burning them was the surest way of securing a kill, since they were vulnerable to fire. Other than that, they were smart, coordinated, and usually attacked in packs. And the monsters were even smarter when they fought alongside a general, even if that didn't happen often. Naira had read the reports. Her imprisonment hadn't meant that she was kept in the dark, at least not when it involved their enemy. The most dangerous part about all the dome monsters was that they could capture souls, meaning there was no chance of an afterlife, nor any chance at a new life through immortality. It made even the strongest hesitate. The enemy was terrifying, a force that had to be stopped at all costs, and so far it wasn't looking good. The Empire couldn't hold this enemy back. Naira didn't know what the Emperor planned to do, but so far she hadn't seen anything even resembling a plan to win. There was only defending the wall. She wasn't as caught up with that side of the war effort, however, so perhaps she just didn't know about any plans. She turned her attention back to the fight. The soldiers on the walls were fighting together, using their powers in a synchronized display, rotating and firing at the enemy. The monsters that managed to crawl up the wall or jump to its edge were met with melee soldiers who fought as one. One soldier would raise a shield and block, and another would attack with their weapon, in this case a spear, as it was one of the most versatile weapons in the world. There was a reason why many used a spear, and it was not just ease of use. They seemed able to hold, so far at least. Naira glanced at an area of the wall where golden fire would flash every once in a while. Rayla stood among the soldiers, but she didn't engage fully. They had precious few people able to deal a lot of damage in a short time. Rayla and Emrys were two of them. Naira's part in this battle, at least right now, was to be a glorified statue. She watched the battle from atop the tower, her attunement, Gunner, boosting the stats of all of her allies by 10%. When she had been brought to her family, her former instructors had gone over all of her perks, testing them fully. Her Gunner attunement was even more powerful than she had assumed. Its range extended over the entire battlefield, it seemed, or at least the part of the wall defended by her family. She knew that the range changed based on the size of the battle, and she was certain that it worked only on those that she considered her allies. The rest of the wall was being defended by other houses, and while she had complicated feelings toward her family, they were still just that, her family. She considered them allies, at least enough for her attunement to work. No matter how much she resented being kept under lock and key, her family had given her a lot. When they had learned what her class name was, they scoured all the records they had, looking for any clues about it. There were no records of anyone having a similar class, and they didn't even know what Gunner meant. Naira hadn't either. The only thing she knew was the text that accompanied her class. In their search, though, they had found something, an obscure reference in a text that was older than the Empire, a written story put down on the page by a ranker from Earth long ago. There they learned that Gunner was in fact a name of a certain Valkyrie, one who rode out, chose the slain, and decided battles. They didn't know if Gunner was a real person, if Valkyries were even real. Much of the knowledge of the old worlds was lost or distorted over the centuries. They would probably never know the truth. Naira had always felt that her class fit her. It was everything that she had wanted it to be. When she had joined the Twilight Melody sect, she'd had this need to fit in, to be of use. Her build, what her family had wanted to turn her into, was someone who fought for herself, who didn't need anyone else to survive, who could be a beacon of golden fire to inspire others through actions, not directly, through perks. It was not who Naira wanted to be, not after the monster swarm, not after she watched warriors around her die without her being able to save them. She had dreams about that day, about the days afterward when she had been running alone, before Ryun had found her. Every time the dream turned to nightmare as she failed to save people again and again. Every choice she had made since was in the service of one goal, to help the people she considered her allies, her family, those who had accepted her and wanted nothing out of her but what she wanted for herself. Ryun and the others in the sect placed no expectations on her. She didn't need to live out to her family name. They didn't know anything about House Orn. She didn't have her sister there excelling ahead of her, making her feel small. There were only her own desires. Every perk choice she has made since then she had made in order to be of use, to help those around her. She pushed her class in the direction that allowed her to help them both in life and in death. That need, that desire, was what had rewarded her with her Gunner class, a class that allowed her to help her allies in battle and shelter them in death. It was a perfect class for what she wanted, and just knowing the story behind it, knowing that it was named after someone from the old world, meant something to her. She didn't know exactly what, but there were classes like that, which had names based on people from the old worlds and their legends. The soul of Gunner class embodied who Naira was. She was someone who wanted to be of use to others, who didn't want to fall short, and now she was. She helped in battle, and she helped the fallen in death. That was one of the reasons why she hadn't truly tried to escape. Despite the rules that her family enforced, she was still helping souls to pass through the ethereal realm on their way to the afterlife. The battle on the wall intensified, more waves coming at the wall with greater intensity. She saw soldiers dying and activated her Dawn Spirit cry, bolstering their souls' protections. Her perk wouldn't save all of them, but if it allowed even one of them to avoid having their soul devoured, it was worth it. She also activated Lady of Battle, increasing their stats further. Her boosts were small, but everything mattered in battles like these. And then things changed. An army came at the wall, an army that differed from the monsters that had been attacking so far. They came in a tight formation, wearing armor and weapons. Immediately, Naira recognized the races among them, all the races who were part of the Empire. The Taken charged without any battle roars or chants. They hurried in silence, only the sound of their feet hitting the ground announcing their passage. Immediately the battle changed. The charging army came in ranks. The front held shields in front of them, blocking the attacks coming from the wall, and the ranks behind them opened fire with their own long-range powers. The Taken were the worst enemies to fight. They looked as they had before they were somehow changed, only with black lines covering their bodies. They knew all that they knew before, and they fought the same, held the same power, but they were now the enemy. No family, no brother or sister, mother or father, wife or husband could get through to them. Naira knew that many had fallen to their own loved ones in the beginning, before they'd even known what was happening. The enemy was cruel, unrelenting. Naira saw a flash of gold, and then a pillar of fire came down, hitting the front line of the Taken. Rayla's attack broke their line, disrupted their charge, but it didn't matter. The Taken regrouped and continued their charge. Glowing shields covered them from the heavy fire coming in from the wall, the army burning through their powers just to reach it. Naira knew that the Taken still lived under the same rules they had before, that their powers had the same limitations. They seemed eager to reach the wall, their target the section that had already been breached. The geomancers had filled the hole with stone and earth, extended the wall on the front, and created new battlements. Arrays had been brought and installed, but in the end that section remained the weakest link. Naira saw her brother Emrys raise his staff and create a comet made out of fire above his head. With a flick of his staff, he sent it tumbling down toward the Taken. A bright light rose from the army to meet his attack, and the two collided in the air above them. The blast sent a shock wave that staggered everyone, and Naira looked for the source of the light. She found a single Taken, keeping to the middle of the formation. He was a tall Cretan, his chitin covered in black lines, just like the rest of them. His eyes blazed with light, and Naira could tell that he was strong. There was just something about him that reminded her of other powerful people she had encountered in her life. There was no point trying to scry or read his screens, as none of the Taken could be read that way. The power that took them over gave them some protections. The army began climbing the dead monsters from the previous waves. The flyers attempted to swoop on the wall from above, but the defenders switched the focus of their fire to them, taking them down. Then, as the rest of the army reached the wall, jumping and climbing, Rayla activated the defense arrays. A blast of force exploded out of the wall and sent them and the corpses of monsters flying back. But it didn't hold them for long. They tried again and again, and the array grew weaker and weaker with every attack. It was not one of the layered arrays placed into the rest of the wall. It was just a stopgap, and it was clear that it wouldn't last for much longer. Some of the Taken managed to get up on the wall, and the battle erupted. Naira took a step forward, but then stopped herself. There was a reason why she had been kept separate. Her way of fighting was hard to deal with in such small area like the top of the wall. She could injure her allies because they didn't know what she could do, and they were not ready to fight alongside a cultivator. The wars that the Empire fought were very different than the way the sects fought. The Empire's soldiers fought side by side, shoulder to shoulder. They supported one another. Nyra's style and build didn't match that, not offensively. Rayla followed the family build and so served as an irregular fighter, someone who could fight side by side, but also strike on her own. Emrys fought from a range, supporting everyone. Nyra's cultivation was just too strong and had too large an area of effect for her to be able to fight side by side with others. So she watched as the battle on the wall intensified. She could help. She had powers that could be of use, but their plan for the defense was for her to interfere only if necessary. Nyra saw Rayla and Emrys fighting, killing the Taken. It made her sad. Those people had once fought side by side with them, but had fallen to the enemy, being unlucky enough that they had survived the battle only to be captured, then twisted into whatever it was that they were now. She knew that the Empire had tried to help them, to save them, that they still had some of the Taken imprisoned. Nothing that they had done had managed to make any difference. The Taken served the Dome leader, Hastur. There was nothing else that mattered to them. Suddenly a bright beam of light hit the wall, and Nyra saw soldiers flying back. She recognized the Cretan Taken from before. He had somehow turned himself into the beam of light to reach the top of the wall. He attacked everyone nearby, his 4 fists glowing with light. She saw people being thrown back, their armor breaking. Then fire surrounded him as Emrys attacked and Rayla arrived with golden, fiery wings on her back. The Cretan walked out of the fire, his body surrounded with plates made out of light, and then engaged Rayla. Nyra watched her sister fighting, her spear flashing and her body on fire, but the Cretan was stronger. She saw Rayla being pushed back, despite Emrys attacking from the side. The Cretan pointed one hand at her brother, and a blast of light hit him, sending him flying from the wall. Nyra moved, her form shrouded in fire as she activated her avatar perk, and wings of fire manifested on her back. She flew from the tower and over the wall before using Valkyrie's descent. She landed on top of the Cretan, forcing him to flash into light and evade as her spear stabbed into the ground, cracking the stone and sending a rolling wave of it all around her. She glanced at Rayla and saw her ready her spear. Nyra moved chi through her body, activating Mantle of Rising Mists, then rose to her feet. Both of them moved at the same time, fighting in the same way that they had in their childhood, as if no time had passed. Rayla attacked high with her spear shrouded in fire, and Nyra attacked low, her shield near her body and ready to cover her sister if the Taken struck. The Cretan didn't have a weapon or armor, relying instead only on his power. As Rayla's spear went for the Taken's head, he raised one of his arms and blocked. Nyra's spear went low and was intercepted by another hand. The other 2 punched forward in their direction, and Nyra raised her shield. The impact sent her 2 steps back, and she saw that Rayla had evaded and attacked again. Her spear flashed with fire and moved in an arc, forcing the Taken to move a step back before she let go of the spear with one hand and pointed her palm in the direction of the Taken. A wave of golden fire left her hand, and the Taken flashed to light as the fire consumed everything. Nyra didn't see if she managed to hit him, but as soon as the attack ended, she saw that the ground and part of the battlements had melted. The stone was red and flowing. She glanced around, looking with her eyes and senses. She found the Taken quickly, and saw that one of his hands was gone, completely burned away, and the wound cauterized. He had evaded, but not quickly enough to remain unscathed. He glared at the 2 of them, his beady eyes going from one of them to the other and then back. A moment later he moved. Rayla beat her wings and moved out of the way as he flashed next to her and attacked. A flurry of hits rained on Rayla, getting through her block as she tried to protect herself. She went flying, tumbling over the wall. Naira was already on top of the Taken. Her avatar form erupted in even greater and more intense fire as she activated her Dawnfire immolation. The heat made the Cretan wince, but he blocked every one of her attacks, even when she chained several perks together to get more speed and strength. He was just faster than she was. So she changed pace, nearing the Cretan and activating her aura. The air dimmed and turned into a faint, scorching mist. The Cretan tried to move out of its range, but Naira followed, attacking all the way. The dead on the field were empowering her, making her faster and stronger, but it wasn't enough. She had to continue attacking and activating all of her boosting perks just to keep up. She could see a glimmer of the Taken's movements with her battle knowledge perk, but it didn't change things, as the Taken was just too fast for her. Still, she was doing damage. The heat was cooking the Cretan in his chitin, albeit slowly, and so she switched her technique to Curtain of Mist Petals. As the Cretan turned to light and flashed away, she followed him with her eyes and heat sense, then activated her Dawnfire blink. She appeared next to him and unleashed a dawn stun near point blank. The wave of fire washed over the Taken and stunned him just long enough for Naira to attack again. With a roar, she released her technique. Her petals flew next to her spear as she stabbed the Taken. The Cretan tried to evade, moving far enough that she would miss, but Erishi Resav twisted in her hand as she activated his ability. Erishi bent, hitting the Taken's shoulder and running him through. The petals followed as the Cretan tried to rip himself free of her spear, and just as he was about to get away, Rayla arrived. Her spear flashed with golden light that pierced the Taken's other side, and then her spear punched through his body from the back. Impaled on both of their spears, the Cretan couldn't evade her petals. The scorching mist petals hit him in the chest and exploded, taking chunks of his body away with them. Then Rayla pulled her spear back and swung again, decapitating him. For a moment, everything was still, despite the battle taking place all around them. Naira met her sister's eyes and smiled, some of the old feelings coming back to the surface. There was a time when she couldn't imagine standing side by side anyone else. She opened her mouth to speak when everything shook. She turned immediately and saw the source. A tall monster, a general, was walking toward the wall, and them. Chapter 37. Rayla. The difference between us, sister. The battle on the wall seemed to slow as everyone became aware of the general walking toward them. The Taken were still trying to take the wall, but the soldiers on top were holding them off. With one of the stronger Taken dead, the others weren't so much of a threat. Most of them were low-tiered soldiers who had been captured. If it had only been them, they would have been able to hold, but the general changed everything. It wasn't the same as the one that had broken the wall days ago. This one was larger, towering over the wall even as it walked on 4 legs. Its body was spindly, its limbs gangling and overly long. Its front legs were longer than its back, looking like long, tentacled appendages without any joints, which made it move with a slow, awkward gait. Its skin was gray and smooth, and its neck long, ending in a wide, toothless maw that was open to show nothing but darkness within. Like the head of a worm, it had no eyes. A low wail left its maw, one that brought a chill to Rayla's bones. It walked slowly, a titan dwarfing everything else, coming in from behind the army attacking the wall. Emrys climbed back on the rampart, a couple of house soldiers following behind him. He walked over and looked at the general in the distance. She saw the fear in his eyes, the realization of what the general's arrival meant. Rayla had seen one fight with a general before, and it had taken Eric and Vanessa working together with an army of thousands to kill it. She knew that the generals had vastly different levels of powers, that not all were suited for combat, but they were all powerful. After that one general had died, the enemy had stopped sending their generals against them so freely. They only struck when they were certain that they couldn't be defeated. Just looking at it made Rayla's spirits fall. They couldn't fight it, not without someone stronger on their side, like Eric or Vanessa. Even with their new power, they just weren't strong enough. The only reason they had managed to fight off the last general that had arrived was because it was weaker and because the head of the House Orne Guard had given his life to deal a blow that turned it away. Even then, they hadn't been fully successful. The wall was damaged, and now a weak point in their defense. The soldiers on top of the wall were tired, and the enemies seemingly without end. There was nothing that they could do now. Fighting against such odds was futile. They would lose, and every soldier taken prisoner would join the enemy's side. Everyone that fell would be one less soul ready to fight. She couldn't let that happen, and yet having the wall fall was... No matter what she chose, the end result was going to be terrible. She turned to the side where her brother and sister stood, looking at the general with two different expressions. She opened her mouth to speak when Naira moved. She climbed on top of the parapet, her shield in one hand and her oversized golden spear in the other. "We should hit it before it reaches the wall," Naira said as she reached up with her shield hand and adjusted the helmet on top of her head. "Emrys and the rest of the soldiers on the wall can provide support from a distance." She turned around and looked at Rayla, who was so shocked that she forgot to close her mouth. "Come on, hurry! The closer it gets, the more damage it will be able to do to the wall." Rayla glanced at Emrys, who had a dumbfounded look on his face that was a mirror of how Rayla herself felt. "Naira," Rayla started, "we can't fight that." Naira frowned. "What? We have no choice. We must." Rayla shook her head. "That is a general, Naira. We don't have anyone powerful enough to stop it." Emrys stepped forward, looking at Naira. "And with it here, the Farlink orb isn't going to work," Emrys said. "We can't call for help. Even if we could hold it off for a while, it isn't going to matter in the end." "Emrys is right," Rayla said as she joined him to stand in front of Naira, looking up at her. "We need to retreat to the fort. It's small enough that we should be able to defend it. The enemy will take this part of the wall. It's unavoidable, but we might be able to force them to turn away from the fort. If we call for a full retreat and get everyone behind the fort walls, we might have a chance." Emrys nodded, and Naira lowered her hands as she sagged. Rayla was glad that her sister saw some sense. They couldn't afford to act foolishly now. Their orders were to keep the wall for as long as possible, but there was no holding it against a general. She glanced to the side, in the distance where the wall stretched without ending. Other houses were holding the other parts of the wall, and some of them might even be engaged with this army at their edge, but they couldn't help them. If they weakened their part of the wall, the enemy would sense it and strike, opening another avenue for them to cross. If they saw that this part of the wall had fallen, they would at least relay a message, though it would be too late by then. They could at least try to keep the broken line as small as possible, giving the rest of the empire time to gather a force strong enough to plug the hole. There were fortresses beyond the wall, checkpoints that would slow the enemy's advance. Rayla nodded to herself. There was no reason for them to die pointlessly, without being able to accomplish anything of note. She was given this responsibility by her mother. She had to make decisions that would influence their entire house, as well as everyone working for it. She couldn't afford to lose. "Emrys," Rayla started, "you stay and hold the wall. Naira and I will fly around and relay the orders for the retreat. We can also support their retreat." Yesterday I was reminded of who we used to be, Naira said softly. Rayla turned her eyes to look at her sister. Before she could even open her mouth, Naira continued. We grew up together. We fought together. But along the way, we drifted apart. Because you excelled at what the family asked of you. You fit in this place. You are one piece of the whole. You live to serve. That is not who I am. Not anymore. Rayla frowned. Naira, we don't have the time for this. What are you— Naira cut the air in front of her with her golden spear as the sounds of battle surrounded them and the heavy footsteps of the general shook the ground. No, Rayla, you need to hear this. You need to understand. I left the Empire because I don't want what it offers, because here you are only valued for what you can contribute to the Empire as a whole. I joined a sect because they care only about power, about climbing one step above those around them. They are backstabbing, in a way. They care more about pride and face than they do anything else. In a sect, you climb based on what you yourself can accomplish. The sect might support you, but the amount of support that you gain is based on what you reach for. They are brutal and end conflicts with overwhelming might. At least my sect head does. She glanced to the side, in the direction of the enemy general. Do you know what my sect head would see if he looked at that monster? What I see now when I look at it? Naira didn't give Rayla enough time to answer. Not that she even had an answer for her questions. She was still confused and taken off guard. Naira pointed her spear in the general's direction. Power to be taken. That is what we see, what the greatest in the core sects would see. It is what real rankers see, those who survived and climbed high. How powerful that monster right there is doesn't matter. What matters is crawling, scraping, clinging to life as you climb that mountain of power. I don't want to be like you two. I don't want to follow someone else's path. I want to grab for power on my own, to advance on my own terms and make my own choices. Naira, it's suicide, Rayla argued. That general might be as strong as Eric or Mother, as strong as high rankers in the core. You just barely reached immortality. You can't do anything against that. Naira gave her a sad smile. Tiers of power are not absolute. Power is not absolute. Even the mighty can fall. I don't need to be stronger than a monster to kill it. Do you think the first rankers who arrived here survived by only fighting things weaker than them? Do you think Ryun Noct advanced so far in such a short time by doing things as you are now? I do not disparage our family's methods, Rayla. Our siblings are powerful, but aside from the oldest, those like Eric and Vanessa, those who have lived through the struggle and war, none can even come close to our parents. And that is who I want to reach. You have a choice to make, sister. Naira's eyes bored into hers. Who do you want to be? Naira dismissed her spear and then pulled out a potion that Rayla recognized. It was one of the boosting potions crafted by their family. She had given it to Naira yesterday when they came to an agreement. It would boost her stats by 40% for a short duration. She downed it quickly, then turned to look at the general stumbling in their direction. Naira, don't be reckless, please. Rayla took a step forward, but then immediately had to take two back as Naira burst into fire and grew in size. The avatar made out of golden fire turned its head as the golden spear appeared back in her arms and then was immediately consumed by the flames. This is the difference between us, Naira told her. Make your choice, sister. Wings sprung from her back, and she flew off, straight for the general in the distance. Naira. Seeing and listening to her siblings talk about the retreat, about losing the battle, made her realize just how much she had changed over the years she had spent in the Twilight Melody sect. She had lived a much different life there, a life that had made her happy, training other sect members, practicing her spear, listening to advice from Tali, despite the woman being difficult, and watching the way that Ryun lived his life had all changed her. At first she had thought that he was unique, that there was something about him that made him just better than others, and perhaps in some way there was. He had a talent for cultivation and a personal understanding that few could match, not even Tali. He was a ranker, one who had lived on a different timeline than anyone else. Naira and her family lived on a timeline of the immortals. For them, power was only a matter of time. Ryun clawed for every scrap of power he could get, and he didn't delay any more than he needed to. He didn't follow in another's footsteps. He carved his own way. Naira had admired that, had dreamed of being like that, but had resigned herself to never being able to attain such power. The tournament was what had changed that for her, as seeing Onrush decide to gain power through Ryun had shaken her. A part of her had been worried about that being borrowed power, and perhaps it was. But Onrush was not like Naira. Her goals and priorities were not the same. That was the start, but seeing the other contestants and fighting some who were powerful made her realize what they all had in common. They loved the struggle, and they were willing to gamble with their lives to reach for more power. She looked at the behemoth of a general in the distance, seeing it getting larger and larger as she approached. It had to be at least 5 stories tall, and while it looked as if a strong wind could topple it, there was a sense of strength to it. She might die, but then again she might not. If she was smart, if she got lucky enough, she could live and defeat a monster far stronger than her. A part of her was scared. Even with her immortality, she might not survive, not against these opponents. And yet, after 3 years spent imprisoned, 3 years spent on the battlefield honing her powers, 3 years of helping souls reach the afterlife, often failing, all while thinking about what her sect was doing and if they even knew that she was alive, she was tired of it all. She realized that Ryun had always been right. If she wanted something, she had to take it. To survive in this world on her own terms, she had to have enough power. And she had chosen the way that she was going to gain that power, by fighting and struggling, by growing in battle. This was the difference between her and her sister. She had used her mantle of rising mists on the wall, and the cycling part of the technique had gone through all of her stat pairs. Now the full boost had hit her first pair, and she knew that she had only a few seconds with her strength and dexterity boosted. She activated a second technique as well, her mesmerizing mirage, which surrounded her with a haze that mentally influenced her opponents. She didn't know if it would work on the general, but it would protect her from the taken on the ground, at least. She saw the effects immediately as their attacks from the ground missed her. She wasn't stupid. She knew how dangerous the general was, but fighting was not all about power. It was about how you used it and what opponent one was facing. The moment she saw the general, she had begun making her plan. It was a reckless one, she admitted, but from everything she knew about these monsters, it could work. They died like anything else. It can work, Erishi Rasav told her in her mind. The plan was both of theirs. True to his nature, it involved sliding through and striking where the enemy was weakest. "If we get close enough," Naira added. The general raised its worm-like head and pointed it in her direction. A faint sound announced it doing something, and then the wide-open, toothless maw released a screech. The air in front of the mouth shimmered as something moved at the speed of sound. Her mirage technique obviously didn't work on the general, as it had fired straight at her. Quickly, she switched her technique to mist burst, and moved out of the way as a burst of scorching mist chi exploded around her. The edge of the attack still hit her. A sharp pain hit her head and her ears despite her greater steel mind perk. The general's attack was some kind of sound-based attack that shook the air, creating a physical blast, but also carrying a mental force. That mental component made her wince, which probably meant that the edge of the attack was far weaker than the main part. It only inflicted pain, and that she could handle, as her enhanced toughness skill let her take pain without losing focus. It didn't matter. She didn't intend to feel the full brunt of the attack. She saw the general ready to attack again, the same faint sound repeating, sounding as if 1,000 tiny icicles were being struck with a soft wind. She twisted in the air, then got out of the way with shimmering burst. The attack cracked the air above her as she got lower, closer to the ground. The Taken took advantage of her position by sending attacks her way, and without her technique, their attacks were spot on. She raised her shield and focused her will, causing a shimmering wall to appear in front of her. With the shield wall, she blocked their attacks. The general attacked again. The blast coming out of its mouth wasn't precisely targeted, so she managed to get away just with a beat of her wings. It hit the ground, smashing the stone and earth, and burrowing deep enough that she couldn't even see the bottom, sending cracks all around the battlefield. The Taken on the ground burst apart into a shower of blood and gore. The attack was powerful enough that she knew she couldn't survive a head-on hit. She beat her wings, gaining altitude again. The general was getting ready for another attack, so she raised her spear and focused her will. Before it could attack again, she used Hurl and threw her spear at it, while activating Valkyrie's Might and Battle Trance. The attack flew through the air, the spear glimmering with her willpower. It struck the general on top of its featureless head and made it dip slightly, the awakened spear cutting a shallow scratch on its flesh before glancing off. It barely did anything. The general's skin was too strong to pierce. It readjusted its maw and attacked again. The air cracked again as a wave of sound twisted it up in her direction. With all the death on the wall, her death empowerment made her strong, and with all her other perks and techniques she was fast, but not fast enough to avoid the attack with pure stats. She burned one more of her abilities, using Dawn Dash to get away. She was close now. She knew she didn't have enough time to wait for her cooldowns, but she needed to get closer still. She flew at the monster again, now ignoring the attacks from the Taken on the ground. Her avatar form burned up many of their attacks before they could touch her, but a few still hit her. She didn't care. She pushed forward. The monster prepared to attack again, and she recalled her spear and pointed it forward. She used her Death Maelstrom perk, pulling on all the death on the battlefield. A small sphere left her hand, traveling along her spear and then out, too fast to be seen. It hit the general where its long neck met its torso, and it exploded into a dark whirlwind, a maelstrom of death essence. It expanded, ripping gashes into the general's skin, but still shallow. The general walked through it as if it could barely feel it, and perhaps it couldn't. The maelstrom expanded and ravaged the ground, killing the Taken around the general's feet. It released another attack, and Naira barely managed to get away with another mist burst. She was getting tired. The battle from before had already drained her stamina and chi, and she was quickly running out. But she was close now, close enough that she could see down the darkness of the monster's wide maw. Its mouth was the size of a house, a massive cave that spit out destruction and mental agony. She saw its head turn in her direction again as she flew higher above it. Then, instead of firing another attack, it rose up toward her, its front limbs reaching up into the air as it balanced on its hind legs. The two tentacle-like limbs split into dozens each, with wicked hooks at their ends, and all reached toward her faster than she could evade, ready to grab her. And then bolts of fire hit them, slapping them out of the way just enough for her to slip through and get higher. She glanced back and far behind her saw Emrys on the wall with his staff pointed in her direction, spewing fire. The soldiers on the wall were doing the same, ignoring the Taken trying to climb up for one moment to release a full salvo of powers at the general. The attack hit the general's tentacles, but only succeeded in throwing them off course, not really harming any of them beyond Emrys's attack, which had slightly scorched them. "Get back, Naira! Run!" Rayla's voice yelled inside her head. She had stayed. They hadn't retreated. That made her feel so many conflicting things, but she didn't have the time to process them. The soldiers stood on the wall, wearing the colors of House Orn, pointing their weapons in the direction of Naira's opponent. They had her back. They were there for her. A part of her, one that had tried to abandon her family, to do something that was entirely her own, felt ashamed. They had loyalty for her despite everything. She didn't think that they would. The people serving House Orn didn't serve her. They served something more, what her family represented in the Empire. She didn't understand that, and if she was being honest, she never truly had, which was why she was more at home in the sect. But she did accept their loyalty, and she respected it now. They had stayed, and that meant more than she could put into words. She felt something from them, as if she could somehow taste their awe at what she was doing, the respect. It was everything that she had ever wanted, to be looked at like this, as if she was someone who mattered, someone who was brave and powerful. "No," Naira sent back. "Hit it again, in the head. I need to get closer." Along with words, she tried to send her complete confidence. She knew that she could do this. She just needed one moment. People often misunderstood what battles were and how they went. Great battles were not those from stories. They were not epic encounters that lasted for hours or days. Great battles ended in moments, in the instant where the right power hit the right target and changed everything. Naira knew that it could be done, or otherwise what was even the point of the infinite realm? What was the point if they could never go against things that were stronger than them? Rayla didn't respond, and Naira hoped that she would listen. She dove back down again, the general turning its head in her direction and its tendrils heading toward her. She activated Valkyrie's swiftness and used Mist Burst to evade in between the tendrils as she flew toward the general's mouth. It was readying another of its attacks, and she knew that she was committed now, that she wouldn't be able to dodge again. Then, as it was about to release its attack, a wave of fire hit its head, moving it off course. Naira didn't even see what it was that hit it. She only noticed fire and heat. The side of its face had faint scorch marks, but the attack had hit part of its open mouth, too, and she saw bigger burns on the inside. She prepared another technique, charging it as she reached the wide, toothless maw of the general. The faint sound that announced the attack blossomed again, but there was no going back now. Naira entered the general's mouth. "Now," Irishi Rasav told her. Naira used her great lunge, lurching forward through the massive mouth and down the throat. She reset her dawn dash and used it immediately to get farther down. She could feel the monster preparing its attack and knew that she had to pass the point where it was being generated before it was fired, or she was dead. She triggered Dawnfire Immolation. Her already fiery avatar form burst with more intense fire, burning the flesh inside the general's throat, and then she activated Dawnfire Blink. She blinked deeper down and released a burst of Dawnfire at her arrival point, burning even more of the monster's flesh. She wasn't fast enough. The sound reached a crescendo, and it fired its attack. The howling sound and shaking air came from deeper inside the monster, and she knew that she had nowhere to dodge, except for one place. Quickly, she used her ethereal cross. The world around her turned and twisted, for a moment making her feel as if she was falling, and then she was someplace else, the ethereal realm. A part of the attack somehow followed her through, and she was thrown back as she raised her shield in defense. Her mind nearly split in two, and her shield shattered, her hand with it. It took a moment for her enhanced toughness to help her get through the pain, and she glanced down to see that her left hand was a mangled mess with nothing below the elbow. She activated rapid recovery to close the wound and prevent more blood loss, and then she beat her wings forward. She reached the place where she crossed over quickly, not wanting to allow the difference between the two realms to take hold. The more she stayed in the ethereal realm, the more time went haywire, and she couldn't allow the general to move too much from the spot where she had crossed over. She reached the entrance and returned to the real realm, straight into the depths of the monster's body. She moved immediately, getting deeper, her enhanced thermoception telling her that there were things around her that might have been the organs that generated the sound attack. Finally, she reached what looked like a wide cavern in the light cast by her fire. The general was a strange monster. It didn't have anything really resembling normal anatomy inside it, but it did have an open space resembling a stomach. Perhaps it had more abilities that it didn't use, or perhaps this place was used for something else. It didn't matter. Naira used her Valkyrie's stamina, recovering it to its full state in a single moment, and then she burned the rest of her boosting perks and activated her aura. Naira landed on the floor with Valkyrie's descent, burrowing her spear deep into the general's flesh. The heat of it sizzled the wound immediately, and her immolation and avatar burned the flesh all around her further. Then she released the technique that had been charging since she started the dive. The fully charged mist of the scorching end billowed out of her, and in less than a second it filled the area completely. The sound and the stench of burning flesh filled her senses. She heard a roar of agony coming down from the opening above her. Then her entire world went sideways, and she clung to Erishi Risav to stay upright. Everything was rolling, and she realized that the general was thrashing about and heaving, trying to get her and the mist out. She could see that her attack was working. It was burning it from the inside, but not fast enough. She wasn't strong enough to finish it in an instant. This was going to take time. She felt strong, stronger than she had ever been. She knew that Rayla, Emrys, and the soldiers on the outside were fighting the general too. They had to be doing damage to it from the outside, and together she knew they could take it down. Then the wall of the monster's stomach parted beneath her, and 3 tendrils burst through, sizzling as they were burned by the mist filling the stomach. Naira was so taken aback that she failed to act quickly enough. One of the tendrils grabbed her and pulled her down, smashing her against the side of the stomach. Her head was ringing as it pulled her toward the gash where it had come from, and she realized that the general had punched through its own body from the outside to get to her. The realization that she was hurting it emboldened her, and she summoned her spear back before stabbing the tendril, pinning it to the wall of the stomach. She pulled her storage ring off her finger with her mouth as she stored everything in it, and then slid the ring on a small hook at the end of her spear. As the other 2 tendrils went after her, she turned into her scorching mist form. The tendrils passed through her, hurting her some, but not enough. She moved as the heat around them increased with her perk. The mist was leaking upward through the opening as the technique reached its end, but it couldn't dissipate that fast, considering it was mostly in a closed area. The thrashing returned, and even in her mist form she could sense everything rolling around. More tendrils punched through the stomach walls, opening more holes for the steam to escape through, and she knew that it wasn't going to be enough. Despite the realization, she still felt inspired, strong, as if something was pushing her to do more, to be better. She couldn't explain it. She had never felt anything like it before. Then the tendrils started lashing at everything inside the mist, hitting her on accident. Her mist form gave her resistance to physical attacks, but there were limits to everything. She felt her form being dissipated, felt it slipping as the monster thrashed in a panic, trying to kill her before she could kill it. And then something changed. She felt it inside of her. Something had happened. She didn't know what it was, but she could sense something new inside of her. She reached for it. A moment later, it answered, and she knew. Fragment of dawn. The mist changed color, and the monster's insides caught on fire. It burst into flames that devoured the tendrils in seconds, turning them to ash. The stomach walls burned away, twisting and churning as they were evaporated, leaving only bones that quickly turned to darkened and cracked pieces of crumbling dust. The monster thrashed, stabbing more and more tendrils inside, trying to catch her, to stop her, all in vain. It was burning from the inside, its lifeblood evaporating. She felt the monster fall and still, and then the mist escaped through the holes in the monster's body, and Naira could see outside of it. Her mist form condensed into her body, and she looked around and then limped over to Erishi Risav. She grabbed her ring and pulled her armor back on. "We did it," he told her. "Yes," Naira said slowly, feeling more tired than she had ever felt before. She removed the filters on her HUD that she kept on in battles and looked at the 2 notifications she had. The Daughter of Dawn. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal. Plus 1,200 to intelligence and wisdom. Plus 5% to all stats. Fragment of Dawn. 100,000 greater essence. Bane of Hastur. Kill a general of Hastur. Plus 100 to all stats. Plus 1% to all stats. Hastur's Bane. Perk. 500 celestial essence. Fragment of Dawn. Title perk. Once per 3 months, for 1 minute, all your heat and light-related powers have their effectiveness increased by 30 times, burning all in your way. Hastur's Bane. Unique perk. You've proven yourself against the hordes of Hastur. All of your powers are now 10% more effective against any 11th Dome monsters. She had gained an ideal, something that Ryun had told her about. But she hadn't done anything that he had. Quickly, she realized that this was not her own ideal, and while a part of her was excited, another was disappointed. This ideal came from the people watching her fight a general of the Dome monsters from the wall, the soldiers and her siblings, all loyal to her family. They had believed in her so much, had been so inspired by what they had seen, that they had given her this gift. Even its name told her what it was they believed. The Daughter of Dawn. That was how they saw her, the daughter of Karia Orn. She pushed that out of her mind. There was nothing she could do to change things now. She made her way through the gaping wounds burned in the general's side and climbed out of the corpse. Once outside, she looked around and saw the Taken and the rest of the Dome monsters retreating. She glanced back toward the wall and saw people standing on top of it in the distance, a flying shape heading her way. Rayla dropped down on the corpse next to her, looking at her as if she was seeing her for the first time in her life. Naira opened her mouth to say something, but her mind betrayed her, and everything turned sideways. The last thing she remembered before falling asleep was her sister grabbing her in her arms. Chapter 38. Erdania. Trust and Reasons. "The ocean is beautiful," Erdania said, feeling only slightly awkward. It wasn't that she was a stranger to things like this. She had flirted with and seduced many in her life, and she wasn't young. But somehow this felt different. This was the first time that both she and Celia had agreed on pursuing someone actively, and this was also a strange way to do it. In the sect, they had grown up and been taught everything they knew. There was an order to things. There were layers and ranks of people who could approach one another. Celia was a granddaughter of the sect head, and Urdania had been a ward of a sect leader. They had been of a higher standing, and anyone who wished to approach them would therefore be hard-pressed to do so, not without everyone looking into them, not without their worth being weighed against the need of the sect. It was why the two of them had always initiated things with others. At first, their lovers had been people their family would approve of, people valuable to the sect, and never someone who could be dangerous, of course, not from outside of the sect itself. They were young, and they had a responsibility. As they grew, they changed, and their first true love came from the understanding of how anyone brought into their relationship would impact the sect. Turland had been unimportant, had no connections to anyone important, and he didn't have personal power. They had fallen in love with him, but it was the fact that they didn't need to think about where they stood with him, how their relationship would impact the sect, that truly allowed them to become what they had. After him, there had never been anyone else who came even close to what he had meant to them. This time, they had gone about things differently. They had chosen someone for reasons that were deeply personal. They wanted a third, and they believed that he suited them. If Urdania was being honest with herself, a big part of their decision was the fact that he and Celia had a connection. It made Urdania uncomfortable, of course. She could see how they interacted with a closeness that did not reflect the time they had known each other. She also knew that Celia and perhaps even Ryun weren't really aware of it, or at least to the extent of it. They had gotten acquainted during the tournament, true, but they spoke as if they had been friends for much longer. Part of the reason why Urdania felt slightly uncomfortable was her own relationship with him, too. They had met and shared a single night, which was all that it was supposed to be. Now, through circumstances, it was becoming more. She knew herself enough that she could admit that she was attracted to him. He was her type. She wouldn't have approached him that night if he wasn't. They were physically compatible, and she didn't doubt that she could come to like him more in time. Love, on the other hand, was something else entirely. She didn't know how to really go about that. With Celia, it had happened over time as they grew up together, as they became as close as one could be with another person. With Turland, it had been discovery and admiration. He had been weak, not wanting anything that Urdania and Celia could offer him to grow. It was a soft love. He was a caring man, an emotional man. He got through to Urdania in ways that not even Celia could have. Ryun was the complete opposite. He was hard through and through, looking almost emotionless, on the outside at least. Celia had told her that he kept his emotions from her for the most part, but that the few times he had let her sense something, she felt a deep well of emotions that were passionate but still hard. He was direct, in a world where everyone spoke through masks, and he was far too arrogant for his power, but he had survived and only gotten stronger, so who was she to judge? The second part that made her uncomfortable was the status of what was between them. They had used an approach that they never had before, just coming out and saying what they wanted. All those words and expectations were now hanging in between all three of them. They were trying to get to know one another, but there was already this understanding of what all of this was heading toward. In part, it made her feel something she couldn't quite understand. She glanced to her right, where Ryun was standing next to her, looking out at the ocean. He didn't answer her question, and that made her think that perhaps she had said something weird. "You don't think so?" she said after a few more seconds of silence. She didn't like feeling like she was being ignored. Ryun tilted his head, his eyes still on the ocean. "I guess," he answered finally. "You don't find beauty in this?" She gestured toward the clear emerald water stretching in all directions around them. "It is a matter of perspective. To you it is beautiful. Someone else might find it terrifying. Others still might look at it and feel nothing at all." "I asked you for your opinion, not anyone else's," Erdania pressed. Ryun's head tilted to the other side, and his face looked as if he was considering something. "It isn't that I don't want to answer. I can't. Not really. My way of seeing the world is not the same as yours. It is a beautiful sight to me, but I don't see the world in the same way as others do." "Ah." It didn't take long for her to figure out what he meant. She and Celia already had some suspicions. It was obvious in the way that he looked at his surroundings. Often he wouldn't look in the direction of what most everyone else was. Even when he looked at other people, it was as if he wasn't seeing everything that others could, or perhaps he saw more. It had to be his ruler's eyes. Some could alter the way a cultivator saw the world. "So, what do you see?" Erdania asked, wondering if he was going to answer. The thing that they were hoping to build between them required more than just willingness. He himself had said so, and they agreed. Trust was something that was much harder to obtain. They had it, at least in part. They had fought against near impossible odds together, and that had a way of building up trust. Ryun turned his eyes and met hers. Two empty pools of black nothingness, surrounded by white, bored into her. "I see essence," he answered. Erdania blinked. That wasn't what she had expected. She didn't even understand what he meant by that, but before she could answer, he continued. "I see it as tiny grains of sands, each type indicated by different colors or shades. I see the air as a thin mist everywhere, the ocean as dunes of sand, people as statues crafted out of a countless number of tiny grains. The colors are everywhere, melding together in a somehow synchronized tapestry, each one of them representing a different form of essence." His lips quirked into a small smile. "So, yes, it is beautiful to me, only not in the same way." Erdania had never heard about eyes that could see something like that. There were eyes that could see a lot of different things, including some that could see into the future, even. But in order to gain something like this, the requirements were great. "What did you do to get eyes like that?" Erdania asked. Ryun turned back to look at the ocean, and then just as she thought that he wasn't going to answer, he did. "I had my eyes gouged out, and then when I had the chance to heal them, I decided to keep myself blind." For a moment she thought that he was kidding, but then she realized that he wasn't. Keeping such wounds from healing was hard for people like them. Over time, with the right potions or perks, everything could be healed as if it never happened. Scars remained only on those who had their souls injured. In order to keep his eyes from regenerating, he had to have somehow halted the regeneration, or had kept gouging them out. "Why would you do that?" Erdania knew that many in the sects did things like what he did, though few took it to such an extreme. People might keep their eyes blindfolded while they trained, or restrict themselves with weighted clothes. There were many things that allowed one to gain the right perks. She had trained in rooms where gravity was increased. She had been pushed to exhaustion and beyond. What he had done wasn't unheard of, but few went to such extremes. Why? To train, of course, to push myself. Without my eyes, I sharpened my other senses, both physical and skill-based. In the end, I gained these eyes as a reward. My sight is a price I am happy to pay for more power." Erdania studied him for a moment, realizing more about who he was. She had been raised in captivity, taught only how to seek more power. After she had been saved, she had continued in the way that she had been taught, training and pushing herself. She hadn't known anything else, but after she and Celia had come together, she had slowed down, and then eventually, as their power topped out, they had stopped altogether. They'd gotten soft, she knew, used to the lives they had, the monotony and the expected. Ryun was different. Celia was already changing based on what the two of them had talked about. His ways of advancing, his thoughts on it, had made her change. Erdania could see now how that could be. Sacrifice for power was the way of cultivation. One could sacrifice blood and sweat and tears, or the time or lives of others, but in the end, the more one gave, the more power was granted in return. "Why seek so much power? You are young, you have time, you don't need to rush so much." She turned her eyes back to him. Ryun raised an eyebrow. "Don't I? We are facing a force that could drive us all to our deaths, and who knows what else lurks in this world. Time is not the luxury that you all seem to think it is," Ryun said, his face turning harsh, showing emotions she had seldom seen on it. "Time is the enemy, the liar, the unseen killer of us all. It is natural, yes, and it is unbeatable in the end. That doesn't make it our ally. Time makes us think that we always have more of it. It makes us think that we can grow in power as it passes, that we can afford to take less risks. It lies to us, and we all believe it." "That," Erdania started, not quite sure what to say. She had never quite heard anyone speak this way, but the funny thing was that she did see what he meant. "I understand. Or at least I think I do." Ryun smiled. "As to why I seek power, that is a hard question to answer. It changed as I had changed. Once it was all about survival, then enough power to protect, then to kill anyone in my way and protect again. Now it is about survival again, in a way." He chuckled to himself and shook his head. "Until this moment, I hadn't even thought about how it had come full circle. Yes, survival, endurance. I want to live, and I need power in order to survive. I want to bear witness." "To what?" "Everything," Ryun said, his voice grave. "To see the stories of those around me, to understand them, and perhaps see something that will help me understand myself more. I am not like others. I cannot sit here with you and talk about nothing. I don't know how to do that. I never did. I can talk about things that I feel, that I know, that interest me. I can listen and hear your story, witness your life through you all the way up until its end." He stopped for a moment, looking away, and then sighed. "I seek power so that I can survive until the end of everything, until the moment when this world dies, when all things die a true death, when time itself stops. I want that, to see and to know the entire journey." He turned his head and met her eyes. "I can promise many things, Erdania, to you and to Celia. I don't care for politics. I don't care for wars and sects and kingdoms. I care about keeping my word. I care about seeing the stories around me unfold, witnessing them at the moment of their end. That is who I am. For now, at least." Erdania nodded, though not because she quite understood everything he said. That would take time. She nodded simply because he had decided to share the words with her, and doing so meant that he, too, wanted more between them. Trust and, perhaps, a future. A few weeks later they arrived at their destination, the coast of a land far beyond the core and everything that Urdania had ever known. The land was similar and strange at the same time. On one side, far in the distance, she could see mountains almost touching the sky, in a range that stretched as far inland as she could see. The coast was a long beach, with hills stretching beyond it. Their fleet made anchor just off the coast, and there, at their landing spot, they saw a large camp with people waiting for them. Urdania stood next to Celia and Rioun, with the rest of their team standing beyond them. Vryle stood next to Meleatus, and the 2 wardens were nearby. All 7 were ready to head for the shore. "I'll stay here," Drakale said from behind them. "I don't know how much I trust them, and I will be of far greater use on my ship." Celia turned her head and nodded in the Drake's direction. "We will remain in touch, as much as we can, at least." Drakale nodded. "Good. We'll stay here until you return, or until enough time passes without you sending word." The Drake was their way home, and while she was powerful, their enemy was in the middle of the landmass. Even if there were rivers that could hold her ships, she was still most powerful on the ocean. Urdania glanced down at the boats. Drakale's people had them loaded with their things and would transport the 7 of them to the shore to meet with their new allies. "Then we're off," Celia said. "You know what to do once you get on land?" Drakale asked as they prepared to jump down. "Of course," Celia responded. Then they were on their way. Chapter 39. Power of Old. Knight Commander Baylor Rue of the Order of Warbringers stood above the shore, far away from the Empire's borders. It had been a long journey, and a hard one, too. They'd had to get through a nearly impossible-to-cross mountain range, and then fight both monsters and avoid the patrols from the enemy. The enemy's focus seemed to be on the Empire, and the Wall in particular, but there was an entire swath of land beyond the mountain range that kept their eastern border where they could have moved unopposed. True, it was filled with monsters, many of which were incredibly powerful, but many in the orders believed that the enemy could have pushed its forces through there and attacked the Empire from the north, or even just avoided it altogether, which meant there was a reason why they hadn't. The enemy had sent scouts, however, and Baylor and his task force had managed to avoid them all. Now he watched as another enemy came toward him, enemies he was supposed to think of as allies. It was one of the hardest things that the Emperor had ever asked of him. He led the order tasked with preparing the way for their attack on their enemies, and now he was here, meant to welcome them with open arms. It was enough to make him want to scream, but he was a loyal servant of the Empire, and he would fulfill his duty no matter what. He watched his new allies as they came ashore, quite interested in who they were. He recognized none of them, from his own experiences at least, but he had expected that. The deal that was struck between the Empire and the settled territories was that none of those who had been part of the war were to be sent. It had been hard enough convincing the heads of the great houses to accept the deal as it was, and if any of the old rankers from the core were to come, none of this would work. There was a lot of animosity toward them, toward what they had done. A few stood out, those who had killed so many, and in the end this was the only way forward. Yet they had sent only 7. True, their plan required few, but Baylor had doubts. He knew that individuals with great power existed, but he just didn't know how much they could truly help, though the heavens knew that they did need help. The 7 that came on shore didn't look very impressive, and Baylor knew the names of only 2 sect leaders of one of the strongest sects in the core. Celia Hajan and Urdania Shijan were both powerful high rankers, though his information didn't put them quite on the levels of some. Granted, getting information on the power of cultivators was notoriously hard. Getting spies into sects was nearly impossible for the Empire, as they had no powerful cultivators, and even when they managed to get some, they were never granted access to the upper echelons of the sect because of their power. The others were an unknown to him. There were 2 humans, one Cthulhu, a Ravzer, and another whose body had attributes of several races, though the base looked to be Demacy. He assumed that she was a cultivator with some kind of strange true body. One of the humans was tall, with black skin and wearing armor. On his hip, Beller noticed a badge which, with the use of a skill to look more closely, across the distance he recognized as a warden's badge. The Cthulhu wore all black robes, while the Ravzer had a loose green tunic and brown pants on. The second human wore a classic sect robe, but what really drew Baylor's attention were the cracks in his skin that leaked violet and black mist. Another true body, he assumed. Behind them, the sailors who rowed their boats were pulling something out of them. 2 were massive, identical boxes made out of wood, almost the size of a small village house or a cottage. They had tied it to the boat and pulled it over the water. The other thing was another box, though this one was far more ornamental and glowed with runes that Baylor assumed were formations. After a few moments of looking at it, he realized it appeared to be a coffin. That made him frown, as such things hadn't been in use since the first few years of the iteration's arrival in the Infinite Realm. Nevertheless, he stood on the small hill above the beach and waited. He had a squad of 12 knights behind him, all members of his order and on at least the 8th tier of power. They had a camp set up here, with tents and a few arrays deployed for the defense and monitoring of their surroundings. Most of who had come with him were chosen because they could move stealthily and were strong enough to survive a potential conflict. Still, he didn't think they could do anything against the people that he now faced. They weren't enemies, not now at least, but Baylor was hard-pressed to ignore centuries of hate. He had been just a child when the war had happened, when he and the others had been forced to flee. He grew up on the run, in the wild, where they had fought against monsters every day. He had seen too many fall, and he had watched as those who survived struggled to rise and build up the empire. He took a deep breath and then gave orders to his people. 10 of them followed him down the hill and toward the beach, where the 7 stood around the 3 strange boxes while the sailors got back on their boats and left. He steeled himself and made sure his face was empty of all emotion as he stopped a short distance from them. The new arrivals were the ones to greet them first, and one of them stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings," the Demacy, Celia Hajan, said. Her bow was in the style of the sects, accomplished over her closed fist. After a beat, she straightened. She met his eyes, then gestured behind her and spoke. "We come to fulfill our part of the agreement made. Next to me are chosen representatives of different factions of the settled territories. All of us were chosen because we fit the terms your side set, and because we have enough power and/or the experience against these foes. With me are Wardens Zachariah Gardner and Nehemasa Plainrunner, Vriel Klar, Meleatus Ennis, Riun Nacht, and Erdania Shijan. I am Celia Hajan. It is a pleasure to meet you." Baylor's eyes glanced in the direction of the shorter human, the one she called Riun Nacht. Something about the name was familiar to him. He remembered reading something in some report a few years ago, but he couldn't quite recall what. He made a mental note to investigate further, as any piece of information was valuable beyond measure. The others he didn't know, except for the Jeans, of course. Baylor realized that he had remained silent and that everyone was looking at him with expectation. He inclined his head and then spoke. "I am Knight Commander Baylor Rue. With me are my knights. I was tasked with escorting you to the Empire. We do not have much time. We should be on the way immediately." He gestured at the boxes behind them. "I don't know what you've brought with you, but unless it can fit in your storage items, they will only serve to slow us down."
"Ah," Celia started. "I do not know what the two big boxes are for, but we should know shortly, as soon as our leader arrives."
Baylor frowned. "You're not all here? Are they on one of the ships still?" He grimaced. "We don't really have much time for—" Celia interrupted him by raising her hand.
"He will be here shortly,"
she assured him, and then turned to the two people closest to her, Erdania and Rioun, whispering something that he couldn't quite hear. They turned and walked to the smallest of the three boxes, the coffin-like one, before taking it to Celia and then placing it on the ground. Celia then pulled a small silver orb out of her storage, a far-link orb. Baylor immediately stiffened, and he felt his knights do the same. He didn't know what these people were planning, and a million things went through his head. For all he knew, this was some elaborate scheme to finally end the Empire and all of their people. He was on edge, almost ready to summon his weapons and attack, but the only thing that stopped him was the curious looks from the rest of their party. It seemed like not even they knew what was about to happen. Celia had her eyes closed and her head tilted for a few seconds, long enough for a short conversation. Then she opened her eyes, and the coffin flashed. The formations glowed brighter, and the chains around it unlocked themselves. A moment later the top clicked and shifted up just enough that white mist left through the cracks. Rioun and Erdania moved closer and grabbed the top, then pulled it off completely. Baylor was close enough that he could see inside, and what he saw made him freeze. Inside the coffin was a body, a well-preserved one, though unmistakably dead. The skin was pulled tight, embalmed or preserved through some other means. Every inch of the body's skin that was visible was covered in what looked like black tattoos, inscriptions that Baylor recognized as formations. The corpse opened its eyes, and bright orange light shone out of them. At the same moment, every inscription on the body ignited with the same color. The body shifted, then pulled itself out of the coffin. The corpse was big, that of a Demacy with white horns which were covered in inscriptions that now glowed orange, and white hair falling behind the gold and black headdress that almost resembled a crown. The pale blue skin looked smooth and almost glistened in the bright sunlight. Its clothes were of a resplendent gold and black cloth, embroidered with even more formations made out of thread that looked almost like it was made out of metal. Over the cloth came armor plates. One was on the upper torso, hanging from a double chain that went around the undead's neck. Another was on top of both arms, circling the upper arms like some kind of a bracer. Several spread around the groin area, hanging on a half-skirt that stretched almost to the ground. The tail was long and covered in tiny plates as well. Each of the plates, big or small, was as covered in inscriptions as the rest of the undead. All were gold in color, with red gems set into the metal itself and lines of inscriptions connected between them. It held a large weapon in one of its hands, a cross between a spear and a sword, or perhaps a spear and a staff. A straight blade made up about a third of the entire weapon, with the handle being the other two-thirds. The blade was black, with golden lines covering all of it. The handle staff was bound in leather and had a large round gem at the bottom that shone with ruby light. On the left hip, the undead had a curved sword, a khopesh, hanging through a loop, likewise with the black blade covered with golden lines. The orange glowing eyes looked at each of the people around it in turn, and then finally turned in Baylor's direction. The undead met his eyes, and he shivered at the intensity there. It was a powerful undead, more powerful than anything that Baylor had ever seen from the Empire's necromancers. There was something more about it that he couldn't quite place. The undead tilted its head in a very strange way, then spoke. "We've arrived and have been welcomed. This is good." It spoke, and the deep and almost reverberating voice made Baylor shiver. It didn't look like any normal undead. It was more like the greatest of the undead, those that still had souls. Celia had said that they were waiting for their leader, but he didn't think that they would take orders from an undead, even if it had a soul. "What is your name?" the undead asked, snapping Baylor from his thoughts. Baylor frowned, then narrowed his eyes and used one of his perks. Immediately he realized the truth. It was not an undead. "You are not the tool, you are the necromancer," Baylor said, wondering where the necromancer was. Perhaps on one of the ships behind them. He was unsure what all of this was supposed to be, but he was still wary of a trap. I apologize," the undead spoke. "I am used to... This is not my land, and I am just a visitor, a guest. I should not have demanded a name without first providing mine." The undead straightened, then spoke again. "I am Eratimus Prideborn. I am known by many other names, but I doubt that you know them, or even require them to know who I am." Baylor swallowed as he realized who he was standing before. There were tales of this necromancer, the necromancer, in every account of the war. The Lord of Death was the greatest necromancer in the world. He hadn't taken part in the war, not to the same extent as the others of his iteration had, but Baylor also knew and remembered a much more recent encounter with this monster. He had been there when he and the Grey Horde ambushed the Empire's army, when he had decimated it with his undead. To stand now before him, a part of him wished that he could just order them to attack, but even if they had a chance against him, it wouldn't matter. He was not here. He was projecting himself from somewhere safe in the core, or at least that was one of the suspicions that his informants and spies had come to. He was one of the most elusive high-rankers, and Baylor didn't for a moment believe that his rank on that list was real. This was one of the most dangerous and powerful beings in the world, and it was here, waiting for Baylor to escort it to the Empire. It nearly made him laugh, the turn of events. How had everything gotten so insane in the span of a few short years? "I am Baylor Rue. I command your escort. We need to get on our way as soon as possible. Those big containers behind you, I don't know what you have in them, but they will only slow us down." The undead, the vessel for the Lord of Death, Eratimus, just waved his hand. "It is no issue." He then turned and raised his hand at one of the containers. Its exterior slid open, and only glowing eyes could be seen in the darkness. A moment later, armored skeletons spilled out, with swords at their hips and shields on their back, walking out of the container until all 24 of them were out. With one look, Baylor knew that each of these undead was equal to some of the most powerful monsters that he had ever faced. Each had that eerie look of the undead, but each was also a work of art. Their bones were plated in black metal with gold formations inlaid over them. Without any delay, half of them moved as one to the second container, arranging themselves around it and picking it up, carrying it on their shoulders. "There," Eratimus said. "We will not be slowed at all, I assure you. The living flesh will tire before my creations." Baylor nodded, equal parts impressed and terrified. "Then we should move immediately." Eratimus nodded, then gestured, and a few of his remaining skeletons picked up the coffin. "I agree. For now, I shall remain in this vessel. There are things that I need to speak with my team about, and I would very much like a more in-depth account of what is happening in your empire. Your people were not nearly as forthcoming as I believe they should have been."
If the body wasn't so clearly unable to show facial expressions, Baylor was certain that the necromancer would have scowled at him. There wasn't much that he could say to that, so he just nodded, then gave orders to his people to start taking down their camp. It was a long walk back. Chapter 40. Zack. Schemes and Games. Their group moved over the rocky ground at a brisk pace, too fast for Zack to even have the time to study it. The most he could see was that the ground had a blue tint to it here, and that the rocks were red. He hadn't even had a chance to ask why, though he didn't really need to. He knew that territories could sometimes differ incredibly from those that bordered them, but more often than not they were placed in groups. The color of the ground and rocks had remained through all the territories they had passed through so far, and there had been several. It was probably the result of some special kind of essence infused into the terrain, though he hadn't seen or felt any type of effect from them. They had been on the move for almost a full week, with no stopping. All of them were strong enough that they could handle this, though their escorts had started showing signs of fatigue. At the end of the 6th day, the Knight Commander called for a stop to rest. His people built up camp in a practiced and swift manner, while the core group settled for a simple campfire. The undead, carrying the big wooden container behind them, lowered it and moved out into the darkness, making a perimeter around the camp. Most of the core group was significantly more powerful than their escorts, and probably still didn't need any sleep. Zack, on the other hand, felt like he should take advantage of the stop. He looked around at his group, seeing Rioun sitting on the ground with the 2 women from the sects. The Cthul, Vryle, was talking with Meleatus to the side, leaving Neha and Zack alone with the last member of their team. Zack had a fascination with him. An undead body, controlled by a necromancer from half a world away. It was impressive, but no less so than the undead himself. Zack could feel nothing from the undead. It was almost as if he wasn't even there, despite the visual proof that he was. Its weapons looked impressive, and he was sure that they were more powerful than anything that Zack had seen before, but like everything else, it was as if it wasn't even there. Zack's fascination had been kindled after their first meeting with the Knight Commander and his group. It was obviously some kind of concealment effect, but it only made the undead more terrifying. The undead looked like a mummy, a pharaoh from old Earth, at least marginally. It was a Demacy, so it had horns and a tail, and there were other differences, but the style reminded Zack of what he knew from Earth. Knowing that the undead was their leader was another thing that he had to accept. Not that Zack had any room to complain. He had been chosen not because he was the strongest possible choice, but because he had experience with this enemy, and because he could open the way to the ethereal realm. There were probably many others who had the same power, but only he had been there at the end. He was who had closed the portal. It was the combination of the two that allowed for him to even be entertained as a choice. Looking around at the others, he knew that he wasn't as strong as they were, not yet, at least. Oh, he was powerful enough to match them, and maybe even kill some of them if in the right situation. He had tools and perks that allowed him to punch above his weight, but the march itself had given him more perspective than their prior journey. The others didn't get tired. They could have gone on for longer. Sure, Zack could have as well, but he would be pushing himself. He glanced to the side at Rioun, sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. He held a black crystal in his hand, and even with Zack's limited cultivation, he could tell that he was drawing the essence in. None of them were tired.
Their power had changed them into things that were far removed from what they had been at birth. Zack had changed, too, but his body was still flesh and blood. Perhaps in time he, too, would change, but for now this trip was just a reminder of how different things were.
"We would have stopped anyway,"
a reverberating voice said, startling Zack. The fact that the undead somehow knew, or at least assumed what Zack was thinking, was disconcerting. He turned to look at the undead, at its glowing orange eyes, its face devoid of emotion. It looked almost as if it was made out of plastic, with a slightly reflective sheen on top of it. Every part of the skin was covered in a script, in formations, and Zack had no doubt that they were powerful. Zack tilted his head, not quite sure how to respond to the undead, to Erasmus.
"This,"
the undead gestured around them,
"making camp. There is an enemy patrol ahead of us. If we stop here for a while, their path will not cross ours. The Knight Commander, for some reason, does not wish for us to know this."
Zack blinked at that, then looked in the direction of the Empire's camp, only to see that there was a sphere around the three of them. It was easy to deduce that Erasmus had activated something that would prevent their words from being heard. "Why not?" Neha asked. The undead turned his eyes on her.
"I do not yet know. They have another group ahead of us, 12 strong. They are communicating with a Farlink orb. I assume they were there in order to scout out the path. These lands are untamed, filled with both monsters and the enemy."
"Why not tell us about them?" Zack asked.
"Most likely because they want an advantage in case our relationship turns sour."
Zack frowned. "They need us, don't they?"
How much they need us is uncertain at this point. The Empire should have many powerful people, and their plan is a good one. They should have enough to be able to send a task force. Unless things are going especially poorly, they haven't shared much of how their fight against the enemy is going. I only know that it is bad. My guess is that they are in a stalemate with the enemy and cannot afford to send enough people on the mission,"
Erasmus said slowly.
"For that, they had come to us, despite our history. The reason that we are here is because of that history. Look around. There are 8 of us, and we are not the strongest that the Corps has to offer, because those would be looked at in a worse light than these enemies. We are strong, yes, even you, but the enemy we are facing is unknown at this point. The Empire and a few of our number came to an agreement for our help in return for things that are not important now."
Erasmus remained still, his body not moving at all, lifeless. After a moment he continued.
"The reason we are here is because we are all that could be spared, all that had a chance to do something. Perhaps we are not the most powerful, but we are certainly those most able to punch very far above our true power, if only for a few moments. That was what they requested. Beyond that, we've picked a team that would be able to work well together and cover for one another's weaknesses."
Zack nodded in understanding. It made sense to do that, though he didn't yet know where he fit in the team. Perhaps just his ethereal kit was enough for them.
"We will know more once we arrive in the Empire,"
Erasmus said.
"I believe that not everything is how our hosts presented it to be. We shall see."
"If they have been fighting the enemy for a while, they must know a lot more about them than we do," Zack said. "Have they shared any information that we should know?"
"Not much, which is why this situation is suspect,"
Erasmus said, turning then to look at Neha again.
"I would appreciate it if you could go and scout the Empire and the enemy force out there. After the night turns, of course."
Zack glanced at Neha to see her reaction. He had feared that the only reason she had been sent was because of her closeness with Zack. Few knew her real power and where her mastery lied. That Erasmus knew about her shadow-related powers meant that he had some idea about it. Something in Zack's expression had to have alerted Erasmus because he spoke again.
"We would not have chosen someone at random for this mission,"
Erasmus started.
"Nehemasa, you are here because of your power, not who you are close with. You are passable as a scout, and in this instance will be useful. But that is not why we brought you."
"Why, then?" Neha asked.
"Because we will stay in the Empire for a time while we train with those whom the Empire chooses to accompany us, while we learn and practice the plan. We will be outsiders, our movements restricted. They will show us only what they wish us to see. Let us hear only that which they wish us to hear. Someone who can infiltrate the public and listen to what the population thinks and knows stands to aid us greatly."
They wanted Neha because she was a shapeshifter. He should have seen that before now, but he hadn't looked at it from that perspective. He had been thinking only about the mission against the monsters, not all that had to come before that. They were going to a foreign nation, one that had an ingrained hate toward people in the core.
"I would suggest," Erasmus continued, "that you don't use all of your shape-shifting abilities in the presence of the Empire's people. Transforming into your monster shapes should be fine, however."
Neha held the undead's gaze for a few moments, and then nodded in agreement. With that, the undead gestured and the screen around them disappeared. Zack saw the other members of his team glance in his direction, probably wondering what they had talked about, but quickly they turned back to their business. It seemed that no one was willing to question their leader. Zack didn't blame them. The undead was terrifying just to look at. Seeing everyone settle down for the night made Zack wonder about the others on his team. The only one that he had talked with and had at least some rapport with was Meleatus. The Cthulhu man was far more interested in talking with Ryun, and the two women that seemed to know everyone were more content to keep to themselves, though he had seen them talking with Ryun more of late. Zack hoped that they would all get a chance to know one another better when they arrived at their destination. They at least had to learn how the others fought, or otherwise their mission might not last very long. They headed out once the moon turned back into the sun. Neha had arrived just before then, and had informed Erasmus that she hadn't managed to see the enemy patrol. She watched the Empire's second force instead, not wanting to risk them seeing her as she tried to get close to the enemy. Zack supported her decision. There was no need for her to risk something like that now. Erasmus seemed to agree as well.
"There will be more opportunities,"
he told her once she returned.
"Tell me about their scouts."
"They were hard to find, even with your directions. 4 Karura, 2 Screen, 2 humans, 2 Cretan, and 2 Demacy. Their presence was obfuscated. I couldn't determine if that was due to a perk, an item, or if all of them had some kind of stealth abilities. I didn't want to get too close to try and figure it out."
Erasmus tilted his head.
It is hard to tell from this distance, and I dare not press and reveal my sight. I don't know what they can do."
The fact that the undead could somehow detect them so far out was impressive. Footsteps interrupted them as someone came closer, before anyone could say anything else. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer, and Zack frowned as he saw that it was Ryun. "It is an item," he said slowly. Zack's eyes narrowed as he realized that Ryun had been listening in somehow. "You are certain?" Erasmus asked. "I am," Ryun said. "The effect is spreading from the Kurora in the center of their formation, from a belt around his waist." Erasmus took a step closer, looking at Ryun with interest. "I had hoped to speak with you at some time, as you are one of the people on this mission I know least about. You were recommended by Celia, and I respect her opinion, but I need to know what you can do for myself. I had planned on speaking once we arrived in the Empire, as I couldn't be on the ship during the travel." "Why was that?" Ryun asked. "I was fighting a war in the Corps," Erasmus said simply. "I might still need to pull back from time to time. We shall see. What is important now is information. If you could sense their scouts, then your range is sufficient that you probably sensed the enemy patrol." "It is," Ryun said. "Why didn't you say anything?" Zack asked before Erasmus could say anything. Ryun's eyes met Zack's. There was no need. Erasmus was already aware of it. Before Zack could say anything else, the undead spoke again. "That is true. Still, tell me what you sensed of the enemy patrol. My sight in this vessel was not meant for precision." "There are 20 of them, none being any kind of monsters that we've fought at the tournament. They are people, minotaurs, and humans. There is something about them, the way that their bodies move, that I don't know what it is. I've never sensed anything like it." The undead nodded. "Taken, then?" "Taken?" Zack asked. "They were people before the enemy captured and turned them to their side. They are husks, ones that know and possess all the power that they had before. We've encountered a few of them in the Corps, though most that disappear and are believed to have been taken do not venture out of the enemy's territory. They are building up their forces there, though for what we do not know." "What reason would the Empire's people have to hide their presence here?" Neha asked. Erasmus waved his hand. "I have found that answers are usually much simpler than what we imagine them to be. They could simply not want us to know about the Taken, or they are afraid that if we know that they had reached this far, we might turn back and go home in fear of the enemy bypassing the Empire. However, the reasons don't matter. We know they are there, and we know they are keeping things from us. That alone gives us an advantage and tells us many things about our allies." "That they are untrustworthy?" Ryun asked. "That they might need our help, but they are certainly not excited to accept it," Erasmus said. He turned to Neha and continued. "I want you out every night, scouting our surroundings and keeping an eye on things." He then turned to look at Ryun. "And I want you to keep looking as well. One can never know what type of power our enemies have, and which ones would be able to hide from which." Ryun nodded. "I wish we had more privacy, to speak more freely, but—" Erasmus trailed off. Zack understood what he meant. If Ryun had been able to hear through his screen, there was no way of knowing if someone else had the same ability. "For now, we should focus on reaching our destination without any major encounters," Erasmus said. "We cannot afford getting slowed down. The trip is too long as it is." Zack knew that everyone agreed with that. A few minutes later, they were on their way again. Chapter 41. Ryun. Advancement. The void always made Ryun feel as if he was detached from everything else, as if nothing else existed but him. And in a way, in this place, that was true. The void plane was a realm absent of everything. Inside of it, he pulled the void essence into his core, his will leveraged against the void itself. The pressure it exerted on him was uncomfortable. The Tier 9 void was not something that one could take in lightly. It was anathema to the existence of everything, to Ryun himself being inside of it. It wanted him gone, as it wanted everything gone. He had always known that, at least somewhat, but it was his conversations with Vryle that had really put things into perspective on how much one's own understanding, commitment, and belief mattered. Since then, his draw-in rate had increased even more when he focused his will on it. It was an instinctive knowledge of the void, of believing that it belonged with him. He was certain that he wouldn't be able to do the same with any other type of essence but the void, but that was all that he needed. He had spent time here every day of their trip since they had arrived on the mainland. Their group's speed across the land was swift, but not nearly as fast as they had been on the ships. He could catch up with far greater ease. He needed this before they reached their destination. They would be walking into an empire of a people at war, and who were expecting something from them. Ryun had given his word that he would help, but he was also going there for another reason, another promise made. He needed as much power as he could gain before he entered the empire, because nothing and no one would prevent him from accomplishing what he needed to. So he pulled the essence in, pushing beyond what his core could hold. This was the last of his cycles, or at least the last that he was going to do. His core perk allowed him to get greater benefits if he waited, took more time, cycled again and again. But life was not about such perfection. Life forced one to make choices and take what was offered. He had come to the point where taking any more time would be a risk. Getting to the evolved realm as soon as possible was his current goal. It would be harder to cycle and gain benefits for his core. It would take more essence per cycle, but in the end, the power that another realm would give him was more than worth it. He kept pulling in the void, keeping track of how long he had stayed inside the plane internally. He had overdrawn his core and gained some extra benefits, but on the whole, it was only increasing his core size a little bit. Finally, he decided that it was enough. He pushed himself out of the void plane, slowly getting through the other tiers until finally he was out in the sky, high above the ground. He shaped a step for himself and slowly put his clothes and items back on, then headed down at an angle that led him west, in the direction the group had gone. He kept up a swift pace, jumping from step to step, accelerating as he made gravity's pull on him lessen. He had to get lower for it to be more effective. As the gravity increased, the higher one went, but he was still far above everything on the ground. He kept soaring through the air at an angle until his senses reached the ground, and then he just kept moving, scanning as he went. It took him about an hour to find them as they were preparing to make a camp, and he quickly dropped to the ground to join them. He saw the Empire's people look at him with barely concealed sneers. They, of course, did not approve. There was a reason why they hadn't used an airship to reach the Empire. They wanted to prevent the enemy patrols from seeing them. Ryun didn't particularly care for their opinion, though he did understand it. In the end, he weighed the risks against his own need. He alone was a small target to notice, unlike an airship. As he walked to his part of the camp, the Knight Commander walked up and stopped him. He looked Ryun in the eyes for a long moment and then spoke. "You were supposed to be back an hour ago." Ryun tilted his head. What he said was true. He had stayed a bit longer than he planned, but this was his last trip. He felt that it was fine. "I was delayed," Ryun told him simply. The man narrowed his eyes, obviously angry.
"You realize that with each trip you put all of us, the mission, and my empire at risk?"
he asked in a calm tone that contrasted with his angry eyes. He was right, of course. Their group had been attacked by monsters several times, but with so many powerful people here, it wasn't really a big problem. The enemy patrols had been a greater concern, but they hadn't encountered one as they drew closer to the Empire. "I do understand," Ryun answered. "You misunderstand the reasons why I do this. It is for us, for the mission, and for your empire that I do this. I've already wasted enough time on this trip, time that I could have used to grow stronger, and it is that strength that you and every person in your empire will rely on. I understand your anger, your fears, but I want you to remember that my lands and people are not in the direct way of this enemy, that they are not threatened by them now. I am here to help you of my own free will." The man didn't respond, which made Ryun respect his control. A moment later he turned and walked away, and Ryun did the same.
"You shouldn't antagonize him so much,"
Erasmus said, as the others from his group watched in silence. "It is not that I am trying to antagonize him, it's that I don't care about him. I don't know him. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Today is the last time that he will be able to complain about this."
"You are planning on advancing?"
Erasmus asked. The others all perked up at that. Even Zack's expression changed, though he just narrowed his eyes. Ryun hadn't kept the reason why he went every day to the void plane from them, as there was no reason to. "I am," Ryun said. Erasmus tilted his head.
"You've found your inspiration for the evolved realm?"
"I did," Ryun said.
"Impressive, for one so young,"
Erasmus told him. "I wouldn't know," Ryun shrugged. "I don't look at others and compare myself to them, not anymore. I am who I am, and I walk my own path."
"The evolved realm is the first step toward the peak of a cultivator's powers. It will make you far more powerful than you already are, depending on the choices you make, of course. The only advice I can give you is that you should think about what fits you more than what you think will be more powerful."
Ryun absorbed the advice for a few moments, then nodded. The undead nodded back, and then turned and walked away. The others returned to their tasks, finishing up the camp. About 10 minutes later, Ryun found a place a bit away from the camp, and he took a seat on a stone boulder lying on its side. Erdania and Celia stood in front of him, only looking slightly uncomfortable. Further away were 2 skeletons, sent by Erasmus to keep guard, though Ryun suspected that the necromancer could also look through their eyes. He was as ready as he could be, but he still didn't trigger his advancement. Instead, he looked at Erdania and Celia. "How long have the 2 of you been in the evolved realm?" he asked them. They exchanged looks, and then Celia answered for them. "Almost 100 years. Ryun nodded. "I'm told that evolved realm cultivators are rare." "What is rare?" Erdania shrugged. "The great sects have at least a dozen evolved cultivators each, some even more. On the whole of cultivators in the world? Well, then, yes, there are not many who have managed to achieve it." "I've heard little about it," Ryun started. "What is it like? What does it grant?" Celia crossed her arms across her chest as she thought about it. "It is, I guess, power? Every stage grants you a way to manifest power in a different way. I guess it is a reflection of who you are inside." No, it is a choice," Erdania corrected. Celia blinked and looked at her. Ryun, through their bond, could tell that she was surprised. "What do you mean?" Celia asked her. "I guess you didn't have anything as drastic as I did," Erdania said slowly.
The choice of the perks was telling for me. I assumed that, for you, all the choices were close to what you wanted, what you needed. For me, it was a choice. There is no other way to explain it.
Ryun wondered what she meant, though he would soon find out. But that all led him to another question. What does power mean to you? Ryun asked them. Why do you advance? Celia looked at Erdania, then back to Ryun.
The answer to that question has changed a lot over the years. Just 2 to 3 years ago, my answer would have been completely different. I had believed then that I needed power in order to protect my sect and help it survive. Now, I no longer have the sect, but only the people who followed me after it was taken. I guess I advance for me, for us. To be strong enough that I would never lose anything else that I love.
Ryun nodded and then turned to Erdania for her answer. She took a few moments to answer.
I was raised to fight and to advance from my earliest memories. I don't remember a time when I wasn't pushed to grow stronger, to learn and push myself. When I was a child, that was all that I knew. Just pain, instructions, more pain, torment. You want to know what power means to me? I am not like Celia. I have only ever wanted the power to be strong enough so that no one else could hurt me again. That is why I advance. That is all.
Celia had a sad look on her face as she looked at Erdania. He could tell that she hadn't expected Erdania to say that, and that she felt guilty. Ryun didn't delve deeper. Their relationship was not yet at a point where him using their bond in that way was acceptable to him, especially not when she didn't yet have the same mastery of it. Thank you for telling me, Ryun said. He had already told them why he advanced, but hearing their reasons gave him more points to consider. He had trouble connecting to others, seeing their point of view. The things that they wanted he could at least understand. With that, he focused on his core, filled with the void essence, and he triggered his advancement. It started as all other advancements to the next realm did. His chi shifted, churned, and turned into something more. His core grew, and the quality of his chi rose. In one moment he felt as if his whole body was awash with it, as if he had become a part of the void itself. Then the sensations passed, and he had 2 notifications in the corner of his eye. He glanced at Celia and Erdania, standing next to him, watching him and over him. It was the first moment where he felt like their presence there, with him, was right. They were already in the evolved realm, and this was him catching up. Their relationship was growing slowly, but today was the first time when he felt like this could be something more. He had wanted this for a long time, someone to grow with, someone who could understand. He just hadn't expected it to be more than one person. He gave them a small smile, and that, for some reason, startled them, but then he pulled his notifications up. Congratulations! You have reached the early evolved realm stage on the path of the final end. Reward: Evolved Form perk. You have stepped into the realm of the evolved, and as such you now begin to manifest the power of your inner self and soul. You may choose in which way that power manifests. Aspect Mastery. Master your aspect and improve it to Tier 9, plus 150 to all stats, 500,000 greater essence. His chi had improved to the final tier. He could feel it inside his core. The same sensation that he felt in the last tier of the void, he could now feel inside of himself. It was gratifying, in a way, to know that his dedication to understanding his chi, his pushing himself in the void, had led to this. Then he glanced at his choices for the perk. Evolved Form, World Ender, Nightmare of All, Path perk. Assume your evolved form, that of the World Ender. Your body starts to emit an aura of blood to all around you, suffocating them in it. Using any other type of offensive aura while in the evolved form increases their effectiveness by 1,000% and no longer have any restrictions on who they can affect. While in this form, every kill you make grants you +10 to all stats for the duration of the form. Gain +20% to intelligence and strength. All in your path tremble. Evolved form, Wolf of the End, True Death of All, Path Perk. Assume your evolved form, that of the Wolf of the End. Your body turns into a giant wolf made out of your chi aspects, your form gaining the properties of the chi used. Current, void, not applicable. Everything you touch will start to disintegrate. Gain +20% to wisdom. Gain +100% to all stats, and your ability to sense death increases by 200%. All techniques cost 60% less, and you gain +50% to technique speed. Gain +20% to endurance and strength. You will see the end of all. Evolved form, encompassing void, emptiness of all. Path Perk. Assume your evolved form, that of the encompassing void. Your body turns into a giant sphere made out of the void. You are unable to move or use any powers. You will generate void chi at a rate of 100 times of your chi regeneration. Everything in a large radius around you will be drawn to the sphere and disintegrated. An aura spreads around you that will deal damage equivalent to 50 times your wisdom over 5 seconds. The more things the void consumes, the larger the sphere will grow, increasing the range of draw and aura. While in this form, you become immune to all types of attacks. Gain +20% to intelligence and wisdom. Nothing escapes the void. Oh, how he would like to choose the World Ender perk. It would play into his way of fighting against many at once, and would make his auras more effective, though he wondered if it would work on his Eternal Hunter Reaper. Perhaps it would, but perhaps it wouldn't. It was more of a utility aura, and he didn't know if it counted as an offensive one. Still, just making his Reaper's aura stronger and removing the tier of power restrictions would help him. If he could hit an army with it, with every kill, he would grow stronger. But he remembered Erasmus's advice, Enderdania's. This was a choice, and so he dismissed the encompassing void option. It didn't fit him. That left his choice between the World Ender and the Wolf of the End. It was a choice of who he had used to be and who he was now. Tough choice? Erdania asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ryun glanced up at her and then shook his head. Not really, he said, and he knew that it wasn't. The first perk was powerful and had a big potential when he was fighting an army, but he wouldn't always be fighting armies. The second was more rounded, providing a boost that would work in any situation, and if he was reading it right, it would gain further utility if he gained another aspect. He would improve it eventually with his second path. He reached out and made his choice. Chapter 42. Zack. Arrival. The mountain range that made up the eastern border of the empire was vast. It stretched to the sky, so far that Zack couldn't even see the mountain top beyond the clouds. Of what he could see, there were jagged cliffs made of black stone. It stretched both north and south, so far that there seemed to not even be an end. It was a wall blocking the entire western side of the horizon. He had never seen mountains this big, in every sense of the word. They gave off a feeling of oppressive weight, of danger. They made their way up, following a path that obviously hadn't been used often. The forests at the bottom of the mountains quickly gave way to a rocky landscape with a few bushes here and there, and the climb became steeper and more deadly. It took them 2 weeks to get past the first mountain and enter the range proper, and from there 2 more weeks until they traversed the winding paths and deadly cliffs. The Empire's group guided them through the perilous mountains, occasionally slowing down to avoid monsters, but more often than not just keeping them going forward. They had seen no sign of the dome monsters, and the other monsters in the mountains seemed to be avoiding them. Erasmus suggested that they were smart enough to know how dangerous their group was. Overall, they hadn't had any issues as they passed through the mountains. Zack wondered how much of that was luck and how much of it was the undead that had been disappearing from time to time. Ryun and Erasmus could probably detect any monster long before they threatened them. "We are nearly at the border," the Knight Commander said. Vryle tilted his head at him. "It is my understanding that your empire is vast. How long will it take for us to reach our ultimate destination?" The Knight Commander looked pensive, as if he wasn't sure if he was supposed to answer. "We will be going to the capital," he said finally. "It will be another couple of weeks." Zack wondered how close the capital was to the border. A few weeks was not a long time to cross a lot of ground. "We should move," the Knight Commander said, making it clear that he wouldn't be sharing any more. The tense silence persisted until they started moving again. There wasn't much time for talking while walking, and their pace was slow, the terrain difficult. The skeletons carrying Erasmus's container were probably the worst off, but they, of course, couldn't complain. It was honestly impressive seeing them haul it across the side of a mountain. Zack wasn't sure how powerful they were, but it was obvious that they were not the weak undead Zack imagined in his head. Then, about a half a day of walking later, they reached their destination, or at least they could see it in the distance. Everyone from the core group was stunned at the sight before them. There were few words that could explain it. They were on an incline, heading down a mountain into a small valley surrounded by 4 other mountains. The valley was filled with a lush blue forest, but as impressive as it was, it paled in comparison to what stood above it. 2 mountains touched, creating the shape of a V halfway their height. And there, in the middle, connecting both mountains, was a wall, a fortress. It was more magnificent than anything else he had ever seen before. Zack had walked through the citadel, had seen the city in the mountain Dal Devor. The grand architecture of the core paled in comparison. The massive sandstone-colored wall gleamed in the distance. It had to be several kilometers long, with massive towers set across its length, with domed roofs on top and massive turrets peeking out of them. The 2 sides of the mountains had a fortress each, turned toward the one across from it. Wide bridges connected the 2 above the wall beneath them. Tall towers rose up from the wall, each capped with a crystal the size of buildings. At least that was what Zack thought, since he could only see them from so far away. It was a city in between 2 mountains, as defensible as anything he had ever seen before. They walked through the valley and then started the incline up toward the wall. As they approached, it only loomed larger in his vision, the grandest structure that he had ever seen before. A massive gate filled the center of the wall, all smooth metal with glowing lines that looked as if they were beneath the surface of it. "Welcome to the Eastern Gate," the Knight Commander said. The name was simple, and yet it somehow fit. It was the Eastern Gate of a kingdom, of an empire. He led them to the gate, a small orb in his hand. Zack saw people on the walls above them, enough to be an army. They seemed ready for war. Zack wondered if they were expecting the dome monsters to try and get through, though he doubted any army in the world could take this pass. The walls were at least 100 meters tall, all smooth yellow stone that reflected the sun. As they got close, the smaller gate at the bottom of the large one opened. 6 people wearing the same armor, black with yellow shrouds, waited for them at attention. They saluted the knight commander, then parted to allow them in. Zack walked through and was met with a city built on the side of the mountain. Long terraces lined the sides beneath the forts. It was beautiful and terrible at the same time. Yellow walls and brown paved roads coiled around the pass, and everywhere he looked, Zack saw choke points. It was a beautiful death trap built into the side of a mountain. Whoever had designed it had expected a war to be fought here. Most of those around wore armor, and those few who didn't wore clothing in the same colors as the soldiers, black and yellow. Banners billowed in the wind, a yellow tower on a field of black. Airships docked with the terraces, and others were in the process of departing. Each airship looked as if it was made for war. They had a deck with some kind of weaponry attached at the sides, and an armored portion in the middle. He couldn't even tell how they stayed in the air. Zack wondered how they built it. He knew that people with specific high-tier classes or skills could do amazing things, but this seemed even beyond that. It was as if every part of the fortifications had been made out of the same piece of stone, as if it had been carved out of it. Obviously, that wasn't the case, as the yellow stone did not seem native to these mountains.
"This is a wonder,"
Neha whispered. Zack glanced to the left where she stood, looking at everything with a look of awe in her eyes. "It is," Erasmus confirmed, surprising Zack. He had assumed that he would have seen things just as impressive in the core. Neha noticed his expression and obviously understood what he was thinking.
"There is nothing like this in the core,"
she said. "Really?" Zack asked. Neha nodded.
"This is a fortress, an entire pass walled off. The core has little need for things like this. The geography isn't right, for one. Territories could be circled around. Kingdoms build defensible cities, yes, but not like this. The sects don't care to make such grand things either."
Zack turned his eyes back at the sights in front of him. "This," Erasmus started, "was built by a united people, a faction that had an enormous territory to protect, and one which shared all of its resources." When he put it like that, it did sound different. "Our transportation is ready," the knight commander said, interrupting their conversation. Once he had their attention, he pointed at one of the airships docked on a lower terrace. They gathered and followed him down the winding roads through the fortress city. People walking around cast glances at them, or rather stared at them, especially Erasmus and his undead. Zack heard them whispering, wondering who they were and why they had come from beyond the walls. A few questioned what house they were from. Eventually they made their way to the long docks that looked like they were terraces from the distance. Zack paused near the edge of a bridge, looking out. He saw people loading crates on ships, but those ships that arrived didn't seem to carry anything other than people. It told Zack that there was something here that could be exported out. Upon first glance, the fortress looked like it was just a military post, but perhaps there was more to it than he was seeing. "There are mines beneath us," a voice said, startling Zack. He turned his head slowly to see Ryun standing next to him, his eyes unfocused but staring in the distance. Neha took a step closer and put herself in between them. Ryun tilted his head and then turned it in their direction. It was such a backward gesture, as if he had seen her before his eyes did, and he knew that he had. "You are worried that I might harm him?" he asked her, his tone almost insulted.
"No, but I would rather not take the chance,"
Neha answered him. Ryun considered her for a moment, and then nodded, but he didn't move. Zack took a deep breath, deciding that if they were going to work together on this mission, he would need to at least be willing to talk. "Mines?" Zack asked after a moment of silence. Ryun's eyes never left Neha, but somehow Zack felt as if he was watching him, too. He didn't know how precise his senses were, but if he could tell that there were mines beneath, he wondered what it was like to see everything around you so far and so completely. "Yes," he said, his eyes still on Neha. "They are mining something metallic, but with a strange resonance to it. It's as if it's singing." Zack didn't know what to say to that. A call interrupted them, someone calling for them to catch up, and they hurried to do so. Zack cast one last glance at Ryun and found his eyes now staring into his. He turned around and walked with Neha, trying to ignore the fact that he was walking behind him. They reached the airship and were quickly brought on board. Zack watched from the deck as the ship's crew watched over the skeletons with clear distaste on their faces as the undead entered their cargo hold with the container in tow. Quickly, though, the airship started rising, and they were on their way. Zack wished that he could have enjoyed the trip more, but there wasn't much to see. The territories that they flew over were mostly sands, a desert. Though, in a way, the ocean of sand was impressive, too. It did look like swaying water from the airship. They saw a few villages and some towns, a few oases that were settled, but nothing as impressive as the fortress in the mountains had been. He didn't interact much with others during the trip, and neither did the others. With their destination so close, everyone was in an anxious and expectant mood. But after 2 weeks in the air, traveling at speeds that frankly surprised Zack, they were near their destination. Everyone was gathered on the deck, looking in the distance. The sight that he was seeing was ludicrous, impossible. The wall filled their view from one side to the other without end, but it was not the most impressive thing around. No, that honor belonged to the towering city in the center of their vision. Within it were towers the size of skyscrapers and a circular building the size of entire towns, cities, mountains. The building in the center looked like the seat of a god or something equally as impressive. Arches and bridges surrounded it, towers rose from it, but its peak was what caught everyone's eye. It was glowing with a bright emerald light, casting a sphere of energy around the city so large that it boggled the mind. The dome stretched everywhere that Zack could see, encompassing the circular wall surrounding a city that was the size of the largest on Earth. Smaller settlements were beneath them as they flew toward the city, being massive farms with tiny black shapes moving about. The lushness of it surprised Zack, especially since just a while ago they had been flying over a desert. The closer they got, the more the dome filled his vision. And then he noticed something else. An ocean of black was beyond the wall, beyond the city. He saw the emerald dome flashing and saw swarms in the air and explosions both on the ground and the sky. The city was under siege. "Incoming!" someone yelled, and before Zack could even scan the sky, the turrets on the airship swiveled and opened fire. Bright beams of yellow light snapped across the distance, hitting a group of monsters flying their way. There were thousands of them, and even with the airship's powerful attacks, they could barely kill a couple with every shot. The attacks came from the ground, helping them defend. In the distance, Zack saw a fleet of airships heading their way, firing at the back of the monsters' formation. Zack realized that they were going to reach them before the airship fleet could get into position. His hand changed into his blade, and he got ready. "I'll handle this," Vryle said as he stepped to the edge of the deck. Zack glanced in the Cthulhu's direction, seeing him turn his eyes to the sky. A staff appeared in his hand, and he pointed it up. Then he closed his eyes, and black and violet essence pulsed around him. Zack glanced at the monsters that were coming closer and closer, still numbering in the thousands. With how close they were, Zack could tell that they looked like black worms with wings and wickedly sharp teeth that went all the way around their mouth. The Knight Commander and his people were getting in formation as he gave them orders on the other side of the ship. Zack figured they were expecting to fight. The group from the core didn't look nearly as bothered. Zack saw Ryun and the two sect leaders, Celia and Erdania, standing next to Vryle, their eyes on the monsters, but their positioning obviously picked to cover for the Cthulhu.
"Watch closely,"
Meleatus whispered in Zack's ear. He glanced to the side, where the Ravzer's eyes were fixed on the monsters.
"Vryle is one of the greatest area of effect casters in the world, though many don't know it."
Zack turned his eyes to the oncoming swarm. Why don't they know it?
"Because, unlike most others, he doesn't care enough to brag. He doesn't show himself often, and when he does, there are rarely any survivors,"
Meleatus said. Zack frowned at that, but just as he was about to ask another question, the sky darkened. He glanced up and saw the sky leaking. Black tears formed so high above them that it looked like someone had poked holes in the sky itself. And then it fell down. Black lances tinged with violet, as wide as Zack's thigh, stabbed from above. 1,000, or even more. Zack couldn't count them all. He was sure that each had only one target, and that each had found it. Each lance speared one monster, straight through its body, and then the black and violet essence devoured them, spreading from the wounds until there was nothing left. In the span of less than 10 seconds, the thousands of flying monsters were gone as if they had never been there before. Zack was impressed. It was a terrifying display of power. "And that," Meleatus said, "is why he is here, in case we have to fight through an army." Zack understood. He was confident in his power and Neha's, but neither of them were capable of fighting such a great number. He glanced over to Ryun, starting to understand why he was here, too. The leader of the dome was unlikely to be all alone. The airship crew and the Knight Commander looked in the direction of the core group, but they didn't say anything, though Zack could see that they felt the same way he did. The airship continued forward, bringing them closer to the emerald dome protecting the city. Then, as they approached, a hole opened up, letting them in. The city beneath him was made out of the same yellow and brown stone as the fortress in the pass, but here it was filled with nature, with tall trees that covered several city blocks in the shade. There were 3 kinds of plant life, it seemed, and each had one section of the city dedicated to it, with one especially large tree that towered over everything. 1/3 had plants which were predominantly blue in color, another green, and the last red. He saw aqueducts going in all directions around the city, streets that were straight, and all going from the circular walls to the massive towering structure in the center. Everything was orderly, planned for, and symmetrical. There were no buildings that stood out. Every single thing looked as if it was supposed to be there. The city was far more impressive than any city he had seen in the core. But beyond it, on the other side of the wall, he saw a battle taking place, though the city itself didn't seem to be affected by it. From what he could see below, people were going about their day without a care. The airship slowed and slowly landed on a large docking section near the central structure, which was a citadel the size of a mountain. The Knight Commander walked over to them and spoke. "Welcome to Barak Anor, the jewel of the Empire." Chapter 43. Zack, Citadel of the Empire. The group followed down the ramp, disembarking from the airship. The Knight Commander walked in front of them, leading them toward a waiting group. Zack turned his eyes to the sky, seeing the massive structure rising above them. It was vaguely cone-shaped, narrowing into the tower that held the gemstone seemingly powering the emerald dome around the city. Each level had terraces filled with life. Vines were hanging in all colors imaginable. Waterfalls were flowing down from the higher levels, cascading all the way from the top. It was a marvel to behold, and probably the largest structure that Zack had ever seen or heard of before, in the infinite realm or on Earth. It was the size of a mountain. It put into perspective just how large the city was when the central structure was larger than most of the cities on Earth. Neha saw him pause and bumped him. "Come," she whispered, and he shook his awe off before catching up with the others, though he saw the same expressions on their own faces. The city wasn't impressing only him. They approached the group waiting for them, Erasmus in the front. The welcoming party was 6 guards, all wearing gray, full-plate armor and carrying long halberds in their hands. Their capes were orange, and the armor had glowing lines in them that Zack recognized as arrays. The person standing at the front, surrounded by the 6 guards, was wearing an elaborate formal robe with several layers, each more colorful than the last. Once, Zack would have questioned the sanity of wearing so many layers in a desert, but he was pretty sure that the clothes had arrays in them too, and he figured one had to regulate his temperature. Zack himself could feel the heat, but his body was strong enough to handle it for now. The person was a minotaur, his back hunched and shoulders wide. The fur, or perhaps hair, Zack wasn't sure, was tied into a braid below his chin. The long hair on the back of his neck was lined with tiny glowing gems and long strips of cloth. His horns were tipped in gold, and elaborate carvings covered the rest of them. As they approached, the Minotaur inclined his head. "Welcome, guests," he said. "I am Tyran Hoofline, custodian of the Citadel of Sands, the keeper of the Everlasting Palace, the guardian of the Emerald Throne. I will be your host during your stay here." Zack blinked at the man's titles. He glanced around, trying to see the reactions from others. Ryun looked bored, but then again, he always looked that way to Zack. He didn't react to the man's words or his gesture. Celia, Urdania, and Vryle inclined their heads in return, looking respectful. Neha's expression was closed off. She rarely showed anything to strangers. Meleatus and Erasmus had the most telling reactions. Meleatus was staring at the citadel in front of them, his eyes narrowed and his face looking as if he was in deep thought. Erasmus's head turned in the direction of the citadel for a split moment, and then back to the Minotaur. "Thank you for your hospitality. I am Erasmus Prideborn, the leader of our group. With me are Vryle Clar, Celia Hajan, Urdania Shijan, Meleatus Ennis, Ryun Noct, Zachariah Gardner, and Nehamasa Plainrunner." It was somewhat telling that Erasmus gave no extra titles for their group. "The Empire knows your name, Necromancer. The others are unknown. That will serve them better. Follow me, and I will lead you to your quarters," the custodian said. "Your undead and cargo can stay with the ship." Erasmus tilted his head. "The cargo can stay, but my skeletons will be coming with us." The custodian gave Erasmus a long look, then just nodded. "Very well. Follow me." "I was under the impression that there was little time. Isn't the Emperor eager to meet with us? We need no rest," Erasmus said as they started walking. The custodian paused, then answered. "The Emperor, along with everyone else of high enough rank, is currently occupied at the wall. The enemy has been attacking more often of late, and each time with greater strength." Zack wondered just how intense the battles were if even their emperor was needed. He turned and glanced in the distance, but the wall was too far away for him to be able to see anything of the fighting. But what he remembered from coming into the city had been intense. A field of black had been standing in front of the wall, assaulting it constantly. He understood what they were going through, as he had lived through something like it on Earth. An endless assault by monsters, constantly losing ground, attempts at holding walls and pushing the hordes back, always losing people and always failing. No one spoke as the Minotaur led them into the citadel. They entered through a large double door, stepping out from the scorching heat outside into a cooled room. Zack saw Meleatus stop and frown, his head turning as he looked around them. Something about the look in his eyes caught Zack's attention. "What is it?" Zack asked as he leaned in. The Ravsar didn't turn. This isn't right." "What isn't?" "Ah," the custodian spoke. "You are a spatial expert, yes? It can be disconcerting for our kind." Meleatus met the Minotaur's eyes. "What is it?" "This citadel is my kingdom. On the inside, it is as large as it needs to be," the custodian said. "Currently, it is about twice the size that it is on the outside. Too many have been forced out of their homes, seeking the only refuge that they could." Zack's eyes widened at that. The citadel was already large. It being even bigger on the inside boggled the mind. He led them down a corridor which seemed to go on forever. When Zack looked down its length, he felt a strange sensation that almost resembled one of falling. Meleatus was frowning as they walked, but just as Zack was about to say something, they entered a large garden. Zack looked around, trying to figure out how the never-ending corridor had suddenly come to an end, but the custodian didn't give them a chance. Without pause, he led them across the garden filled with trees, a pond, and a few low-tier animal monsters sitting on a wooden arch in its center. Zack glanced up and saw the citadel rising above them. Only it seemed like they were a lot higher than the place they had entered. It was obvious, even to him, that something wasn't quite right. They reached the other side of the garden, and one of the guards opened the door ahead of them. They were led inside into a large common room with several closed doors around the walls. Quality furniture filled the center, with pillows filling holes in the ground and tables on the side filled with food. Attendants stood next to them, mostly humans and Demaci, wearing white clothes with collars around their necks. "The slaves are yours to command," the custodian said. Zack blinked. There were slaves in the corps, not many, and only in few factions. But he found himself stopping. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Eratimus spoke. "They won't be necessary," the undead said as his skeletons entered the room from behind them. The Minotaur kept his eyes on Eratimus and then gestured. The attendants, the slaves, shuffled out of the room. "If that is what you wish," he said. "I will be free to meet with you again tomorrow. We can go over the details of your stay and our agreement then." "And the Emperor?" Eratimus asked. "I'm afraid that his presence will depend on the enemy," the Minotaur said. "For now, there are only a few rules that you should know. Guards will be posted outside these rooms. If you need anything, they will provide it. Violence against anyone inside of the citadel will be met with a harsh punishment, unless, of course, you are acting in self-defense. I suggest staying in your rooms and resting. There will be time for action in the future." "We were asked here to help against a common foe," Eratimus said, "not to sit around and wait. I need to speak with someone who can make decisions." "I'll see what I can do," the custodian said. "You can choose the rooms on your own. I wish you a good day." With that, he turned around and left, leaving them all alone. For a bit, there was silence, everyone just looking around and taking in the sights. The room was warm and filled with light that came in from the large dome window above them. Everything was covered in colorful fabrics that looked like something out of Arabian Nights. "This place is impossible," Meleatus said. "I've noticed," Eratimus replied. Zack saw the others look at them in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Vriel asked. Meleatus shook his head, then waved angrily at the walls. It is as if space is constantly bending around us. grates on my nerves."
"There have been theories about this," Erasmus said. "Many in the Corps had attempted to create it. I hadn't heard of anyone succeeding."
"How did they do it, then?" Meletus demanded. "And you saw this city. It is—"
"I know," Erasmus said slowly.
"I'm not following," Celia spoke. "Erasmus, can you explain?"
The undead met her eyes before speaking.
"Ever since we entered this empire through that mountain fortress, I've been surprised. The empire has surpassed my expectations. There are no cities like this one in the core, not even close."
Zack tilted his head. "You mean in terms of size?" Erasmus met his eyes, then shook his head.
"No. Well, not just that. The way that it is built, that shield around it, there is a great deal of essence built into every part of this city."
"It is impossible. They left with nothing," Meletus said. "To have built this, it would have taken—" "A people united who needed to survive," Zack interjected. Meletus met his eyes with a frown.
"I think we all underestimated the empire," Erasmus said. "I did not expect this at all. But now, yes, I can see how and why. The core is fractured. We guard secrets jealously, and high-tier people are considered too important to risk, in most cases, at least. This city alone had to have taken a gargantuan effort to build, and they have clearly fortified it with arrays."
"That custodian," Meletus started. "He is a spatial user."
"He is pure classer," Erasmus clarified.
"You saw?" Celia asked.
"Yes," Erasmus said. "Not everything. Some things were shielded from me, but most. His class is Grand Custodian of Empire's Heart, which is not a class that I am familiar with. Obviously, he is someone at the peak of his discipline. I believe that it would be in our best interests to follow his instructions for now."
"Can we afford to wait?" Zack asked. "I was under the impression that their empire was hard-pressed." Erasmus nodded.
That was what I thought, too. But for right now, I think we should accept that they know more than we do. Remember, we are in their lands, following their rules. We need to tread carefully."
For a few seconds no one said anything, and then Ryun spoke up. "Erasmus," he said slowly.
"Yes?"
the undead answered. "I came here to fight this enemy, yes. I am here because I was asked for, and because I do think it is better to fight such an enemy away from my territory. But I am here because there is something that this empire has taken from me, and I intend to get it back." Ryun paused, his eyes intense and boring into the undead. "I will follow you and your guidance as agreed. The only thing I ask in return is that when we do get to speak with someone in charge, you ask that I be put in contact with one of their houses, House Orn." "House Orn?" Meletus asked. "Yes," Ryun nodded. "I believe that they have something, or rather someone, I would very much like to get back."
"We cannot do anything violent,"
Erasmus warned. Ryun shrugged. "I don't plan for violence, but I cannot promise it will not take place." The undead looked around at all of them, then spoke.
"Perhaps we should take our host's advice. Take a room and rest. Tomorrow we can decide on what exactly we want to do here."
Zack watched as everyone shuffled away, opening doors at random. He glanced at Neha, and they took the only one that was left. Zack wondered just how long they were going to be able to contain themselves before someone exploded and they were all screwed. Chapter 44. Zack. Mission and Goals. The rooms that they had been assigned were large. Aside from having the large common room, they also had separate bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. Zack sat in his and Neha's room, focusing on his phantom training. He had been using every chance he had to train inside his mind. He was aware that his job on this mission was simply to serve as backup, a way for their group to have someone who could get them out of the ethereal realm, as that seemed to be a big part of the plan. They didn't want to rely on someone from the Empire. There was too much there for Zack to unpack with limited understanding, but it was obvious that trust was lacking on both sides. He was under no illusion as to the amount that he could contribute to the team. Still, they would be going against the Dome monsters, and he needed to be as strong as he possibly could be. Inside his head, through his skill, he fought with the monsters he faced in the core. His memory of them always seemed somehow clearer when he used the skill, which allowed him to fight a more faithful representation of them. At least he hoped it was. Finally, he felt himself tire and decided to end today's practice. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Neha standing above him. "All good?" he asked her. She nodded.
Erasmus called for a meeting. We are gathering in a few minutes.
Zack stood and stretched his neck. "Yeah, there are things we should all probably discuss." Neha looked at him, her hand crossed over her chest.
I believe that the others were taken aback, as much as I was, concerning the Empire and the scale of their power, I guess I should say.
I did notice that, yes. Is it really that impressive? I know that it is to me, but I am a ranker who has spent barely a handful of years here. Neha sighed.
I've visited most of the great cities in the settled territories, the great headquarters of the most powerful factions, and all pale in comparison to this city. I don't think that you can quite appreciate what it means. This is a monument to their power, an achievement, a message. Only the highest tier builders could have imagined and brought to life something like this, and I honestly doubt that any of the best builders in the core could match it.
I guess I have no point of reference, Zack noted.
These are a dangerous people, Neha told him. We would do well to remember that.
Zack nodded. With that, the two of them walked out of their room and into the common area. It was already occupied. Meleatus and Vriel stood together in a corner, talking softly. Celia and Urdania sat on the cushions with their legs crossed, and Rioun stood nearby, his eyes closed and head tilted to the side. The skeletons were nowhere to be seen, so Zack assumed that they were in one of the rooms. Erasmus walked out just as Zack and Neha took seats on a couch. Zack wondered what he was doing in the room. As an undead, he didn't really need to rest. The undead walked to the center of the room and took a position that had him face everyone else. "Well, we are here," Erasmus said. "We are," Meleatus said slowly, and then he waved his hands at the wall.
"What the fuck is this?"
The undead seemed unsure himself. "We were aware about the Empire for quite some time, though our people hadn't been able to penetrate deep in their territory. Still, we know a lot about their movements and their power. Obviously, we did not know everything."
"I can't imagine what it would take to make this citadel work, how much power it would take to expand a structure's interior,"
Meleatus said. "Don't the storage rings work in the same way?" Zack asked. Meleatus shook his head.
"Only at the basic level. A storage ring is a space that had been cut off from the real realm by the void, then attached to an item. This citadel exists here and now."
Zack was still not quite sure how it worked, so he moved away from the topic. "Does this change anything about why we are here, though?" he asked. "Zachariah is correct in asking," Erasmus told Meleatus. We've been focusing on things that are not currently relevant.
Like slavery? Someone said. Zack turned to see Erdania looking at the undead. His opinion on slavery that the Empire practiced was that it was despicable. There was some of it in the settled territories, but their slavery was more indentured servitude, used to punish criminals, or in cases where people couldn't repay their debts. From what he had learned of the Empire, they practiced something far more abhorrent.
I know, Erasmus said, but we just can't do anything about it without making things worse and losing against the dome monsters.
No one seemed quite happy with that, but no one said anything. Zack was wondering how one could change such a reality. One answer was obvious. Be powerful enough that you could change things and kill anyone who disagreed.
They do not seem in any rush to send us off,
Vryle said. They are clearly in an all-out war, Zack added. There was an entire army out there beyond the wall.
Our agreement was always for us to send a force, a small group that would join their people in an attack on the dome leader, Erasmus started. Perhaps there are things that are not yet in place for that mission to be possible.
We didn't come all this way, Erdania said tersely, leaving our own people just to sit here and waste our time.
Patience for now, Erasmus said. Let us see what they say and go from there.
There wasn't much that the others could say to that. Erasmus was the leader of their group, and it wasn't like there was anything else that they could do yet. The meeting came the next day. They were escorted through the strange corridors that seemed to somehow look both endless, but also brought them to their destination in just a couple of moments. It was obvious that some spatial tinkering was taking place. The custodian and a single guard led them into a large round room. In its center was a table with a three-dimensional map on it, complete with full color and even clouds. He saw a grid that separated territories as well as what appeared to be troops moving in real time. Zack raised his eyes and saw that there were 3 people standing behind the table. One he recognized, Knight Commander Baylor Rue. The other 2 were a screen and a Demacy. The screen was unlike any he had seen before, so much so that he wasn't quite sure that it was a screen. The Demacy was a woman with narrow horns that jutted forward from the side of her head, and long black hair cascading over her shoulders and back.
"Thank you for coming,"
the Knight Commander Rue said once all of them were standing next to the table, across from the 3 of them.
"I want to introduce you to my comrades. On my left is Rella Reyraha, Knight Commander of the Order of Shadows, and on my right is Lesser Queen White Tide of the Empire's Pathfinders."
Erasmus spoke after he finished introducing them.
"I had hoped to speak with your Emperor today."
It was Tyrion, the custodian, who answered him. "The war comes first, Necromancer. The Emperor will speak with you as soon as he is able to take leave of defense."
"I can understand that," Erasmus said slowly. "But are any of you here high enough rank that you can make decisions? We did not come here to waste time, and we will not sit around doing nothing."
Baylor Rue glanced at the people around him, and then sighed.
"I don't think we sufficiently understand each other. First, having someone of high rank here is not necessary, as there are no decisions to be made. Today we will let you know what our plan is, and why we are not rushing into anything. This is our last, our only chance to win this war and save our people, and in so doing save yours too. Do not try to guilt us. We know that the only reason you are here is because you can see what will happen if we fall."
Zack glanced at Erasmus, wondering if he was going to say anything to that. The undead vessel remained silent.
When he was sure that Erasmus wouldn't comment, the knight commander cleared his throat, then spoke. "First, you must understand that we are barely hanging on," he said sadly, his eyes falling down to the table map. "The reason why the Emperor is not here, why none of our other high-ranking individuals are here now, is because without them protecting the wall, it will fall. There are lulls in the enemy's attacks, but most of the time they are running from one side of the Emperor's wall to the other, plugging holes and pushing away assaults. We are being stretched thin. This mission needs to succeed." "Is that not a reason to send us as soon as possible?" Meleatus asked. Rue shook his head. "I don't know how you do things in the settled territories, but we are not going to send you and hope you succeed. No, we will make sure that this mission is successful. There is no alternative." "And how will you do that?" Erasmus asked. There was a reason as to why we asked only people who were not involved in the old war to come. He waved at all of them. "Once we've decided who from our side will join you on this mission, we will equip you with the greatest items we have, give you all the resources that our empire can spare, and we will even give you knowledge that our people have taken centuries to acquire, all so that we can succeed." "You will do this out of the goodness of your heart?" Meleatus asked doubtfully. "A small oath will be required. Nothing that will hinder you, I assure you, but only to guard our secrets. We have no choice. If we don't kill the Dome Leader, we all die," the custodian said. "We will require to see your screens to know what you can do, and of course we will give oaths against revealing your secrets. But we need to know so that we can assemble the right people for the mission." "You haven't picked the people for the mission yet?" Erasmus said, ignoring the other important things. "There was no point. We had no idea who you would send," Knight Commander Rue said. "The only member picked from our side is our expert in the ethereal realm, as she is necessary for the plan to even work." "Still, you ask for a lot," Erasmus said. The custodian sighed. "It is either that or we all die. The Empire is draining itself dry. We have opened all of our vaults, are burning through all of our resources. We are raising people every day, and they die every day. Every newly raised immortal is followed by 2 who die. We are bleeding people and resources, and we cannot hold on for much longer. Why do you think we asked for your help? We can't afford to send even one of our defenders away from the wall, because that will mean more dead, more holes opened up in our defense. Do you think that we wouldn't send a squad of 10, of 20 against the Dome Leader if we could? With you here, we are at least going to be able to limit the price that we pay. But make no mistake, just attempting this mission, sending a handful of high-tier individuals on it, will cause some of our people to die. We are willing to pay that price for the entire world. The least you can do is agree to what we need from you." Erasmus looked down at the map, studying the wall and the onslaught of black against it. "I have no issues with this," Ryun spoke, filling the silence. The others all looked in his direction. He shrugged. "It makes sense to me." "I have no issues either," Zack spoke. "We will see," Erasmus added, delaying the decision. "Tell us more about the mission." The custodian turned to the others, and the screen spoke.
"The enemy controls everything beyond this wall."
White Tide pointed at the wall on the map, then traced the line through the center of the desert.
"All the way to the dome from where they came. They have forts taken from us and reinforced by some black substance that makes them stronger."
The Demacy took over.
"There is no getting through that territory without being seen. Not through the real realm, at least. A few of my scouts have managed it, But it was luck, not something that can be replicated with a bigger group. There are a few other ways to reach the dome. Yes, the under, White Tide said, gesturing with her hand. The map rose, and the top layer peeled off, showing the system of caves and tunnels beneath. My people have dug extra tunnels going beneath the enemy army and the territory they hold. The enemy has little presence there, at least not near our territory. She pointed, and Zack could see the pockets of enemy forces in the under, but much further from the wall. They are holding that line there, she said, and we've been unable to find extra routes around them, but it doesn't really matter. Rella Ray Raha interjected, because our goal is here. She pointed at a cavern near the enemy position in the under. There is an entrance to the ethereal realm that leads directly to our fort near the dome. It is not the most stable of routes through the ethereal realm, but it is the only one that will get you where you need to go.
So your plan is for us to go through there, reach the dome, and kill the leader?
Erasmus looked pensive.
Do you know if the leader is even still there?
He is, Knight Commander Rue said. We had a scout confirm it. Why not send an army through? Celia asked. The Knight Commander met her eyes. An army would be noticed, not just by the enemy, but also by the denizens of the ethereal realm. Regardless, we can't afford to send an army even if we wanted to. Everyone is needed to defend the wall. Zack was slowly getting a bigger picture of just how dire the situation was. If they could barely afford to send a handful of people, then they were on the verge of collapse.
When you asked us to come, Erasmus started, you said that you preferred a few people who could hold off armies. What kind of a team are you attempting to gather?
That will depend on you, Rue said. The assault team will be coming out into the deep reaches of the enemy territory, surrounded by their forces. The goal is to punch through the army and hold the rest of it off while the rest kill the leader. There is no point in making it more complicated than that. Things are going to go wrong anyway. No plan survives for long in the real world.
Zack agreed with that. Sometimes plans might work perfectly, but more often than not, something would go wrong.
And what kind of help will you provide us? Meleatus asked.
Rue turned and looked at the Ravzer.
As we've said, items, essence if you need it, potions, elixirs and arrays, knowledge of class and skill.
He glanced at Celia, Erdania, and Ryun.
We have little to offer to cultivators, but any resources that are within our means to obtain will be provided. Teachers, if you need them, as well as trainers who can help you improve. Once the team is assembled, we will have you train together and learn how to act as a team. You think we have the time for that?
Erasmus asked.
Rue grimaced.
We estimate that we can hold for at least another year. Each day we hold is bought with blood, so we would prefer to do this as quickly as possible, but that is our timeline. I will need to talk with my people. This is not a decision to be taken lightly. You want us to share all the secrets of our power,
Erasmus said.
Very well,
Rue said.
Just know that every hour you take to make this decision is bought by the blood of the Empire.
There wasn't really much that anyone could say to that. As they all turned to leave, Zack spotted one person remaining where he was. Ryun faced the 4 people across the table, and then spoke. "There is another matter, a personal matter," he said slowly. Everyone paused and turned. The Empire's people looked at each other, then back at him.
"What is it?"
Rue asked. "There are 2 matters that I need to have resolved. There is the matter of an oath, and there is a member of my sect that was kidnapped. I have no desire to cause you problems, to harm you or your people. In order for it to be resolved,
I need to speak with someone from House Orn." They blinked at that, confused, and then the Knight Commander's eyes narrowed. "Ah, I remember now. Ryun Noct, the Twilight Melody sect. Naira Orn abandoned her duty and the Empire in order to stay in your sect. She is my sect leader. She will be returned, or I will make those who have taken her pay and take her anyway," Ryun said evenly. Zack looked at him, at the situation, and wondered how he could stand here in the seat of their power and say something like that. "Ryun," Erasmus stepped closer to him. "This isn't the time nor the place for such threats." "I don't threaten. I give promises," Ryun said, his eyes never leaving the Empire's people. "This is not a matter that we can speak on," the custodian said slowly. "I will inquire, and a message will be sent to House Orn." Ryun stood still for a long few seconds and then inclined his head. "That is sufficient, for now." He then turned and walked away, everyone else following behind him. Zack exchanged looks with Neha, wondering if he would ever become like that, if he would ever have enough power and certainty in it to not care about what anyone else thought or wanted. Chapter 45. Zack. To improve. The agreement was made, the oaths given, at least for most of them. Erasmus was here in a vessel, and thus disclosing what his true body and power was hadn't been necessary. He had simply informed them of all that he could do in his current vessel. The Empire had chosen one person for each of them, one of their so-called growth guides. Only that person would be allowed to see the screens of the person they were assigned to, and the oath they gave meant that they would never be able to reveal what they saw. The oath that Zack had given was the same. He wouldn't be able to reveal anything that he was taught, including any information that he was given about the way that the Empire raised their people. It was a good deal, an even deal, and that was where Zack saw the problem. It was too good, too even. It meant that they were far more desperate for help than anyone had assumed before. Even with the meeting that they'd had, the others had still been hesitant to really believe it. It was the oaths that they presented, the way that they agreed to Erasmus only sharing things that his vessel could do, that really convinced them all. And so they all made the choice and agreed. Zack sat in a small private room, arrays pulsing in the walls, keeping the conversation private. "Your current class evolution is very interesting," the Cretan, Tix Orsh, said from across the table from him. He was the growth guide assigned to Zack, one who usually served the royal family. "I've never seen anything quite like it before. You've evolved your classes in an excellent manner. A bit too spread out, but that isn't always a bad thing. It offers choices for a wide array of situations. The fact that you had an ethereal and soul-oriented evolution is particularly good. We often guide our classers to do the same, devote one class evolution to a class that provides protection against soul damage in some way. Your stalwart soul is not the best, but it is sufficient." Zack didn't comment. It was obvious that the man was in his own little world, and so instead he listened, trying to understand and glean everything that he could from him. "You built yourself as a mobile warrior, a swordsman with abilities and perks flavored by different essences. On its own, it is a solid advancement route, but this Last Sovereign of Terra perk is what pushes you above average. That and your last evolution. I still cannot believe that you are a ranker of the 7th iteration, and to think that there are 2 of you." He shook his head. "Still, there is little that I can help you with concerning your class. We have no guides for future evolutions of yours, so the only thing I can offer is advice." Advice will have to be enough, then, Zack told him, hesitating only for a split second. The man had to have seen something in Zack's expression, because his mandibles chittered in what he knew was a chuckle. "You wonder if we have anything to offer? If we do this simply out of appearances?" Zack shrugged. "I don't know you." "True," Tix nodded. "Understand, all that the Empire has was built on the back of classes. All of our might, our power, the wonders we have achieved, we know skills because they are tied to the drive and necessity, and we had that aplenty as we tried to survive in the hostile world, running and looking for a place to call home. A skill cannot be taught in the traditional sense, but we can guide. The last focus we know little about. Cultivation never took off in the Empire, in part because it takes a long time, or the right resources and knowledge for someone to become strong. We didn't have the luxury of that when we were on the run. We had to get power quickly, and classes allowed us to do that. Later it just became custom." He leaned forward, his beady eyes boring into Zack. "I know what they teach in the settled territories, or at least most of their factions. They don't know nearly as much as we do, because they hoard their knowledge. A faction would keep their class a secret, passing it down only to those worthy or their descendants. They would try to improve it, but realistically there is little that they can do when they don't know much. That distrust is what was slowing their understanding. The Empire never had such an issue. We had to share all that we knew just in order to survive." "You think you know more?" Zack asked. "We do, without question," Tix answered. "As I said, the wonders of our empire came from our classes." "The things I have seen are impressive. I'll give you that," Zack said with a smile. The Cretan chuckled again, then turned thoughtful for a few seconds. "Listen closely," he said. "A class is like a tree. You start at the base, and then you grow up. Based on what you do, what you achieve, and what titles you get, that tree branches. You get to pick perks that you have satisfied the requirements for. At the start, that isn't a concern. There are so many basic perks that you will always have requirements for something. As you evolve, that changes, as you probably learned with your immortal class. So, as you climb up that tree, you pick your path. You could stay with the tree you started on, or you could jump to another, because the more requirements you achieve, the more your branches spread and touch other trees. Or you could create your own branches if you achieve a personal perk. So far you've jumped over a few trees, but I would suggest you stay on the one you are on now. Variety in the early classes is good, as having different tools in one's repertoire is great, but now you need more power, and that comes from direct class evolutions." Zack nodded, somewhat relieved that he hadn't screwed himself completely. "I know what they believe in the core, or rather how they view classes. The way that they evolve them isn't exactly wrong. It works, and it gives them power, but there are other ways to do it. A class, like all other focuses, has what we call a mastery edge. It, too, can manifest a personal perk. You already have one of those. Your last Sovereign of Terra clearly fits in that category. It is a personal manifestation of power, a perk that is flavored and titled based on you. We know that such perks don't exist prior to being acquired, but once someone creates it, they become available to others. Usually such perks appear after the immortal evolution, primarily because that is when a classer has the time to understand their own class and power, to grow. There is a misconception in the core, or at least that is what our spies had gathered, that a class only becomes a personal embodiment with the last tier. He paused for a moment, tilting his head. "What do you know about the peak of class?" Tix asked. Zack shook his head. "Nothing." "Well," Tix started, his hands moving animatedly in front of him, "once you reach the end of a class, you will be able to create an oath." "An oath? You mean like a contract with the framework?" Zack asked. "Exactly like that," Tix said. "Only it is not with the framework. It is an oath with yourself and your power. It will allow you to put in conditions to your power, taking something away in return for more power, or something else. It has no limits, but those of your own imagination and how far you are willing to go. I have seen oaths that lower one's stats to barely those of a child in certain situations and make them 100 times more powerful in others. It is all about being creative and willing to make sacrifices." Zack blinked. He hadn't known about this. That was going to be something interesting to plan out, and he had the time. He inclined his head. "Thank you for telling me," Zack said. "Ha!" the Cretan chuckled. "You think that's all? Boy, I was instructed to make you better than you are now, to make sure that you can survive and help my people. I won't fail in that duty. I cannot help with your class. If it was something else, we would have been able to get you the requirements needed and evolve you at least a few more tiers. Still, there is more that can be done." "Oh?" Zack asked, only somewhat surprised. "Oh, yes," Tix said. "Your cultivation makes things difficult. It's fine for what it is. It has some benefit, but it would be much better if we could remove it. Sadly, such things are rare, even for situations like these. I doubt that we could get a hold of one. Still, I will put in the requests. You never know." Zack nodded. He knew how difficult it was to obtain such things. The one he had obtained from Gemheart had cost a great deal, though he had called in a great debt for it. "So, we will focus on other things," Tix said, then put his hand over the table and started pulling out vials and bottles from his storage. "Your hand sword is unlike anything that I have ever seen, and I will respect your wish to keep the way you obtained it a secret. Regardless, we can work on getting you another weapon that will suit you, armor, of course, and other items. But for now, we can go with this." He gestured at the potions he had pulled out. There had to be at least 30 of them. Zack reached out and picked one up. "Grand Elixir of Might. Drinking the contents will grant plus 60 to base strength permanently. The elixir loses effectiveness based on how many of the same type of elixir were consumed previously." Zack's eyes widened at what he read. He glanced at the rest. If they were something similar, then this was a true treasure, and it was all for him. "We will start with these," Tix said. "Stats alone don't win battles, well, in most cases, but they help." "Thank you," Zack inclined his head. "This is just the start," Tix added. "We might not be able to help your class, but there are your skills to consider." Zack looked at the Cretan, hesitating. Then he glanced down and saw the potions on the table, the wealth that they had just thrown at him. There is something that I had been attempting to do with my skills. I don't know if you are familiar with the technique." Tix tilted his head, and Zack told him. "Ah, yes. We are familiar with those type of skills." He looked pensive for a moment, then pulled out another elixir. He rolled it over his fingers and then extended it to Zack. "I have an idea about improving some of your skills, but if you want to do that, well, perhaps we can do it both your way and mine." Zack frowned and took the vial from his hand. "Elixir of Halting Madness. Drinking the contents will grant the user immunity to focus madness for a period of 5 years. This elixir will only be effective once." "It is only a stopgap," Tix said as Zack kept his eyes on the text in front of him. "It can only be used once, but it will allow us to improve your skills a bit more as long as you think that you will be able to advance your class in a timely fashion. It is a bit of a short timetable, 5 years for the 7th tier of power in class, but you are a ranker, and your growth so far is impressive." Zack wondered what it was that they had in mind. "Okay," Zack said. "Yes, I can do that." There was no doubt in his mind. 5 years, if he pushed himself. It was possible. "Good," Tix said. "Drink these, and then I shall escort you to a training room where one of our skill masters will be waiting for you." Zack didn't have to be asked twice. He reached out and started drinking. He walked next to Neha as they were led through an underground corridor. Both his and her growth guides were there. It seemed like they would be training together, since both of them will be focusing on skills, and because they wanted for Zack and Neha to get better at using their True Link perks.
"They want to help me evolve my class,"
Neha whispered to him as they walked. Her class wasn't her main focus, so that had been on a back burner for them. They focused on her skills. "Any idea what kind?" Zack asked. Her next class evolution was an Immortal Class 1. He wondered how it would impact her skill immortality, if it even would.
"Not quite a direct evolution. Something called the Omni-Shifter,"
Neha answered. Zack didn't have enough info to comment, and there wasn't any more time as they reached their destination. A door filled the end of the corridor, and the 2 guides stood at its sides.
"Your instructor is waiting for you inside,"
Tix said, his eyes focused on Zack. Something in his expression alerted him to a sensation, something that he hadn't really felt before. He frowned and walked up to the door. He tried to figure out what was wrong when he realized that the sensation came from his arm. He raised his right hand, the Shade Reaver, up and placed it on the door. Immediately, he felt the familiar sensation more strongly. "Time?" He frowned.
"I was wondering if you could sense it. That arm is truly incredible. I hope that once you see that we only wish to help you, you will share the means of obtaining it,"
Tix said. Zack met his eyes. "Trust me, you don't want to know what it took." Tix tilted his head, but decided to drop the topic. He cleared his throat.
"Time, yes. Our greatest array makers and time-smiths came up with this. It is a chamber in which time flows differently. For every month out here, 3 pass inside."
Zack narrowed his eyes at the door. "How?"
"Well, the details are beyond even me. As I understand it, they cut a piece of the ethereal realm out of it and bound it here."
Zack was impressed. He hadn't thought that something like this was possible.
"Everyone from your group, well, most everyone, will go inside one of these," Tix said. "Training for as long as possible, unless we need to push the mission up. 2 of you will be spending the next 2 months, 6 months in there, training on your own powers and improving. By then we hope to have chosen our own team members. Then we will have all of the mission team train together."
That was smart, and it seemed like they would have more time than they thought. The Empire kept surprising him. "How long ago did you invent these things?" Zack asked.
100 years ago,
Tix said.
"There are only a few of them.
Creating them costs a lot." Zack pulled his hand back. Glancing at Neha, he turned to face the Cretan. "We're ready." Chapter 46. Zack. Time and Skills. "What is skill? What is willpower?" the voice said, booming, echoing in the cavern. Zack grimaced, trying to tune it out, to focus on the task at hand, unsuccessfully. Harkon was yelling, using his skill for a reason, to distract him, to push him. "They say that every focus that the framework allows us is different," Harkon, the skill master of the Empire, said. "They are wrong. All of them do the same thing. They give power. All is essence, and so all is the same. You are a soul. Your body is made out of essence that your soul can control and move. It acts in a way that makes you feel like it is more than that, but it is not. Following that logic, what is willpower, then, if not an extension of the soul?" Zack calmed his breathing, keeping his eyes on his opponent. The spirit of Miyamoto Musashi was standing across from him, his sword held in front of him, the point turned toward Zack's eyes. "Some souls are stronger than others, as is only natural. Some are more defiant and can push themselves further than even they can imagine in times of stress and in times of need. Others are focused and calm, overcoming through precision. There are two types of skill users. The evolvers are those skill users who evolve their skills in battle, when they need it, by raging against the chains dropped on top of them. Their willpower is wild and vast, uncontrollable. Their skills' evolutions are, therefore, what they need in the moment, to throw back the shackles that bind them. It is something that can save their life. In the end, such evolutions will always be powerful, but they will always lack in comparison to a skill that you choose. The second type of skill users are the planners, those who evolve skills through planning and pushing themselves outside of such tense situations. Those who attain the calm and focus, who can narrow their willpower into a sharp instrument to execute what they want it to. Zack heard footsteps as Harkon walked behind him, his hooves echoing against the stone floor of the cavern. "I cannot help you evolve your skills. Only you can do that. What I can do is teach you how to sharpen your will." "This would be a lot easier if you didn't speak," Zack muttered. "The outside world doesn't matter. You are the one letting me in," Harkon said, his voice becoming louder. Zack grimaced, but tried to focus nevertheless. His arm was in his time blade form, the color of tin, his hand extending into the blade, allowing him some movement of the wrist. He held that above his head, with the tip pointed in the direction of Musashi's eyes. In his other hand he held another sword with a straight blade, reminiscent of a spatha, held in front of him with the tip pointed in the same direction. He was wearing his full armor, light and flexible. He tried to tune out Harkon, but his footsteps were starting to intrude on his focus. He tried to push him away and steeled his mind. He triggered his technique, charged focus. Then, holding the two skills in his mind, he moved. He leaned forward and dipped lower, then took the first step, right leg to the side, opening up his hips. His right hand started coming down, the time blade going behind his head and then to the side, coming down at a 90-degree angle. He pulled his left hand down and back, rolling the shoulder. He pushed his willpower, putting everything he had into his skills. He felt them tremble as he leaned forward, put his weight on his forward leg, and twisted his hips to cut down with his right hand. He triggered his slow time as it fell, finishing the first step. Musashi moved before Zack's attack finished. Even with slow time, he could see that the old master had positioned his body perfectly to block even with a disadvantage. His perfect rending strikes, my strikes, rend time, activated as the blade came down, 3 strikes blurring in the space of 1. Musashi's blade blocked them all. His time blade ended on his left hip, his sword behind his back. Time resumed its normal flow, and Zack began the second step. He pushed from his right leg forward and followed after a retreating Musashi. He stepped out with his left leg at the moment he began attacking with his right hand. The time blade swung toward Musashi's head in an arc from his left toward the right, just as Zack twisted his hips again, whirling around. He triggered time stop, and the blade reached for Musashi's head. The old master had anticipated it, of course. He had seen this pattern before. Zack's blade passed just over the spirit's head, and time resumed. His sword came around as he swung, following the blade. Musashi deflected the blade upward, and Zack let it curve through the air and carry him to the right. He began the third step. He pushed off his left leg, throwing himself in the air and twisting, whirling in the air as his blade came down from above. It landed on Musashi's sword, and he triggered rewind. His mind went fuzzy for a moment, his willpower trembling around him as he cut down, adjusting the trajectory as his blade fell. Musashi compensated. Instead of blocking, he pushed his blade to the side, parrying. Zack spun, bringing his sword down after his blade. Out of position, there was little that Musashi could do to bring his sword back in range, and he didn't need to. He dropped to the ground in a move that he would have never survived in life on Earth, buying himself time by going in the same direction as Zack's sword, enough time that he brought the blade up just in time. Zack felt his willpower shatter, what he was trying to build fall apart. He landed and closed his eyes, bowing his head in frustration. "You know why it failed again?" Harkon asked. "I'm sure you are about to tell me," Zack couldn't help but say. They had been inside this time chamber, a cavern the size of a large barn, for over a month. He had improved a few of his skills over that time, and had learned 2 new ones. He had improved his enhanced clear mind to sharpened mind, and he was also close to evolving another perfect skill. You can have as many techniques and perks that make your mind focused and sharpened. It doesn't matter. Willpower is all that matters. You are definitely a planner-type skill user. You only need to learn how to focus properly, to leverage your willpower on your skills." Zack took a deep breath. "I've evolved my skills in times of stress and need before." The Minotaur snorted and then waved his hand. "Sometimes such circumstances can trigger evolutions even in planner types. Regardless, back to the topic. You are not focusing enough. You're not calm enough. You are relying too much on your time powers to get what you want, and you are letting your willpower carry you forward when it is you who needs to wield it. How can I get what I want without using my other powers? I need to flavor the skill evolution." Harkon shook his head and walked over. "No, you don't need to activate abilities for that." He reached over and tapped Zack over the heart. "That essence is a part of you, through your arm, through your perks. It is in there. You only need to focus on what you want them to do. Flavoring with abilities and perks is for amateurs fumbling in the dark, those who hope that they would get something similar to their abilities. I say, why? We don't want the same thing. You already have those powers. We want more, better, faster, stronger. Push your mind and your soul, harness your will, and force it to do what you want it to do." Zack took a deep breath and then nodded. "Good. Try again," Harkon said, and then walked away, heading toward the other side of the cavern where Neha was sitting in a meditative pose. Zack turned around and sighed. "Even with all those powers, I can't hit you." Musashi nodded. "You are stronger and faster, but mastery of movement, of body, means much. You are still using that body of yours like it isn't truly yours. Either you let us channel our mastery through you, or you rely on its power to carry you in battle." Zack grimaced. "I am trying," he said. "You need to learn to use us as an addition, not as your core. Let our mastery inform what you do, but not guide it. That might make you as masterful as all of us together, but it slows you down. There is a disconnect between us and you. We've noticed it. You have learned much from us, and by now you are just as masterful as any of us, better than some had been at the moments of our deaths. Don't doubt. Let yourself be."
Zack blinked. That was much more elaborate than Musashi usually bothered being.
"What I'm saying is, fuck everyone else. Do what you want."
And there it is. Zack chuckled at Musashi, then readied himself for another try. Again? Musashi rolled his shoulders and placed his katana in front of him, taking a defensive stance.
"Come."
Zack kept his weapons up, waiting for the attack. He looked around at the shadows surrounding him, trying to see even a glimmer of his opponent. Of course, there was nothing to be seen. He focused on his flaw perception, trying to use it to glean any sign of her. Even darkness sight was useless. It was like he was peering into an endless dark. And then his sense caught something behind him. He twisted away with perfect spatial evade, turning around and blocking the attack. Neha's body was shrouded in shadows, making it hard to see her attacks. They came from all sides, 2 daggers held in her clawed hands. He felt her use a skill, and he focused on his greater parry. She hit him, her will pushing his back. He deflected the attack, but not all of it. A gash opened up on his forearm, and he cursed. He took a step back, then focused his will again, and slashed forward with greater sealing crescent slash. An ethereal crescent left his sword, cutting through the air. Neha stepped away, avoiding it and returning to the shadows, disappearing from his vision and senses. Zack grimaced, but returned to trying to find her again. And then he felt something cold on his neck. "Got you," she whispered in his ear. "Damn," Zack said. "You could have done that from the start."
"Where's the fun in that?"
He could hear the smile in her voice. "Yeah, fun." She liked to play with her food sometimes. At least doing it to him was the most that she felt pushed to do these days. "A skill," Harkon's voice interrupted, "can help overcome a lot of things, make up for the difference in stats or mastery. But when 2 skill users fight, it becomes a lot harder. Opposing wills interfere, making everything messy." Zack and Neha turned and looked at the Minotaur. It had been another 2 weeks inside the cavern, all of it spent training. Harkon had them fight each other with only skills for much of that time, and Zack could admit that he had learned a lot about how to control his willpower. He could admit that he had been fumbling in the dark a bit before. His will had worked for him, but only in a wild manner, one uncontrolled and untamed. "And how does one overcome that?" Zack asked. "By controlling your willpower more effectively. A wild will can overwhelm, but a trained one perseveres and cuts through," Harkon explained.
"That's not much of an explanation,"
Neha said. Harkon shrugged. "Skill use cannot be taught in the traditional way. What works for one might not work for another. I can only provide examples and a general understanding. The rest is on you." Zack sighed. That was what he always said. True, Zack had gained a lot more understanding over the last few weeks. This place, it wasn't just a time chamber. It was also designed to train skills. His willpower regenerated faster within it, and there were arrays in the floor that made skills easier to manifest in the world around them. He had advanced his understanding of skill, in this short time, more than he had in years before, but he was still unable to achieve a Tier 8 skill, to merge 2 of his skills into one. "Now, go again," Harkon said, and both Zack and Neha got into positions. The training seemed endless.
Zack stood across from Musashi in his familiar stance. Zack held his own stance, waiting. Noise was coming from the other side of the cavern, where Neha was fighting Harkon. He tuned them out, focusing his mind into the image of a weapon. His willpower was trembling inside of him as he forced it under his control. It was the same ritual that he repeated every single day, hundreds of times. And he would do it more, again and again, until he succeeded. He kept his eyes on his opponent. He prepared his chi, activating his technique. Then he stopped. He remembered Harkon's words and stopped his technique. He took a deep breath and focused, without any help from his other powers. He calmed his mind, standing there without movement. He saw the same calm in Musashi's eyes. The old master was willing to stand there and wait until the end of time, and Zack slowly tried to emulate the same. The calm took over, and everything else fell away. The sounds of battle, the sensations of the air on his skin, even his sight blurred at the edges. The only thing in focus was Musashi standing across from him. He felt his willpower slow, too, focusing on his body and his weapons. None of it leaked outside. None of it influenced the outside world, only him. He didn't know how long they stood there, watching one another. But then Zack was moving. The first step closed the distance. He moved faster than ever before, after thousands of repetitions, his body whirling in a practiced manner. He attacked with his blade from the right, and then his willpower pulsed, and he was attacking from the left with his katana at the same time. He saw Musashi's eyes widen. He twisted his sword, trying to block both attacks at once, and failed. His blade pushed his katana away, and his sword cut into the spirit's right arm. Time pulsed around him. There were two Zacks at the same time, seconds apart. Somehow, both attacks had come at the same time. Musashi jumped back, retreating, and Zack followed. There was no blood, but only white mist that leaked out of the wound on his upper arm. The second step had him close the distance again, quickly, as if time around him slowed, or he sped up. He attacked with his blade, sending it heading toward Musashi's head. The spirit raised his sword and blocked, but at the same time Zack's sword hit his side, cutting into it. Musashi grunted and dashed to the side, having the sword cut through his side and stomach instead of getting all the way through him. Zack followed, a need, a want echoing inside of himself. He wanted to advance, to move forward, to never stop, to push through anything. He could feel his skill pulling something, trying to latch on to a part of him, and he pushed a sentiment on it. I will always move forward. The skill accepted, and he felt it sealed together. The third step had him throw himself in the air, forward, whirling over his side, parallel with the ground, his weapons falling on the spirit. Instead of 2 attacks, it was as if there were suddenly a dozen of them. Musashi raised his sword and blocked, but it didn't matter. Zack's attacks got through, cutting up his chest and shoulders, opening up wounds as he came down to the ground. "Ha!" Musashi said as his form dissipated into white mist that surged back into Zack. He felt his focus slip and he stumbled forward, his head throbbing and his breathing ragged. In the corner of his vision, he saw notifications. Slowly, he pulled them up. Congratulations, your skill has evolved. Perfect Tempest Dance, My Blades, Whirling Tempest, and Perfect Rending Strikes, My Strikes, Rend Time, evolved to Technique Set, Temporal Tempest, Threefold Strikes. Temporal Fighting, Skill Perk. Activating this perk makes your movements happen 0.1 seconds after they were executed. Drains mental stamina at a rate of 8% per second. Gain plus 10% to intelligence and dexterity. He had done it. Merged 2 skills into one. And he had managed to get a set, a technique. Congratulations. He raised his head and saw Neha standing above him, smiling. He returned her smile and straightened up. "So," Harkon started, "what did you get?" Zack made his windows visible. He mused. "We will need to train and test this new perk, but it has potential." Zack nodded and realized just how tired he was when he could barely keep it up. "Rest," Harkon told him. "In a few hours, we'll start training again." Zack suppressed a groan and leaned into Neha, letting her lead him to the small sleeping area at the edge of the cavern. He was one step closer to getting what he needed in order to survive in this world. Power. Chapter 47. Ryun. Empire's Aid. Ryun sat across from one of the Empire's growth guides, a person tasked with helping others grow and advance their power. Apparently, they were an institution, one that was free and accessible to all. Ryun wondered, though, if everyone received the same quality of advice. It wasn't his place to judge, nor did he particularly care. There were few things that Ryun was firmly against, but for now there was no point entertaining any thoughts regarding them.
"Dread heavens,"
the human woman said, her voice shaking only a tiny bit. She had spent the last few minutes reading through his screens, following the giving of oaths. Her reaction didn't surprise him. When she had first come into this room, she had held herself tall, not arrogant, but assured. He could tell at a glance that she was on a high tier of power, though he was interested in what type of class she had. She was obviously not a warrior. Perhaps the growth guide was a class. He wondered what type of powers a class like that would have. Something for a better memory, perhaps? Something to allow them to catalog information quickly? He hadn't encountered many people on non-combat paths. She raised her eyes to his, and he sensed fear. Before she had seen his screens, he had been a powerful cultivator sent to her empire to help them. Now she saw who he was. "So," Ryun started, "how can you help me?" He didn't often ask for advice, nor did he think that he needed it, but he was not above listening, or taking resources that others offered freely. Well, not freely. They only wanted them to fight a world-ending monster for them, but still he would listen and take what he believed was useful. The woman, Kesla, if he remembered the name correctly, cleared her throat and spoke.
"You are a ranker of the 7th iteration?"
she asked, as if not able to believe what she had read. "I am," Ryun said.
"If I didn't know that... These titles read like those from someone that is a ranker of the 3rd,
Kesla said. Ryun shrugged. "Life on Earth was particularly hard, from what I've gathered."
"I can see that,"
she said slowly, her eyes returning to the screens in front of her.
"There is little that we can do to help with your cultivation," she started. "Besides, perhaps, giving you enough essence to reach peak evolved."
"Do you have void essence? Enough for me to reach peak evolved at least 6 times?" Ryun asked. She blinked, then frowned.
No, I don't think so. Void essence is rare, and most of it is used by our crafters. They are working round the clock to supply our armies right now. We've lost a lot of our resources when the enemy pushed us to the wall. I don't think that we can spare any more."
Ryun waved his hand in a resigned gesture. He hadn't expected them to be able to. From Erasmus he had learned that they didn't know much about cultivation, and he had never expected them to be able to help with that.
"We can provide you with stat boost and other elixirs," she started, "though we will need to make sure that they are not of the same type as the ones you have already taken."
Ryun wondered if he could use them in a bath. He didn't know how much these people knew about those things, and if he should reveal what he knew. Still, that was for later. "Anything else?"
"Your sword art skill, it is a lot lower than your other skills,"
she commented. I stopped using swords, and I have never really been the greatest of sword fighters.
So you don't plan on trying to evolve the skill? Kessler asked.
It is not that I don't plan on it. It is useless to me now. I've moved away from that type of fighting style.
Then we can help you with that, she said. It is not a Tier 6 skill, only a Tier 3, and so we can remove it. It wouldn't be cheap, but... She shook her head. Or we could forcibly change it to go in a different direction, whatever you want.
How do you forcibly change a skill? Ryun asked.
It is more of an overwrite. We find a skill tome that is of a higher rarity than your current skill and use it. That only works if you have no more skill slots, which you don't. You will be able to choose which skill to overwrite.
Ryun thought about it for a few moments. What is the difference between this and removing it altogether? The result is the same?
Not exactly. Removing it will allow you to wait and find a skill that you want, whereas with a tome, you can only choose what we have at hand. Also, removing it hurts, I've been told.
The pain wasn't an obstacle to Ryun. Still, he didn't have a leaning one way or the other. I'd like to see what you can offer me as far as skills are concerned. She nodded.
I'll inquire, she said. We could also try and help you evolve more skills, perhaps reach the 8th tier, too, although...
What? He asked when she paused.
I don't know if your current Tier 7 skills are as compatible as they could be. If we merge them and you gain a Tier 8 skill, it might not be something that would be as useful to you. Your build already has a lot of things that cover the same purpose. I would suggest you not merge skills for now, not until you gain much more compatible Tier 7 skills.
Ryun tilted his head. You are suggesting that I hold off on gaining more power? Aren't you supposed to guide me toward gaining more strength for the mission? She grimaced.
Yes, but honestly, I don't think it would actually grant you any significant increase in power.
Ryun looked her in the eyes, wondering if she was being genuine. Perhaps he had misjudged the intent of these people. Very well. What else can you offer?
I would say time for training, but I doubt that it would be of any use to you. Your powers are made for large areas of damage, and our special training rooms are not large enough to accommodate you. Your void aspect would probably also destabilize the rooms. No.
She trailed off, her expression turning pensive.
Elixirs, skill change or removal, and your class.
What about it?
It is a pilferer class, but you don't plan on leveling it?
She met his eyes. No, Ryun answered. I was warned about the side effects that might cause.
You are correct. You shouldn't level it. But we could probably give you an opportunity to use your reeve and gather essence, a lot of essence.
And that would help me how? Ryun asked.
The dealmaker's shop might provide you with something that could be useful, Kessler said. We can also grant you a bit of essence on top of that, and in the process of harvesting essence you could train.
What do you have in mind? She told him. Ryun thought about it. That could work, yes. I'll consider it.
Here.
She started putting out the potions on the table.
You should drink these, those that you hadn't encountered before, at least.
Could I get more of the same type? Ryun asked when he saw that there wasn't nearly enough of them for a bath.
Why? You can't use more than a handful of them.
She frowned. Ryun tilted his head. There are other, more rewarding ways to use them. She blinked, opened her mouth, but then closed it. After a few seconds, she spoke again.
I guess we could provide you with more.
Ryun nodded. He was going to try and get as much out of them as he could. True, he wouldn't get a title, but he would gain more from the potions themselves.
All right, then. Let me know if you agree with my suggestions, and I'll put everything in motion,
Kessler told him as she stood up and got ready to leave. A moment, please, Ryun said from his seat. She frowned, but stopped next to the table.
What more can I do for you?
I've made a request to your people, Ryun said slowly. I wish to speak with someone from the Orn family, someone important who can give me the answers that I seek. In the back of his mind, he felt the link to Naira, the tracking line, which had only gotten stronger the closer he got to the Empire. She was somewhere to the west, along the wall, if he wasn't mistaken. He had no doubt that she was here, in the Empire.
I'm sorry, she said. The Empire is at war. House Orn is one of the great houses of the Empire. They are tasked with defending a stretch of the wall, and their heads are fighting alongside the Emperor himself. Each of them is vital to the defense. They cannot afford to leave their posts when they are needed. I am sure that they will be told, and that a representative of the house will meet with you as soon as they can do so safely.
He wondered why she had told him that much now. The others hadn't said much before. Perhaps because she saw his screens, she now understood who he was. He had made the others a promise, but he did understand. He didn't want the wall to fall because he wouldn't budge. No, he had time still. Fine, Ryun waved his hand. Then there is someone else in your empire that I would like to speak with, if at all possible.
Of course. If it is possible, we will do everything in our power to facilitate a meeting. Though I was not aware that you knew many people from the Empire, she told him.
Ryun wasn't even sure if they could find the person. She was a ranker, someone who lived through the war. If she still lived, she was probably powerful, someone whose name was known, or at least that was what he hoped. He didn't know if it was worth anything, but perhaps he could deal with this Orn situation through channels other than might and threats. If you could find a Karya Okini and deliver a message that I wish to speak with her, I would appreciate it. Ryun's eyes couldn't quite tell the change in her expression. Her face was a marble statue made out of sand to him, but he sensed how her body stiffened, how she tried to control her breathing. She recognized the name.
You are a ranker of the 7th iteration, she said slowly. You can't possibly know her.
Let's say that I am a friend of a friend, Ryun told her.
Would you tell me who that is?
I think the fact that a 7th iteration ranker knows her name would be interesting enough to pique her interest. I assume that she is known in the Empire?
She is, Kessler said. I don't think she would meet you, though.
All I ask is for the message to be given to her, Ryun said. He didn't put a lot of faith in whoever Tali's friend was, but it couldn't hurt to try. She hesitated for a moment.
Okay, I can do that.
Ryun nodded, and then they left. Ryun smashed another monster to the ground by crafting a pillar the size of a car above it and growing it downward. The rest were trying to get him, but he had raised bars all the way around himself, isolating the one monster and himself inside. He danced to the side and then smashed the monster again. The monster, which resembled a rhino, was tough and strong, but it wasn't nearly fast enough to catch him. The moment his ability came off cooldown, he jumped forward. He shaped a cage around it, squeezed it in, making it so that it was immobile. Then he fired a void beam point blank, inflicting a critical injury. As soon as he was sure that it was dying, he hit it with his hand and triggered Reeve. The essence flowed, and he breathed it in, feeling it settle inside him. He had spent a month of this, almost without rest, fighting monsters and using Reeve on them, getting essence. The Empire had opened up 2 dungeons to him, allowing him total and exclusive access. He would spend his days going from one to the other, only pausing when they needed to respawn. He was earning a lot in essence, but also materials, items, and a multitude of other things. The dungeons were both Tier 11, the monsters inside very powerful, but they were swarm-type dungeons, which were perfect for him. With his avatar, he could go through them easily enough, though it wasn't like he hadn't been injured. The Empire had provided him with a small fortune in healing potions that he was burning through daily. Still, it allowed him to train and gain essence. He had also made it a point to go to the Void Plane at least once a day to draw in there, but he had to go outside of the barrier for that, and the sky was filled with monsters and battles taking place at almost every moment of the day. The Empire had provided him with enough potions for a bath, which he had taught them how to do. It was a small price to pay for what he had gained. They had also been searching for skill tomes for him. None of those that they had offered so far were anything impressive enough for him to consider, and he didn't want another useless skill, so he spent his days training, killing monsters, and reaving them. In truth, he had been trying to tinker with his techniques, looking for ways to improve them further. There was little that the Empire could offer him in that regard, as they had told him from the start. Celia and Dardania were in the same boat, at least as far as their cultivation was concerned. They had been taken to the special training rooms, however, since they could improve their skills and class, and apparently they wouldn't be able to damage those special rooms like he would. Apparently they were some kind of time rooms, though Ryun wasn't sure. The moment he was told that he couldn't use them, he didn't bother paying attention to them anymore. Out of their group, only Meleatus, Ryun, and Eratimus were unable to use them. Meleatus because his abilities would interfere with it, similar to how Ryun's would, and Eratimus because the link between him and his vessel could be impacted by the room. So they each were doing something else, though Ryun didn't know what. They met every few days and talked for a bit, but Ryun's thoughts were mostly occupied on figuring out what else he could do to improve himself. Hours later, once he cleared the dungeon, he made his way outside of it. Kesla was there waiting for him. Ryun tilted his head as he approached.
"I've finally gotten a response to the message I sent to Lady Caria. She has agreed to meet with you."
Ryun raised an eyebrow. When? He hadn't really expected anything to come from that, and by the sound of it the woman was someone of importance.
"Right now," Kesla said. "She is waiting in the quarters assigned to your group. We should hurry. She doesn't have a lot of time. She is needed at the wall for the defense."
Ryun blinked, but nodded and followed after Kesla at a brisk pace. The dungeons were beneath the city, in the under, so they made their way up, heading for the elevators. As they walked, he wondered who he was about to meet, and if she could even help him. Regardless, he had gotten her name from Tali, and so he would at least try. Chapter 48. Ryun. Meeting.
"Our crafters should be finished with the equipment in a few weeks," Kesla said on the ride up the elevator.
Ryun raised his eyebrow. "So soon?"
"We are devoting many of our resources to this. We cannot afford you to fail," she answered.
"I'd like to see it," Ryun said. "As soon as it is done, of course." Ryun had specified things that he believed would be of use to him on the mission, and with Kesla's help, the Empire's crafters were supposed to build him an entire set of equipment. They were doing the same for the rest of them. He knew that some of the items they would get from their vaults, but a lot of it would be custom-made. He wondered how good it was going to be. He had never relied that much on high-quality equipment, but he wasn't about to refuse it, not now. The rest of the ride they spent in silence, which let Ryun think about the upcoming meeting. He didn't know anything about who he was meeting, only that she was Tali's friend from before the split. Tali had told him that she would help him, and Ryun hoped that was the case. He would much rather find a way to resolve things without needing to do what he would if Naira wasn't allowed to return. He hoped that this Karia person could get him in contact with the Orn family. After arriving to the surface, Kesla led him through the corridors of the citadel. They were heading into areas that he had never seen before, passing people dressed in elaborate outfits who cast glances in his direction and whispered, thinking that he couldn't hear. A few had comments on his clothes, which involved little more than a simple black robe. He had replaced his torn and dirty one with another from his armory of the stars. He kept the original inside, which allowed him to always generate copies, of which he could have 6. Since he wore them personally, the copies would last indefinitely and were indistinguishable from the original. It was a simple, uncommon quality robe, not truly stylish or elaborate, which was what the people commented on. Apparently, they were in the area of the citadel where the elite congregated. Most were wondering what he was doing here, though Ryun couldn't quite hear everything. The spatial effect of the citadel was messing with his senses, so he could mostly sense his immediate surroundings. He wondered if he should change. He still had the robe that Onrush had given him. She did say that he should act and look his station. If she was here, she would have probably forced him to do so, but... With his sense, he spotted an adequate place to change. He stepped behind one of the suits of armor and a pillar, and, quickly putting his robe in his armory, he equipped his nicer one, as any item in his armory was granted equip automatically, at least when he used them. It took barely a moment, and when he stepped back out, he saw Kesla blink at him. The others walking about had been similarly struck. He continued walking, not commenting on what he had just done. His hair was still somewhat unkempt, but Onrush would have to forgive him for that. Kesla started walking again, and led him deeper in the citadel. A few among the elite walking around were wondering who he was, wondering what a cultivator was doing there. Some could even tell how powerful he was, he knew, though Ryun hadn't sensed anyone trying to read his screens. Kesla led him to a wing of the citadel filled with ornamental suits of armor and paintings. His sense technically allowed him to glean the painting's contents, but it was too hard for him to attempt to figure it out, so he ignored them. They stopped next to a wooden door, beyond which he couldn't sense anything.
"She is waiting for you inside,"
Kesla said. Ryun tilted his head. The room was obviously under some very heavy protections. "You are not coming in?" Kesla shook her head, just a bit too quickly.
"No, she wanted a private meeting."
Ryun frowned. "Anything I should know about her before I go in?" Kesla thought about it for a few seconds and then answered,
"She holds a high position in the Empire. I would suggest that you conduct yourself accordingly."
Ryun nodded and stepped inside. The room wasn't as big as he expected. It was warm, unnaturally so, compared to the rest of the citadel. A table and couches were in the middle, and a few bookcases were on the wall. One of the walls was one big window that showed the city stretching before it, which was impossible. This room was in the center of the citadel. It shouldn't share any walls with the outside, and yet it was there. Another mystery that he had no interest in solving. Instead, most of his attention was on the woman sitting on the back of a couch, holding a book in her hands. She was tall, with hair that was braided and pulled in a warrior's bun at the back of her head. She wore a simple, strapless dress with high cuts on the side that showed her legs. It was form-fitting and had threaded patterns covering all of it. He figured that it was probably colorful, but he couldn't tell. The dress wasn't what caught his attention, in fact, but instead it was her body, and the essence that it was made out of. Like with most classers, it was flesh, but hers was lined with something else. The essence gave off heat, which warmed the room around her. He had never seen a classer with a body like this. Usually only cultivators had such bodies in their possession. As the doors behind him closed, she closed the book and turned to face him. There wasn't much that he could see with his eyes. Her face was smooth, with no signs of aging, as far as he could see, at least. With his senses, he could tell a lot more, or rather, a lot less. He couldn't sense anything inside of her. The surface of her body was the limit of his sense, which was odd. He hadn't encountered many people able to block his sense that way, or rather, he had encountered only one, Zenker. She either had an item that prevented him from sensing anything, or she was powerful enough that she had other defenses. It unnerved him. He had come to rely on his sense for everything. "You had enough of a look?" she asked, bringing him out of his thoughts. He frowned, then realized that he had been staring, or at least appeared to be. "You are Karya o Kani?" Ryun asked, ignoring her question. Her mouth quirked up slightly. "That's right, and I don't know you. I was told that you come from the settled territories, and that you are a ranker of the 7th iteration. I am very interested in hearing how you know my name." Ryun cleared his mind. He hasn't always devoted enough attention to conversations, but for this one he needed to be more diplomatic. "I am Ryun Noct, head of the Twilight Melody sect," he said. He sensed her shift slightly, but not enough for him to be able to tell what it meant. Body language was important, and with his sense, he had more insight than most. Still, she wasn't giving him anything. "I was given your name by a member of my sect, someone who was your friend." She raised an eyebrow. "You might not know, but my empire and your people are not friends." "They are not my people," Ryun told her. "True," she said. "Still, who gave you my name?" "Her name is Anatolian Farsola." Her mouth quirked into a smile again. "Ah, yes." She didn't seem at all surprised by the name. "I take it that you are friends, then?" "Yes," she said. "The only one from the settled territories I would consider as such." Ryun nodded. "She gave me your name as someone who might be able to help me." "Oh, and you need help? From what I heard, your group is being given everything that you could possibly desire. What is it that you need that the Empire itself cannot provide? I hope that it is important. The Empire is at war, and with every moment that I spend away from the wall, my people die." Ryun tilted his head and studied her for a moment. Dressed as she was, she didn't look like a warrior, but that meant little. She had a strong build and was obviously powerful. He wasn't here to waste anyone's time, and he did appreciate the time she was taking to speak with him. He tried to think about how to approach this, what to say. He didn't know this person. He only knew that she was a friend of Tali's, but that was hundreds of years ago. There wasn't even a guarantee that she could help. Still, there was no point in wasting time. "I wish to speak with someone from the Orn family," Ryun said. She tilted her head. "Oh, that is quite a wish. May I ask why?" "I've been trying to get in contact with someone in a high position in that family. I've been assured that a message had been sent, but that they are engaged in defending the wall and are unlikely to be able to meet with me any time soon. I do not know your position in the Empire, but my question is, are you someone who is able to facilitate my request?" She looked thoughtful for a few seconds, then answered, "I guess that you could say that I have the ear of the Empire's leaders. House Orn is very highly placed. They are powerful and old, influential." "Can you get me a meeting with one of their leaders?" Ryun asked. She tilted her head.
I do have some influence with House Orn, so yes, that is within the limit of what I can do.
Ryun felt like he was finally getting somewhere.
Why do you wish to speak with them?
Karya asked. Ryun looked her in the eyes, wondering if he should trust her. Before long, he came to the conclusion that, in the end, it wasn't going to change anything. He would get Naira one way or another. I have several matters to settle with the family. First, and most importantly, is the disappearance of my sect leader, Naira Orn. She was taken from the Core, the tournament, during the fight with the Dome monsters. I will have her back. She blinked at that.
Why do you think she is here? And how are you even sure that she was taken in the first place? People disappear in war, in battle.
My people were killed, and she was taken by someone that she knew, a man who resembled her. He would have killed my other sect leader if not for her immortality. I believe the only reason she survived was because he thought that she was dead. He left her crippled. She told me what happened after.
If she was taken from so far away, how do you know that she is here, in the Empire?
Ryun closed his eyes and extended his arm, pointing his finger at somewhere in the west. She is that way. I know that she is in the Empire. He opened his eyes and looked at Karya, who traced his arm with her eyes.
You can track her?
I know where all those whose blood I have drawn are, Ryun responded.
You drew her blood?
She asked slowly. We trained together a lot, Ryun clarified. She shifted and then spoke again.
Still, she could have just come back to her family.
Another was taken as well, her sister, Daria. She couldn't have gone willingly without breaking an oath, and since I still feel her presence too, that means that she is still alive and being kept against her will.
Naira could have still betrayed you and taken her sister against her will.
Ryun shook his head. No, he said immediately. She wouldn't have betrayed me. She wouldn't have killed the people that she trained, and she would have never allowed Onrush to nearly die. No, I know her, more than her family ever did. I understand what it is that she wants. She wouldn't have turned her back on me for anyone, not even her family. She looked at him for a few long seconds.
You have that much faith in her?
I do, Ryun said.
So, you want to do what exactly?
I want Naira to be released, Daria returned to fulfill the debt that she owes, and whoever it was that took them to pay for murdering my people, Ryun told her. He saw her wince.
You sound as if you are going to demand this of them?
Ask, demand, they all mean the same thing. They have wronged me and my sect, and that debt will be paid.
You would threaten them? A great house of the Empire?
Threats are for those who feel the only way to get what they want is to instill fear. I do not seek to make others fear me. I am only stating what will happen.
I still don't think that you understand. House Orn is the equivalent of one of your great factions.
You do not know me, Ryun said. So I'll let you know who I am. I do not care who they are, or how much power they have. Even the strongest can fall. She crossed her hands across her chest.
I was given a report on you when I accepted to speak with you. I know that you are here for a mission against the enemy. Our people in the Core have a limited presence now, but I know who you are,
she said slowly.
A high ranker, number 17. They call you the Undying Void.
It is what they have named me, yes, Ryun said.
You think that you alone could stand against a great house?
I don't need to, Ryun said. You are at war, stretched thin. I think I could do a lot of damage before anyone could stop me." She narrowed her eyes.
"You would threaten the Empire? The innocents that would die if you did?"
Ryun thought about it for a bit. It was familiar. He had done that on Earth. He had closed the points without caring about anybody else, doing what he wanted, and that had caused what happened to the people of Earth. He understood what doing this would do. If he struck hard enough, he was sure that he could cripple the defense of the wall, perhaps giving the enemy a chance to break through. He would doom the world for his word. "It isn't something that I want to do. I just want them to understand that I will have what I came for, no matter what."
"Didn't you come here to help defend this world?" she asked.
That was a secondary benefit. My primary concern was always Naira.
"You value her more than the fate of the world?"
"Yes," Ryun said. She didn't say anything to that.
"I think we will want to avoid all of that."
"Which is why I've been trying to set up a meeting," Ryun said. She nodded.
"I think I could set up a meeting, yes. In 2 weeks, the Orn family will be given a respite from the wall. I believe they will hold a gathering for the members of their extended family. I think I could get you an invitation to that."
A gathering filled with Orn family members would be perfect, though he wasn't sure that walking in alone would be the smartest thing. "Could that invitation include a few extra guests?" Ryun asked.
"I think I can manage that,"
Karya said slowly.
"If you will promise me that you will talk first."
"Of course," Ryun said.
"Then we have a deal," she said. "I will get you the details and secure transportation soon."
"Thank you," Ryun said. "If there is anything in my power I can do to repay you, you will have it."
"Oh, really? I will hold you to that,"
she said with a smile.
"A gathering?"
Celia asked. "A House Orn function, yes," Ryun said. Erdanian narrowed her eyes at him.
"You're inviting us to a party?"
"A gathering," Ryun clarified. It was going to be attended only by the family members, if he understood what Karya had said.
"This is related to the matter you told us about, your sect leader?"
Celia asked slowly. "Yes," Ryun answered, "though it will be a good opportunity to learn more about the Empire." Celia looked thoughtful for a few seconds.
"We did not bring any formal wear. We'll need to find a tailor here and make sure that we match. I'll get on it immediately. We don't have much time."
Ryun blinked as she hurried out of the room without giving him a chance to say anything else. What?" Erdania laughed. "You've done it now. She is going to go crazy. Prepare to spend hours with a tailor posing in front of a mirror." "What?" he asked, confused. Then something else occurred to him. "Wait, what did she mean by match?" "You just asked the two of us on our first outing together with you," Erdania said. "She isn't going to let it be mundane, especially not since we will be visiting what is basically one of the ruling families of the Empire. Impressions are important, and we have our own reputations to protect." Ryun looked at her. He struggled to find the words, and then closed his eyes. "Yes, right." Erdania laughed loudly as she followed Celia out of the room, leaving him alone. That had not gone the way he thought it would. Chapter 49. Ryun. Orns. The airship started to descend, and Ryun stood on the top deck, looking out at the place they had just arrived at. It had taken them a few hours to reach their destination from the capital, at pretty impressive speeds. What surprised Ryun was that during the last hour the ground they flew over was covered in what appeared to be farms. It was strange. He hadn't known that things could actually grow in the sand, though it was obvious to his sight that there was something more taking place. The essence of the plants and the ground itself was of the highest tier. He knew that people with farming cultivation paths, or in this case classes, could improve the crops, but he hadn't seen anything like this before, and especially not on such a scale. Their destination wasn't anything like what he expected it to be. It was a palace, at least from what he could see. It was hard to distinguish everything, as there were too many different forms of essence everywhere, to the point of almost blending together. The palace was surrounded by a triple line of trees instead of walls, and nature was woven into the entire location. It was also filled with people. Some stood in the gardens, others on balconies. Guards were posted everywhere on the outskirts, and he was sure that more people were inside, too. The closer they got, the more sounds he could sense. Conversations, laughter, music, a racket in the kitchens, the sounds of footsteps. Too much for him to be able to make sense of anything. Not at this distance, at least. The airship landed within the circle of trees, on an area paved with stone. Ryun pulled on his collar, trying to adjust it.
"Stop,"
Celia said.
"It's supposed to be tight-fitting."
He grimaced, but let it go. The outfits that she had purchased for all three of them were... he didn't know even how to explain them. Each was unique, made to fit the one who wore it, or at least that was what she told him. Erdania had her hair loose, just combed back and to the right, coming down just over her shoulders, while the left side of her head was shaved. She wore a dress that left her stomach, arms, and the sides of her legs bare. It wasn't that much different than the straps that she usually wore, if a bit more elaborate, with weaves of thread that glowed with dim light essence. Ryun understood that the outfit was supposed to show her tattoos, and he felt a slight sadness at the fact that he would never be able to see the outfit how it was intended to be seen. It was a top that covered her upper chest and left her stomach bare. Then it wrapped around her lower back, while leaving the upper part of her back uncovered. From there it wrapped low on her waist in a short skirt that had long straps in the front and back that reached below her knees. He knew that all of their clothes had a similar color scheme, and hers was white for the Zhenxuan sect's colors, with violet streaks for Ryun's sect. He wasn't quite sure how to feel about that, but he hadn't found a reason to change it either. Celia had her hair pulled into an elaborate bun on the back of her head. Her horns had ribbons tied around them, and he was pretty sure that she had some kind of makeup on. She wore a more traditional sect robe, looking similar to a kimono, only more elaborate in some ways. For one, it had more layers, and the square sleeves had straps attached to them that trailed down from her upper arms. The skirt part was longer and wider than that of a kimono, and woven with threads of violet sewn through it. He knew that her outfit was mostly white, aside from the skirt thread, and he knew that the big sash around her waist was violet, only because he overheard the seamstress commenting on it. His outfit was similarly colored. He wore a white tunic over his torso with long sleeves and a tight turtleneck like a collar. He had white pants that were tucked into boot-like foot garments that went up to just below his knees and looked something like tabi. Over all of that, he had a thin violet robe and a sash over it, making it look like a cross of some kind of a loose kimono and a bathrobe, if he was being honest. But then again, he knew little about fashion, and especially not Infinite Realm fashion. His hair was pulled back and left loose. Celia said that wild hair looked better on him, though they had insisted on him shaving his face. "Come," Celia said, and then put her right hand through his elbow on one side and her other through Erdania's at her left side. Together they walked down the ramp and out of the airship. They had no escort. Only the three of them had come, as the others from their group were all busy training and taking advantage of various gifts given by the Empire. Ryun hoped that this gathering would prove fruitful, as he didn't like wasting time. There were things that he could be doing, ways that he could work toward growing in power despite the Empire not having much to offer to cultivators. He put that aside as they walked toward a group of 2 waiting for them, surrounded by a small force of 4 guards. Ryun immediately recognized one of them, which made him frown for a split second before he realized who it was. The 2 people, a man and a woman, each dressed in elaborate outfits themselves, bowed deeply at the waist as the 3 of them approached. "Honored guests, welcome to the House Orn estate," she said slowly, then raised her head and looked at them, or rather Celia, since she was in the middle. Ryun spoke before anyone could. "It's been a while, Rayla," he said slowly. Rayla frowned as she looked at him, his clothes and everything else, and then her eyes widened as she realized who he was. Ryun didn't think that he looked that different, though. He identified people more through his sense than anything else, so what did he know? "Ryun? Ah, what are you doing here? How are you here?" she asked, completely taken off guard. The man next to her tilted his head, equally as confused. "You know them?" Rayla blinked, and then with a look at Erdania and Celia spoke. "Apologies," she said. "I am familiar with sect head Ryun Nacht. I did not expect this. I was only told that we would be having important guests tonight, and that I was supposed to meet them, you." Celia didn't seem bothered by it. "I am Celia, and this is Erdania," she said. Ryun was surprised that she introduced herself so simply, though if he thought about it, he could make sense of it. They had lost their sect, and they were here for him. Perhaps she simply didn't want to intrude on what was supposed to be his thing. The man next to Rayla blinked. "You are all cultivators in the Empire?" "Pardon," Rayla said slowly, glancing in his direction. "How are you here?" "We arrived in the Empire on an invitation from your leaders. I cannot say more, if you don't already know," Ryun answered. Then, after a moment of silence and stunned looks on their faces, he continued. "I arranged for a meeting with the leaders of House Orn, your parents. There are matters that I have to discuss with them." That made Rayla snap out of her reverie. "Naira?" Ryun nodded at her question. He sensed her nervousness, yet still she met his eyes. "She said you would come for her." Ryun smiled. "Then she knows me well." Rayla cleared her throat and then turned to look at Erdania and Celia. "I am Rayla Orn, and this is my brother, Emrys Orn. We will serve as your guides and escorts this evening." "I would rather have the conversation I came here for as soon as possible," Ryun said. Celia tugged on his arm. "Don't be rude, Ryun," she said. "We are coming into their home. They will meet us in their own time." Rayla looked uncomfortable. Our parents are not here yet, but they are supposed to arrive shortly." Ryun grimaced. He had expected a quick meeting, and now it seemed he would have to truly participate in this gathering. He sighed. He hadn't really expected that. He had known from the start, when Karya told him that she could get him an invitation to the gathering, that he would need to be social. It was why he had invited Celia and Erdania. "Naira and Daria?" Ryun asked. He saw Emrys and Rayla exchange a look, and then she answered his question. "They are supposed to arrive with our mother." Ryun tilted his head. At least he was going to see them, though he didn't quite know how he would proceed. His initial thought was just to grab them and leave, but he was in their home, surrounded by their people. Even with Erdania and Celia at his side, he doubted that they could do so easily. "And until then?" Ryun asked. "I've been instructed to show you around the gathering and introduce you to people." Rayla said. Ryun wondered why she was instructed to do that. He didn't care to meet new people, but it was a small price to pay for getting what he wanted. "Well," Erdania started, "I hope you have food and lots of drinks." "Of course," Rayla said, then stepped to the side and gestured. "If you will follow me, please." The 5 of them started walking. Rayla and her brother, Emrys, were in front of them, while the guards took positions behind them and kept a respectable distance. Ryun tried to get a sense of what was happening inside, but there were too many people for him to do that, not unless he really focused his will, and he didn't want to do that. He didn't know if there was anyone there who could detect something like that, and he didn't want to overstep, for now at least. "So," Celia started, "this is your family home?" Rayla glanced back and nodded hurriedly. "One of them, yes. We've been told that your family is important in the Empire," Erdania said as they approached the main building. We are one of the leading houses, yes," Rayla said slowly. "Your home is impressive," Celia commented. "I've never seen flowers so colorful before." Ryun glanced in the direction she was looking, but to his eyes the flowers were just greenish essence. There was something else there, but he wasn't that familiar with plants to be able to tell what it was. He did know that this thread of essence was present in all the plants around them, and that it had been present in every plant that he had seen so far, the farms included. "Thank you," Rayla said. "My father made them." He felt Celia raise an eyebrow. "Really? He is on a plant-based path, then?" "Class," Emrys clarified. "And yes."
"Ah," Celia said. "I assume that your family provides most of the food for your empire, then?"
Ryun blinked, but then nodded. It did make sense, especially with all the farms surrounding the property.
"We do,"
Rayla answered. The conversation lapsed, and they continued walking toward the building. Rayla led them up the stairs, hugging the main building, and then through a large open double door leading to a ballroom-like chamber. It was filled with people, with most of the room being human, but there were a few members of other races represented. Tables lined the sides, and staff was walking around with trays filled with food and drinks. Ryun estimated at least 100 people, but what surprised him was that there were actually children running around, laughing and chasing one another around the legs of the others. He hadn't expected that. It took him somewhat off guard.
"This is all your family?"
Erdania asked.
"Yes, most of it," Rayla answered. "Family and close associates that might as well be family. Our house retainers."
Ryun looked around, wondering how many generations were in this room if most were related.
"Who do we have here?"
a voice said from behind them. Ryun had, of course, sensed the woman arriving. Next to her was a Demacy man holding her hand. Rayla turned and stepped forward to meet the newcomer.
"Sister,"
she bowed her head.
"These are guests from the settled territories. They've been invited to speak with our parents."
The woman looked them all over.
"Ah, you are what they sent us. I expected more. But what can you expect from murderers?"
Ryun tilted his head, looking at her and wondering if he should say anything.
"If we weren't guests,"
Erdania said slowly,
"I would have taught you some manners."
He sensed Celia grip Erdania tighter. "Vanessa," Emrys said, interjecting before anyone else could. "They are guests of our parents and of the Emperor." The woman, Vanessa, narrowed her eyes, then turned away.
"We didn't need their help,"
she said before walking away. Ryun frowned. It seemed, unsurprisingly, that there were some tensions regarding their presence here. He had started to wonder why everyone seemed so accommodating. "Forgive her," Emrys said. She survived the old war."
None of us were even alive when that happened, Celia said slowly.
The people around the room had started to notice them now. Looks were thrown their way, and whispers started to spread. "I don't know if that matters to everyone," Emrys said slowly. "We are... The war, the current one, it has eroded much of our society. Many blame the Emperor for the losses we have suffered. If the armies hadn't been north, in a foolish attempt at revenge, we would have had forces here to defend." Ryun didn't speak. Instead, he turned his head to look at the other side of the room, where the sensation he had been following inside of his head was getting closer. The big doors on the other side of the room opened, and 4 people walked in. Naira. Naira stood on the airship as it headed toward her family home, or what had used to be her home, at least. It was now just a house that she had grown up in, a place where her family, her siblings and cousins came to visit their parents. She had spent years on the wall, so this little vacation was appreciated, although she did have a feeling that something more was happening than she could see. Her mother had come to the wall personally, along with both of her fathers. They'd been proud of what she had done, how she had defended the wall, and how she had achieved an ideal. It was strange. It was what she had wanted her entire life, to see them look at her with those looks in their eyes, to see them and speak to them like a real family. It was good, but it only reminded her that she was missing others who were important to her, with whom she couldn't share her achievements. After that, her fathers stayed, helping to reinforce the wall, while her mother visited the capital for a few days, and apparently fought off a large force attacking the wall not far from here. After that, she had returned and said that all of them would be going home. From Naira's understanding, a gathering of House Orn was taking place. She didn't know if she could suffer through all that, but the presence of her parents meant she didn't really have a choice.
"So,"
her mother said, and Naira turned to look at her. Karya Orn stood next to her, leaning on the railing. Both of them were wearing elaborate dresses and had their hair styled in similar fashions. It astounded Naira that her mother had an entire salon on her airship, but then again, who was she to judge? Her mother did a lot for the Empire, and if she wanted to indulge in some things, that was her prerogative.
"Yes?"
Naira said. Her mother turned to look at Naira.
"Tell me, what is Ryun Nacht like?"
Naira blinked. Of all the questions she expected her mother to ask, that was not one of them. Over the years, her mother had spoken with Naira a couple of times. They had spoken of the sect and her life there. They'd touched on everything to some extent.
"I'm sure you have Rayla's reports,"
Naira said slowly.
"I do. But she knew him only for a short time. I want to hear what you think."
"Why?" Naira frowned.
"Can't a mother just want to talk with her daughter?"
"Yes," Naira said slowly.
"The precise topic of your choice of conversation is what bothers me."
"Ah," her mother smiled at her.
"Well, you said he is going to come for you. Maybe I just want to make sure that we deal with the situation appropriately."
Naira narrowed her eyes, but then decided that she did want to talk with her mother, and that topic didn't really matter to her.
"Well, what do you know about him? I could describe him in 3 words, if you like." "Really? What would those words be?"
"Powerful, straightforward, simple," Naira said immediately. Her mother raised an eyebrow.
"Simple? Not to be confused with stupid," Naira said. "He just doesn't care for complications. He will do what he says, no matter what. And he doesn't care for things that most people care for." But he cares about you. It isn't really that he cares, Naira said. It is that he has given his word to protect the members of his sect, of which I am a part. If I were to die in battle, that would be one thing. This is something else entirely. So, you think he will come for you, try to fight his way through all of the Empire, all of our people, just to get to you? He will, if he needs to, Naira answered. And Eric killed his people, took me and Daria. That is a debt, and he doesn't forget things like that.
Her mother thought about it for a few moments.
So, if he came and we tried to resolve this peacefully, there would be no chance of that? I didn't say that,
Naira told her slowly.
I think a lot of people misunderstand him. They think that he isn't open to talking and coming to agreements. He is, but he is also unbending as far as his goals are concerned. He will not compromise on what he wants, but he is willing to pay what he believes to be an appropriate price.
Her mother just hummed in lieu of a response, and Naira frowned. For a moment she thought that perhaps Ryun had come for her, but then she dismissed it. No matter how much she told her family that he would, she knew the reality. The Empire was too far away, and getting through it would be nearly impossible. Ryun and Onrush didn't have the resources for something like that. Perhaps in time, if the sect grew and got stronger, they could do it. It was just a hope.
What is it that he wants?
Naira blinked. She tried to think about her answer, and her mother let her think in silence. Finally, she started talking.
Ryun doesn't care for much. He cares for his sect and wants to see it succeed, to see his people grow. He cares about getting stronger, being more powerful, though I don't think it is just for the sake of power. I think he just enjoys cultivation that much. As far as anything else, he doesn't do much in his free time. He cultivates his chi or trains, or on occasion plays Shah with Cree. Cree? The other sect leader's daughter. Your lovers, you mean?
Naira paused.
Yes.
For a while, neither of them said anything. Then her mother continued.
What do you think he would accept to resolve this? My release and Daria's return, Naira said immediately. For what Eric did, that would depend. On what? How many of his people Eric killed, and if Onrush is dead or not.
She saw her mother's expression sour.
So he would want Eric to pay? He would want a price to be paid,
Naira said. If she was being honest, she didn't really know what Ryun would want.
Thank you, daughter, for telling me,
her mother said softly.
Of course,
Naira said, trying not to feel awkward. Thankfully, she was rescued by her father's arrival. The two of them walked out on the deck with Daria following close behind. "We are coming in for a landing," Father Ender said as he approached.
"Good,"
her mother said, and took his and Father Olim's hands in hers. Then, a moment later, she looked over at Naira.
"Come, daughter."
Naira followed behind them with Daria walking next to her.
"You looking forward to meeting everyone?"
Naira asked her sister.
"Not particularly,"
Daria said. She hadn't been able to do much aside from help fight on the wall. The fact that she was still under oath meant that the family had to act against Daria's will, or rather restrict her movements. She didn't have the freedom to choose for herself, but only to follow what others said to her. Naira didn't think that she could live like that. They landed, and their parents led them toward the manor house. The guards saluted, and her family members bowed, But Mother didn't pay them much heed. She continued walking straight into the house. Naira saw some of her cousins and older siblings looking at her and Daria and whispering, but she, too, didn't really care about them or what they thought. Then they reached the entrance to the ballroom, and the guards opened the doors for them. The people inside knew that they had arrived immediately, and everything stopped, the music and all the conversations. Her mother led them through the crowd, everyone parting to make way for them. They all greeted the three of them as the head of the family. Then Vanessa and her husband approached.
"Mother, what is the meaning of this?"
Vanessa asked quietly. Naira's mother glanced at Vanessa.
"It is not your concern, Vanessa. There are issues that we need to resolve, and how I choose to resolve them is my right."
Vanessa opened her mouth to speak again, but her mother led them away before she could. Naira glanced back only to see Vanessa's expression darken. Finally, they reached a group of people. Naira couldn't quite see from behind them, but she noticed her sister Rayla. She bowed her head and then spoke when she straightened. "Mother, fathers, here are our guests." Rayla gestured at the group of three. Naira took a step to the side to see them better and immediately recognized them. Celia Hajan and Erdania Shijan, sect leaders of Zhenchuan sect. She couldn't imagine what they were doing here, or how. And then her eyes landed on the last person standing there.
"Ryun?"
Naira said, dumbfounded. He smiled at her. "Naira," he said, "I'm glad to see that you are safe. Onrush sends her regards." She was too struck to say anything. She couldn't really process him or the others being here at all. Rayla spoke up.
"These are my parents, the heads of House Orn, my fathers, Ender Orn and Olim Orn, and my mother—"
"Karya," Ryun interrupted her. Everyone paused as his eyes narrowed at her. "You misled me."
"Only a little,"
her mother responded. Naira blinked, realizing that somehow the two of them knew each other, which was, of course, impossible.
"But,"
her mother continued,
"I didn't lie. You wanted a meeting with the leaders of House Orn. You wanted Naira and Daria. Well, here we all are."
"So it seems," Ryun said slowly. "I mentioned more than just that."
"And we will talk, for now."
Her mother glanced at Naira.
"You have my word that my daughter will be free to make her own choices, to leave or to stay. And Daria will finish the terms of her oath."
"That is a start," Ryun said slowly. "There is also a matter of blood that needs to be answered." Naira's blood cooled. She knew what he meant. She had told her mother that he would want it. She looked around but didn't see Eric anywhere in the room.
"That we can discuss in private,"
her mother said.
"If you want."
"Yes," Ryun said slowly. "I would appreciate that." Celia. The five of them paused in front of a wooden door. The woman, Karya Orn, one of the three heads of the House Orn, glanced back and looked at them.
"We can have this conversation in private if you want,"
she asked Ryun. It was only a bit rude, but Celia didn't mind. She had been wondering if she and Erdania should even be present. Ryun glanced at the two of them, and she expected him to send them away. Instead, for just a moment, the link between them flashed to life as he spoke. "No need." He turned back to meet Karya's eyes. "I don't keep secrets from them." Celia blinked. She could feel the truth in his words through their bond, and it surprised her. She was not adept at reading it, and most of the time it was just a dim sensation in the back of her mind. He kept himself closed off from her, and he only rarely opened that link up.
"We don't need to be here,"
Celia sent to him. "I want you here," he responded. The fact that she could tell that he was being truthful made her feel confused. It was what she wanted, what all three of them wanted. Trust, a relationship built on openness and respect. It was just strange to see it unfold before her. Their relationship was unlike any that she had before. Karya and her husband exchanged looks, and then she shrugged.
"Very well."
With that, she led them inside the room. It was a small, cozy meeting room, and they made their way to the center and sat on the couches there. The three of them sitting across from the two of them. For a while, they just studied each other. Celia had heard stories about Karya Orn, of course. She hadn't known her by that name, but her grandfather had told stories about the Butcher of Dawn. Looking at her now, the woman didn't quite fit with that image. She was tall, fit, and muscular. Her hair was golden red, and her features fair. She was beautiful, impeccably dressed, and just had the aura of someone composed and in control. Nothing like what the stories portrayed her as. Her husband, Ender Orn, looked almost the complete opposite of her. Unassuming, clothes simple, though obviously finely made. His hair was deep red, the same as some of the people she had seen in the ballroom earlier. He had a calm expression on his face, and didn't seem threatening at all.
"Now,"
Karya started, her eyes on Ryun.
"The big matter."
Ryun didn't respond immediately. Instead, he just stared at her, or at least that was what it appeared to everyone. Celia knew him well enough to know that he didn't need to see you with his eyes to pay attention to you, so for all they knew, his attention was on someone else. For a split second, she got something from the bond. It went by too fast for her to be able to identify what it was, but she could tell that there was something that was bothering him. Finally, Ryun nodded his head and spoke. "Yes," he said slowly. "First, I would like to know who it was and why." Karya glanced at her husband, then back.
"My son, Eric. He was in the Corps on an unrelated mission, out of contact. He saw Naira and Daria and decided to save his sisters."
Ryun narrowed his eyes. He ignored Naira's explanation.
"There was not really any time for him to listen. The dome monsters were coming,"
Karya explained. Ryun tilted his head. "Why isn't he here, telling me this in person? I would rather hear it from him. He is the one that owes me a debt." Karya gave them a sad smile.
"Unfortunately, he was needed elsewhere. He is one of the strongest people in the Empire. While the rest of the family was allowed this short respite, he couldn't be spared."
That sounded somewhat hollow to Celia's ears, but it wasn't like they could call her out on it. They were guests in her home. "You made sure that he wasn't here." Celia blinked, as Ryun did exactly what she thought they shouldn't. She looked at the two, trying to see if they would be offended or not.
"I don't know how things work in your sects, but here my husbands and I are the first and only authorities regarding matters of our house and its members. By the Empire's laws, we can resolve any issues and matters of debt. And we are in the Empire. It only seems fair that we do things our way,"
Karya told him. Ryun didn't respond immediately. Celia could tell that he wanted to do something. She had gotten better at reading the faint sensations coming from their bond, and now she could feel that he was not really angry. It was more like resigned. It was a strange sensation for him to feel now. She could understand anger or frustration, had even expected it. Instead, it seemed like he was trying to hold himself back from doing something that he had expected to do. It was Erdania who spoke before anyone else did.
"Who ultimately resolves the matter isn't what is important," she said, turning to look at Ryun. He glanced in her direction but didn't say anything, letting her speak. "What matters is that the blood price is paid."
"Tell me." For the first time since they met him, Ender Orn spoke. His voice was soft, almost gentle. Ryun's head snapped in his direction the moment he opened his mouth. "What does this blood price entail?" Ryun held the man's eyes for a few seconds, then turned to Erdania expectantly. Celia wondered if he even knew what the sects did in these kinds of situations. There were rules regarding it. If a sect member killed members of another sect unprovoked, a blood debt was incurred. How it was resolved usually depended on the disparity between the two sects involved, but some kind of payment was always required.
"You can pay in blood or in something of equivalent value," Erdania said. "The blood option would require the deaths of an equal number of equivalently tiered individuals from your factions. The second option requires you to offer us something that we will value more than the deaths of our people."
Celia didn't miss her use of the word us. It was strange. Ryun had told them about what happened, and the fact that he wanted them here to help him deal with this was encouraging for their future. "Well, just like you," Ender started, "we too value the lives of our people. So, what would you accept in order for this matter to be settled?" Celia stayed quiet. She didn't know what Ryun would want. He was strangely unconcerned with wealth, and that was why she feared that perhaps the two people across from her didn't understand that. Ryun had rarely in his life felt fear of another person. He had faced people who were stronger than him, but he never let that make him hesitate. For all of his life, since the arrival of the framework, he had lived his life knowing that he could overcome. He didn't get nervous when facing others, not even when they were far more powerful than him. Karya Orn was old, supposedly very powerful, if Naira's stories about her were true, but as they sat in the small room, it was not her who had any effect on him. He didn't fear her or her power. He knew that she had manipulated him, that she tried to control and manage him. He didn't hold that against her. She was doing what she thought she needed to do in order to keep her family and empire safe. Ryun understood that. No, he wasn't afraid of her. The man sitting next to her, however, her husband, Ender Orn, he was unsettling. He made Ryun's skin crawl and his senses hurt. His body was lined with the essence that he recognized, threads that spread through the plants all over the farms of the empire, all over his manor and its grounds. Even the plants in this room had the same threads, and all of them connected back to him. He didn't know what it was, but one thing was clear to Ryun. That was power. He had been around powerful people before. He had seen people fight that could do incredible things. He himself had done things that few in this world could. And this man, sitting in front of him, looking as if he was a gentle man, he was terrifying. Ryun didn't think that anyone else noticed it, but Ryun knew the scent, the feel of blood. Ryun had soaked in the blood of people of Earth, and this man was the same as him. Ryun could tell. When the man asked what he would accept as payment, Ryun tried to think about what he could say. "You are asking us what the price of a life is?" Erdania asked them. Ender tilted his head. "Well, that is what we are discussing, so yes." How much, and what do you want to put this behind us?" Erdania turned her head and looked at Ryun. She didn't speak or gesture. She knew that he could sense her movement, despite not looking in her direction. He was actually surprised how much both Celia and Erdania could pick up of his mannerisms. Ryun met Ender's eyes, and despite not really being able to see anything but the blank surface of his eyeballs, he could tell that there was a heavy intensity to the look. A life can be worth nothing, or it can be worth a lot. It depends on who you ask. To me, my people's worth is priceless. They did not need to die there, not for that reason. If they had died to monsters or in war, it would be one thing. What your son did was unprovoked and unnecessary. I want to speak with him. I wish to know why." Karia sighed.
"You will have your chance to talk with Eric. He will be part of your mission. But I would appreciate it if we could clear things up now between your sect and my house. If you still want to get something from Eric, then you can take that up with him."
Ryun grimaced. He had given her his word that he would try to resolve this without conflict. "Then make your offer," he told them.
"You are not really giving me much to go on,"
Karia told him. "It falls on you to make this right, not me," Ryun responded. She sighed.
"Well then, perhaps you would be willing to give us some time to think of what we can offer? The gathering will last several days. You are welcome to stay as our guests."
Ryun glanced at Celia and Erdania, trying to figure out if they would be willing to stay here with him for that long. Erdania gave him and them an answer.
"That is reasonable,"
she said.
"We can stay."
"Good," Karia said and stood up, her husband following a moment after.
"I'll send Rayla to escort you back to the party while we arrange suitable rooms for you. I assume that you will share quarters?"
Ryun, wisely, didn't say anything. Celia answered her.
"Yes, we will."
Naira. The night was a whirlwind of shocking developments for Naira. First, she had finally been allowed off the wall. Then she learned that she was heading to a gathering full of all of her estranged family. Then she arrived and found Ryun there. The fact that he came, traveling across the infinite realm, the fact that he was here for her, it meant the world to her. The only thing that she wanted was to ask him about Onrush, about the sect, how things were in the frontier. Instead, she had to wait while her mother spoke with him. Then, before she could process anything, she found herself sitting across all three of her parents in a small meeting room.
"You already asked me that,"
Naira said after her mother's question.
"I did, but now I need to know more,"
Karia Orn said.
"What does he consider valuable? What would he take as a blood price for the lives of the people he lost?" "I don't know if there is anything that you could offer him. He had given his word that he would protect them. By killing them, Eric had made him lose honor. At least, that is what I believe he thinks. They are priceless to him because they were his warriors. Those that came with us to the core were mostly from the old sect, those who chose to follow him, some of the most loyal among them. He valued them highly."
"We can offer him items, weapons that will make him far more powerful," Father Olim suggested. Naira shook her head immediately.
"He doesn't care about items. He is a cultivator. He relies on his own power. You might use items as part of your offer, but it can't be all of it."
Her mother looked thoughtful.
"It wouldn't work anyway,"
she told her husband.
"They are being granted everything that the Empire's vaults have, potions, items, teachers, all so that they can be as strong as possible for the mission.
She shook her head.
The truth is that he is doing the Empire a service.
Father Olam grimaced. We could still delay and deal with him after the mission, assuming that he even survives. Naira tried not to react. This was one part of her family that she disliked the most, the way that they casually discussed things that concerned lives of others. They were talking about dealing with Ryun. She knew that they could, but she also knew that they were underestimating just how much that would cost them. I don't think that our daughter would approve of that, Father Ender said with a smile. Naira met his eyes and felt herself relaxing. There was something reassuring in his smile that made her feel at ease. How she wished that she could have felt this before she left the Empire, but the reality was that they had never been a family. She knew that they were trying now, but it was just too late. Father Olam tilted his head. Then what else is there that we could offer? And why are we even doing this in the first place? He is a nobody from the settled territories. There is nothing that he can do.
I disagree. He is a ranker who has become very powerful in a short period of time, and our daughter has thrown in with him. That should be enough.
Still, Father Olam continued, if he doesn't need anything from us, then—
That is what we need to figure out, her mother said.
Naira tried to think about what she could offer to the conversation, but knowing Ryun, there really was little that he would be interested in. Maybe void essence, but her family didn't have access to that, especially not when the Empire was at war.
Well, Father Ender said slowly, how about this?
He pulled out something from his storage, a small fruit which he held in the palm of his hand. Naira's eyes widened immediately. Her father nodded.
This one was meant for you, he said, but I see now that you are going down a different path. So tell me, would he want this?
Naira tried to think. The fruit that he held could remove one focus from the person who ate it. It could fix someone's advancement. But she wasn't sure if Ryun would want it. Perhaps he did have a class that he wasn't leveling, though she didn't think that he would jump on the opportunity. Still, the fruit in itself was valuable. Ryun would see that. If he had no use for it himself, he would know that it would be a valuable card for him to play, to sell or trade for something that he needed if he ever found something that he desired.
I don't know. I think that he would see the value, but if I am being honest, I don't think that he regrets much of what he has done,
Naira said. Really? Father Olam asked. He is a ranker. All of them regret something. Naira shrugged.
I think that by now you know that he isn't like any ranker that you've seen before. Perhaps, her mother said. We have time to think about it some more. Why don't you go and speak with him, daughter? I'm sure that you have a lot to catch up on.
Naira sighed in relief. She had feared that her mother would try to keep her away from them, despite what she said in the ballroom. She couldn't wait to hear what Ryun had to say, to hear news from home. Interlude. Schemes. Several 100 years ago. Karia walked out of the meeting room, barely able to contain her anger. She glanced to the side, seeing the others shuffling out as well. She met Anatolian's eyes, saw her grimace, and shook her head. She turned away and tried to calm herself as she waited. A few seconds later, Ericale walked out, his brother by his side. Bolus was a head taller, a titan walking amongst the others of his kind, tall even for a drake.
His black scales were rough and jagged, looking as if they would cut on the barest of touch. Compared to him, Ericale was the complete opposite. Tall for a drake, yes, but not as tall as his brother. His scales were light brown, the color of the earth and sand, smooth, and his eyes golden. They approached her, and Bolus gave her a long look before turning. "Speak to you soon, brother," he said before walking away. Caria watched him go, and watched everyone else go, until just the two of them were left in the corridor. Then she turned and looked at Ericale. "I know what you are going to say," he said, before she could even open her mouth. "You saw what happened in there." She waved her hand at the open doors leading to the meeting room. "You know we can't continue like this," Ericale said slowly. "They don't allow us access to the best dungeons. They get the pick of any new ones that are discovered. Their expansion is unchecked, while we need to obey their directives as to where we can go. They are strangling our growth." "Yes," Caria agreed. "But nothing will change or get better if Bolus keeps antagonizing and threatening them." Ericale looked away. His trust and belief in his brother was hurting them too much. He couldn't accept that the brother he loved was gone, consumed by the madness that had come with his power. "They won't go to war," Ericale said. "Varastian and the others have too much to lose." "You are underestimating just how insane all of them are," Caria told him. He winced, then turned to look at her. "Caria, please." "What? I can't just stand here and watch it happen." "Bolus he is starting to lose trust in you." She narrowed her eyes. "What did he say?" He is starting to think that you might not be on his side," Ericale said slowly. "I'm not," she told him. "I am on the side that will see all of us survive and thrive, not just those he thinks are loyal." He shifted his weight, looking pained. He looked around, almost as if afraid that someone could have overheard her. "Caria, please, if he heard—" "Let him hear. I'll say it to his face, too. We cannot continue like this." "It'll work out. I know it will. We just need to find common ground." Caria sighed. She knew that she wouldn't convince him. He was delusional, and he loved his brother too much. Caria walked into Ericale's office and found him leaning over the table, looking at maps. As she entered, he glanced up and then turned back to the map. Caria stopped in front of the table, waiting for a few seconds. Then she spoke, not being able to take the silence. "You asked for me?" He sighed. "Yes." "Why?" She could recognize that something was bothering him. She knew him well enough for that. "It wasn't my idea," he said slowly. Caria's eyes narrowed. "What wasn't?" He placed his finger on the map, far in the south from the core. She recognized the general area. It was the direction that their iteration was allowed to expand in, to take territories there. It was a slap in the face, the fact that they controlled what and where they could go. She looked more closely to the area he was pointing, the exact territory, and then realized what it was. "That territory, it's the—" "Yes," Ericale confirmed. It was the one territory that none of their scouts had ever returned from. They had even sent an expansion group, and it, too, hadn't returned. Caria thought that they had all agreed that the territory had to be a home to some pretty high-tier monsters, something that their teams couldn't handle. One territory wasn't much in the grand scheme of things. Bolus had decided to leave it alone for now. He was far too occupied with trying to wrest more control from the first and the second iterations to deal with one territory that wasn't even hindering their expansion that much. They were just going around it.
"What about it?"
she asked. He looked uncomfortable, as if he was trying to find the words.
"Just say it,"
she snapped. Ericale raised his head, meeting her eyes. "Bolas wants you to go there, investigate it, and claim it." Karia frowned.
"He wants to send a team now? Why? He wants everyone here and ready in case that things get out of hand."
Ericale shook his head. "Not a team. Just you." Karia blinked, and then narrowed her eyes in anger.
"He wants me out of the way."
"No,
Of course he does. He doesn't like that I am a voice of reason. I go and die, and he is happy. I go and succeed, and he shares in the success of getting another territory. And what if I refuse to go?"
Ericale didn't answer.
"Right,"
Karia said.
"I refuse, and we fight. We devolve into a civil war, and the third iteration ends up worse than we were before. But he doesn't care about that, right? He knows that I do, that I will never let that happen. Can't you see how insane he is, Ericale?"
"I can help him. I just need more time. He still listens to me." His voice was full of desperation, of a hope that was running out. Karia just feared that his hope would run out when it was too late. She closed her eyes and then turned away, walking out. It wasn't like she had a choice.
"I'll go with you,"
Tali said, her expression angry. Karia smiled and shook her head.
"That would be worse. If Bolas found out that someone from the other iterations came with me, no, it would grant you a claim to the territory if we succeed, and that would lead down a path that neither one of us wants to follow."
Tali's expression darkened. "I could renounce any claim."
"You could, but would Verastian?"
Her silence was answer enough. Karia gripped her friend's shoulder and squeezed lightly.
"I'll be fine,"
she said.
"I hope so,"
Tali replied.
"Because if you are not here to check your side, everything will deteriorate fast. They are getting more and more erratic."
"I know," she whispered.
"I know."
The only thing that she could do was hope it didn't take her too long. She waited until nightfall, or rather until the sun turned into the moon. She believed that the cover of night would give her a better chance. The entrance was difficult to reach. There was only one pass through the mountains, which meant that she didn't even know what was inside the territory. It could be all mountains, a hidden plateau, or even a basin or a valley. As soon as it was dark, she crossed from one territory to the other. Her greater thermoception gave her an idea of what was around her as she walked through the tight pass, a cave tunnel in the mountains. Ahead she could detect a lot of heat, though all of it was stationary, which was odd. The heat was coming into the tunnel, indicating that the temperature in that territory was higher than in the one she came from. Then she stepped out of the tunnel and saw life. All around her were big plants with massive leaves that were as long and wide as she was tall, radiating heat. Smaller plants all around them grew, some of them glowing and illuminating everything. There was a clear path through, though it didn't look as if their growth was planned. The path was strange, too. It was covered only in short grass that looked as if it was being maintained, yet it clearly wasn't. The strands of grass simply grew to one uniform size, evenly spread on the ground. Slowly she made her way down, the sky obscured by tall trees above her, but the flowers gave off enough light that she could see. As she walked, she couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness. She detected no monsters around her, nothing living but the plants. The infinite realm was filled with strange sights, so she didn't pay it too much heed. She had seen territories that had flying islands, and others that were frozen lakes. A territory filled with strange plant life wasn't that far-fetched. Nothing else made sense, though. There were no signs of dangers that could have prevented their people from coming back, which was why she was on high alert. It was only because she was expecting something that she sensed the slightest disturbance in the temperature around her as something moved through the air. She triggered her perk, Fire of Dawn, and then activated her Dawnfire immolation just as the vines snapped out of the shrubbery around the path she walked on. The plants tried to wrap around her and burned to ash. She jumped forward to evade as more vines tried to grab her. The grass beneath her feet grew, burning as it too tried to tangle up her legs. She roared as she jumped up, 2 wings made out of fire coming out of her back as she used another perk. She beat her wings, the plants around her catching fire as she sped up, breaking the branches and burning the leaves of the trees above. She exploded out of the treetops, surrounded by fire and smoke, spinning and gaining altitude quickly. Free in the sky, she finally noticed what the treetops had kept hidden. The moon was surrounded by stars, tracing the image of a flower. The territory was already claimed. It was no monster that had kept their people out, but someone who had taken the territory. For a moment she thought that perhaps it was the same scouts they had sent that had taken it. Others had been dissatisfied with Bolus's rule. Perhaps they thought that this was the only way to be free. She used Flaming Dawn Dash to evade to the side as a mass of fast-moving objects pierced the air where she had been just a moment before. They moved too fast for her to be able to tell what they were, but she saw something long and sharp. Karia turned her eyes to the ground, seeing a valley filled with colors, but not only that. The entire valley, when looked from above, painted a colorful picture of an opened-up flower. Each petal was made out of the treetops, with the different colored light coming in from beneath the branches and leaves, making it dim, but giving the valley an effect that she had never seen before. It was as if it were a painting, where the paint was beneath the canvas, shining through. Her admiration lasted for only one more moment before she was attacked again. She dodged, seeing narrow tube-like plants convulsing and expelling sharp spikes toward her. She evaded another wave, but soon more and more of those plants woke up all over the valley, each spitting wooden spikes at her. She sent a blast of fire down at one of the waves, burning the spikes as she evaded another. She looked around, but saw no army coming to attack her. It was as if the entire valley forest was alive and was acting in concert to take her down. Something else came at her as she tried to fly to the mountains, trying to get away. A bulbous, fruit-looking thing missed her, and she frowned before, a moment later, it exploded above her, showering her with liquid that burned up from her fire. Its steam got into her nose and her mouth. The stench made her gag, and she felt her lungs convulsing. She couldn't breathe. Her muscles spasmed, and she started to fall. Thick roots exploded from the ground, catching her in the air and halting her fall, then pulled her down and smashed her against the ground in a small clearing. They squeezed her, her fire burning the roots, but not fast enough. She felt her bones cracking. Karia reached deep, ready to release her grand perk, and then, "Don't," a voice said, and the roots relaxed, still holding her firmly, but no longer crushing her to death. She was pulled up enough that she could see something more than the ground. She looked around and noticed a shape hidden in the shadows among the trees. "You've already harmed my work. "I would prefer it if you didn't do any more damage to it," a voice said. A moment later, he walked out of the shadows, and Karya saw a human, one from her iteration, with deep red hair. He wore simple clothes and had a belt filled with small gardening tools. She didn't recognize him, though that wasn't a surprise. She didn't know everyone who had come to the Infinite Realm, and several generations had been born here. She tried to speak, but the root around her throat made it come out only as a rasp. He tilted his head, and then the root around her neck moved away. She coughed for a few seconds, coughing up just a bit of blood, and then met the man's eyes. "You attacked me first," she told him as she turned off her immolation. He tilted his head to the other side. "You trespassed where you are not invited, trampling my garden. This is my land, and I do not suffer pests." She didn't respond immediately, as if she was still being held by the roots. At a moment's notice, she could burn them and everything around her away. She only needed a moment to catch her breath. "That would not be wise," the man said after a moment. Karya frowned and then heard shuffling. She glanced around him and saw plants, the same ones that had fired the spikes at her. The forest was filled with them, each pointed in her direction. "You could burn many, but not all," he said. "I don't think you understand how much I could burn in an instant," Karya countered. "No, I do not," he said, "which is the only reason you are alive. I value my work too much to gamble that I could kill you before you trigger whatever you plan to trigger. I would rather try and get out of this without you destroying decades' worth of work." Karya narrowed her eyes. The man had to have some power or item that allowed him to tell that she was attempting to use a perk, or maybe a skill that warned him of threats. Some were powerful enough that they could tell the user as much. "I did not come here with the intention of fighting," Karya said. "Why did you come, then?" the man asked. Karya debated about what part of the truth she wanted to tell him. "A few of my people, scouts, had come here. None had returned. I came to investigate," she said. It would probably be smarter not to say that she was tasked with taking the territory. By the looks of it, that was going to be a hard task to accomplish. Whoever this man was, he was very powerful. "Anyone who has entered my garden uninvited have died, and their bodies fed the growth of my work. Perhaps I could find some bones around here somewhere," the man said, looking around as if actually searching. Karya swallowed, despite the pain in her throat. There was something wrong about him. Killing anyone that entered his territory? It was extreme. I don't want any trouble with you and your people. We didn't even know that anyone was here. We assumed that it was only monsters. Now that we know, we will not send anyone else," Karya said, which wasn't a lie. That would be her recommendation, though what Bolas would do was something else entirely. He tilted his head again. "I have no people. This garden is mine alone." Karya blinked, surprised. She looked around, seeing every plant move as if it was a single being. She had assumed that this was the work of thousands of people following the same class or cultivation path. "My name is Karya O'Kini. I apologize for trespassing. If we can come to an accord, I will leave without burning any more of your garden, and without you trying to kill me." The man didn't answer. Instead, his eyes just kept looking at her. "You damaged my garden, my work." "And
I am sorry for that. I couldn't have known that it was here or that it was yours."
He seemed to be struggling with what to do. His eyes got a faraway look to them, still looking at her, but not really seeing her. "Every blade of grass that you trampled, I've shaped by hand. Every flower that you burned, I've nurtured. Every tree that turned to ash, I've sang to it as it grew. My work—"
"What is your name?"
Karya asked, recognizing what was happening. She had seen this often enough, with Bolas, with Verastian, and with others. He was mad. She couldn't sense chi, but she had no doubt that he had advanced down all three focuses. He didn't know better. He was like one of those who had left the core early, surviving in the wilderness beyond the territories that the others made safe, gaining strength and power, but at a cost. They didn't know about the things that the others had realized, and even they didn't quite believe. She couldn't let him continue down the spiral. He snapped, his eyes focusing on her. "Ender," he said slowly. "Ender Orn."
"Ender,"
she said softly.
"I truly wish no harm to you or your garden. If you let me leave, I can promise that I will not return unless invited. I will do no harm to what you've built."
He blinked, then tilted his head again.
"You promise?"
he whispered. Karya nodded.
"I do."
He narrowed his eyes, but then the roots let her go, and she fell to the ground. She grimaced, and then slowly got up.
"Thank you,"
she said. He looked at her for a long moment, and then gestured. "Come, follow me. I'll lead you out." Ender led her through the winding paths, past plants unlike any she had ever seen. There were vines that twisted into murals, images that she recognized from Earth, famous paintings or just famous sights. There were sculptures, too, grown out of wood, some familiar to her as important figures from Earth's history, others unknown. He was from Earth, that much she was certain about now. Then, as they walked in silence, she paused. A sight caught her attention. A group of flowers growing around a tree. They were the color of blood, with white stems and leaves, and something about them was captivating. It was almost as if they were telling her a story of innocence tainted by blood. "You like them?" he asked, snapping her out. She turned around, ready to apologize again, but she didn't see any ill intent in his eyes. They were more expecting. She turned back to the flowers.
"They are beautiful and sad."
He tilted his head. "You really think so?"
"I'm sorry if I—"
No, he said. "That's fine. I never had anyone see them before. Thank you for telling me what you think." He turned and continued walking, and she followed after a few steps. Soon she recognized the area where she had entered. She saw the burned ground and plants already moving to retake what she had destroyed. Ender paused next to the tunnel, looking at it for a few seconds before turning to look at her. "There. You may leave," he said slowly. She knew that the only reason he let her go was because she could have done even more damage to his garden. Still, she didn't know what to say. She hadn't expected this.
"I am sorry for intruding. I'll make sure that everyone knows that this territory is yours."
He nodded, and she stepped around him to leave.
"Here,"
he said, stopping her. She turned around and saw him holding out something for her. It was a blood-red flower. "You are the first one, apart from me, to see them. Take it, and it will not wither." She frowned and reached for it slowly. It was genuinely beautiful, but also evoked the feeling of loss, of melancholy, of loneliness.
"Thank you,"
she said. He nodded and then turned, walking away and disappearing into the shadows of his garden. Karia stood there for a few seconds and then turned, leaving the garden. Interlude. A long time ago. They were running. Of course they were. Karia had burned an entire pass and the valley beyond it, killing so many of them. He was struggling with his emotions. A part of him wanted to do it himself, to avenge his brother's death, but it was done. And now they had the others coming after them. Those who survived, Varastian's few remaining commanders. Erikael wanted to stay, to make a stand, but in the end he had agreed with Karia. They were done here the moment this war had happened. There was no coming back from it. Bolas and Varastian were both dead, but too many others had died with them, too many for everyone to forgive and forget. He saw now what she had meant when she tried to convince him to do something other than push for conflict. But Erikael, he couldn't have betrayed his brother, couldn't have turned his back on him. He remembered the time back on their old world, when he was small and his brother kept him safe for the years it had taken him to gain access to the framework. Without Bolas, he would have died in the first month. It was guilt that pushed him too. He knew that the reason his brother became mad, the reason why he sought so much power, was so he would be able to protect Erikael. Now he was gone, and Erikael had an entire people looking to him for guidance.
"They are getting closer,"
Karia said. Erikael snapped out of his mind and turned, looking at the small council gathered around him. They were fleeing south, through the territories that they had claimed, taking everyone willing to go with them. They knew that the army coming at them now wanted blood. "We are too slow," Dark Shell said. The champion form screen looked haggard, if something like that could be said for his kind. The pure black chitin surrounding him was covered in dirt and grime from the constant march, and Erikael saw that he was tired from weeks on the run.
"We have non-combatants. They don't,"
Karia said. And that was the main issue they had. Many would have stayed and fought, despite the fact that they were outnumbered, and probably outpowered. The enemy had all the great weapons that Varastian hoarded, and had more high-tier people. If a fight took place, Erikael knew that they wouldn't be able to protect their people, the children, and those who couldn't fight. Their enemy didn't have that disadvantage. No, this was over the moment Bolas and others died. They lost nearly 2/3 of their strongest in the attack, and while Karia had dealt them an incredible blow, there was just simply more of them. Even if not all of the first and the second iteration were coming after them, they still outnumbered them. "I know. The rolling tide hive came to me," Dark Shell said slowly. "They are willing to buy us time, to send all of their warrior and champion forms to slow them." Erikael winced. That would mean their deaths. Screen were many, but few of them had achieved great power, and the Screen of the third iteration were not akin to the others. Their world had not devolved into war among the hives like on the worlds of the first and the second iterations. They had not come to the infinite realm as one united and powerful hive, but many. They had worked together, had chosen who was going to go to the infinite realm. They sacrificed too many on their world to make sure that every hive would have representation here. Erikael knew that they would march into death without a second of hesitation, but he couldn't ask that of them.
"Erikael,"
Karia said, her eyes sad.
"I know that you don't want them to do that, but we don't have any choice."
And what after, Karya? They will die to buy us time, but what after? They will keep coming, and they will catch up to us again, Ericale said. She didn't answer. Instead, she looked away, gazing at the sky. They didn't have the strength to defeat them. Karya, for all her power, couldn't do what she had done that day, not for months yet, and even then, it had been a special circumstance, and the enemy would not be foolish enough to fall for it again. Ericale himself could hold them on his own, but what did it matter? They would overwhelm him eventually, and then there would be no one to protect the others.
We just need to hit them hard enough such that they decide it's no longer worth it for them to follow us,
Karya said slowly. I don't know if we can do that, Dark Shell said slowly. The three of them were the strongest left. They had others that were powerful, but...
I might know a way,
Karya said. Ericale looked at her and saw something that he hadn't seen since all of this started. Hope. Karya stood in the garden, surrounded by blood-red flowers. She didn't speak. Instead, she waited and hoped for an answer. Ender looked at his flowers as he answered. I was glad that you came back, but this... it doesn't concern me.
Maybe not now, but eventually they will expand and find you, and then they will try to take this from you,
Karya told him. He shrugged. Then they will die.
I know that you could probably kill many, but eventually they will overwhelm you,
Karya warned him. She knew that he was strong as Bolas and Verastian were, perhaps stronger. He was just as mad as they were, obsessed, and his madness was all around her. His art, his garden. It felt wrong to try and use him this way, but she had no choice. He turned and glanced her way. You would have me sacrifice my work, my garden.
You can always start again somewhere else. The lives that will be lost if the enemy catches us will never grow again.
He tilted his head, almost as if he understood, but then he looked away again. After a few minutes of silence, she spoke.
We will help you, fight at your side. Together we could...
No, he said. If I agree, you can't fight with me. She frowned.
What do you mean?
You are fire, he said simply. She blinked, not quite understanding, and then she realized what he meant.
I don't want you to die,
she said slowly. That had never been her intention in coming here. She had only wanted to try and find a powerful ally. He didn't say anything for a few seconds. Then he turned and met her eyes. Do you still have it? Karya smiled and pulled a flower out of her storage. She had it encased in a small glass container. He looked at it for a long while, and then gave her his answer. She stood on top of a mountain, watching the carnage. It was unlike anything that she could have imagined, anything that she had expected. Dread heavens, Ericale whispered from her side. Karya couldn't do anything but agree. They had made a gamble, had sent the people ahead with Dark Shell and the others, and drew the army away. It was them that they were after, mostly. They led them into the mountains, to Ender's territory. She hadn't expected what had happened next. They sent their strongest after them, maybe 100 high-tier individuals, intent on hunting the two of them down, and chased after them into the garden territory. And they died. Even from so far away, she could see the fighting, hear the screams echoing in the distance. The garden was alive. It moved like one, killing, destroying all intruders. Half of it was on fire, and she knew why Ender didn't want anyone else there who wasn't an enemy. It would be hard to control who he went after, and she wouldn't be able to control her fire and not destroy his plants. The fighting lasted for a long while, or at least it seemed to, but then she saw shapes flying away, running over the tops of the mountains that surrounded the territory. One, then two, and no more. 2 out of the hundreds that entered the valley. Karia didn't wait before she jumped down and flew toward the garden, looking for Ender. She found him in the center, surrounded by bodies impaled by roots or strangled by vines. One had plants growing out of the body, as if they had used the corpse as soil to grow. Ender was on the ground, breathing, but just barely, and unconscious. He was covered in wounds as she knelt next to him. She heard Erikael land behind her and then speak as she placed a potion on Ender's lips. He didn't wake up, so she picked him up and stood. She turned and saw Erikael looking at the dead, then turn in her direction and look at the man in her hands. We should leave before they... No, I don't think they actually have anyone powerful enough left to come after us. Karia agreed. She looked around and knew that there was a lesson in all of this. The right person at the right time and place could do more damage than armies. It was how she had killed Verastian and his closest allies. It was how Tully killed Bolas. For all the power that they held, even the mightiest could fall. They took to the sky and flew away, leaving the ruined garden burning behind them. Erikael. 5 decades of relative peace. That was how much what they had done had bought them. They ran and settled far beyond the territories that the first and the second iterations controlled, and it wasn't far enough. He looked at Dark Shell as he gave him the news that he had been dreading for years. "They found us," he said. 3 decades of growth, of trying to recover, and they were coming for them again. He looked to his right at Karia, sitting next to her husband, Ender, the other one not present. He didn't understand what she saw in him, but he knew that they would have had a much more difficult time of it if he wasn't there. He fed their people with his power, and for that Erikael was grateful. Their 2 sons and daughter stood behind them, the 2 sons mirror images of each other and their father. "The question is, what do we do now?" Karia said slowly. "We fight, of course," one of her sons said. "These are our territories. This is our home." Erikael agreed. He just didn't know if they had the strength to hold them off. They had been preparing, but they had only just started to recover their population. "We don't even know if they will attack us," Dark Shell said. "We've seen only their scouts." "Do they know we are here?" Erikael asked. "Most likely," Dark Shell said. "They've been expanding in this direction for a while. I think that a new conflict is inevitable, because of the past, or just because they want to expand here. It won't matter to them." Erikael closed his eyes and tried to think about what he should do while the others argued. It happened as he expected it. War. They came, and they didn't stop. It didn't matter that they won some battles, that they killed their champions. In the end, there was always more of them. Erikael sat in the meeting room while the others debated what to do, how to defeat them, how to push them back. He knew that it was futile. "We've received word that Zenker fought against 2 armies, Karia said. "Perhaps we can approach some of them again, find some way to stop the war." He could hear the pain in her voice. The loss of her son had almost defeated her. "They don't care. Their internal conflicts are nothing. They hate us more," Dark Shell said. It was true. Verastian had been their leader, but he had died with many others, people whose family or friends remained, and as long as they lived, this would never be over. They couldn't forgive, the same as Erikael and his people couldn't forgive them. They were doomed to a cycle of war and death until all who remembered were dead. "No," Erikael spoke finally, silencing the others. "We won't do that. There is only one way forward now."
"What?"
Karya asked. "We leave, the same as we did before, only this time we go farther, as far away as we can, so far that they won't reach us for hundreds of years. We will have time to grow and become strong, so strong that we will be the ones that come for them," Erikael said. They kept coming, seeking revenge. Well, he wanted revenge too, and he was tired of being at their mercy. For once, they would be the ones at his. The scorching desert was somehow even more dangerous than the monsters. Not to all of them. Some had powers that could help them keep the heat away. Others could survive it. Others were hit harder than most, but none harder than the screen. Their bodies didn't handle the heat, and many had died just from walking. Still they walked, and didn't complain. They died on the sands, and Erikael felt every death. With every soul lost, his hatred grew. They had pushed them to do this, to run for decades through hostile territories, losing thousands upon thousands of people in their quest to find a new home. Erikael had stopped listening to the daily reports. He couldn't handle to hear it anymore. There had been no days when they hadn't lost someone in a long time. But that had also made them stronger. They fought monsters greater than anything that they had seen near the core. They had conquered dungeons and gained powerful items. They had all grown in power, eclipsing what they had once been, and that nurtured him and his rage. The knowledge that all of this hardship would only make them stronger, that this was what would give them the power to triumph against those who had pushed them out of the core, who had killed his brother. "Monster swarm!" The call came from above, from Dark Shell flying down with the other scouts. "Where?" Erikael asked as Karya turned, already sending orders for the soldiers to assemble. "To the east," Dark Shell said. "Several thousand of them. They'll be here in minutes." "I'll go to the front," Karya said, but Erikael stopped her. "Don't. Call the soldiers back," he said. She frowned, looking haggard and tired. "It reset this morning," Erikael said. He saw her sigh with relief. Erikael spread his wings and flew away from the convoy, not even looking back. He could barely handle looking at them. He found the monster swarm easily enough, considering it was a dark tide charging at them. He landed in front of them and focused. 7 years they had spent in the desert, looking for a place where they could make a home. They hoped that the desert would end, but it never ended. The desert shaped them. The trials that they survived here had forged them. Their power changed to help them survive in it, and all of them had become hardened. He let his perk out. Glorious Army of the Dunes. It was a perk, an ideal, fit for a leader surviving in the desert. The army rose around him, soldiers made out of sand, monstrous titans of dirt and sandstone, burrowing worms made out of dirt and rock. A desert was not barren. It was not simple sand. It was harsh and hard, but there was life. The monsters came, and his army charged. It was night when he returned to his people. They made camp next to a small oasis on a stone plateau surrounded by sand. It was not large enough to hold all of them, so many made tents on the dunes. He saw them, saw how accustomed to it they had become. They had been forced to adapt, to learn how to survive here. He walked into his tent and saw Karya standing there, leaning over a table.
"We are going to need to move quickly tomorrow," Karya said. "The monster swarm is gone, but other, smaller packs have been spotted to the west."
"No," Ericale said firmly.
"What?"
"No more. This is the place. This is where we start our home. Enough running. It is time for us to grow again."
Karya blinked. "Ericale, we are in the middle of the desert. The scouts haven't seen any territories that are anything else anywhere near here."
"So what? We survived in the desert for years, and it made us strong. We will survive, and this place," he gestured with his hand, "will make us strong." She didn't answer, but he didn't need her answer. He ruled them. It was his decision, and no one else's. Chapter 50. Ryun. Offers. Ryun laid in bed, Erdania on one side and Celia on the other. They didn't do anything, they only slept. Or at least Erdania and Celia did. Ryun wasn't yet at the point where he needed the sleep, so he just stayed awake. It was awkward at first, but now it was surprisingly nice. By now both of them were in a deep sleep. Celia had her back turned toward him, while Erdania was sprawled over him and Celia on the other side. Slowly he got out of bed, untangling himself from Erdania. He walked out of the room, and then out of the small apartment-like area they had been given. He stepped out on a wide and long balcony and looked around. Guards patrolled the compound, but other than that, everyone else was asleep. The gathering party had ended a while ago, and by the intensity of the light essence in the air and its type, Ryun knew that it was the middle of the night. For a moment he wondered if he was allowed to walk freely, but no one had told him that he wasn't. He started walking down the balcony stairs, heading down into a large maze. With his sense, he knew where everyone and everything was, so he navigated his way through easily enough. A part of his reason for coming here had been resolved. Naira was free to do as she wished, and she wanted to stay and fight, for now at least, which he understood. Daria was back in his service to fulfill the rest of her contract. The rest, Ryun didn't know what they would offer him. There was little that they could offer him that he truly needed. Still, he would give them the opportunity to make things right before he acted. He made his way through the twisting corridors of the hedge maze and finally entered its center. He didn't quite know why he came here, though. Of course, he knew who he would find. The man was on his knees, his pants marred with dirt, and his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, working. He dug up a small hole, then placed a plant in the center and closed up the soil around it. Ryun stood behind him in silence. He was certain that the man knew that he was there. Ender Orn. Something about him made Ryun uncomfortable, and he found that he didn't like that at all. After a while the man stood up, wiped his hands on a rag stuffed in his belt, and spoke. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. "I rarely do," Ryun answered. "Sometimes it does a mind good to sleep, even when it feels like you don't need to. We might no longer be as we once were, but the soul still tires." Ryun wondered if that was why he had seen some of the others like Erdania and Celia sleep even when they didn't need to, though he hadn't really felt what the man spoke about. When Ryun didn't answer, the man turned and looked at him. "You know, my daughter speaks highly of you," Ender said. "I don't think there is anyone in her life she respects more. as her father, that it does hurt a little bit, though I know that it is so because of my actions." Ryun tilted his head. "Naira is driven, and she has earned my trust and respect. I am honored to have her in my sect. You coming here has demonstrated that, to me at least," he told him. "Others don't think the same?" Ryun asked. The man smiled and shrugged. "Some of my children think you are simply using her for gain, to try and extort something from the family." "And you don't believe that?" "Not everyone thinks in such complicated terms. I understand more than they do. You are not a complicated man. You are simple. You are here for the reasons you have said you are." Ryun wondered if he was just that easily read, or if the man was just that insightful. Ryun looked around the garden, more for show than anything else. There was too much essence mixed in everything for his eyes to be able to tell what was what, but through his sense he had gotten the sense that the garden was meticulously arranged. After a few seconds of silence, Ender spoke again. "My daughter says that you are a man who needs very little, and that there are few things that you would consider equal to the blood that was spilled." Ryun shrugged. "As I said, it is on you to make an offer. You are invested in all three focuses. What would you say if we offered you a way to remove one?" Ryun blinked. There were times when he had thought about something like that, but not often. He knew that raising all three focuses had downsides, that him having all three would limit how high he could take his secondary, that he risked madness. But in the end, he didn't mind his class, not now. It had its place in his path. It gathered him essence, and the class perks were valuable to his build. Still, being able to just remove your focus, it sounded almost too good to be true. "Really?" Ender said before Ryun could form an answer. "Many would consider that a treasure beyond anything else, and you wouldn't jump on the opportunity? Once, perhaps. Now, it doesn't really impact me." Ryun's main focus was cultivation. Everything else was just there to help him improve it. Ender nodded. "Well, might be for the best. The only thing you could remove without consequences is your class, and the benefit would be negligible for you." Ryun's eyes narrowed. "Why is that?" It seemed like the man had somehow at least glimpsed Ryun's screens. He hadn't sensed anything, so it had to be something incredibly powerful to get past his defenses. "Your class is low in level. Removing it wouldn't hit you with any real side effects. Removing your skills would mean ripping the anchors you have made from your soul, and that would change you. Cultivation? Well, you would lose your body, have it revert to what it was before, and that is painful. The higher in tier you are, the more difficult and agonizing it is. Not everyone survives. Still, it could give you a way to take another class, maybe something more suitable for your path." That did sound more like what Ryun expected from the framework. Consequences and suffering. Ender mused, then gestured with his hand. "Come with me." Ryun hesitated for just a moment, and then followed as the man led him to a small gazebo and motioned for him to take a seat. Ryun lowered himself in a small chair across from a small table from Ender and waited. "My wife intends to offer you a way to remove one focus as payment," Ender said. "But I see you wouldn't think that to be enough." "I do not need it, not now," Ryun said. "It is a treasure that many would kill for, It is a reward that the Empire gives to its most loyal servants. It is a way to start again. You could grant it to someone else, a gift for someone who was loyal and true." Ryun thought about it for a while. True, he could give it to Onrush or even Naira. It would help them if they wanted it to. But in the end, perfect path, perfect planning. I don't think that power comes from that. Certainly it gives people builds with more quality, but true power comes from living and developing the flaws on the way. It comes through struggle to survive and make things fit, make them work. So, no, I wouldn't grant it to anyone of mine. "Ah," Ender just said. "Well, if that will not satisfy you, we will need to think of something else. Is there nothing really that you need?" Ryun waved his hand. "I don't think you have anything that could help me. Your empire has little in the way of helping cultivators, as has been made clear. I was promised a skill tome, which is one of the only things that I need. The truth is that I don't know you, and I don't know if there is anything that you could offer me." Ender tilted his head. "You are a ranker, yes?" Ryun frowned, not quite sure where he was going with that, and he was pretty sure that he already knew that information. Finally, he replied simply, "I am." "It was so long ago, the time when I was back on Earth," Ender said, looking to the side. Somehow, Ryun had forgotten, or he hadn't really thought about it, but others had come from Earth too. There were rankers from other iterations. "I can't even remember much of the life before Framework. It was barely a fraction of my life. 20 years out of a life that is now over 1,000. Yet, even though the man who had lived in that world died so long ago that I can't even remember him, his mark is still on me. That man used to be a landscaper." Ender smiled. "I remember him trying to work against the idiotic demands of his clients, trying to make art out of life, and often failing. But it is foggy in my mind, that time." Ender sighed. "The Framework, though, that is clearer to me." Ryun tried to remember his life from before. It was hazy to him, too, though probably for different reasons. His recollection was a result of time, whereas Ryun's of other factors and choices. "I barely got into the Infinite Realm." Ender met Ryun's eyes. "In fact, my name was last on the list. I only pushed out the name before me in the last hour of the countdown. It was so long ago. I wonder, what did the person I pushed out think? Did they struggle to overcome me again and fail? I'll never know." He closed his eyes and shook his head. The rest of it, the Infinite Realm, the early years, were chaotic, filled with struggle. I was not one of the leaders. I stuck to the outskirts, looking and trying to survive. The politics between the iterations, I never wanted to be part of that. I wasn't strong. My passion wasn't useful, and so I was overlooked. In the end, I decided to leave the comfort and protection of the core. I don't even know why I did that. I was probably mad, even back then, but it got worse after. We didn't know about focus madness then. Everyone was rushing to get more powerful, to reach and get the best titles they could. Ender opened his eyes and met Ryun's. "And I pushed everything that I could in order to survive, all alone in the wilderness of the Infinite Realm. Cultivation, class, and skill." Ryun remained silent, listening to the man's story, enraptured by it. "I practiced my art, and I grew strong and mad," Ender said. "Karya saved me. She helped me, and in time she helped me remove the madness, or most of it, anyway. That is mostly who I am. Since then I've spent my life engrossed with my work, my gardens and plants. Perhaps too much. I've neglected my family. But I am immortal, and there is time to fix things still. In the end, what drives me the most is beauty in art, achieving something that could captivate and impress, that could mark someone just by its presence. That is what I seek." Ender spread his arms and continued. "Now that you know who I am, tell me who you are. What do you seek in this life? What is your purpose? Perhaps that might help me offer you something that you will find acceptable." Ryun didn't answer immediately. It was hard to put such things into words. "This is your garden?" he asked. He already knew the answer. The man's touch, his essence, was everywhere, but he needed a bit more time. "It is part of my great work, yes," Ender said slowly. "Perhaps the most important one, the jewel surrounded by mediocrity that came from necessity. I have duties, much is required of me, and so it has been a long time since I have been able to focus on my craft. Instead, I brute force crops and feed billions, because without me they couldn't survive." "Are there not any others who can do what you do?" Ryun asked. "There are, of course," he replied, "but none with as much power and reach as I." Ryun looked away, thinking. He knew what he wanted in life. His purpose, at its core, was a simple one. "Survival," Ryun said slowly. "Pardon?" Ender tilted his head. "That is my purpose, to survive." Ryun turned to meet his gaze again. Ender smiled. "Everyone seeks to survive." Ryun shook his head immediately. "No," he said firmly. "They use that word often, but they do not understand its true weight. When I say survival, I do not think the same as they do. For them, survival is a small thing. When I say that my goal is survival, I mean to survive until the end of everything, to be the last, to witness the end of all stories." Ender blinked, obviously surprised. "Well, that is quite some purpose." Ryun grimaced. He wasn't good with words. He didn't know how to explain it in the way that he felt. So he pulled at his titles and showed him just the name. He was pretty sure by now that the man might have been able to see his focuses, but hadn't seen his titles. If he had, he would have understood. Ender tilted his head. "Ah, the witness of journey's end. I think I understand now. If that is your ideal, then that is something far different. I don't know if you will be able to achieve it, but it is a grand goal. Perhaps there is something that you would value enough to put this matter to rest." Ryun sat and waited for him to speak. Finally, Ender pulled out a small chest from his storage and placed it on the table. Ryun could already sense what was inside, but he waited for Ender to open it. It was filled with potions and small glass containers that held fruits inside of them. Ryun tilted his head. "I've already said that things like this aren't really what I need," he said. He had gained enough of such things from the Empire itself. "Of course. These are not for you," Ender said. "These are for your sect, the friends and families of those who died in the Corps. I know that it isn't impressive for you, but I am certain that they will accept this as payment." Ryun narrowed his eyes, but he knew that the man told the truth. People were so willing to accept scraps on their paths to gaining more power. "And what do you have for me?" Ryun asked. Ender smiled, then pulled out another small glass container with a fruit inside. Ryun immediately noticed that something about it was different. The essence inside of it was familiar, though it was so interconnected with other types that he couldn't quite identify it. "You know, many classers in the Corps and the Empire have achieved the 9th tier of their focus, as have many skill users and cultivators. They hide their advancements, but I don't doubt that there are a few of those running around too. That said, few of them have achieved the first titles. Those come to the people, the rankers, who came into this world and immediately abandoned safety. Those who walked into an infinite world and explored, fought, struggled, like I once had. Many of them died, but those who hadn't were rewarded with power and with madness. There are still such people scattered across this world, and I wonder sometimes just how far some of them have gone, what they have seen beyond the domes, farther than anyone else ever has." Ender shook his head. "Still, there are those who gained power at the cost of their sanity, not knowing or not caring for focus balance and the madness that it brings. Perhaps they did it knowing that would happen. Perhaps they just didn't care." He placed the glass container on the table and slid it to the center of the table, his hand still on the container. Then he raised his head to look at Ryun again. 200 years ago, the Empire encountered someone like that. She was powerful and a monster. My house was tasked with dealing with her, killing her, as there was nothing else to be done. It wasn't easy, but we managed it." He tapped the container lightly. "In the Empire, we don't generally have a need for bodies of high-tier individuals. The few necromancers that we have focus more on the reanimation of monster corpses. Not that there was much to be reanimated when we were done. The battle was harsh on the body, but it wasn't just the body that we took, of course. The soul had to be taken as well. The woman was obviously an immortal, and we couldn't let her return to life. We bound the soul to the dead body. My wife wanted to destroy it completely, but I had been tinkering with a new plant, and I asked her to grant it to me." He smiled at Ryun. "Did you know that both the soul and the body hold memories? A brain is an imprint, a snapshot of the memories that the soul holds. A body can forget, but the soul never will. When people lose memories, it is usually the fault of the body, something that prevents the full imprint of the soul's memories. You are an amalgamation, and so you will probably never have any real issues. The woman was like you, too, a cultivator. I managed to decompose her body, to feed it and use it as fertilizer for a grand work, a process that distilled what the body and the soul knew into this." He glanced down at the container. Ryun was starting to get the idea about what the man was suggesting. Ender's expression sobered, and when he spoke again, his words were barely a whisper. "How would you like a taste of memory from an insane, eternal realm cultivator?" Chapter 51. Ryun. Memory.
That is the only one?
Ryun raised his eyes from the small glass container and met Celia's eyes, then answered her question. Yes, he said. He was sitting with her and Dardania in the common area of their apartment. He had accepted Ender's offer and had taken the fruit that was supposed to hold the memory of an eternal realm cultivator. Granted, she had supposedly been insane, but it was something that he couldn't pass up on.
You are sure it can't be shared?
Dardania asked. Ryun shook his head. Ender said that it needs to be consumed in its entirety for it to work.
Do you know anything about how it is supposed to work?
Celia asked. Ryun grimaced. The tree produced 3 of these fruits. One they had given to the Emperor. Ender said that it is still in his vault. The second is this one. And the third, they gave it to one of their cultivators, someone who was trying to help the Empire learn more about cultivation. He was in the heavenly realm when he took it, and it drove him mad.
Well, there are always risks,
Dardania said slowly. Celia shook her head.
Do you understand what this could do for you? It could give you insight into the last realm, maybe even help you with your inspiration. It is priceless. You could sell that in the core for you could buy an entire sect with hundreds of territories, millions of people, and everything that they own, and still it wouldn't be enough of a payment.
Ryun wasn't quite sure about that, but he did agree that it was valuable, to the right people. Ryun was going to eat it. He had no doubt about that. What he was debating was whether he would do it now or if he would wait. On the one hand, there was the risk that he could damage himself. On the other, there was a chance that he would glimpse something that would grant him strength. I am not afraid of madness, Ryun said. He knew what that looked like. What I am afraid of is putting me out of commission for this mission. I gave my word that I would come.
If you don't want to take it, I am willing to take the risk,
Dardania said, but he could tell that it was in jest. He didn't think that they would try and take it from him, despite it being useful for them, too.
It is your choice to make,
Celia said immediately after. Ryun nodded, agreeing. Ultimately, this was what he craved the most, to see a story of someone who had reached far. His ideal, his reason for being. It was hard for him to walk it, not because he didn't understand it, but because he was unsure how to even approach it. How did one walk up to someone and ask to hear their life story? He wasn't adept at conversations. He was uncomfortable with strangers and didn't know how to bridge that gap. Others were the ones that had always done the bridging, who had reached him, not the other way around. He could almost feel like his ideal was static. Somehow he was sure that it wouldn't progress unless he walked further down that path. I'll take it now, Ryun said. In the end, he had never shied away from danger or from taking risks. The two of them exchanged looks, but didn't comment. They watched with rapt attention as he opened the glass container and took the fruit out. To his eyes, it was a bundle of too many different essences to identify them all. Otherwise, it was plum-sized and round. In one move, he put it in his mouth and bit down. The taste was hard to describe, but if he had to, he would say that it tasted of ash and bone. He swallowed and felt the fruit travel down his throat. Then everything changed. Ryun was somewhere else, and once again he could see. He was sitting on a ledge with his feet dangling over a deep crevice that was filled with only shadows. Color, like how he had once seen it, was back, and he almost missed the fact that there were other things wrong with what he was seeing. The dangling feet weren't his, and this wasn't his body. It was a Demacy female body, and the tail was dangling over the edge, too. He was naked, and looking down at his body, what drew his attention were slits in the skin, appearing almost everywhere on its surface. He couldn't feel anything, not the body itself, nor the air hitting his skin. He didn't hear anything, or... It had been 3 days since she reached the eternal realm, since she had forged her body and soul together into one form, eternal and enduring. She had found another dungeon. It called to her. Their bones sang to her. She would take them, add them to her collection. But before, she pulled up a window, the last thing that she had gained, and wondered what she should do. Craft your bloodline. Add as many of your body-related perks as you want to your bloodline. All the added perks will be consumed, and a new improved perk will be created. The result depends on the quality and compatibility of chosen perks. The bloodline perk will be passed on to any of your offspring. They will be born with it. If the other parent possesses a bloodline perk as well, the result will be either one or the other perk, or a combination of the two. It was not something that she needed. She would never have children. But it seemed like the new perk would be an improvement, and that part she did crave. More power, so that she could have more freedom. Freedom was all that mattered, so that she could reach the heavens. Ryun could think again. He could tell that the memories were damaged. For a moment he was her, the cultivator, and now he was himself again, just looking out of her eyes. Only this time he could feel and sense everything else. He, or rather she, was in the darkness, but was able to sense everything around herself. It took Ryun a moment to realize that she wasn't using a skill or anything else like that. She was sensing the essence directly inside of them. She raised her hands, and Ryun felt her using techniques, then shooting bone? Something impaled the monsters in the shadows, ripping them apart. She controlled 1,000 fragments of chi that she threw out and impaled the monsters all around her. She reached for something around her, not with her chi, though Ryun felt her core respond. The essence of stone? It shattered beneath the monster's feet, throwing it in the air, and then a bone chi spike shot from her back, killing it. Again, he felt the same strange sensation, and then the air around another monster twisted and threw it back. Ryun was shocked. That was the third aspect she had controlled. That shouldn't have been possible. And then she did it again. The shadows around her trembled and suffocated another monster. That was the fourth, but it wasn't right. He didn't feel her chi move through her core. It was just the bones of the monsters were bad, bad, bad. They weren't right. Their essence was weak, too weak. It lacked something that she remembered seeing once before, or more, or... She formed a technique and unleashed it. The bones of every monster in 100-league range around her shattered, killing those still living and destroying the dead corpses. It wasn't right. She needed something better, something that was... She needed to build it. A monument to freedom and bone. Every moment that it stood unfinished, it meant that nothing was right. The world was suffocating her. It had to be right. It had to be right. It was wrong. Wrong. It was wrong. So wrong. He had to make it right, to show everyone that they couldn't... Ryun stopped himself. The feeling of rage, of impotence, of need, still churning inside of him. The emotions were so deep and so heavy that he could barely think. The memory of them. He realized that he was somewhere else again, on a plain, sitting on grass. In front of his eyes was a window, and perks filled the open slots. He realized that this was the moment she created her bloodline, and he tried to focus on the perks, trying to read them. She was beautiful, a mastery of bone. She looked at her hands, seeing the bone sheathing her like armor, covering her hideous skin. She felt relief. She was on the path. It would work. She would build the Tower of Bones and reach the heavens. She would be free of everything. He was going to be free. The heavens looked down on them and laughed. They were there, behind the sky, behind the... Ryun shook the memory off again. He didn't know what it was that she knew, but the feeling behind it, it was anger and hate, and so much more. It was pain and sadness. He had never felt as deeply. And her body had changed. Now it looked as if she had an exoskeleton made of dark bone. It grew out of her skin, grotesque, but also somehow grand. The way that she felt, that she believed she was powerful, unbeatable. He wondered if she had created her bloodline, and if that was why. Ryun realized that she, was somewhere else now. A dark room, a table, and a being sitting across from her. "I did it. I built it. Give me a way through the heavens," she screamed at the dealmaker. "The afterlives are—" "No," she boomed. "Not another cage. I want freedom." "No one will ever see behind the curtain," the dealmaker said. "I will. I just... She slowed, starting to whisper. "I need better material. I know. It lacked true souls, didn't it?" The dealmaker's attention hit her with full force. "Do not follow down her path." She frowned. "Whose path? I don't—" Ryun was back again, feeling disturbed. At the end there, the dealmaker's attention was... It couldn't have been. He dismissed it. Had he talked to him? Ryun? It was impossible. This was a memory. He realized that she was somewhere else again, looking up at a monstrosity made out of bones. It was a tower, touching the sky, so tall that her eyes couldn't even see the end. "It is all about souls," she whispered to herself. "About the connection." Ryun wondered what she was talking about, but then he felt himself being pulled again. They fought her. Attacks hit her bones and broke on them. Arrows and spears, bolts of fire and light, lightning strikes. Nothing could stop her. They wanted to kill her, but they were nothing. She needed their souls and their bones, and she was going to have them. They ran around her, thousands of them. She reached to the earth essence beneath her feet and commanded it. She couldn't touch the essence that was theirs, but unbound essence was the legacy of every cultivator. She called, and it obeyed. The ground shook and sent many of them to the ground. She prepared a technique, her chi reaching for the bones inside of their bodies, and a man was suddenly in front of her, green eyes and blood-red hair shrouded in blue fire. He yelled, and fire consumed her. She screamed in agony as the fire scorched her bones. Something hit her, trying to keep her in place as fire burned. She switched to her second aspect, the chi of a concept. Freedom filled her as she used a technique, and their attempts at holding her shattered. She was free, her bones cracking and growing, her chi ripping the bones out of the dead around her and creating a wall between her and the fire. She jumped back, away from them. She landed, and the ground cracked under her weight. She roared and grew, her evolved form taking shape, her ascended state restoring her. A behemoth of bone with 12 legs and 6 arms stood in front of them. She opened her mouth and screamed. "Die, die, die! I am she who crafts unrestrained, text-stricken, beauty of bone." She spoke, gave them her true name. The world trembled as it recognized a true being. All was as she wished. Her art was absolute. He was going to shape their bones, to reach the heavens. Ryun barely managed to push away the memories. The rage, the feeling of need was overwhelming. It nearly swallowed him whole. She was in combat, fighting against thousands. He saw an army against her, gold and red in color. Groups were running, carrying large plates that he recognized as arrays. They were placing them on the ground around her. In front of her was a man that looked familiar, though Ryun had never met him. His hair was red and his eyes green, and next to him was a woman, and her he did recognize. It was one of Naira's sisters, the one who had spoken to him at the gathering. The cultivator was towering over the field, sending massive attacks at everyone around her. She was killing dozens with every attack, but they didn't stop. He saw sculptures of bone rising out of corpses, cracking and shifting. It was eerie and bloody, but it was her ideal. The battle turned, and she was winning. The arrays triggered. A wall of light came down to hold her, but she just pulsed a technique and was free. Ryun couldn't feel what she was doing now, couldn't hear, only see, but he understood. Her second aspect was that of a concept, freedom. She was never going to be held by anything. So many things were happening that he couldn't understand. It was chaos. The Orn family attacked, and she did the same. She was slaughtering them. She was winning. There was nothing that they could do to stop her. Soon she would take what they had brought her and go beyond. She could feel them in the distance, little beings of bone and soul. They would help her build her tower, better, higher. She would reach the heavens. The monsters around her attacked again. Fire burned one of her legs to ash, and she told the stone to rise. Spikes of stone impaled 12 of them. She took a step, prepared a technique, and Garden of the Wild. Roots exploded out of the ground. They tangled her up, but she ripped them apart with her strength alone. But then there was more of them, plants growing all around her in an instant. A forest surrounded her and separated her from everyone else. It couldn't hold her, though. She stepped through the roots, toppled trees that had grown to the same size as she was. Spikes tried to stab her, but she was ignoring them. Vines grew over her, around her, through her bones, and she roared. She raised her hands and called all the bones of everyone and everything around her. It shot through the forest, destroying tree trunks in a shower of brown and gray. Her body and soul were one, and she— Red dawn. It came from above. A red ball of fire. It came down, and it burned. It burned her. It burned him. His soul was on fire, his body turning to ash. He was going to die. The memory ended, and Ryun screamed. He felt something holding him down. His eyes couldn't see. Everything was murky, and mists were moving around him. His sense was back, but he couldn't feel any bone, not like how he could before. Everything was wrong. The world was gone, the heavens were waiting, and he had to reach them. He felt someone shake him, sound assaulting his ears. "Yun! Ryun!" a voice shouted, familiar. He turned his head and saw a sculpture of sandy grains. It shouted at him, but his mind was slowly clearing. He stilled. "Ryun?" Erdania asked. "Are you okay?" He cleared his throat. "What happened?" Celia walked over, then knelt next to him. She put a hand on his and looked him in the eyes. "For a while you were unresponsive, as if asleep, and then it looked like you went mad, there at the end." Ryun grimaced. "The last part of the memory, it was her death. It hurt." They exchanged their looks, and finally Erdania leaned off from him, letting him move. He straightened in his seat and closed his eyes. He tried to think about what he had seen, committing it to memory. There were many things to absorb. Something about her, the way that she felt, was different than any other cultivator he had encountered. There was a secret there that he just knew would help him with advancement, if only he could figure it out. But for now, just remembering the madness was enough. He had always charged ahead, trying to become stronger. But he did not want to have that happen to him. "Was it worth it?" Celia asked. Ryun met her eyes. "Yes, I think it was." Chapter 52. Zack. Gear. Zack and Neha entered a large room, following just behind Harkon, their trainer. They hadn't yet finished their time in the training chamber, but their gear was finished, or at least most of it was, and Harkon wanted them to get some more training in so as to become familiar with it. Zack agreed with the sentiment. Gear could change one's style a lot, depending on what it did, which was why he had always tried to get gear with fewer restrictive effects. He didn't know what the Empire had created for them, but their crafters had been given clear instructions by the growth guides on what they needed. Inside the room were 2 large tables put together. Behind them were large crates, and one Cretan standing with his lower arms leaned on the tables. "Welcome." He bowed at Harkon, then looked at Neha and Zack. "Guests, we have many things for you today. I am Note. I will be showing you your new gear." "Neha," she introduced herself. Zack followed, doing the same. "Let's get started," Harkon said. "We don't have a lot of time to waste. There is much more training to be done." They walked up to the table and the man. Note leaned beneath the table and pulled out 2 small rectangular crates. He opened the first up and spoke. "Here we have the standard potion supplies for our high-tier individuals, slightly altered to fit you best, of course." There were dozens of potions inside. Zack could see healing and stamina regeneration potions, recognizing them from their colors. Others, however, were less obvious. Note pointed. "Potions of grand health restoration. They will repair any non-lethal wounds in less than a second, and will heal lethal wounds in a bit more. They will regenerate lost limbs and body parts as well. There are 5 for each of you. Next are grand stamina restoration potions, which will grant you a burst of stamina, replenishing your supplies by a significant amount. Exactly how much depends on your stats, and will increase your stamina regeneration by 200% for about 10 seconds. They will restore both your mental and physical stamina. Again, 5 for each of you. The rest of the potions are a spread chosen specifically for you two." The man pointed at a grouping and looked at Zack. "These are for you. Mostly strength and dexterity increases. There's one potion of perk reset, which will reset your perk's cooldowns, but will work only on some of your class perks. You will see which ones it won't work on when you read its description. Finally, there are a few cooldown reduction potions as well." He turned to Neha. "For you, we have potions that will diminish your presence, and one potion of grand obfuscation, which will prevent you from being detected by any powers for a certain amount of time. The length will depend on the powers trying to find you. The stronger they are, the less time it will protect you from them. Along with those, we have a spread of attribute-boosting potions as well." It wasn't much, though some of the potions were powerful. The man obviously noticed something in Zack's expression because he spoke again. "It is as much as we can spare. Potions and elixirs are what has been keeping our regular soldiers alive on the wall more than anything else." Zack nodded. "Of course," he said. He didn't mean to appear ungrateful. "If you want something more, there are a few high-tier individuals in the city who are still selling their services, though a lot of their time is taken up brewing potions for the army. Who knows, if you offer them enough, they might find the time." He clapped with his upper hands. "Now, let us move to the real thing." He turned and opened one of the big crates. From it he pulled out two objects, one long and one short, both wrapped in green cloth. He put them on the table and slowly unwrapped them. Zack saw two weapons, a rapier and a dagger. They seemed like they were part of a set, both made out of the same dark material, black metal that seemed to almost pull light into it. The rapier's guard was silver in color, round and with a long knuckle guard. The pommel was round with a red gem set into it. The dagger was about half the length of Zack's forearm, also black, with a curved edge and a small silver crossguard. The pommel had the same red gem set into it as the rapier did. Harkon took over as he took the two weapons in his hands. "It became clear to me that the two of you prefer to fight together, and that you are good at doing so. Also, both of you fight with your awakened weapons, and because of that, we've decided that this is the best way to proceed." He offered the rapier to Zack and the dagger to Neha. Zack took it in his hand and pulled out a window with its description to look at. "Wicked Rapier of Conquering. Plus 540 to dexterity. Every strike that injures your opponent applies one stack of burning hate on a target, up to a maximum of 3. Each stack increases all damage that the bearer of the Wicked Rapier of Conquering and or the Wicked Dagger of Conquering deals to the target by 5%. Each stack lasts 3 seconds, and applying a new one refreshes the whole stack. If the bearer of Wicked Dagger of Conquering is not the same as the one of the rapier, then all damage increases are doubled for the bearer of the dagger." Zack frowned. It was a relic rarity weapon, and it was great as a dedicated weapon for his left hand. It increased the damage that his target took from him, but... He glanced at Neha and saw her raise her head to look at him at the same time. She offered the dagger, and he took it while giving her the rapier. "Wicked Dagger of Conquering. Plus 540 to dexterity. Every strike that deals damage against the target applies one stack of cold hate on a target, up to the maximum of 3. Each stack reduces all damage that the bearer of the Wicked Rapier of Conquering and or the Wicked Dagger of Conquering receives from the target by 5%. Each stack lasts 3 seconds, and applying a new one refreshes the whole stack. If the bearer of Wicked Rapier of Conquering is not the same as the one of the dagger, then all damage reductions are doubled for the bearer of the rapier." He saw now what Harkon meant. These were items that could be wielded together by the same person, but wielded by two, they would be much stronger. Besides, they were very well suited to them. "I like this," Neha said after a moment. Harkon nodded. One of you likes to lurk in the shadows and strike when the opportunity presents itself. The other is more flashy and tries to occupy your opponent's attention. These weapons will fit well in that style." Zack agreed. "We are going to need to train on how to best make use of their effects." "Of course," Harkon said, then gestured to Note. The man opened another big crate and pulled out something else. He placed several pieces of clothing on the table. They were black, looked as if they were entirely made out of leather, but on a second look it seemed to be a mix of cloth and leather. "These are for you," Harkon told Neha. "Making armor for shapeshifters is notoriously difficult. These pieces can shift with all of your forms. That should make things easier." Neha walked over and looked the pieces over. The main piece would barely cover her chest, but would just wrap around it. Aside from that, she had thin pants, gloves, small slipper-like shoes, and a cap for her head. The gear was unimpressive, at least to look at, and it wouldn't provide any protection. Armor protected based on the materials it was created from. There wasn't an armor stat or defensive rating. How much the armor could take equaled how much it could protect you from. The material her gear was crafted out of might be tough, but it wouldn't help if it didn't cover all of her body. She finished inspecting them and then motioned Zack over. "Come take a look," she told him. He got closer to the table and picked up the pieces, inspecting each in turn. Hidden Shifting Shadow, chest, plus 400 to vitality, plus 320 to dexterity. Your presence is reduced, making you 50% harder to notice. This bonus increases to 180% while you are in the shadows. Equip, repair, durability, form shift. Part of the Suit of Shadow Shifting set. If all 5 pieces are worn, you gain Shadow Stalker. Sinister Shifting Shadow, gloves. Plus 400 to strength, plus 320 to dexterity. Your first 3 attacks from stealth deal 85% more damage and 200% more if the target was completely unaware of your presence. Equip, repair, durability, form shift. Part of the Suit of Shadow Shifting set. If all 5 pieces are worn, you gain Shadow Stalker. Predator's Shifting Shadow, cap. Plus 400 to intelligence, plus 320 to dexterity. All of your senses are improved by 100% while in stealth. This effect is increased to 200% while you are in the shadows. Equip, repair, durability, form shift. Part of the Suit of Shadow Shifting set. If all 5 pieces are worn, you gain Shadow Stalker. Nimble Shifting Shadow, pants. Plus 400 to dexterity, plus 320 to strength. While in stealth, your physical speed is increased by 150% and 200% while in the shadows. The effect persists for 5 seconds after you've left stealth. Equip, repair, durability, form shift. Part of the Suit of Shadow Shifting set. If all 5 pieces are worn, you gain Shadow Stalker. Furious Shifting Shadow, shoes. Plus 400 to dexterity, plus 320 to endurance. Entering stealth instantly reduces your remaining ability cooldowns by half the remaining time. Equip, repair, durability, form shift. Part of the Suit of Shadow Shifting set. If all 5 pieces are worn, you gain Shadow Stalker. It was exactly what she needed, a masterwork gear that precisely fit her style of combat and enhanced her strengths. It had little defense, aside from making her harder to notice, but she had other ways of protecting herself. Her shifting powers could offset that weakness. He reached and pulled out the description for the set bonus and read through that, too. Suit of Shadow Shifting Set, Shadow Stalker. When all 5 set pieces of armor are worn, you gain the Shadow Stalker buff. Shadow Stalker. When shrouded in shadows, all your shifting effects are hastened by 200%. Every time you leave stealth, you gain an instance of Stalker, which grants you an increase of 100 to base strength and dexterity. This effect can stack up to 10. Zack blinked at the bonus. Making her shifting faster was a nice addition, but gaining that bonus to her base stats? It was incredibly powerful. "It suits you," he said.
"It does,"
Neha responded. There was no surprise in her tone. It seemed like she had expected the Empire to be able to create things that would fit them and be in line with their powers. Zack turned to the man behind the tables, now eager to see what they had for him. Note saw and turned around, opening another crate. He started pulling much larger and heavier gear from it than what Neha had received. He placed each piece on the table and allowed Zack to inspect his armor. It was full plate armor, which Zack wasn't surprised by nor worried about. It was a misconception that full plate armor was somehow restrictive and cumbersome. It wasn't. Even on Earth, knights could do nearly everything that they could do without armor. Roll, jump, have a full range of motion. In the Infinite Realm, that was improved even further. Materials and rules here were different. His armor was made out of some kind of metal that had a rough, almost grainy texture over most of its surface, the rest being smooth and reflective. The main part was black, while the accents were painted gold, with red cloth pieces attached to it. There was an artistry to the set. The main part included pauldrons on both shoulders, wide with gold spikes coming out of them. The helmet was black, with what looked like a 3-pronged golden crown on top. The slits for his eyes weren't there, which confused him, but he didn't ask why. The gauntlets were long and ended in clawed fingertips. Nothing extravagant, but he was certain that it would hurt if he used them. A red cloth half-dress came down from the waist, open at the front. The greaves covered the front of his legs, while only straps were on the back. The boots came up to halfway to his knees, with the greaves covering the rest. It was obvious that he could, and probably should, wear something beneath. Tight-fitting pants and a shirt, perhaps. Still, it looked incredible. He reached for each piece and inspected them. Grand Gift of Aegis, chest. Plus 420 to endurance, plus 300 to vitality. Every strike against you increases your damage resistance against that aspect type by 2.5% to a maximum of 25%. The resistance lasts for 10 seconds after a received strike or until you receive a strike of a different type. Equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Aspects set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Aspect Tyrant. Grand Gift of Onslaught, gauntlets. Plus 720 to strength. Every continuous strike of the same aspect type within 0.5 seconds of the last deals 2.5% more damage, to a maximum of 25%. The effect persists for 5 seconds after you end the chain. Equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Aspects set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Aspect Tyrant. Grand Gift of Alacrity, boots. Plus 720 to dexterity. Every step you take in the same direction without interruption within 0.5 seconds increases your physical speed by 2.5% to a maximum of 25%. The effect persists for 5 seconds after you change direction. Equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Aspects set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Aspect Tyrant. Grand Gift of Resilience, greaves. Plus 400 to vitality. plus 320 to endurance. Every time you expend stamina in quick succession, within 1 second, that type of stamina's regeneration is increased by 2.5% to a maximum of 25%. The effect persists for 5 seconds after you expend a different type of stamina. Equip, repair, durability. Part of the Suit of Aspects set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Aspect Tyrant. Grand Gift of Power, Helm, plus 400 to Intelligence, plus 320 to Wisdom. Every time you use your abilities, their effectiveness increase by 5% to a maximum of 25%. Each ability has a separate stack, but the stacks will vanish if the ability is not used within 5 seconds of it coming off cooldown. Equip, repair, durability, clear sight. Part of the Suit of Aspects set. If all 5 pieces are worn, activate Aspect Tyrant. It was amazing. A masterwork armor just like Neha's gear was. The clear sight on the helmet probably had something to do with the way he was supposed to look out of it. It was impressive, and best of all, it would provide a lot of protection, or at least he hoped it would. Zack turned to Note and spoke. "What is it made out of?" The man tapped on the helmet. "Dark scarletite with some orichalcon alloys added in. It is very durable. I am told that it could take a direct hit from extremely high-tier opponents, fully strength invested, and not even get scratched. It took a team of our best smiths and refiners just to work the metals. It will serve you well, perhaps for the rest of your life. I am told that the only reason why its rarity wasn't higher was because our crafters struggled to infuse it with more effects. It is a hard metal to work." Zack looked at the armor in awe, then finally reached for the set bonus and pulled out its description. Suit of Aspects set. Aspect Tyrant. When all 5 set pieces of armor are worn, you gain the Aspect Tyrant buff. Aspect Tyrant. Gain 1 instance of Tyrant after landing an attack, increasing the effectiveness of all your powers that share the attack's aspect by 10%, while reducing the effectiveness of your opponent's powers, if they share the same aspect, by 5%. After the first strike, you gain new Tyrant stacks every 10 seconds while in combat, to a maximum of 10. It suited him well, though it would take some training to get used to the way that it worked. Of course, that was why they had come to get their gear now. Harkon interrupted his admiring. "Good. Now that you've gotten your gear, it is time for us to train. Come, we don't have a moment to waste." The man turned while Zack and Neha struggled to grab all of their gear and store it before following behind. The training had been constant and hard, but both of them had improved, both in their fighting styles and their skills. Neither of them wanted to waste this opportunity. Harkon was a great teacher, and Zack knew there was a lot more to learn. Chapter 53. Ryun. Classers and Cultivators. Ryun walked into a small room, escorted by his growth guide, Kessla. He had returned from the Orn household a few days ago. Erdania and Celia had gone back to their training, while Ryun went back to his dungeon farming. By now, it seemed like the gear that the Empire had promised to make for him was done. He wondered what they had ended up doing. He had a long conversation about it with Kessla, and he had made some requests. The room was split in the middle with 2 long desks put together. A Cretan man stood behind them, with crates all around. "Welcome, guest. I am Note, and I will be showing you your new gear," the Cretan said. "I am Ryun Noct." He inclined his head. Kessla nodded at the man, and Note turned, pulling out a small rectangular box that he placed on the table. Ryun could already tell that it was filled with potions. He opened the box and started speaking. "Here we have standard potion loadout for our people. Since you are a cultivator, we've added a few more wisdom-boosting potions." Ryun nodded and put the entire box in his storage without looking at them. He could tell what most of them were, and he had already been warned that they had little for him other than basic stat-boosting potions. Note turned around and opened a large crate, then began pulling out items wrapped in cloth. A few seconds later, 6 items were on the table, unwrapped. "As you requested," Note said. "I know that this isn't as much as what you asked for, but the Empire cannot spare that much." Ryun had never expected his request to be met, and he had made it anyway. He looked down at the items: 2 swords, a dagger, a shield, a bow, and a helmet. "Will it be enough?" Ryun asked his awakened object. "We'll see," Brightstar answered. 2 of the items were legendary rarity, 2 were mythic, 1 was relic, and the last Ryun couldn't read the description for. When he tried to bring the window up, it just showed him a box filled with broken text. "What is this?" he asked. "One of the items from the Empire's vault, the Helmet of Titanic Resolve," Note said. "It used to be part of a set, though the other pieces were destroyed alongside its wearer. The helmet survived, though it was damaged. None of our crafters have ever been able to repair the piece. It is a masterwork item. The Vault Master has given permission for it to be granted to you." Ryun picked it up in his hand, turning it around. On the surface, it was perfectly fine, but Ryun could detect the flaw beneath. The helmet had been splintered in 2. Someone had put it back together, but whatever had given the helmet its power was now gone. "Does this make any difference?" Ryun asked. "It does, but I still want it," Brightstar said. "Of course you do," Ryun said back. One of Brightstar's most defining features was its greed. Ryun had been feeding his awakened object every item that he could get his hands on, everything that he had looted from the dungeons that he had been given access to. None of those items were anything that was really of use to him. Items in general were hard for him to utilize. Those items had been mostly epic and legendary in rarity, though, and as most of the loot was focused on materials that Ryun didn't have much use for, he had just given them back to the Empire. Brightstar called him an idiot for not selling them, but they were at war, and the Empire was already doing things for free to help him. Farming materials for them was the least he could do. Still, he had managed to increase his bond level by 1 before he went to the Orn gathering. He hoped that the quality of these items was enough to push their bond up again. Ryun placed his hand on the items and absorbed them into the Starforge. He felt the items being dissolved, destroyed, so that Brightstar could study them. Quickly, only the helm was left. For some reason, consuming it took a bit longer, but a few minutes afterward it too disappeared. "That was interesting," Brightstar said. "What does it feel like when you destroy them?" Ryun asked. Brightstar didn't respond immediately, and Ryun could tell that it was thinking. "It feels like I am remembering something I had forgotten." Ryun saw a notification flash in the corner of his eyes, telling him that his bond with Brightstar had increased. He quickly pulled up his awakened object's screens. Like before, he hadn't gained any new perk or ability. Simply the previous ones were improved. Not all awakened objects were the same, but what he gained from this was enough for what he had in mind. Forged in Stars. Bond perk. Any item worn by the user gains plus 30% to their durability. Starforge. Bright Star. Armory of the Stars. grants the user the ability to store up to 9 items in the Star Forge up to mythic rarity. Each item placed in the forge will be replicated and stored alongside the original to a maximum of 12 copies. The rate of replication is common rarity, 1 per 30 minutes, uncommon rarity, 1 per 2 hours, rare rarity, 1 per 8 hours, epic rarity, 1 per 24 hours, legendary, 1 per 48 hours, mythic, 1 per 72 hours. Any item stored in the forge is granted equip and repair while used by the user. The item copies will last for 10 minutes outside of the forge if they are not used by the user. Star improvement. Any item placed in the forge for longer than 7 days will gain bonuses based on rarity. Common rarity, +5 to all stats and +10% to its durability. Uncommon rarity, +10 to all stats and +12% to its durability. Rare rarity, +20 to all stats and +14% to its durability. Epic rarity, +30 to all stats and +18% to its durability. Legendary rarity, +40 to all stats and +20% to its durability. Mythic rarity, +50 to all stats and +22% to its durability. Anvil of Stars. Allows you to pull the Anvil of Stars out from the Starforge scape. Items made on the Anvil of Stars gain +20 to 1 stat based on the materials they are made out of. The increases were solid, but what he had really hoped to gain was the ability to store mythic rarity items. The gear that he wore had to be lower rarity simply because he couldn't create copies of higher rarity items. "This is good," Ryun said. "Did you do the rest?" Note looked at him, then turned again and pulled open another crate. "Making gear for cultivators is not completely out of the realm of possibility for us," Note said. "What makes it difficult is your strengths. Gear is usually made to either enhance one's strengths or cover their weakness. You are a difficult person to make gear for." He placed a small and wrapped package on the table, then opened it to reveal a set of robes. "When I say making gear for people like you is hard, I am speaking of the regeneration-focused classers, or in this case, cultivators," Note corrected himself, then shook his head. "They usually develop styles and even powers that rely on them getting hurt. Having armor that can protect them from damage might simply buy them time, but in some cases it actually restricts them." Ryun knew and understood. It was a difficult balance to strike. Ryun could regenerate a lot of damage, but any damage avoided was more of his resources not spent. Just because he could survive an attack did not mean that he should let it hit him. Still, it was an issue. "With your essence, Chi, the issue is even harder. Few armors can survive continued exposure to the void, not unless they were specifically made for that, and then, well, they wouldn't be that good for other things." Ryun had been able to project his chi in the immediate area above his skin. It was a part of his technique, and was why his fruit technique didn't destroy his clothes away every time he used it. Still, the farther he tried to do it, the more chi it required, and he didn't think that he could do far enough for thick armor. With his void armor, too, it was even harder to imagine him using armor like that. Kesla interjected. "I confess that our people have made only 2 things for you of our own volition, though only after you requested this," she pointed at the robe, "did we get an idea about what you might need." Ryun picked up the 3-piece outfit and looked at all 3 parts. Life Harvesting Robe, chest, +360 to vitality. Increase your vitality by 0.5% for every kill you make while in combat, to a maximum of 100%. The buff resets when you leave combat. Part of the life harvesting set. If all 3 pieces are worn, you gain Vitalis. Life harvesting pants. Legs. Plus 360 to vitality. Increase your vitality by 0.5% every time you take damage while in combat, to a maximum of 100%. The buff resets when you leave combat. Part of the life harvesting set. If all 3 pieces are worn, you gain Vitalis. Life harvesting boots. Boots. Plus 360 to vitality. Increase your vitality by 0.5% for every wound you inflict while in combat, to a maximum of 100%. The buff resets when you leave combat. Part of the life harvesting set. If all 3 pieces are worn, you gain Vitalis. Life harvesting set. Vitalis. When all 3 set pieces are worn, you gain the Vitalis buff. Vitalis. All of your regenerative powers are 50% more effective and require 25% fewer resources. It was a simple set, but one that suited him well. Made out of cloth and strengthened with monster hide in a few places, it would even provide some protection, though Ryun didn't expect it to survive for long. Still, in battle, every advantage could matter. He didn't know what color the robe was, but they were made to be copies of his current battle robes, with the exception of hide pieces added on top of it. It was exactly what he had asked for, and, most importantly, it was of mythic rarity. He would lose any armor he wore. It was just the reality of the way that he fought and his power. Now, however, he could place any mythic rarity item in his forge and copy them. He would store the original pieces and only use the copies. That way he could always just replace them if they get damaged and stop working. With Brightstar, the robe would also gain equip and repair, so he was going to be able to just switch them out when needed. "This is acceptable," Ryun said, and placed all 3 pieces directly into his star forge, starting the process of copying immediately. "It is what you asked for," Kessler told him, then gestured to Note, who placed another box on the table. "These are what we have crafted specifically for you," Note said as he opened it to show 3 rings. Ryun raised an eyebrow. "You said that you crafted me 2 items only." Note pointed at one of them. "This is a standard enough ring. We had one on hand." Ryun looked at it and then picked it up. Grand Ring of Stamina Regeneration. Plus 300 to Vitality. Plus 320 to Endurance. Increases the regeneration of all your stamina sources by 350%. A simple ring, but a useful one. Ryun had little stamina regeneration other than what his vitality provided, and he did spend willpower, which did deplete mental stamina when used. It wasn't anything flashy, but it would do. He then turned his attention to the other 2 rings. Halting Barrier of Aegis. Plus 400 to Endurance, plus 320 to Wisdom. This ring holds 3 charges, which are replenished at a rate of 1 per hour. Allows you to create a powerful spherical barrier all around you to a range of 3 meters, with a defensive strength equivalent to 70 times your endurance. The barrier lasts for 10 minutes, or until destroyed. Everyone inside the barrier will gain lesser regeneration, which increases their physical regeneration by 10%. Another simple ring, though this one didn't seem all that in line with what Ryun needed. He looked up at the Cretan and saw him shrug. Being able to survive an attack doesn't mean that you need to take it, and it does have a range. Ryun had noticed. It was a short range, but it would prevent him from using the barrier for melee range. Then it dawned on him what the barrier was really about. He glanced at Kessler and saw his suspicion confirmed when she nodded.
You can shape more than one technique, but sometimes having more ways of limiting your opponent's movements can come in handy, she said.
Ryun already saw what he would be able to do with it. He moved to the last ring. Hansel's Preparation, plus 400 to Vitality, plus 320 to Endurance. You are able to store your stamina by putting it into this ring. Hansel's Preparation can hold an amount of stamina equal to 5,000 endurance or intelligence. Any source of stamina can be stored, and you can draw on this stored stamina and use it instead of draining your own stamina sources. The last ring would essentially double his stamina reserves, letting him use his body's abilities for longer. He would also not tire as easily. This would double his staying power, which wasn't a small thing. Just the stats that the 3 rings gave him were incredible. 2, he still had his Life Drinker ring, which could boost his regeneration even more. With what they expected to face, these items were perfect. The robe would let him increase his survivability quickly enough if they faced the enemy's monster armies again. The rings would make him able to fight for longer, all things that he had lacked. And one last thing, Note said, and placed something else on the table. Ryun couldn't identify it, though by its shape and the fact that its essence was quite unique, he had an idea of what it was. He reached for it and pulled out the description window. Skill Tome. Passive Skill. Celerity. Legendary. Your body is built for speed. Your muscles and your organs become more conductive to speed. You are able to utilize your stats to attain greater speed more efficiently. Effects are proportionate to the power of your will. Celerity? Ryun asked. They had come to him with several tome choices before, and he had refused them all. This one didn't seem all that inspired either. Kessler nodded.
It is the best that we can offer. It might not seem much now, but it can be improved. Regardless, you lack quick movement powers. Your ability is the only one you really have. The rest rely on your stats to provide speed. This will improve that, allowing you to gain more from your stats, as it is a passive effect, and as it evolves, so will what you gain from it.
Ryun did somewhat agree. More often than not, he just couldn't evade attacks because he wasn't fast enough, or else didn't have his inevitable step ready. He picked the tome up and put it in his storage. He would need to think about that one for a bit. This will do, he said. He had gained enough from them. The potions that he used for a bath alone would have been enough. This was much more than enough. Just increasing his bond with Bright Star had been worth it. Still, there were more things that Ryun wanted to try. Thank you. They both nodded, and Kessler escorted Ryun out. He pulled his screens up, looking at the auction. Now he only needed to find tools to help him push his cultivation further. He only hoped that the essence he had earned was enough. Chapter 54. Zack. Past and Troubles. Ah. Harkon paused as he considered Zack's question. The 3 of them, Harkon, Zack, and Neha, were in the training chamber, sitting in the corner where all of their supplies were. Training was going well, and both of them were getting better, stronger. A Tier 9 skill is hard to obtain, for several reasons, Harkon began. First, and without any compromise, it requires an event or an action, something that has marked or scarred you deeply, something that left an imprint on your soul and mind. Attaining a Tier 9 skill means shaping a skill that you possess around that mark. It warps the result, makes it into something that is not easily controlled. Every Tier 9 skill holds incredible power, but it also holds a downside, a price for using it. How big of a price it is depends on what the mark that shaped the skill is. Zack wondered what qualified for such a mark, or how his Tier 8 skill would look if it was evolved to that level. Harkon interrupted his thoughts. You shouldn't think about that. There is a reason why few have them. For the first 9 tiers, one can compensate with the power of pure will, which you have. But the 9th, it takes a long time, centuries, for a mark such as that to form. He glanced at Neha then. Perhaps you could get it. Zack didn't doubt that Neha could, but he also felt like Harkon's assumptions and beliefs were, well, they were the result of 1,000 years of training and learning. Yes, he did not doubt that Harkon and the Empire knew a lot, that what he had said was right, but he also knew that the framework was more than what they thought. They all looked at it and saw a set of rules that were immutable, but Zack had been born in a world without it. He had seen change, and he had experience in pushing the framework. It wasn't here to restrict them. It was a tool to allow them to climb. Perhaps Zack wouldn't be able to achieve a Tier 9 skill any time soon, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to try. He glanced at his screens, looking at his Tier 8 skill. It was powerful, a 3-step technique, a set of moves. It had developed, or perhaps the better word for it was solidified, into a powerful attack move. It was an attack that he had developed with 2 weapons, one in each hand, but skills, at least his skills, weren't that restrictive. He had been able to use it with a single weapon as well. His will was what gave it power, what made it work in the way that he wanted it to. He wondered what it could evolve into, what could he tie into it, and how it would affect it. He didn't quite understand how that worked. Harkon, Zack said. He glanced at Zack expectantly. What, or rather, how, does this mark impact a skill? Do you have any examples for me? The man narrowed his eyes, and for a moment Zack wondered if perhaps he would refuse to answer, but then he spoke. Revealing that would be the same as if I was giving away someone's weakness. But, luckily for you, there are a few people whose skills and downsides are known. I can give you an example. Junior Elo, the captain of the Emperor's Guard, has a defensive skill nicknamed the Shield of the Empire, though its name is I Stand and Hold. The event that marked him is easy enough to tell based on what the skill does. Centuries ago, he was part of a battle that decided the winner of the War of the Three Houses. He and his forces were found surrounded and outnumbered. Yet, somehow, they held their positions for 3 days, long enough for reinforcements to arrive. They say that he spent all 3 days on his feet, standing, never losing any ground. When activated, his skill gives him incredible defensive power, but it makes him unable to move, both while it is active and for a while after. Zack could see how that could be a downside. And what about passive skills? They are much the same, only the downsides are constantly present. Zack blinked, wondering if it would be possible to get a skill that made you stand still at all times. But he was a planner, and for now he just needed to figure out what he wanted his skill to be. The Empire's capital was beautiful, at least on the surface. Zack saw tall buildings made with obvious care and craft lining the cobbled stone streets. Everything was clean and taken care of. One would be hard-pressed to imagine that they were even at war, that just a few leagues away an enemy force was laying siege to their walls. There were signs, however, if one took the time to look carefully. There were people on the streets, but their steps were hurried, their eyes looking straight. There was a purpose to their walking. Everyone seemed to have a place to be. No one was just walking for the sake of it. And then there were the shops. Most were empty, only a few entertaining customers, and from what Zack had been able to see, the exchanges were quick and to the point. It was as if people were only out to complete necessary tasks, which was what he expected. From the outside, it might have looked like the city was not at siege, but now Zack could see that everyone in it was working to help the siege somehow, at least out in the city proper. The few people that he had seen in the citadel had been a bit more relaxed, though it was also obvious that they were of a different social standing. From what he had overheard, they were the members of the great houses, what amounted to the nobility of the empire. Still, he did enjoy walking down the streets of the city. After months of training, one day dedicated to just relaxing was what they needed. Neha was looking around, her eyes taking everything in. It surprised him. She had been alive for a long time, but the Empire's city still managed to surprise her. The architecture was grandiose, everything built tall, which reminded him of the big cities on Earth, only larger, as if everything was made for giants. Neha was obviously enjoying the sights. Her eyes were wide as she looked at everything around them. He couldn't help but smile at seeing her like that. They didn't have many opportunities to just relax. Though they did have an escort of one. A single guard from the citadel was following them behind. Zack was sure that he was there as a guide, however. It wasn't like they had anywhere to escape to, or even the desire to do so. The people around them didn't even know who they were.
"Oh,"
Neha tugged on his hand.
"Look at that."
Zack turned his head and looked in the direction that she was pointing. It was a small bookshop. She led him inside, her eyes taking in the books on the shelves around them. It was strange to see books in this world. They were rare, or at least they were rare in this format. It was clear to him that the books on the shelves were fiction titles. As the two of them walked in, the short man sitting behind a counter looked up, his eyes widening at the sight. Zack was wearing his new armor, without the helmet, trying to get accustomed to it. Neha wore her set as well, which left little to the imagination, especially in her base form, which was an amalgamation of several different races. The drake's mouth hung open, looking at the two of them and then glancing at the guard behind them. His expression changed when he saw that the guard wore the colors of the Citadel's guard, but he was still obviously taken aback by Zack and Neha. It was probably not every day that people dressed in full armor entered his bookshop. "Good day," Zack said. "We were just wondering if we could browse for a bit." The drake blinked and then quickly nodded.
Of course, of course."
He hurried around the counter and smiled at them.
"I am Librarian Darrell, the owner of this fine store. What can I help you with? Are you looking for something specific?"
The way that he said librarian made Zack think that he was telling them his class. Zack had noticed a few others doing the same here in the Empire. Neha was the one who answered him.
"These are all fiction?"
Zack saw the look in her eyes and was reminded of the time when he fell in love with her, with Quell. She had always appreciated books, though they were rare in the core. The stories that they had on their own worlds were lost. Everything in this world was a recreation. A few people had abilities and perks that allowed them to recreate works of art perfectly, but even less used them for such a purpose. The written word did not hold the same value here in this world.
"Not all. I have some historical books over here."
He pointed to a different shelf.
"Though how true they are is up to debate.
Most are filled with the religious texts and stories of what the people believed before the framework. A really fascinating topic if one is interested in such things. Neha walked over, looking over the book titles, then paused and reached out with her clawed fingers to gently pull one from a shelf. "Oh, that one is quite interesting to read. Their beliefs were really unique among the races," Darrell said. Zack walked over as Neha opened the book slowly and read what was written inside. The book was wrapped in animal skin, and the paper was rough. It was obvious that it was made a long time ago by someone just learning what they were doing. The pages were tied with what Zack was pretty sure were tendons. "These are all from the third iteration?" Zack asked. The Drake frowned, as if that were a stupid question. Of course. And Zack did realize that for him it probably was a stupid question. He looked back at Neha, seeing her reading the book. "What is it?" Zack asked after seeing the look on her face. He wasn't sure if she was sad or happy, but he could almost see tears threatening to spill out. "It is the same," she whispered to him, and he looked at the text. It was a poem, or something like it, at least. "The Ravzer prayer to their goddess of the hunt," Darrell said. "The Ravzer were really interesting as a people, nomadic, living in tribes, and very in touch with nature and the cycle of life, as they called it. It is unfortunate that nothing like that can exist in a world like ours." Zack understood what Neha meant. Each iteration of the same race was slightly different. In broad strokes they were the same, but the details remained different. The big three types also had bigger differences, physical ones, which made their histories different as well. It was the same for human iterations. The orc type of humans had evolved in lush forests, their skin tones being the result of their need to stay unnoticed as they hunted. Brown and green tones blended in more than anything else, and their on-average greater strength, at least pre-framework, came from the need to stay up in the trees for longer. The elf types evolved with the need to stay alert, on the lookout for a predator which didn't exist on the other iterations' worlds. Their larger ears were the result, giving them the ability to hear more keenly. His Earth was the same. They had evolved as endurance hunters, much more so than the other iterations, and so they had, on average, greater stamina and could keep going for longer. The framework had made all those differences immaterial, but there were reasons for them. But, overall, there were similarities in their histories, in their mythologies. They had seen the same sky and had wondered about the same things. What Neha meant was that what she read, the prayer, was the same as the one on her world, on her iteration. He was happy for her, that she could see something that could let her remember the past and the time when she was someone else. Her madness was under control most of the time, almost all the time now, but it was still there, and he could see her fighting it. "How much is it?" Zack asked the man. Darrell immediately got a glint in his eyes, and they started haggling. In the end, Zack paid more than he had expected in essence, but it was worth it. They browsed a few more books, but didn't get anything else. Zack tried to keep the past where it belonged as much as possible, and there wasn't anything really interesting from the human iterations for him. They walked out of the bookstore with Neha having a big grin on her face, her book safely stored in her storage space. With the sun slowly turning into the moon, they headed back to the citadel. Their one day of rest was nearing an end, though there was much more time for them to use in the training chamber. Suddenly Zack dodged left as the wind announced the arrival of an attack from above. The spears meant to impale them shattered on the ground, ice flying everywhere. Their guard wasn't fast enough. One spear pierced his torso and another his head. The man's own shadow rose, capturing and pulling him in, leaving no trace of the body. Zack hoped that those attacks weren't ethereal or soul-based. The guard had immortality, and so, based on the form of damage, he could still survive. Both Neha and Zack activated their True Link perks, and suddenly he could feel her. More attacks came, and Zack changed his arm into his wind blade, then used Windmaster to move the ice spears and himself out of the way as he dodged. Neha evaded on her own, on the other side of the street. Her awakened weapon shifted into claws around her hand as she pulled out her new dagger in the other. Zack did the same and pulled out his wicked rapier of conquering, then looked up at one of the lower rooftops. 2 people jumped down to the street from above, and Zack felt the wind shift behind them. He glanced back and saw one person step out of the shadows. They were strong, he could tell. The wind sent him whispers of silence around them. The area they were in was somehow cut off from everything else, even though they were still in the same street. He hadn't even noticed, but now the sky seemed like it was too still. One of those in front of them, a wingless Karora, carried a long staff with a blue gem on top. The other, a drake, carried a shield and a sword. The attacker behind them was a human and had 2 daggers. "I'm sure you have the wrong people," Zack said slowly. "No, we do not," the man with the staff said. "You are here to do the bidding of the false emperor. His vision cannot come to pass." Zack blinked, not quite understanding what these people wanted or who they even were. "We are only visitors here. We do no one's bidding. We don't need to do this." "If we believed that you would simply leave this place and his plans if asked, perhaps, but you will not. You are the same. This is for the true way and the glory of the deal-maker." Before Zack could even try to figure out what that meant, they moved, and he moved too. Neha jumped back, heading for the human, while he headed for the 2 in front. He burned through his perks, activating them. There was no use in holding back. They were strong, and he didn't know what was happening around him, or how they had trapped them. There was no holding back, not when there were so many unknowns, when their lives were at stake. For a moment, Zack stood still, activating his temporal fighting. Phantom Avatar activated, boosting his stats, and then he activated Ancient Heritage. He blinked across the distance, leaving the blink to the side of the swordsman, keeping him in between the staff user and himself. He triggered Lord of Grace and Woe, changed to his time blade mid-swing, and attacked. He swung his blade from above. The enemy raised his shield, and Zack's sword passed through it with no effect. He could tell that the man was confused. The man retreated, lowering his shield as he jumped back. Zack's blade came a split second later, gouging through the man's armor, opening him up from the shoulder to upper chest before he raised his shield and stopped Zack's blade. A wave of force exploded out of the shield, sending Zack flying backward through the air. The man yelled, and a blast of force followed behind the first. Zack blinked through the attack, getting back close to the man. The last Sovereign of Terra activated, and he pulled from it even as he attacked with his rapier. He stabbed, and the man raised his shield to block, but no attack came. Again he tried to move back, but Zack's attack hit his shield when he was mid-step, pushing him back and making him stumble to the ground. Spears of ice flew over the falling warrior, heading for Zack's head. 3 spirits came out of him, coalescing out of gray mist. Their swords blurred, cracking the spears and sending ice all over the ground. One of the spirits was holding a rapier, another a katana, and the last a sword made out of bronze. Without needing to be told, Musashi, Yuha, and Salvatore charged the ice wielder, and Zack jumped for the man rolling to his feet. He cut through the man's head, but by now the man had realized that something was wrong. He placed his shield a moment after the attack came, but then there was no attack to follow. Zack saw the man's eyes widen, and he knew what he was seeing. Zack's real movements came a moment after his image, but that meant that the image followed what he was about to do. In the moment when he changed his intention, his body blurred, his image splitting into several different possibilities until it finally settled on one. Zack yelled, releasing Rift Shout. The man staggered back, and Zack followed after him, disabling his temporal fighting. He bent his knees and got low, pushed his willpower, and moved. Technique set, Temporal Tempest, threefold strikes. He dashed forward, and his opponent reacted to what he saw. He expected Zack's real attack to come a moment late. It didn't. 2 attacks, coming at the same time, hit him from both left and right. His rapier cut into the man's right hip, and his blade cut just beneath the man's left shoulder, cutting his shield arm clean off. All of his buffs, his new armor set, his weapons, all added up, along with his skill. There wasn't anything that the man could do to stop his attacks. He took the second step, and the man's entire body lit up, his sword blocking one of the attacks. It wasn't enough. The second hit him on the other side at the same moment, opening up his stomach. Zack jumped, twisting in the air and cutting down. He split the man's head in 2, from top to chin, with his rapier, and his blade followed, splitting his torso and groin. 2 parts of his body split and fell to the side. Zack raised his eyes and saw a boulder made out of ice smash into Musashi, pulverizing him and sending gray mist flowing back into Zack. Salvatore was impaled by ice smashing through the street, dissolving as well. Yuha roared a battle cry and jumped at the Kurora, but then all the ice on the ground sped toward her, reshaping into icicles that dissolved her as well. Zack looked at the man as he turned his attention to Zack, seeing his dead comrade. He snapped his beak and raised his staff. A boulder made out of ice manifested and flew toward Zack. He blinked to the side, only for ice to rise out of the ground and freeze his legs. The boulder twisted in the air, heading for him again. Zack bent down and struck at the ice with his blades as he activated aspect wings on his back. 2 wings beat down, and he jumped, breaking the last of the ice and getting in the air as the boulder flew by. It cracked, and shards flew toward him. A pillar of ice appeared above him, then shattered into spears. Being attacked from both sides at the same time, he didn't have a choice but to blink away again, now nearer to his opponent. He triggered his Aspect True Sight to better see the attacks, and then used Aspect Whirling Wings. The Ice Mage raised a wall of ice, and Zack smashed through it. The enemy wasn't where he used to be, and Zack triggered Slow Time and jumped on instinct to the side. Ice spikes rose from the ground slowly, and he saw the mage a short distance away, standing near a small weak point in space. He reached for the plane of the wind and used Greater Rift Tear. A blast of wind exploded out of it and hit the mage, sending him flying across the street and into the wall on the other side. Zack followed, his wings beating and pushing him forward, riding the wind that filled the street now. The ice mage rose and pointed his hand at Zack. Faster than Zack thought possible, ice formed in front of him and then shaped into a golem. Before it could even swing, Zack stabbed forward with his time blade, releasing his Unleash Arsenal. Nothing visible happened, but the golem melted, the ice turning to water before evaporating into vapor, leaving the dumbfounded mage standing behind it. The Kurora's eyes widened, and pulling his hand back, his entire body shattered into ice. Zack landed and turned around and saw pieces of ice smash together and the Kurora reform on the other side of the street. He looked down at his hand, at the black feathers turning white, at the talons growing and cracking, at the skin withering. He gestured with his other hand, and an ice sword cut his hand off at the elbow, ice covering the wound quickly after. He looked at the hand on the floor as it decayed and turned to just bone and then dust in a span of seconds. Time was the most devastating aspect in Zack's arsenal, and few things could stand against it. The Corora glared at Zack, and then a person stepped out of the shadows behind the mage. The Corora glanced back, saw his human ally, and turned back to watch Zack. "The other one?" the Corora asked. "Dead," the human said. If only the mage had taken more than a glance. If only he had seen that the human's clothes were filled with holes, bloody, and that there were no wounds to be seen behind those tears. The Corora hefted his staff and spoke. "Be careful. He is very dangerous. He has some—" Neha's dagger stabbed him through the back of the head, and her other hand caught his throat, the claws of her awakened weapon digging deep, spilling blood. With a twist, she tore the Corora's head off and threw it on the ground. Zack sighed, letting his perks go. His stamina had held better than he had expected, but he still needed to work more on managing it. Neha walked over, tearing the stolen clothes off her body and putting on her new set from her storage as she shifted to her base form while walking. "They are immortal," she told him. Zack hadn't been able to tell, aside from knowing that they were strong. What kind of immortalities they had would dictate if they would live or die. A sound that resembled the cracking of glass filled the street, and Zack looked up. He saw the sky break, and the real sky replaced it, slightly dimmer for the time that had passed. People rushed into the street. Harkon, with people wearing Citadel Guard armor, following close behind. They looked at the two of them, the destroyed street, and the two dead bodies. Harkon cursed. "Fuck." He turned to look at one of the guards. "They were supposed to be unable to enter the city." The guard grimaced but didn't answer. Zack walked over. "You know who they are, I presume?" Harkon's expression hardened, and he nodded. "Yes, but we can talk later. We need to get you back to the Citadel. This wasn't the only attack." Zack and Neha exchanged looks, and then allowed the people to escort them back, both very interested to hear what they had to say. Chapter 55. Ryun. Choices. The monster leapt at him, and he shaped 6 spikes beneath it, letting it impale itself on them. Another dashed forward from his side, but he raised a wall and had spikes grow out of it, and, much as before, the monster smashed into them and killed itself. He was in one of the dungeons given to him. It was a massive cavern, so large that his sense couldn't even register the ceiling. After coming back to the capital from the House Orn gathering and getting his gear, he had returned to clearing dungeons. His reeve was getting a lot of work, and he had been accumulating a lot of essence. His return had been slightly abrupt. After they had come to an agreement, there didn't seem to be a need for him to stay, and it was ultimately a family gathering. Naira and Daria were still with their family, his sect leader having decided to stay and protect the walls. Despite Ryun's desire to have her back in the sect, he did understand that there was a need for her here. He had allowed Daria to stay and serve by helping keep her sisters safe. It wasn't like they could help with the mission, though Naira had become very strong. Her description of the battle against the enemy general was enough to make him proud. She had taken his path of the final end and had pushed it far, utilizing it in the ways that it was meant to be used. It was almost a shame that her main focus was class. He shaped steps beneath his feet as he ran through the air, moving swiftly, looking for monsters. His new skill, celerity, was a passive boost to his speed, all of his speed. The boost wasn't anything impressive, but he could feel the difference nonetheless. It worked on everything, increasing his physical speed, the speed of his thoughts, even the speed of his chi and the drawing in of essence. Like all skills, the passive ones could be slightly improved by actively leveraging one's will. The increase wasn't incredible, but it was there, and it meant that Ryun was slightly faster than his stats would suggest. It was also only on its first evolution so far, and he was looking forward to see how he could develop it. He had been testing out his new set as well. He wore the copies of the items, of course. His forge gave them extra stats and durability on top of the extra durability that his awakened item perk gave any item that he wore. Altogether, the robes were 52% more durable. He had sacrificed one of his copies during one of his earlier dungeon runs to see how much damage the robe could take before it stopped working. The answer was quite a lot, but in the end, if his body was constantly damaged, it couldn't keep up, which meant that he lost the buffs that it provided. Still, he could always just replace the damaged robes with another copy from his forge, even mid-battle. The rings were also more impactful than he had expected, allowing him to stay moving significantly longer. The barrier ring was good as a chi-saving tool instead of him using his shaping. He still carried his other equipment, of course, an amulet that increased wisdom, his ring that boosted regeneration, and a few others. Fighting against hordes of enemies was easier for him because of his stats, and his regeneration soared when he was in those situations. The moniker that they had given him in the core, the Undying Void, was truer than they knew. What they had seen in his fights was not the full extent of his regeneration. In the right conditions, he was even harder to kill. Regardless, he was supposed to be training and preparing for their mission, and since the Empire had little to offer him other than resources, he was forced to simply clear dungeons. He had managed to acquire a bit of void essence, not enough for him to cycle more than once, but anything helped, and he had spent a few hours while visiting the Orn Gathering in the void. A while later, there were only a few monsters left in the dungeon, and he moved around through the air, killing them with void spikes and void beams, using Reeve when it was available. As he killed one more monster, his sense took note of something in the distance, which made him pause for a moment, but then he continued running around the cavern, hunting down and killing the rest. He spent around an hour afterward collecting all the loot, barely even looking at it. Potions and materials went into his storage, and any items were fed to Brightstar. His potion bath had given him a lot of stats. The Empire had managed to provide some benefits to him, despite not being able to help him as a cultivator. That left a lot of the improvement on him. He could try and improve some of his skills, though that would put him back into imbalance. He was wary of that, only because he knew what madness could be and felt like. He didn't want to join his current Tier 7 skills either, as he had something else in mind for that. That left him only with practicing what he already had. With the dungeon cleared, he slowly made his way back to the entrance, on foot. The dungeon's landscape was open, like a hedge maze made out of stone, with large open areas thrown in. There was only one ceiling, too far above for even his sense to touch. It was an underground world. The only reason he knew that it was underground was the lack of any sunlight or moonlight essence. There were other types of light essences, though, mostly coming down from the ceiling far above and some from the plant life around him. Not that it mattered to him. His world didn't have night or day. It was always filled with every color imaginable. As he walked into the large open area in front of the entrance, he came to a stop. "This will not end well for you," he said loudly. There was no verbal response, but then again he didn't need one. His sense picked up on the 3 people hiding around the exit stiffen. He sensed them glancing at one another. He had sensed when the three had entered the dungeon. He had overheard their conversation, and he knew their plans already. A few moments passed in eerie silence, and then they moved. Ryun cycled his chi, preparing techniques. He sensed no chi from them, but that was to be expected here in the Empire. They would then be classers and skill users. His sense told him that they had high physical stats, or two of them did at least, but the last one wasn't physically focused. They had to be strong if they thought their plan could work. 3 people stepped out from their hiding places behind large boulders: a winged drake, a Demacy, and a Cretan. The drake wore heavy armor and held a large battle-axe in his hands. The Demacy wore a black robe and had a wooden staff as tall as he was. The Cretan had 4 short swords in his hands and silver armor fitted for his kind. They were here to kill him and had planned to strike from an ambush. They hadn't spoken much after they entered the dungeon, but from what little they had said, Ryun got the sense that they had some knowledge about what he could do. He wasn't certain just how much they knew, though. He didn't know who they were. He had never met them, and he was pretty sure that he had never even been in their presence. One option was that the Empire had betrayed them, that they had sent these people to kill him. If that was true, though, he did not think that they would send only 3 people, and he was pretty sure that he would have little chance of escaping with his life. They were in the heart of their power, after all. He didn't truly think that it was them. A framework-made oath was not something that could be broken, and he didn't think that there was much room for interpretation in the one they gave. He didn't think that he had any enemies here, unless he greatly misjudged the situation with the Orn family, but then he doubted that he would have gotten what he had from them if they planned to kill him. In the end, it didn't matter who they were. Only their intent did. The Drake started, but Ryun interrupted by speaking over him. He wasn't interested in anything that they had to say. They had placed themselves in his way, and that was all that mattered. It doesn't matter, and I do not care. He met each of their eyes. You have 2 choices now. 1, you turn around, walk out of this dungeon, and be gone by the time I follow after. Or you stay, attempt what you have planned, and die. Ryun could not remember a time when someone had ever listened to his promises, not in this kind of situation. It was frustrating, in a way. He went out of his way to always be clear, to speak the truth. He never bluffed, and what others considered to be threats, he believed to be simple facts. So much bloodshed could be avoided if people just listened. He could tell that they wouldn't. His mind thought through the situation quickly. 3 people with unknown powers who had entered an isolated area in order to kill him, with at least some knowledge of what he could do. If they knew about him clearing the dungeons, it was possible that he had been observed before without him noticing. So, at the very least, they could know what he had used in the dungeons. Alternatively, they could know all that he had shown at the tournament. Agents of the Empire had been there. The House Orn situation made that clear. In the moments after he spoke, he made the decision that there was no need to hold anything back. "Kill him," the Drake said. Ryun acted. Void armor formed around him, hard plates covering his body, and his empowering null mantle filled him, his stats pushed into his strength and dexterity. He triggered a perk, Field of 1,000 Cuts, as the Cretan flickered and disappeared. A distinct sense of skills filled Ryun's senses as the Demacy appeared next to him. Ryun stepped back even before his skill finished. With one hand, he shaped a pillar on the ground to grow toward the Cretan as he swung his swords. The attacker twisted,